The warm wind carried the leaves over the mountains and meadows, spreading good cheer to everyone, waking up a small cozy town, and forcing everyone to get down to business, go to work. So also provoked the loud clatter of a hammer, with which someone was hammering the last nail in his labors in building. The guy, holding a couple more in his teeth for stock, and immediately got distracted, inspecting his creation with fresh eyes. There was a huge domina in front of him, meant for public use, and the guy was very interested to see if it was all over and if he had forgotten to do something. Upon realizing that everything was in order, the boy let a tear of joy that such a painstaking job was over. It was 9th grade archmage Allison, and he had just opened his own restaurant. His arms ached terribly, but it was worth it. Another dream come true. Except that 15 years ago things had been completely different. Back then he'd come home from school in the dark, wishing he could go to bed sooner. The guy dreamed of becoming a chef, even enrolled in a special high school with a culinary bent. That day, all wanted to still practice slicing a bit, but who knew he'd stay up until dark. The schoolboy was crossing the road, making plans to become an excellent cook and open his own restaurant. But just then, 15 years ago, his plans changed abruptly. A truck jumped out on the road, which was blinding headlights and was not going to stop for anything, and no one. All didn't have time to react, or rather he did it too late, which made him face death. That night, he thought, his dream shattered into small pieces, just like his body on the road after the accident. But for some reason his body ached for too long. Something began to burn him. All opened his eyes. His head was splitting. As it turned out, after death he woke up in some incomprehensible world. The uniformed teenager pulled himself up, trying to figure out where he was now. As it turned out later, it was a fantasy world, and seemingly, at the wrong time, it was being overtaken by people heading towards the fire-breathing dragon, holding staffs and swords. The place was completely unsettled. Sweat ran down his face and his eyes displayed all the terror before him. All was pulled out of his shock by the sudden touch of another man who turned to him, frightening the guy. "I doing so." The man advised the boy to pull himself together, because if he missed the evacuation, he would die here. Even though the newly arrived man did not realize everything to the end, he said he understood everything. People dressed in inconspicuous colors, with huge bags and backpacks, were heading in a column in one direction. All asked where they were going, which made the man in front of him realize that the boy wasn't from around here, and looked strange for a native. And then he explained that it was the back of the Reuben Empire, and no one would have thought that the Scarlet Dragons would come this far. Then the guy did not understand what was going on here and did not yet suspect that the world he had fallen into was full of monsters and magic. For goodness sake, people adapt quickly, so all tried to accept what was happening as quickly as possible. The only chance is to think positive about everything. He almost got run over by a truck, so it's a second chance for the guy. All tried to look for good things in everything, because, in his opinion, everything was not so bad. At least he would not have to pass exams, and the army would not threaten. At this point the newcomer to this world thought about the state of his affairs, and hoped that he would not have to join the army here after all. The attempt to realize his new state of affairs was interrupted by the sound of the clattering hooves of a horse that appeared on the horizon. A male voice that came from the mountain ordered everyone to pay a moment's attention to him. Everyone must hear the imperial decree. In a stern tone, opened the paper and read, addressing the people of the Reuben Empire, that the fate of the nation was in the balance. The mercenary warriors have fled and the knights had fallen in battle. And from the information that there was no hiding from the dragons, made the people walking noticeably surprised and nervous, realizing the complexity of the situation. That as soon as they heard the information, following which it is necessary to stand up in defense of the country, they began to shriek in readiness to fight for their homeland, and only all could not fully understand what was going on around. That's when the messenger shouted loudly that the emperor was ordering them to fight to the death in the name of the knights and for the Reuben Empire. And even now, under the shouts of the crowd, the guy realized what was happening now, namely, that all had gotten here in the middle of the war with the dragons. The army is depleted and the empire relies on contract workers. The thought of this made him cringe, realizing that his hopes of the army and basically any peaceful life in another world had just been shattered. The government had to impose conscription, so already in the office a bald man asked the protagonist if he had any relatives of noble or knightly descent. This question wasn't clear, which answered instead all men between the ages of 17 and 45, regardless of background, were automatically assigned to the Knight's army. All, of course, was no exception, so pretty soon he found himself in the barracks with a bunch of stuff in his hands, among other new warriors. Soon they were already standing in the fenced-in courtyard, listening to the shout of one of the chief that the soldiers should salute the emperor. The warriors were screaming, and all was quietly parallel crying, already thinking that it would have been better if he had died definitively than from the truck. That's how a guy from our world became a knight in another. One day a guy suddenly approached him, calling by his number, and slipping some paper. All had pretty good magical potential. After training, the guy would go to the magical forces. After a challenging day that had everyone winded, it was time for a hearty meal. A soup-like chowder immediately appeared in the plate, and chopped chunks of potatoes floated in it. All brought the spoonful of contents to his mouth, contemplating that it was better to be a mage than to mindlessly swing a sword. It was only after a while that he tasted the full flavor of his lunch, especially the potatoes with cellulose. Such an abomination made the guy cringe, while the men nearby discussed the same food, saying that it didn't taste so bad, and to some the concoction even tasted good. All was horrified to hear about it. Did anyone really think it was edible? Much less tasty. Seeing a fellow sitting nearby pouring the contents of the bowls into himself and the stranger marveling at it, but still the thought crossed his mind that he could open his own restaurant here. And this idea did not leave him for a second. He thought about it during training, sleeping, eating, free time. Maybe here he could realize his dream after all. All trained hard, keeping in his mind that dragons are just beasts, though it's hard to induce them. And the service isn't until 2 years later anyway. At first, he thought that all he had to do was just endure 2 years as a warrior of the Reuben Empire. Had he known then that his service would not last 3 or even 4 years, could all have kept his spirits up if he had known he would serve 15 years. Walking and rejoicing with all, shouting that their bravery would overcome even the barren river, threatening the dragons. Who could have known it? Time flies by. And here was the present time in the town of Grick. A girl with a wicker bag on her shoulder walked past the restaurant, and she couldn't help but notice the huge new building in the middle of the clearing. She was very curious if this store had been here before, because she didn't recall such a thing. The thought of such a domino was interrupted by a guy who came into her view. It was all, who couldn't hold back the tears. The girl, seeing such hysteria, realized that the stranger had probably kept his emotions bottled up for too long. So, with concern, she decided to step in out of the way and asked the guy if everything was okay. And all, wiping the salty drops from his face, replied that everything was fine, and he was just happy that he had finally opened his restaurant. This surprised the young lady. She had no idea that the guy in front of her was the owner of such a large and handsome building. Immediately, they sealed their acquaintance with a handshake, and presently, it was revealed that the girl's name was Raina. Raina wondered how long all and his business had been here, because he hadn't been seen here before. And then she asked if all had come here alone, and he said he hadn't, and he had company. Outside the window, into which the sunlight was streaming, was a room with a man dear to the lad. But he really likes to sleep, so he's not likely to wake up until tonight. There was indeed a female figure sleeping with her hair disheveled on the pillow. That's when Raina suddenly got excited and changed the subject again to discussing the restaurant, because she had a plan for a meat supplier, and asked if all needed one. The guy got a little embarrassed and replied that he needed it. He was going to look for a butcher anyway. This was just great news for the girl, for her husband just happened to have a butcher shop. It is on the left side of the alley, at the entrance to town, and is called Noel's Butcher Shop. And all was thankful for the valuable information and was going to head there now. And then Raina warned about her spouse having a temper sometimes, so if he gets angry, have him say he's from her. All genuinely smiled gratefully at the sweet girl for her advice, not understanding how such a kind soul could have a terribly hot-tempered husband, but realizing that for 15 years of service the guy had seen all kinds of people, so even here he thought he could cope. So soon he was in the butcher shop. A muscular man with a scar and a small beard was distracted by the unexpected guests and asked menacingly, what was the matter? All immediately collapsed, realizing that he had already lost in this not even a fight. He was just crushed by temperament and character, and goosebumps ran through his body. Embarrassed, trembling, the boy began to stammer and explain that he just had his own restaurant nearby, and only wanted to express his desire to cooperate with the butcher shop, but was immediately refused, because no one sells meat here. All was very surprised at this, and Raina's husband rudely asked if his visitor was deaf, since he didn't realize that he didn't sell his products, and he does not trade only with restaurants, because there has already been an experience when under the cover of such an institution, people bought fresh meat and then sold at a triple price, almost la slop. And to all's attempt to explain that he wasn't going to do that, the butcher reacted harshly again, and he was understandable, because he'd been led around by the nose for 3 years, so there was a sense that the guy was no better off from those people, no matter where he came from. Suddenly a loud angry female voice was also heard, surprised at such remarks from the man, and soon there was the thud of a frying pan against the head of the huge butcher. Who could afford such insolence but his wife? It was Raina, who seemed to sense in her gut that something like this was going to happen, so she decided to check it out and came here. The girl immediately apologized to all, and asked about the need for meat, and was ready to conclude the contract, while her husband sat with a bump on his head and tried to justify himself, saying that he was bowling for a reason, but that he remembered how he had suffered from such customers in that. The new owner of the restaurant clearly did not want to be present at the family quarrel and was eager to go home quickly, away from such incidents, that there was no way to just leave, so soon the bickering stopped, and Raina sent her husband to get the meat, but he only obediently went into the den. The girl took off her handkerchief from her head, and with a more tense look, apologized to all for the second time, explaining that she had been serving a restaurant for a long time, being a contract worker, and he still couldn't forget how he had been treated. It was quite surprising to the guy that Raina was also in the army, and the girl in response noted that her interlocutor looked quite young for a knight. She couldn't believe that he had already been drafted, while all was discussing the fact that he had been through quite a lot in 15 years, and those experiences were not forgotten. The girl's husband brought in the meat already and threw it in a bag on the table. The butcher expected his visitor to now demonstrate and boast of his skills, but the owner of the restaurant, meanwhile, was a little dumbfounded by the meat he had been given. Of course, the butcher shop owner had no intention of giving up the magnificent piece of bellarines, and such a prank made Raina seem like she would burn everything around her from the anger that boiled off of her. The reason for such an act was that her husband knew that good meat would fit into any dish, and such a product he only provides to restaurants he trusts. And all gave in a little to his nerves. He didn't expect such a setup. The butcher's demand was obvious. The young cook must make a decent dish out of this meat, and if he didn't like it, all could forget about the good stuff. Hearing this, a bent frying pan was already headed for his head. Before the head and metal object collided, the butcher had time to warn all that he should be prepared for the man's high demands and fastidiousness. This, understandably, made his interlocutor nervous, but what made the situation even more awkward was that he knew exactly what was about to happen. A split second later, Raina's husband was already lying unconscious on the table, drooling from the meeting of his head and the frying pan. This reaction of the man's wife worried all. It seemed to him that she made too much effort, but she did not pay attention to such things, because her husband was a nut, and added that the guy should not pay attention to the words of the butcher. The woman herself could not believe that he would beha, but all didn't seem particularly offended. He was ready to cook a meal for the demanding meat seller. Raina was surprised that she and her spouse were invited to a restaurant in the evening to sample the food. The girl was just as shocked that all was going to cook with this particular meat, but the offer to bring the bellarine was refused, saying it would be enough to make a delicious dish. And with the sack obtained from this shop, the guy headed for the exit, determined to be positive. And Raina seemed already disappointed, because the contents of her purse were a solid fat loss. In this unusual world, animals are called differently. For example, cows are called yuga, and chickens are called Palenza, and balorin, which he was offered not so long ago by a new acquaintance, is the meat of wolves. In his restaurateur, he was already opening the bag. Full of enthusiasm, the guy was starting to prepare the belly of loss. Let his guests would soon arrive. Slaughter is called pig meat, which is why the girl was so worried about all success in cooking because of the fat content of the meat. But even so, looking at the piece, he understood why Mr. Creston was so proud. It was indeed a wonderful meat, even the best he had ever met. Palenza, unlike the usual chicken, is a very expensive ingredient, and the cheapest meat here is yuba, or pork. And the cheapest part is the belly, which was very strange to all. He genuinely didn't understand why she was so disliked. But since the pig's belly is always like this, it's the right choice to help the guy reach his potential. Immediately, he withdrew his hand on which a fireball was lit up. This orb he directed at the furnace. Magic is very useful even in the household. Meanwhile, the sun had already approached the horizon. Raina and her husband were already on their way to a new acquaintance's restaurant, and the girl was asking her lover why he said he would only deliver good meat to trusted restaurants. The woman does not recall him having such principles. She has not tried to accuse her man of anything terrible. Raina knows perfectly well that he is a kind and honest man, but has treated this newcomer very inhospitable, and Mr. Creston has only expressed his displeasure at his wife's putting so moo. This was only a new reason for another outburst of emotions of the girl, whether her husband thought that he knows people better than she does, especially given that he is constantly deceived. Spunky Raina tells the butcher to admit that he just wants to look at his culinary skills and seems to want to test him for responsibility. And it seemed to hurt the man. He huffed and lowered his eyes for a second, but at the same moment flared up and yelled at his wife, asking what she was going to do if it turned out he was a terrible cook, only to receive the same question. And she had gotten her answer. The butcher was only going to give him half of what Raina had asked for. A monster with sharp ears and equally sharp and huge fangs screamed at the top of its voice, pouncing on its victim. The guy was struck in the stomach with a large club, causing him to spit blood out of his mouth. The monsters were smashing the army to smithereens. There were too many of them, so the knights had to retreat to preserve their lives. One of them, sobbing and begging for help because his foot was stuck under a rock, but he couldn't reach anyone. Terror crept into every cell of his body, and meanwhile the monster was already swinging a blunt weapon at him. Immediately, a blue light illuminated everything around. A quiet male voice was heard. He cast the Sorrel Blade spell. Immediately, each opponent was enveloped in a bright light, blinding them. Suddenly, they finally realized what was wrong and looked up to confirm their guesses. And they turned out to be true, but it was too late. The huge cobblestones were already flying at them very fast. The guy who had been begging for help a couple minutes ago looked absolutely terrified at the whole scene and calmed down a bit. The warriors looked in the direction of the man who had solved their problem so quickly. They were glad to have the help of Mr. Allison himself. It gave a new breath of fresh air to those who had just been in the middle of the very hell of battle and losing their colleagues. Lord Allison, the great mage, came to save the men, covering his face with his hood, causing loud exclamations of lava among the knights. Here was all, and now he decided to use Sorrel's Blade. After all, magic could be used in many different ways, not just on the battlefield. And slicing the meat in this manner allows for better flavoring of the seasonings, and during roasting, excess liquid evaporates and the meat becomes crispier. After a while, all was finally done cooking and was already wiping his hands with a towel. Suddenly, the door opened and the bell jingled as a sign to pay attention to the new visitors as quickly as possible. Raina was the first to enter, and with an equally friendly and warm smile, she said hello. And all invited them to sit at any table and promised to bring out a dish right away. The girl clearly loved this place. It seemed to her very even cozy, but her husband only grumbled, referring to the fact that all this is just a show. His wife immediately pulled out a skillet, her main weapon, and told him to stop picking on everything he sees. They should wait for food, after all. Meanwhile in the kitchen the whole process was simmering in full swing. Once the frying surface is heated up, all needs to wet it with oil. The fat on the belly of the loss is enough to fry without sticking. You have to fry the crust first, and once the meat starts to fry inside, the crust will wrap up and make it harder to fry the meat evenly. So the guy thought it would be a good idea to give the moisture some time to evaporate. And so the meat sizzled from the hot oil. Delicious food even sounds very appetizing. Once the crust is crispy, you will need to brown the meat evenly on both sides. All then added salt and seasonings and baked the meat inside well. Concentrating, he began slicing the cooked meat into bite-sized pieces, trying to make equal-sized portions. After that he decided to diversify the picture with a salad, so already under his knife rustled vegetables. While I was chopping the onions, I thought I could use different foods and add a spicy sauce to emphasize the juiciness of the meat, except the problem is that such a combination is probably unknown to the people here. Adding the dressing to the salad, all thought about the fact that Mr. Creston was very picky and that it was best not to take any chances. The last step is to arrange the cooked on a plate very nicely to make it look even more appetizing. Everything was ready to serve the meat salad. I'll set the plate on the table, A female voice immediately began to marvel at the sight of the dish and the smell that was wafting through his nose. While Raina sat mad with anticipation, her husband also decided to grudgingly admit that the food was impressive. The pair then carefully poked a piece on a fork and brought it to their lips. Raina chewed the meat diligently, savoring the flavor of the dish. Immediately a picture of meadows with pigs running through them popped into her head. It confirmed that it was incredibly delicious. The woman couldn't believe it was really abdominal fat, and that was the best praise for all. Just an amazing combination of crispy on the outside and juicy meat on the inside, and a fresh, flavorful slaw that is perfect to get rid of the stickiness in your mouth. The guy was incredibly happy to hear from Raina that she really enjoyed, and when he heard that now his restaurant would supply meat, he was over the moon, and then decided to ask Mr. Creston in person once again if he liked it. The man, on the other hand, sat silently, a little downcast from having lost to the cook in some way, and the plate in front of the man was completely empty. And then the butcher made a disgruntled grimace and immediately refused to deliver the meat, saying they didn't have any. Immediately, he pounded his fist on the table and became indignant, saying he didn't like it at all. Mr. Creston aggressively demanded more because it was impossible to wait for more, and immediately an iron skillet fell on his head. As usual, it was Rain angrily demanding to give her honest opinion on this dinner. The man fisted his fist to his lips, realizing how hard it was to take back his words, but still dared to admit that this was the best dish he had tasted, so it was a done deal. Only whistle and Mr. Creston would give him the best meat in the Reuben Empire. Raina sat contentedly, commenting that her husband had no reason to make such a show of it, since he was going to say it anyway, and the chef and restaurant owner was happy about this turn of events. The men sealed the agreement with a firm handshake. Each was happy to work together, and finally all had found a good butcher, and Mr. Creston demanded to bring him more of this delicious meat as soon as possible, which caused him to receive a request. All could consider the first date to have passed smoothly and even successfully. Meanwhile, the sun's rays penetrated more and more under the eyelids of the spread-out person on the bed in the room upstairs, playing with her dark hair. The girl, with disheveled black hair, stood up, trying to come to her senses after such a long sleep. She was still sleepy, but she couldn't help but notice the wonderful and delicious smell that had made its way into this room, and her stomach rumbled with hunger. Allison's restaurant did well the first week, having already achieved success among locals by providing them with an incredible gastronomic experience. In the evening there were already fewer visitors, but they still kept ordering, and even the not-so-good lost belly was now tasty for them. All was working up a sweat, delivering orders that spread a delicious aroma throughout the room, but he enjoyed the labor. There were no leftovers on any plate. Everything was finished to the crumbs, filling the stomach with new pleasure. Visitors were leaving, very grateful to the owner of the restaurant, now recognizing that the meat of Bellerins here is very tasty, probably one of the most delicious. All treated each guest as a special one, communicating and maintaining a warm atmosphere. When it got pretty quiet, the guy decided it was about time to start slowly cleaning up. Then the cook looked at the flasks of seasonings and spices. There was almost nothing left in the containers anymore, and that was a problem. Everyone knows how important they are in cooking. All considered more closely, stating the fact that he had run out of pepper and some other spices. Unfortunately, they're highly prized here, so you can't use them at will. In terms of quality, they certainly won't compare to the spices in the modern world. The guy took out a coin from his pocket. It was time to restock. All placed a coin in the center of a drawn magic circle with different signs. Reciting various spells, he summoned a bunch of energy that illuminated everything around with a blue light. The restaurant owner found a solution to the spices and condiments problem. Opening his eyes glowed white. Blue smoke crept across the table, and there appeared the silhouette of some bottles. When the haze cleared, the table was already showing various liquids and sachets that looked perfectly normal to our eyes. All is using summoning magic from another world. The guy took a breath, remembering how hard he had to develop this magic. It happened by accident while trying to return to his world. Any magic is go, if used correctly. There are size and weight restrictions, but this technique is very useful. He was not left with a desire to be able to move as easily as Pepper. Of course, this method is not the best solution, because he never managed to return to his world. And for the deliver items, the guy sends a couple of gold pieces. And raw meat, eggs, tea, veggies spoil along the way. Even prepared foods have expiration lines, so that's not the only problem. the exact cause is unclear. Suddenly All felt a heaviness in his body. It became a little difficult to breathe. His eyes darkened, a decline of strength on his face. This magic takes a lot of energy. The guy slid to the floor near the tumblers, holding on to the surface, sweat running down his body from excitement, because it was not getting any easier. Even for him, a 9th grade archmage, one summoning a day was the limit, so he decided to restore some energy and mood with a can of beer, which he reached into the open fridge for. But looking at the shelf, he was terribly surprised, because the package was empty and crumpled. It was not clear where all his beer had gone. And then came the realization and anger, because it all added up in his head. Rurin was the culprit, lying contentedly in bed with a pile of beer cans around her. She seemed to have done what she wanted to do. Immediately, there was a bump on her head from the blow. A slight pain traveled through her body. The girl didn't understand, so she asked what she'd done wrong since she'd gotten a kick out of all. The guy was angry and resentful at how Rurin could drink all the beer without trying to cover her tracks and clean up. The brunette, on the other hand, said it was for the restaurant owner leaving her without goodies. When she woke up and went downstairs, there were only empty plates waiting for her. She was very upset that he was eating without her. Rurin was a black dragon, as she had vehemently stated, and with the same argument that she didn't clean up, because it's a job for suckers and she won't do such a thing. It really pissed off the interviewer. After such a prank, the brown-haired man had left her with another bump on the top of her head because his patience was no longer enough, and she served her punishment by peeling onions, though she continued, crying to remind herself that she was a dragon and shouldn't do such a thing. It was pure truth. It was just that this creature was in human form for the moment. All came across her during the Dragon War. She had lost her mother and lost her lair. The guy just couldn't watch the girl mourn her mother, so he wouldn't let himself leave her alone, and took her into his care, starting to take care of her. Being a dragon, the girl had lived for hundreds of years, but she was still quite young. Meanwhile, the object of thought whimpered as the onion fumes stung her eyes. And then Rurin heard that she should stop already with peeling vegetables, and then she could get the steak promised by the mage for dinner, so he was trying to establish the atmosphere and make the girl stop sulking. Suddenly the guy heard the sound of the door to his restaurant opening. It surprised him, and he glanced towards the entrance. It was Mr. Creston. There was no face on the butcher, all droopy and as if he were about to cry. The man asked the cook to pour something strong into his glass, to which he received a reply asking him to wait a little longer. All looked in the fridge. There was no beer left. Rurin had tried to drink it all, so there was a new task of asking what to pour for the visitor. But after a bit of thought, the brown-haired man picked up the green bottle, thinking it would be a good idea to pour just that. It was very lucky that he had saved a bottle of alcohol from last time. Now it was only worth it to transfer it into some other container. All placed the meat and a bottle of clear liquid on the table, notifying them that the food was ready. Creston was surprised at the drink. It was very similar to water, clarifying about whether it was definitely alcohol. Just heard that he should try this drink, as it was very tasty. Pouring the contents of the bottle into a shot glass, All explained that it was soju. That's when the man put the shot glass to his nose first, noting that it smelled very strange. But trusting the owner of the restaurant, he decided to have a drink after all, tipping the alcohol into his system. After that, he stabbed his fork at the meat for an appetizer. The dish was soft and juicy. After eating a bite, tried to savor a similar combination, chewing everything thoroughly. After which he closed his eyes, over which of them, the left one showing a scar, his tongue taking real pleasure. All was very pleased when Mr. Creston stated with a first time and directness that it was very tasty. In his opinion, a little bitter at first, but then sweet notes appear, and this drink is just perfect with meat. One alcohol completely changed the flavor of the dish. For this man it was incredible. Reaching for another shot, the butcher, with the same downcast look with which he had entered the restaurant, once again complimented all on his abilities and skills in cooking. And then he got into the taste and asked the cook to bring him another bottle of this wonderful drink, and the guy did not understand what was going on, but could not refuse. After a while, several bottles were emptied and the meat was completely eaten. But Creston didn't stop, banging a full shot glass on the table, ordering him to fetch another bottle. The man had gotten into the swing of things. All tried to dissuade him, assuring him that the butcher had had enough. The drink was already too strong. But the visitor was not going to slow down and kept demanding more, notifying him that to date, he just had to get drunk. Such a statement surprised the archmage. He did not understand why such a conviction, so he asked. Without thinking whether he was meddling in his business or not, it was clear that his interlocutor needed to talk, and Mr. Creston immediately became sad, saying that it was all about Ryan. And afterward he explained, completely shocking all by suggesting that he assumes his wife has another. After all, she had said a couple times that she needed to get away, but now it was happening all the time. Every month she dressed up. It had been going on for months. So one day Creston decided to go after her. What he ended up finding out was just awful. The girl was secretly dating his battle buddy. It was the man's closest friend. After he opened the butcher shop, they never saw each other again. And now it was clear why. It must have been just embarrassing for the former buddy to look him in the eye. Mr. Creston was trembling all over because his wife had gone away again. He was very much concerned as to whether she still loved him, and something told him the answer was no. All tried to calm the man who had completely succumbed to the storm of grief, explaining that another bottle wouldn't help the situation. But the butcher didn't hear. He didn't know how to get through it all. And what was particularly amusing, naturally, it was said sarcastically, was that he still loved her sincerely, and despite all this, he just couldn't do without his wife. The owner of the restaurant just listened silently. He did not know what to say, how to cheer up, what to advise in such a situation. But immediately he decided to do something. The guy wanted to help the upset and already quite drunk visitor, but he only threw a glance at him, which did not read a drop of hope. All didn't want to see the woman being that kind of person at all, and it had been a long time since they had seen each other. But he still asked Creston to wait a bit. The cook needed to go out. Rurin was also serving her punishment for peeling onions. Her eyes were all tear-stained and burning very badly. Peeling the flaky skins off the vegetable, she cursed Allison with each layer. But then, suddenly, the archmage appeared and ordered the dragon in human form to finish and go with him. And when the girl asked what was the matter, she did not get a concrete answer, and immediately all gave an ultimatum, saying that if he did not want so much, then let him stay and continue to pay. It was a cheerful night in the city. Lanterns with a warm glow irradiated every corner of the streets, residents happily chatting with each other, having fun and just going about their business. Some dined in expensive restaurants, showing all their aristocracy and manners at a set table. But Rurin and all were sitting on the roof watching all the diners, and there were many times more of them there than in the main character's restaurant, which couldn't help but upset him a little. Elias looked around for Raina, and then he noticed a woman, who was clearly out of place, sitting at a table in the same establishment and clearly with someone. Now the guy who had been watching them tensed up already. He recognized Raina and the man next to her. Could that bearded man be Mr. Creston's battle buddy? Elias decided to ask Rurin for help, drawing her attention to a man and a woman at a table in the restaurant, asking her to eavesdrop on their conversation. But the girl wasn't going to do it for nothing. She wanted a stake for it, and the brown-haired man had promised her as much as two, just to do it right. Rurin closed her eyes and tuned into the right wave and distance. She heard Raina's trembling voice talking about how she felt like she should tell her husband everything already. Matt, Creston's former mate, looked understandingly at his interlocutor, but showed not the slightest bit of pliability. The girl expressed that she thought her butcher was beginning to suspect them, and was also saddened that his longtime friend wasn't stopping by their shop. All listened unceremoniously as Rurin recounted Matt's words that if Raina's husband found out about his help, he would treat the men even worse. Dragon was sure she had delivered the dialogue exactly right and hadn't missed anything, giving Elias something to think about, because this doesn't look like a business meeting at all. But the guy didn't need to know any more. He immediately jumped off the roof, ordering Rurin, who was clearly not happy about being alone, to go back home. Amid the commotion between the two people discussing the fact that this was all being done for the butcher and Raina's marriage and there was no room for misunderstanding, Elias stepped in and apologized for interfering with the conversation. Just then he confirmed that Mr. Creston had indeed a great deal of suspicion, and Raina was incredibly startled by the appearance of so familiar a face. Had he really heard the whole conversation, but he wasn't around. Butcher, on the other hand, was lying on a table in the Archmage's restaurant. The alcohol had long since stung his head, and all he had on his mind was Raina. Suddenly, the bell above the door at the entrance rang with a thin sound. Creston glanced at the doorway and was taken aback by who he saw there. In front of him stood Man and Raina, who was clearly worried and even a little scared, it seemed. Man wasn't with a calm heart either. He could only utter a greeting in the form of a note of how he and his friend hadn't seen each other in a while. Anger and jealousy swam through the blood to her brain, and Raina tried to undo the irreparable, claiming that her lover had gotten it completely wrong and things were not right at all, but her words seemed to be unconvincing. Her husband's fist clenched tighter. He was disturbed by the realization that just now Mantel's trust in him had finally vanished, though initially it had been very great. Immediately after these words rushed with fists at his former friend. He had no desire to sort things out, only to cause harm and pain, only this physical, in exchange for his moral. Matt was already squinting his eyes, ready to take the blow, even though it wasn't deserved, but for some reason he didn't defend himself. Suddenly, Creston's hand stopped with a thud against the magical barrier, creating only a wave of light on its surface. The cop was sweating from nerves, but he couldn't help but be happy about this gift of fate. It was hard to imagine that something like this would ever happen. Raina recoiled back, surprised at what she saw. Just now the girl had witnessed magic, and that wasn't very common in such an overt form judging by her reaction. And what was its source? And the source appeared behind everyone involved in the altercation. It was Alien, and he thought Manth should clear things up. It was clearly for the best. He had a basket of fresh vegetables and meat in his hands, a satisfied smile shining on his face. He explained that aggression wouldn't solve anything, so it had to be eradicated. And you can do this by telling Creston that Matt had just borrowed money to open a butcher shop, much to the surprise of an enraged man who suspects his woman of cheating on him. Not looking at the butcher's surprised tone and questioning him about the information he had just heard, I'll just calmly walked by, carrying the groceries to the table, and offered to sit down and talk humanly while he prepared some food. Creston had been drinking all day, so he had prepared a soup to help restore his digestion, and just then Raina brought some special Baloran meat that would be just like no other for a dinner like this. The shiabu dish, a Japanese version of hogo, is ideal. It includes thinly sliced meat and vegetables served with a sauce. Alien will prepare some soy-based sauces, and when the broth is ready, you'll need to wash the anchovies and place them in the pot. And there in front of him was already ready food, which saturated the air with its wonderful aroma, filling every cell with anticipation, the desire to taste and enjoy gastronomically from such an art form. The dish was served, and its creator hoped the guests would be spared any misunderstandings. Creston couldn't ease his soul. He now couldn't believe that Mant had really lent them money. It hit his manhood, and Raina explained with a guilty look and a heavy sigh that Creston had no money left at all after the deception, and Mr. Mant had given them most of his savings. Now that the shop began to bring in a steady income, the girl began to see him to pay. Mant himself listening to this and remaining silent, realizing that it was wrong to keep it a secret from his friend. And Creston felt even sadder that the money had been given after the deceiver had been caught. It was just very hard to believe that it was all lied to. But Mant decided to cut his friend some slack. He would certainly not take the money if he told the truth. Afterwards he apologized for not being there to congratulate him on the opening of the shop. Mant had no choice. If the truth was revealed he would be a liar. His friend had no idea how difficult it was for Creston. Butcher, on the other hand, clarified about his comrade's plans after retirement, how he could even give away so much money, and immediately a bowl of food appeared in front of them. All interrupted this conversation and apologized. It's just that the vegetables take a long time to cook, so he suggested that we continue the conversation over a meal, and put the container on the fire. Mant marveled at how thin the meat was, and all told him it was Baloran meat from Creston's shop. The fellow had sliced it thin, for such meat is served with soup, and immediately asked to try it. And the food was indeed very attractive in appearance and beckoned to try it. The guy poured broth into a bowl too thick to treat his guests and defuse the tension between old friends a bit. Mant poked the meat and vegetables on a fork, flavorful broth dripping off them. The man tasted it, chewing the contents of the plate thoroughly, and at the same second he felt all the wonderful flavor of this dish. And judging by his reaction, he liked it a lot. The man immediately became satisfied and let out a sound of pleasure. After this he slid the plate to Mr. Creston, offering him also a taste of this wonderful food. The fellow recoiled a little. Still, he tried it, sipping a little, warming his nose with the steam that came from the broth. Immediately the butcher's eyes widened. He was amazed at such a gastronomic masterpiece. And Matt began to remind his friend of their battles in Fern. immersing himself in thoughts and memories. Then Creston sacrificed himself to protect his future friend by putting his body to the sword. Matt remembers that day vividly. The warriors had run out of provisions and the battle had gone on too long. All the fighters were exhausted, and that's when they had to eat only lean soup, not getting any pleasure from eating, all just for the sake of some energy from food. And then the young blonde caught the wild Lauren, fighting him and winning that confrontation. Though the man had only caught one beast, he still collapsed to the floor with no strength, scaring Creston a bit with this state. Back then, the meat soup made with Lorena was bland and the catfish meat was tough, hard to chew, but drool still ran down their lips for some variety. But even in this less than ideal state, the dish was awesome. Mr. Creston felt a slight shiver at the memory he was in complete agreement with his battle buddy, pouring himself another hot, flavorful serving of shabu shabu, explaining why he helped his buddy out. Looking at the plants, he thought back to their evenings around the campfire and eating delicious food, though not as fine as what they were eating now, and decided to harbor the secret that he didn't really had any plans. And from the words that the only thing Matt wanted was to help Creston, his companion's tears flowed, and the shivering increased, salty drops falling on his wrists, and his hand clutching a small bowl of soup. He silently begged his friend's forgiveness for what he had just done and what he thought. All stood silent, not interfering in the reconciliation. A smile played on his face. He was happy that the conflict was resolved, that he could help the men to define the situation and understand each other. Man took another sip of shabu shabu, warming his throat with the incredibly delicious food. This dish warmed not only his tongue but his soul as well. It was already night outside. The moon was high and the stars were shining very brightly, sun even falling, as if trying to capture this moment in the memory of the universe forever. Rurin, on the other hand, was already yelling at Allison because promises to dragons need to be kept and the guy doesn't seem to think so. She was very angry. And the owner of the restaurant rubbed his head guiltily, excusing himself by saying that it was only evening and he would cook steaks for the girl a little later. But Rurin corrected the archmage with a shout, for it was not evening, but already night, and she was demanding what she was entitled to by contract, and he dared not behave like that to her. Suddenly Matt, who was looking for Allison, intervened in their conversation. The Shaitan covered Rurin's mouth with his hand, making her only moo angrily, and then asked if his guest had enjoyed the food, and he was simply delighted with the dinner, and the reason he sought out the owner of the establishment was because he had a question. All was surprised by this. He couldn't have guessed what the man would ask of him now. Matt explained that the squad had recently been instructed to escort a rather high-ranking person, and they wanted to celebrate with a dinner before they left. So the man wanted to spend this dinner in the restaurant of the interlocutor, if possible, of course. This dumbfounded the brown-haired man a bit. The guy couldn't believe it and didn't know how to react. Allison raced off his feet, trying to maximize his acceleration, sweat already running down his face. The guy yelled to the village in front of him not to run away, but of course he wasn't hurt and wasn't going to stop. Palenza are chicken-like monsters, but here they are treated very differently. Due to the fact that they change habitat periodically, they are hard to catch, they are very fast, so they are not easy to capture. Because of this, Palenza meat is considered very rare and highly prized. All was already regretting that he had chosen this meat for the holiday dinner. His head was already thinking of burning the whole forest. So much for Creston's surprise at hearing about this meat. He was surprised that all thought they really existed. If someone had managed to capture them and sell them, that person would be swimming in gold by now. And this reaction only meant that the man didn't have this meat in his shop. And then all reminded him that the butcher had said earlier that he'd get any kind of meat, and then suggested that Creston had just lost that confidence of his, which really hurt the man across from him. And then rolled his eyes, making a downward motion, giving out the information that he'd heard they'd been spotted in the lemon forest recently. That's how Allison ended up in the woods hunting monsters in the form of chickens. The guy was sitting on the ground breathing heavily. Now he had admitted defeat and was giving up completely, so he decided to hand the matter over to Rurin. Dragon agreed only on the condition that her partner wash all the dishes himself, and the latter, not thinking long, agreed. While the chicken unknowingly stood there with a dumbfounded look, a purple light burst out from Rurin, illuminating everything around her. The girl applied the dragon roar ability. Her eyes became pupil-less and emitted sparks. Immediately, the bird was thrown upward by the power of the blow. as if it were enveloped by blades. Now it was finished and would not escape. While all rejoiced in his prey, Rurin bragged about her spoils, saying that she was indeed fearsome, and if her guardian hadn't consumed the dragon heart, the same would have awaited him. Already at home, the girl was sipping a cold beer, laughing at the new though small, but an achievement. That's when Rurin said there was nothing better than having a can of low-alcohol drink after work, and all only remarked that she was just standing back. The dragon was indignant. After all, you shouldn't devalue the whole thing. It's not easy. Her eyes started to burn. And to avoid conflict, the guy agreed with this moose and asked just not to drink much so that something would be left for the guests. After all, what he cooked while cutting up the chicken just pairs perfectly with beer. Pretty soon it was evening. A bright light shone from the windows of the restaurant, and smoke was rushing from the chimney from the stove. There were already people sitting inside. They were discussing the restaurant. Matt had recommended it to many here and joked about not trusting him, and the man assured his buddies that they wouldn't regret it. And only Mantha's young companion Miltine spoke with a cheerful look, saying that she believed the warrior, and was sure it would be delicious. The bald man at their table remarked that the young man would find the ground tasty, too, if Mant said so, but they decided to stop arguing and talk when the food had already arrived, and it was getting close. Allison came to the table and was asked to apologize for the no's, though he expressed understanding because it was a holiday. Mant introduced them to the Milton kid, and the boy immediately picked up that he'd heard a lot about all, and the man who'd invited him here had praised their restaurant many times over. Allison placed a tray of food on the table, and expressed words of hope that the guests would be satisfied. There was a very appetizing baked chicken on the table, as if it shone with a golden crust, and then confirmed visitors' guesses that it was indeed fried Palenza. Miltine jumped on the spot, realizing that this was the same legendary creature that even professionals couldn't catch, and the chef was very surprised by this reaction, so he said that it wasn't such a legendary creature, so let them eat it before it got cold. Matt was the first to take a bite of the incredibly attractive meat to get a taste. They stood back for a moment, gazing at the pieces on their forks. A mysterious silence hung. Immediately, they began to exclaim that it was incredibly delicious, and Matt was glad that his promises had lived up to their promise. Bo, on the other hand, was chowing down on his food like he was eating for the last time, and the bald man ordered him not to eat it all and leave something for the others, and all was satisfied with that reaction and decided to go serve the other tables as well, after which he entered the other room, asking Raina to help, for they had too many people today. Rurin sat on the surface and with a sly look clarified that he was asking the dragon to serve people. Let all not forget that he was addressing the one who caught the legendary creature that even the best hunters could not catch, for help. And after that all realized that the girl used her abilities to. Immediately the guy's voice changed to cold and shrill, saying that if she didn't want to, she didn't have to help, except that she had forgotten something. Rurin immediately became nervous, alarmed at the lack of understanding of what Allison had brought up. And he said they had opened this restaurant together after the war ended, and they had sworn they would labor hand in hand. And now it seemed someone had changed their mind, breaking their promise. H began to manipulate that he remembered those times with a light sadness, but since that was the case, Rurin could go and the cook could handle himself. And it worked. The dragon immediately jumped up and agreed to lend her hand, saying she'd change her mind. And Allison was very amused that the girl was trying to force herself to do it, justifying that it might even be very interesting to serve the guests, and decided to get them a beer afterward. The chicken meat was bubbling in the oil, turning golden and lending a wonderful aroma to the room. As the oil bubbled, so did the life with merriment in the restaurant. Men drank alcohol, shrieked toasts, laughed and jeered, and Rurin was torn between each table, serving plates and fulfilling customers' wishes, but there was no time to even think about fatigue. After a while, when all the visitors had dispersed, the dragon rested her head on the table and breathed a heavy sigh of relief that at last her agony was over and she could sit down and rest. And Allison came up to her with a portion of meat and mugs of beer. He left a few bites for them too, and Rurin deserved a treat and praise. The girl immediately threw herself the food and began nibbling every bite, down to the bone, as if she wasn't even trying to fully enjoy the incredible flavor. But even at this fast pace, I felt it was delicious, and all was happy to have a positive assessment of his creation. The guy noticed that the surroundings were very clean, even though he hadn't asked the brunette to clean out, and everything glistened as if it had been licked. Could it be that Rurin has finally matured enough to know how to care for the space she's in? Just then, the girl's head fell on Allison's shoulder, scattering her hair. She did it for a reason, and after all, it's their restaurant, a shared one, and she has to take care of it too. The guy was happy about such words of his partner. Realizing that now she was in a good mood, he decided to cheat and asked to forget about the agreement that he had to wash dishes for a month. But the girl immediately cut off this attempt, saying that it was completely different. Meanwhile, a dark silhouette appeared, leaving footprints in the grass with its boots. Immediately Rurin tensed, sensing the stranger's presence. Her eyes opened wide. She immediately hid behind all, and he was surprised at the reaction and wondered what was wrong. Suddenly, the hand of the one who had startled Rurin opened the door, and an intimidating voice was heard that spoke of how the man was disgusted by the sight of everything around him. All seemed to recognize those notes and just as shocked and realized who was now visiting them. An elderly man, hiding his face, commented that it is always very horrible in human villages. Allison was clearly not happy to see this person again. His voice also turned cold and unfriendly, and Rurin hid behind him, a terrible fear overpowering her. It was a black dragon, Medidon's elder. The nasty man took off his hood and only recited through his teeth that humans were unworthy to speak that name. Standing up, in full readiness to protect his successor, the lad wanted to find out why this not quite human had shown up here, and the guy started his conversation by saying that a guy and a dragon were doing pretty well in a shack like this. But the guys couldn't be fooled by that. They knew exactly why this man was here now. It was the dragon who had come for Rurin. As far as all knew, no one objected to the girl being with him, and the guests seemed to have come to dispute that. The sullen interlocutor noticed that Allison's tone, as always, was unseemly. But still all was right. The elder Medidana had come for Rurin. The girl shrank back even more and said, in a trembling voice, that she would stay here and didn't want to leave this place and this man. Dragon threw the charge that the man had already dumped her once, and the old man tried to explain to the stupid kid that he'd never thought of doing anything like that, and he was just too late. Then he added a reminder that the brunette's mother had committed a terrible sin, but all interrupted him, saying enough of that chatter, and in return reminded him of their promise, and as far as all knew, dragons didn't mess around with that sort of thing. A nasty smirk appeared on the man's face. He had come for that as well, to discuss this promise. They had indeed promised to entrust Rurin to Allison, but the first were, as they say, is dearer than the second, and the fellow who was hiding the object of the quarrel behind his back could not understand what they were talking about. In the Black Dragon clan, the age of 800 is considered the threshold of adulthood, but a dragon deprived of a lair becomes a ward by the age of 800 and is sent to the sacred lands. Rurin lived in her mother's lair, but it was destroyed. So next year, when Rurin turns 800, she will have to go to the sacred lands. Such are the rules of the clan. No one is allowed to break them. Al just sighed heavily, saying that he didn't see anything wrong with that. This surprised the elderly man very much. He clearly hadn't expected such a reaction. A dark energy began to hover around him. He was terribly angry at these words and disrespect, wanting to tear everything around him. Allison, on the other hand, didn't let out an emotion. He was well aware that he had no choice. But Rurin, who was clearly in a more stressed out mood, yelled at him to focus on what was happening. Sharp fangs showed from the man's wickedly twisted mouth, a manner of speaking he didn't like at all, a manner of speaking from an almost ordinary man. The dragon has lost his temper completely, even though Allison has consumed the Lord's heart, but he's acting too cocky, which can't just be allowed. Rurin shouted that she was perfectly fine, as it were, and war wasn't an option at all. A ridiculous emotion appeared on the boy's face, which showed that there was a misunderstanding between him and the guest, because he had been talking about the dragon's lair and not about the war. This seemed to make the older-looking man calm down and slow down in his desire to kill the archmage in front of him, and Rurin relaxed a bit. They still had a whole year ahead of them, so they could safely build it up in that time, and could start at least right now, and then ask the dragon in front of him if this arrangement would work, if everything was satisfactory. And he awkwardly agreed to this option. He immediately opened the portal, he entered and promised to return in a year. Who would have thought they would get so heated in their argument and end up parting ways so easily? After that, Allison decided to build a dragon lair. It is a cave where dragons live. The superb interior and dazzling treasures are the symbol of the lair. Obviously, it will take a lot of time and resources to build it. Meanwhile, The restaurant was not empty by any means. There were many customers who were buzzing, talking, ordering and peacefully spending their free time here. Elle was well aware that they simply wouldn't have enough time to build a den even if they started now. There were rumors that this place served paleo, so people poured into the restaurant. They didn't listen even when he said it was a limited edition dish. All hell was breaking loose in the restaurant. Rurin was informing Allison that one of the tables was ready to order, so he had to hurry up, but the guy didn't care at all. Right now his enemy was a pile of dishes. The archmage couldn't stand it any longer. It couldn't go on like this. He decided to reduce the flow of guests, even though he was striving for such attendance. Mr. Creston looked up in surprise. Such a thing made his mouth drop open. It was quite unclear what was happening now. The very rare animals, like chickens, were sitting in the trees. Elle, on the other hand, explained that it was a Palenza. Who else but them? And the man said he could see it without his words. But there was only the question of why. Immediately the Shaitan told of his plan. He was going to provide the butcher with a Palenza, and he would own the only shop that dealt in such elegant meats. But immediately the interlocutor had another question: how the fellow was going to catch this game. With such a matter even the best hunters in Greekwa could not cope. On which Allison asked Mr. Creston not to worry. But judging by the reaction, the man hadn't heard of Mince Squad tasting such meat in the restaurant. The archmage put forward a contract, but only for half. He would supply the meat for free, so from the butcher shop owner half the proceeds. Of course, such conditions did not suit Creston. It was too much. After all, Allison himself decided to catch them and bring them to him. Why then the whole half? But for the guy it was quite fair. He will not be able to supply meat in large quantities, so Raina's husband in any case will not earn him. And then he advised to use it as an opportunity to earn money by selling other meat, and added the advice to buy his wife a new dress. And these words particularly affected the butcher. So, without thinking for a long time, he agreed. While the archmage conjured, Creston shared that he had heard that they change habitat very often. Suddenly, the magic circle on the ground glowed with a bright blue light, creating a second flash that managed to draw attention to itself. A sphere-shaped dome appeared around a certain area above the forest, and Elle clarified whether such a thing would be sufficient. Creston, on the other hand, only gazed around with his mouth open, marveling at this dome above his head. He was well aware that it was very difficult for a novice in magic to create such a thing. Now he was left wondering and questioning who the guy in front of him really was. Then the archmage put a finger to his lips, showing that he didn't need to know everything. Mouthed that he was a regular retired chef, just like Creston himself, and then just hoped his magic would remain a secret. The next day Allison's plan was carried out flawlessly. The tables were without dishes, and no one was sitting in the chairs. Now everything was perfect, not a single guest, though such a state for a restaurant is very difficult to call ideal. But for some reason it pleased the guy very much. Rurin noticed this as well. She didn't share such joy at such an event in the life of their restaurant. And then it became clear that the laughter was more of a defensive reaction than sincerity. Because Elle was still hoping they'd have at least a couple of visitors left, that there was a silver lining. They now had enough time to build the den, and remembering that, the girl immediately lit up with joy, then asked when they finished building the den if Allison would be living there with Rurin. And immediately she got the answer that the guy intends to stay here. This, of course, did not please her in the slightest, but only infuriated her. If so, then she does not need any Lair. The way then it is better to start a war with dragons, and the Shaitan asked the dragon to calm down. Finding it still stirred and worried Rurin, namely, that they might become separated, but Elle asked not to worry and just follow him. They went outside, and down the hill on which their restaurant stood. This slope, right below the establishment, since the restaurant is on the outskirts, all the surrounding land belongs to Elle. And now he was going to tell how he was going to place a lair near his business. And Rurin seemed perfectly happy with this arrangement, except that they have to keep an eye on the inner barrier all the time, because they'd be digging or the ground would collapse. The dragon was energized with enthusiasm and decided to start digging, but Elle immediately turned around and headed straight for the restaurant, wishing the girl good luck. He can't leave the restaurant empty after all. Something like this just made Rurin freeze in place. She didn't expect to be abandoned at a moment like this. Allison was sprawled out on a table in his diner, basking in the sunlight, enjoying the free time he hadn't had in a very long time. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening was heard. causing the lad to get out of his sweet dreams of rest and glance toward the entrance. A blonde, short boy with blonde eyes walked in. He was wearing expensive clothes and was clearly nervous about something. In an uncertain voice he asked if he was in that famous restaurant, and all didn't know what famous restaurant the guest was talking about, and how popular his place was among the rumored people, but at any rate it was possible to eat here. And afterwards heard that a customer had heard that this restaurant served the meat of the legendary Palenza, and it wasn't particularly heartening, so El just offered his condolences and explained that they didn't make that dish anymore, so it was better to check out the Creston shop. Then the guy said that he could not take the advice of the owner of the restaurant, and afterwards agreed to eat something, because he was very hungry. To this Allison agreed, and since the guest was satisfied with another dish, let him sit down and wait. Using magic, the brunette thought about his new visitor. From the looks of it, he seemed to be from a well-to-do family. But regardless, the attitude had to be the same for everyone. The only dish a kid would like is hamburger, and he was good at them because it's often a dish made for Rurin. For the cutlet, El uses wok tenderloin, then shakes the minced meat, salts it a bit, and fries it in butter. Next, the guy was intent on laying the cutlet on vegetables and pouring a flavorful garlic sauce that would add its own charm to the food. And at the end, as a finishing touch, he adds a poached egg, even though Allison said he no longer trades in poached eggs, but eggs are a different matter. Everything was finally ready. It looked incredible. Not even a dragon could resist such a burger. It was a work of art in its own way. Bo, when he saw the dish served, was just in a state of happiness, but in his ignorance, mistook the hamburger for a sandwich, which slightly upset Ella, who in turn replied negatively that it was nothing of the sort. And in spite of this, the realization of not understanding what was in front of him, the blonde decided to try this food. After all, only the woe would want to open his mouth to take a bite as people rushed into the restaurant, a long-haired, gray-haired man addressing the only customer, calling him young master. The blonde man tensed up, a look of displeasure mixed with fear on his face. It appeared that they had been looking for him for a very long time, while he was sitting in the restaurant doing whatever he was doing. Bo began to justify himself, but the man who served him interrupted him, saying that it was better not to eat here, because you can get poisoned, and asked to follow him. Ella, this phrase about low-quality products in his institution very much pissed off, so the cook decided to intervene, even though he didn't want to, because it was too much. And the gray-haired man responded by asking if El was the owner of the place, and if so, he didn't seem to understand at all who the food was served for. That boy who lowered his head is the son of the Lord, Baron Darren Gri. Gritting his teeth, the archmage explained about his point of view, that he didn't care about ranks, and the guy was just serving his guest. And the man who had come for the child of an important person was angry at such an arrogant statement, and the little boy was trying to settle the conflict some. The blonde man laid out the coin then, saying he thought it wasn't enough, his guilt gnawing at him for making the man cook and not even trying it himself, and guiltily, with his head down, went with the men from his father to the exit completely frustrated. An uneasy feeling began to build up in Allison's mind, realizing that a very hurtful situation had now occurred. Suddenly Rurin came back after digging her shelter. The girl was all dirty. She was almost crying and screaming. She begged him now to go digging himself, because his hands were already hurting a lot. And then she got hysterical about not being able to do everything herself. And Allison said that was enough for today, and he'd dig up more tomorrow, but for now he ordered her to follow him. Rurin calmed down a bit and looked with a dirty yet tear-wet face at the guy, not understanding what was going on, and then added that she wanted to eat. The brunette, on the other hand, promised to cook her something when they got back, since he was hoping to get some money. Now the couple holding the restaurant are keeping course for the Lord's posh and large castle. Darren Gri sat beside his desk, slumped, in the middle of the large room, contemplating the whole situation. Suddenly a bright blue portal opened near him, and the boy marveled at what he saw, his heart falling at his heels. Allison and Rurin came out of the hole and said hello to Darren Gri, the brown-haired man holding a paper bag he had obviously brought for the boy. As the restaurant owner tried to pass the food that was in the bag to the young baron, the young baron was still in a stupor from shock, for magic had been used in front of him. Then he opened the bag containing the hamburger, saying he couldn't leave it all untouched, especially if money was paid for it. Darren was immediately excited and took the food, and then he heard that El had heated it up, so the nobleman could take a bite and enjoy the flavor in peace. The blonde man's saliva flowed from the smell and the fantasy of tasting this dish. Grick had many questions, but food was the first priority right now. But then there was a knock on the door and a voice that addressed the young gentleman. The one outside the door said he heard some sounds and asked if everything was alright. The boy was terrified. Elle hadn't expected such a turn, and only Raina had the same unperturbed face. And then the restaurant owner's face changed to one of irritation and frustration. He wanted to finally get away from the child, then let him eat in peace. Utterly confused, Grick asked Ella in a whisper what to do now, and his interlocutor advised him to say he had imagined it. The boy shouldn't be so soft. After all, he is the son of a local lord, so they just wouldn't dare go against his word. But the problem was that the servants never listened to him and constantly ignored him, right as they were now unapologetically breaking into the room. Rurin sighed heavily, realizing that the situation was sad. Immediately she shouted in a voice surprisingly not her own for the uninvited guests to leave, because there was nothing and no one giving permission to enter. Darren got goosebumps, because the girl was speaking in his voice. It was even frightening. There was silence outside the door. The blonde knew they wouldn't listen to his words, and it was only quiet now because he'd never spoken to anyone like that before. But suddenly the one who complained docilely obeyed the order, saying that if anything happened, let the seer call. Grick was surprised at this outcome, and Rurin simply commented that it was just really pathetic. And Allison saw this moment as the perfect time to teach the guy a little bit, making the bottom line that he needed to be a little more confident. And the Baron was so impressed by this that he immediately dropped to one knee and began to ask the owner of the restaurant to be his teacher. And Elle clearly didn't expect such a gesture, and you could see it on his face. Grick's mother died in childbirth, and his father soon remarried, so he spent most of his life with his stepmother. The woman constantly criticized and forbade everything to the boy, and once even picked on the fact that Darren breathed too loudly. The stepmother was too strict. She taught her adopted son to behave carefully. After all, the boy was the son of a lord, but there was good too, so the blonde continued to love her. However, everything changed when her father became bedridden due to illness. Then at holidays and dinners together, the woman simply kept silent and averted her gaze. But the servants continued to do her bidding, controlling Darren's every move, so that he was left completely alone. Allison remained silent, continuing to listen about how the boy had decided that he wasn't going to be treated any better even after he became a lord. Immediately, Grick's tone changed to one full of energy and enthusiasm, for today his opinion was different, and he was already asking his new teacher to tell him how he could become a good lord. Allison, on the other hand, was very surprised at this behavior, for it all seemed very strange. Then also tried to refuse, reminding him that he was just a regular chef at a restaurant. And Darren tried to change his mind, saying that this had never happened before. The servants wouldn't listen and would just barge into the room. Shaitan looked at the future lord and realized that he was very insecure. It felt like he was suppressing himself on purpose. The boy sighed heavily, his gut deciding he should help after all. Elle began by telling the blonde to look his interlocutor straight in the eye, and the boy was amazed that his requests would work so quickly. If Darren wants to become a good lord, he must realize that such a title comes with a great deal of responsibility, which is why it is important to learn to take it for his words. That doesn't mean ignoring everyone. You need to listen carefully and think before you speak. If Grick is happy with the decision, then that's great, and if not, you need to take responsibility. Allison thinks that's the kind of skill a good lord should have, and his apprentice was still processing the information he'd heard. And immediately the guests headed back into the portal, and the guy pulled the boat to eat before it got cold, then invited him to come back to the restaurant. The bright blue portal closed, trapping a hole between the two places, and Darren stood still as he did, and it seemed to him that it was all just an ordinary dream. Where else would he have seen such a thing? He was still thinking the same thing about being a good lord, but he had that very hamburger in his hand, and it got all of Grick's attention. The boy still decided to try such a long-awaited dish. He greedily took a bite, and it was incredibly delicious. He forgot about all the troubles and problems for a second, could only savor the taste. But at once he was struck with an electric shock. A wonderful thought came into his head. It was like an illumination at a difficult moment. He finally realized that a good lord was someone who would make sure that everyone could enjoy such deliciousness, now that he understood what the teacher wanted to convey to him, though maybe a little in his own way. Meanwhile, Allison and Rurin came out of the portal in a completely different place, and the guy asked if the dragon was taking that boy's word seriously. and the girl countered by not understanding why he was even bothering her partner so much. Then the owner of the restaurant slipped her the coin that Darren had left behind back at the establishment, saying it was his duty to work off the money. Rurin was a bit puzzled by such a payment. After all, it was a whole 100,000 runes, while an ordinary hamburger cost 200. How could that rising lord pay so much? And Allison assumed it was because he had provided proper service, and he didn't want to be a cheat, so he brought the food. In the forest on the outskirts of the town of Grick is quite a popular healing center. There is a huge queue of visitors with all sorts of questions and problems. The healer there is very experienced and even has healing magic, but it is not known for this. Right now there was a girl on the appointment who had a pretty serious burn on her arm. As it turned out, Raina was sitting in the visitor's chair, and she had been a little careless while cooking, but it was a blessing that she had gotten to the healer in time, for if wounds were not healed, a scar might be left behind. The main reason people flock here from the center of town is because the healer is owned by an elf, not a human. In her seat sat the elf healer Alena, blonde, with emerald eyes and long pointed ears. She was carefully using magic to heal Raina's wound. A few seconds later, Raina was already looking at her completely normal arm, no wound, and it was just incredible. She thanked Alena, saying that she was as usual the best. But suddenly, the pixie averted her eyes and sank down. The visitor decided to ask if everything was alright, because she looked kind of sad. And then the healer gave away the fact that she was now often considering going back to her home. And Raina was surprised and wondered why. Alena fell in love with helping people, and despite everyone's discontent, she left town. But things didn't turn out the way she had envisioned. The problem was that few people here were interested in treatment. Most just went to see the elf, especially the men. She was recently yelled at and even slapped by a woman who accused Alena of seducing her husband. Alphika clammed up because she didn't want to bring it up. The girl is well aware that not all people are the same, and she still likes to heal, but she feels like she can't do it anymore. Raina sat silent, creating an ominous silence. And then she dared to ask about whether Alena treated her with dislike as well, and the blonde immediately began to object, for her almost regular client had always treated the healer well, and always very kindly. And then Raina asked another question, which was whether the medicine woman would have stayed if she liked it here a little more. After all, she also does not like something in her husband. He snores, so also naive, but she likes it in him much more. The girl loves him for his independence, care and for his dedication. Likewise, Alena still enjoyed healing people, she said. The elfess couldn't disagree with that. Immediately, Raina jumped in, saying that a restaurant had opened up on the hill not too long ago, and advised the blonde to stop by there today. Alena did not expect such an outburst of emotions, but she did not show it, and her client said that she did not have enough fingers of both hands to describe why it was worth visiting it, but was in full confidence that her interlocutor would definitely like it. Elle was busy digging a tunnel to build a lair for the dragon there. Suddenly someone approached him, standing behind him. It was Mr. Creston. He couldn't figure out where the guy was going. He and some man were just heading to a restaurant. Allison said he was just about to go back there too, and there was just some renovations going on. And then turning his attention to the second person, he asked who the young man was. As it turned out, he was the nephew of Nellin the butcher, though not the biological one. While the new face awkwardly said hello, Creston narrated that his nephew had something he wanted to discuss, so he decided to do over a plate of losses, then checked to see if there was no one in the restaurant. Elle replied that no one but Rurin should be there, and then clarify Elle for what purpose his buddy was interested. The man said that Raina had recommended his establishment to a famous elf, and Creston thought she was already there. And since that was the case, the owner of the establishment suggested they go as quickly as possible. Walking through the fresh green grass, Allison thought about how elves weren't something he saw very often. Personally, he hardly ever saw them, all because they don't usually come out of the flattering shack. This girl must be very popular, thought the guy with the shovel. And Creston told me that he had heard about all the boys running to her, looking in the windows and pointing fingers, and now it was clear why these unusual creatures avoid people. But it was clear that not all elves were like that. As he entered the building, he wanted to say something more about his experience with this race, but his sentence was suddenly interrupted. An elven woman knelt before him with her head down, and Rurin towered over her with a baleful gaze, dragon magic hovering around her. Alena was shaking all over, and through a lump in her throat said that the brunette in front of her was the greatest being, and then apologized for her rudeness. Rurin, with a completely cold voice that had a sense of danger in it, and once again questioned if the elf would admit she had been wrong and rude, and then made her own terms, promising to forgive the creature if she became a servant of the dragon. Seeing this picture, Allison just opened his mouth in shock. He couldn't imagine that his business partner could do such a thing. The lad's hand clenched into a fist and ignited a hot flame of magic, and Rurin only now noticed him in the entrance. Unsuspecting, said hello and informed him that she had just found herself an elf servant. There was shouting and swearing throughout the establishment over the dragon's behavior with their customer, and Creston and Nellen, hearing this, decided to stand and wait outside. A few minutes before it was different. Rurin was lying on a table, short on time doing nothing, when suddenly the door opened and someone walked into the establishment. The hooded girl asked if anyone was here and clarified if this was Mr. Allison's restaurant. The dragon looked at the guest who had removed her hood and confirmed the information she had been asked, except now the host wasn't here. And then Rurin noticed the pointed ears of her visitor and realized that the creature in front of her was an elf, and it made Alena little uncomfortable. That the brunette, without any malicious meaning, remarked that the elves were indeed very beautiful, and the medicine woman complimented the girl in return, emphasizing that her interlocutor looked much younger than her. But Rurin obviously took those words in her own way. She assumed that the elf was trying to say that she was a wee one. Rurin is indeed young among dragons, but will be clearly older than Alena, and hearing this the elf was surprised. Is the girl in front of her really a dragon? Immediately the girl used her power, spreading dark energy around. She resented the medic daring to open her mouth in her direction. This pressure had an immediate effect on Helena, making her body go numb with terror. The blonde fell to her knees, being completely paralyzed from either magic or fear, and begged the dragon's forgiveness in front of her. Just then Allison came inside, with a shuttle on his shoulder, musing about the elf race and their pride. After everything that was going on and Rurin's punishment for what he deserved, Elle went to the people who were standing at the door outside. The guy apologized for the commotion, but everything was already fine so they could go in. There were tears in Rurin's eyes and a fresh bump on her head that hurt quite badly. While the brunette was grabbing her head, Alena still couldn't get away from what was in front of her, or rather who. Cold sweat was running down her body. She still felt like she was imagining it. It was really the dragon in front of her. This rule is known from small to great. For no reason you cannot anger the dragon. They are a walking disaster that will sizzle the whole village. They are at the head of all living creatures. As a child, the medicine girl heard so much about them, many different legends. However, this guy L is acting like a child with the dragon. He's yelling at Rurin right now, saying he trusted her with the restaurant while she was bullying the customers, so in honor of her punishment she should go digging. While Alena couldn't figure out who this fearless man was, he approached her, addressing her as if she was respectable. Elle apologized for what had happened earlier, bowing, for he did not know that his ward would behave like this in his absence, while the elf with a trembling voice tried to deduce whether the guy in front of her was human. Allison was surprised at such a question, and for a second he couldn't even hide it. After bowing even lower, saying that he was indeed human even though it was obvious, Rurin didn't even try to hide her dragon aura. While the punished brunette was on her way to work off her punishment, the owner of the restaurant switched to whispering while talking to the customer. As Alena could already notice, this girl was a dragon. It might seem strange that he lived together with this creature, but it was a long story, so the guy asked her to keep this secret, and the medicine woman was not going to meddle in the affairs of dragons. She still wanted to live. From such words Elle began to justify Rurin. Alena had taken it wrong. The brunette would never kill her, though she had made a terrible first impression. Only now the guy recognized the elf as Raina's healer, and the girl didn't hide it, because she loved her job. And then Allison imagined his high-profile guest leaving a not-so-great review saying she'd visited an establishment that a friend had recommended to her and she'd been made a servant there. Realizing that things were indeed bad, he listened even more attentively to hear that Alena had heard that the vegetable ones here were also very tasty. And Allison interrupted her, promising whatever she ordered. And since the girl was putting such an emphasis on vegetable dishes, she most likely couldn't stand meat, and that was indeed the case. The elf had no personal reasons, but her body just didn't digest meat for some reason. The chef has already started to make a plan for the next dish. Any dish that does not contain meat will do for this guest. Allison was leaving Elena's table with words that he would figure something out and serve it right away, and meanwhile, at the next table, Mr. Creston and his nephew wanted another addition of meat. There are many non-meat dishes, and according to the owner of the restaurant, his unusual customer is just perfect for tomato paste. First, Allison moves the chopped onions, garlic, and mushrooms into a pan heated with olive oil and gives them time to cook, allowing them to form an incredible savory flavor. The guy then needs to strain the tomato juice through a sieve and add it to the pan. Then added salt, sugar and spices of choice. Turned down the heat while keeping an eye on the sauce to make sure it doesn't stick. The final strait was that, while the sauce was cooking, you can do the pasta. It should be cooked for 8 minutes, leaving a little liquid at the bottom. And already finishing the cook mixing the paste and sauce, it looked mega attractive. Finally, the tomato paste is ready. Allison served the dish to Alena, noticing how surprised she was by this beauty and the most wonderful smell, clearly not expecting such a thing. The restaurant owner advised the use of a fork and assured the girl, telling her not to worry, because he didn't use meat. The food looked very appetizing, so without much delay the elf tried some. She loved it and so immediately she accelerated in her consumption, devouring forkful after forkful of pasta. In the meantime, the meat of the loss had also been prepared, which Elle served at the table of Mr. Creston, who was evidently already waiting. It seemed that the man had almost fallen asleep in the meantime. Nellen, who had been offered a taste of the food by his uncle with the promise that he would not regret it, looked sad, and the reason was not at all clear. And then Allison remembered Helena, whom he had recently served. Turning to face her table, was simply amazed at what he saw, eyes showing genuine shock. Saying what deliciousness she had on her plate, the medicine girl shoveled in pasta, not seeing the boundaries, before the girl ate only fresh vegetables, and did not even suspect that there was such delicious food. After a very short period of time, the contents of the plate were gone. Only the tomato sauce remained, so I had to put my fork away, and immediately leaned back and squealed. At this was just awesome, man, she hadn't felt something like this in a long time. Just then Allison appeared beside her and immediately came at the sound, which made it eerily awkward. The creator of the dish remarked that Alena tasted his creation, and the girl immediately flushed with embarrassment and asked for forgiveness, justifying that it was just a special flavor. But Elle didn't see anything wrong with that. The main thing was that the visitor liked it, slipping a napkin through. Assuming the elf didn't frequent restaurants, Alena was getting even more red. What the guy said was true, and all because she attracts too much attention so would rather eat vegetables from the market. After nervously hand reached for the napkin provided by the man serving her, she started wiping her mouth with it, saying that sometimes she thought about going to a restaurant, but there weren't many places in their region that served meatless food, and if there were, the dishes tasted no better than vegetables, so she concluded she didn't need it. And Elle understood this perfectly well, for it is true that spices are hardly ever used here, because there are very few of them. But then Alena jumped up, cringing that Ella's food had made her change her mind. The pasta was delicious, and Ms. Raina should be thanked for her advice in choosing a restaurant. The guy, relieved that his establishment's reputation had been saved, bowed, accepting the praise from his guest. Suddenly, there was a loud shout at a neighboring table, so the pleasant moment didn't last very long. Mr. Creston asked to repeat what his adopted nephew, who was sitting across from him, had said, and Nellen became nervous, and in a trembling voice told me that he had recently learned that his mother was not his own. At the same time, it was late evening and people were working tirelessly in the mine. The mother looked for Nellen with a basket in her hands, not realizing where her son had gone. Immediately I approached one near the entrance, asking where the guy was now, and the guy replied that he didn't know that, and the night shift guys had already left for the mine, so he was probably there, since there was nowhere around here. The woman looked deep into the hole in the mountain, which was faintly lit by wall lanterns. The worker's mom was really hoping her son had a good meal before his shift, peeking into the basket. Then she asked if she could give him something, and after receiving an approving answer, she headed inside the mine, walking confidently as if she had always wandered there. But Creston found it hard to believe such a thing, so he asked who had put such a thing into his nephew's head. But Nellen pounded his hands on the table, arguing that it didn't matter at all right now. All he cared about was that the guy had been fooled for about 20 years, and today he couldn't concentrate on work, so he left early, and now he's a minor, can't go home. Alena and Allison sat at the table and eavesdropped. even though they knew perfectly well that they couldn't do that and it was very ugly. And Creston tried to let his nephew know what Mrs. May had gone through to raise him. After his father's death, she had worked days and nights to feed Nellen. And then he asked if the boy thought she had done a great deal for him, even though he was not her own. Though Nellen realized it himself, but kept guiltily silent. And then, barely opening his mouth, trembling with the horror of the memory, said that he knew it was all his fault. But that morning Creston's nephew was very angry, and when Mrs. May, with warmth of heart and care, reminded her son not to forget his dinner, he was quite out of spirits. So very cruelly replied to her, calling her just a woman, as if she were a complete stranger, that he wouldn't need a snack. When the butcher heard this, he grabbed Nellen's clothes aggressively and sharply, trying to tell the insolent man that such a thing should not be said, and that the boy had acted like a complete fool. Helena covered her mouth with her hands in consternation, and Elle jumped up from his seat, telling her that this wasn't going to work and that it had to stop immediately. But he was overtaken by Raina, who burst into the restaurant screaming, turning to Nellen, horror and shock frozen on her face. Interrupting the fight that had almost started, she ordered the boy in her husband's arms to rush to the mine immediately, and Creston wasn't ready to see the woman here. And then Raina said why Nellen should run there as fast as possible. The mine collapsed right on top of his mother and she was stuck there. Time froze for the guy. Everything around him started to sound like underwater. It was impossible to believe it, but the fear made his limbs go absorbent cotton. Yes, and Creston couldn't quite believe it either. He asked what exactly had happened to the lady, but Raina herself didn't know, but it seemed she had gone inside to look for Nellen and then this was what happened. The victim's dazed son could not utter a word, only gulped air with his mouth. Immediately he snapped out of his seat and rushed to the door. There was no stopping him. His main concern now was to find out the condition of the woman who had raised him. The others realized that they meant they had to hurry too. Suddenly Alena came up asking if she could join too. Since she was an experienced healer, and there might be people out there who might need help, the girl could be very useful. Certainly to Allison as well. Raina wanted to talk the elf out of it, but then she remembered that Alena had said she didn't think all humans were weird and abnormal, and she still liked to heal people, and realized that the medicine woman is just doing what she has a heart for, and suddenly after that she will stay to further help the residents. Raina led everyone to the mine, and there were already some people being carried out, while others were shouting about catching the madman who was just rushing into the collapsed mine like that. This someone was Nellen, and he was not just rushing out for no reason, even though he was told that it was dangerous, because suddenly the mine would collapse again. That's when Allison intervened, trying to calm the miners down, explaining that they were saving the mother of a guy breaking through into the very danger. And when they were also forbidden to enter, the guy explained that the girl next to him was a healer, and there were definitely trapped people in the mine who needed help. And the ultimate argument was that every minute counted now, and that finally convinced the mine guardian. Alena and Allison were already making their way into the depths. The woman was grateful for the guy's help, but reminded him that following her was completely unnecessary, as it was too dangerous. The pair were walking through the lower floors of the mine. Suddenly rocks from the ceiling came crashing down, aiming to smash the heads of those below. That the salvation of ordinary people was saved by Ella's magic, which he applied in time, making the cobblestones hover in the air and not injure either himself or his partner. And immediately said that, as the woman sees, Elle is well versed in magic, so he will be a good assistant for the elf. And the same was just in shock that in front of her a mage. And the guy, ignoring the surprise, added that he had been goat in his youth, but was long since retired. And hearing that the guy was more interested in why Alena was here gave me goosebumps. Allison had heard that his partner had her own healing center. One of his battle companions was also an elf, so it could be inferred that the girl owned a healing center not only because of race. People can be rude to the blonde girl for sure, and yet she still went into the mine to save a man. So the question is raised as to what the reason is. The girl was very nervous for some reason, thinking of what to say for herself and ready to do it already. But Allison spared her the answer, noting that their affairs were getting worse. He looked ahead and the reason was understandably there. The path diverged into two. It was impossible to separate in any case. Then Alena would be left without a protector, who could back up with magic at the right moment, and thus people would be left untreated. There's not enough time for a couple to go around to ways, so Elle started whispering something under his breath. A golden aura appeared around him, and bright yellow spheres of light rose into the air. These were actually spirits, The owner of the famous new restaurant let two spirits into each tunnel, and the healer behind him marveled once again at the mage's abilities, especially the fact that he could also channel spirits, and the man said they would notify them if there were any survivors. And now they noticed the sphere began to glow very brightly, so they should follow that way. The spirit flew up to one wounded man, and the man looked at the creature of magic with astonishment, not realizing what it was, for he had never seen anything like it before. So he assumed it was just a pre-mortem hallucination and the spirit was looping over his head, giving him a beacon. Helena and Allison came running to the sign. They were rushing over. They were now asking worriedly if everything was alright. The injured man immediately realized that they had come to help him, and he didn't hesitate to tell them what the problem was. His leg was injured. The elf put her hands to the miner's limb, giving off a green light. For goodness sake, the wound wasn't deep and not that serious, so after a little treatment the man will already be able to walk. The slave watched as the girl diligently healed his injury. Naturally, he was insanely grateful to her, and he was also insanely happy about the luck that had thrown him his saviors. Another spirit flew up to Elle and found someone else. So you have to move on to save as many injured people as possible. Though they changed places, Alena stayed focused on her work and duty, and the patients in her arms writhing in the pain of healing bones and wounds. Elle in turn protected them from the collapsing rocks in the mine, supporting them with his magic, letting his partner go about her task in peace. The people at the mine entrance were shocked to see that from the hole on the blue polygons were flying out one by one. These were the forces of the archmage who went there with the healer. Even though it seemed to be the last one, Allison asked if Helena had any more strength, but she was already exhausted and very tired, but she didn't admit it and tried to pretend that she would be able to continue helping the victims to the fullest extent. And the man was beginning to get nervous about where Nellen's mother was, for they had already gone around quite a bit in the mines, but she had not been found. The woman was lying on the floor and cradling the basket. Her eyes were either gouged out or just bleeding, but the fact was, she was unresponsive to sounds. Allison, as if not understanding the seriousness of what had happened, asked about Mrs. May's condition, and Alena did not keep the truth. Things were very bad, so they would have to use a stronger spell, but she could not promise anything for sure. Folding her arms, the woman began to apply her last strength, releasing green energy upwards, covering her body with sweat from persistence, muttering something under her breath. Immediately, everything around it flashed with a bright green light, causing the healer's hair to flow backwards very quickly. After a while, everyone was in the temporary shelter and the rescued and the heroes that went along with it, each discussing their own, as is generally always the case in the company of men. Some were just being carried to their beds, all wondering if absolutely everyone had been saved or if there were still those they would never hear or see alive again. Raina stood crying, not knowing what they should do now, and Mr. Creston tried to calm his wife, reminding her that Alena had said that the spell had worked, so there was no need to worry so much. On the recliner was Mrs. May. Her eyes were bandaged and she herself unconscious, but each of the family and their friends hoped she would come to her senses, saying she just had to do it. Nellen stood over his mother's body, his face showing all the nothingness of his mind, all the complexity of the situation and the fact that he had no idea what to do. And suddenly, the woman who had cared for him so much would not wake up. He would not be able to live with it in peace. Allison also tried to reassure everyone present, stating that Miss Alena had administered first aid using a strong spell, so the condition was stable, the medicine woman herself standing behind shivering from the loss of strength. By the expression of her face and its color, one could understand that the girl had invested in this whole matter to the maximum, but she still had enough strength to explain that the rescued woman had hit her head hard, but the treatment had been successful, and the wound near the eyes was actually. Nellen crouched by the basket with which his mother had searched for him down the mine, and got caught in the cave-in. Opening it, he saw the food inside, a couple of small loaves of bread and something that looked like potatoes, but it was all strewn with rocks from the mine. A recent memory came to mind of Mrs. May asking her son not to forget his lunch, and him answering her too rudely, reminding her that she was. The hands holding the basket trembled. He felt unbearably disgusted with himself. If he could turn back time now, he would never have said such a thing. But suddenly the woman's hand slowly raised. No one expected such a micro-movement, so no one noticed such a thing. It was only as her voice cut through the curds and into the ears of those present that realization came, especially to Nellen. His heart sinking, his eyes widening involuntarily. Raina was overjoyed at this turn of events, which was naturally pleasant, and Allison breathed a sigh of relief now that their work with Alena was done to the fullest. Nellin was already covered in tears and snot, as if he had finally fallen into a peaceful sleep after a terrible nightmare. Calling Mrs. May mom, ran up to her, reassuring her that her son was close by and the woman was only worried about whether her child had hurt herself. Immediately the boy began to repent, because he was very frightened. In his mind was the thought of what if those words in the morning would be his last phrases to his mother. By now Mrs. May was crying too, tears flowing from under the blindfold, her heart bursting with happiness at her son calling her mama again. And then she asked forgiveness for making her worrying, and her soul was at peace that Nellin was not in the mine. Alena watched all of this and breathed very heavily, as if she was running a fever. It was at that moment that she decided to answer the question Allison had asked her in the mine. In a quiet voice, she said the guy was right, which surprised him. He wasn't expecting any kind of conversation at this point. Alena really wanted to close the asylum and go home. The girl couldn't stand the horrible attitude anymore. But then Ms. Raina came in and made her look at it all a little differently. Especially with your phrase that you should try to find more good things. And it seems to her that she has most likely succeeded, looking at the workers who were alive and with their wounds healed. And now they can talk comfortably without suffering pain. Humans lived much smaller lives than elves, but they had much more emotion in them. It was because of this that these creatures suffered so often. It seemed funny to the blonde, but it was one of the reasons she decided to start helping them. And Alena can't just leave something she appreciates so much. She likes human sincerity. And now the elf also knows how delicious the cooking is in this world. And at the word that she had realized a great deal today, her strength left her completely. Her eyes began to close and her limbs became cotton-like. The elf almost fainted, but Allison managed to hold the girl's hand to keep her from hitting the ground, the guy's strong arm forcing the medicine woman to come to her senses and wake up. Immediately Alena flushed and asked for forgiveness from the restaurant owner who had changed her attitude to food in this world. The archmage himself, noticing that her partner had overworked herself, and asked her to wait a moment. The hand that held the blonde by the waist glowed with the spell, giving strength to the tired girl. Alena felt much better. It was as if her strength had returned to her body and she could continue to function without rest. She was surprised by such magic with the transfer of mana from Ella's body. The guy revealed the secret that it was taught to him by an elf. His name was Bedin. The medic immediately reacted to the name. She knew of Bedin. He was a hero of the elves. Did her interlocutor know such important and great men? The pair then headed off into the distance, talking about all sorts of things, the condition of the elfess, how Allison used to be a famous mage. Meanwhile, on the hill where the main character's restaurant is located, or rather under it, Rurin was working up a sweat, resenting Allison, complaining that he was always leaving her alone. The guy made her go digging just because she couldn't use magic in public, and that seemed incredibly unfair. And after all, the dragon had just wanted to find them another servant, and suddenly her indignation was interrupted by a torrent of water that began to hit her in the face. The girl was already completely wet and moved back a little so she wouldn't continue to be victimized by the key of water that was spurting out of the ground, and she wasn't sure what it was or where it came from. When Allison returned, Rurin told him everything, and the guy was pissed off that the dragon, after the sudden water and underground, didn't try to leave things as they were before he got there, but decided to dig further. But the brunette, being all wet and dirty, saw nothing wrong with the act and was even proud of it. And Allison, after her confident answer about it, tried to reassure herself not to do anything to the custodial girl, justifying that she hadn't done it on purpose. There was a huge amount of puddles on the floor of the already almost fully excavated cave. Rurin was telling how it was that she had dug and dug and dug, but hadn't found anything good. The guy, on the other hand, assumed that there was simply an underground spring somewhere around here, though the dragon in human form had dug up a lot, but they wouldn't see anything even with the use of magic. A blue magical field appeared around the guy, but he wasn't distracted by it, continuing to talk to Rurin, recalling what he had said earlier about the importance of creating a barrier upstairs. Obedient beams of energy erupted from his body and flew forward. Soon, he created a magic circle with his magic. His eyes became colorless, pupil-less. Allison put out his best. Rurin, standing back, asked him to be careful with his strength, or else there was a risk of overdoing it and flying away. throwing himself off by the hill. A powerful ball of light began to gather in the archmage's hands. Its 8th grade magic. A strong current of air rose up around it, portending danger to those around him. Speaking the Inferno spell, Ito let the orb go forward, creating a huge explosion that blew up the walls of the cave, creating a cave-in. Drops and streams of crystal clear water began pouring from every crevice, especially the ceiling, which had been displaced by the explosion. Rurin stood in the middle of the blue magic circle that protected them. Her face didn't change. The girl was already used to living with the archmage. All the lancers sprinkled down from the ceiling, but they failed to crush those in the excavated cave, thanks to Ella's protective dome covering the 2 humans. Guy looked at his creation and thought it was just great. Rurin was also happy that what he had planned had worked out. In front of them was a huge dome-shaped shield. It should have been enough for out idea. Compared to this barrier, the girl and Guy looked absolutely tiny. But suddenly a jet of water burst from a hole in the floor and began to shoot upwards. Not everything magic could protect against. This stream wasn't very large, but it appeared quite suddenly, making Rurin and Allison marvel at such a surprise. Shaitan looked at the water, analyzing and concluding that magic had opened up the underground waters, and it was definitely a hot spring. But Rurin didn't realize it. She was happy to see the water, ran to the stream, asking the guy to repeat the trick, and the girl would just wash herself. The restaurant owner tried to stop the dragon, warning that the water was too hot, but the brunette didn't have time to hear it before she got too close to the spring. Immediately, the hot temperature made itself felt. Rurin's body turned red, and at first her face lit up with a silly smile of realization of what was happening, and then it already showed that she felt pain. My body began to burn, a searing pain that made me want to run away from the water as fast as possible. A kettle was warming on the floor, and a girl sat next to it with her things, wrapped in a towel and drying herself off from the drops of water that ran down her body. Allison was lecturing her about not doing that. It was dangerous, and the girl was really annoyed because she didn't know the water was going to be so hot, so now her cheeks were puffed up with resentment. The guy continued to conjure, pondering the fact that he should have warned the girl earlier about the source with the elevated temperature. Watching Elle contain the water in the barrier, Rurin asked what they would do with it next, and was told of the archmage's intentions to create a safe place to collect and store clean water. All you have to do is just push the barrier down a little bit and it's all solved. The dirt will break up on its own and they'll have clean water. And after that you can get rid of the top of the dome, and everything will be ready. Allison's voice was confident and full of understanding that they would succeed, but there was a mysterious pause. And she wasn't from nothing. The archmage immediately tossed her friend into the air, pointing towards the water, making her very worried and screaming. The girl plunged into the water and went to the bottom, waiting for the worst consequence. Immediately she started screaming that the water was very hot and she was about to bowl in this boiling water. And then as I got used to the temperature I realized that the water wasn't hot at all but just warm. It was all because Allison, who was now racing to join in, had cooled the liquid down a bit. To begin with, the guy put his foot down there. Though small but noticeable temperature difference sent a light goosebumps fleetingly running through his body. And when his body got used to it, he lowered himself completely, relaxing every muscle in his body. And Rurin visibly shifted his fingers, nervous. After a couple minutes she decided to ask a question, which is about the guy disappearing somewhere, so she was wondering where he was. Allison didn't hold back the fact that when the collapse, the throne went to help, to save people, and the dragon really didn't like it. She immediately bowled up and got angry, realizing that he was there with that elf girl. The boy was getting a little uncomfortable with where the topic of conversation was going. Of course they needed a healer then, and Rurin had to know that Ito wasn't very good at healing magic, but that wasn't an argument for the brunette. Now she could see why the mage had come back so pleased. And when asked what was actually wrong, the girl generally raised a scream, saying that she had been laboring in the sweat of her brow, digging the ground, while her guardian was having fun with that disgusting creature, and added that she hated everyone but Allison. The guy looked at it like a little kid's prank, and not the first one. Given his calm reaction, the kettle was just about to boil, and the boy took it off the fire. Trying not to burn himself, he poured boiling water into an iron mug, looking at the water level in the tankard. After taking a brown powder that looked like coffee, which he stole from our world, I added a couple spoonfuls to the mug and stirred, mixing up a tasty drink. Allison handed the pouting Rurin a tankard, hoping she would calm down a bit, offered her a drink. When the girl turned around and picked up the drink and asked what it was, the guy said it was cocoa, which he had brought with him in small quantities. Rurin took a small drink, trying to savor the full flavor of the drink. Immediately her look changed. It was delicious. The dragon had never tasted anything like it before. Noticing her reaction, Allison asked if the girl tasted good. Even though he knew the answer himself, she said it was very sweet and it tasted good to her. The guy began to explain that cocoa is made from cocoa beans. The powder itself looks unsightly, but it takes a long time to grow the beans and then dry them, followed by roasting, processing and more. Even the cocoa powder that Allison brought with him was being fought over by a lot of people. Sitting in the warm water under the dome, the guy thought about the fact that his strength would be enough to blow up the mine, but he could not save a single person. And without Mr. Creston, he would not be able to get the ingredients for the restaurant. L can create a huge space here, but the cons. This equips that all races are different, so don't underestimate those around you. Took another sip of cocoa and continued, trying to explain to Rurin that she shouldn't be so adamant. He said that even dragons wouldn't survive in a world without other races. And as hard as it was for the girl to accept a kind of defeat, she agreed with her friend's words, but immediately made it clear by raising her voice that she would still treat the guy differently because he is special. War and battle have always been brutal. They make people, or even other creatures, kill each other for their own interests. Here in this story, humanity had to face such a horrible phenomenon more than once. It was necessary to hold on, not to give up positions and take the upper hand over the enemy. The struggle always needs heroes, and only on a man. His strength and intelligence depends on whether he becomes a hero, and not always on hand can be the condition in which the battle takes place. This battle took place on a cliff, and it was very important to force, but not to approach it, so as not to fall and die still and not on the battlefield. The young lad, brown-eyed, brown-haired, that was Miltine, fought with all his might, but the commander noticed one misstep. He called out to the young man, admonishing him for being too far away. The young fighter was already in shock, making him even more unfocused, but trying to hold his ground. Suddenly, Matt was attacked by an opponent, with a shout saying that this dead man was finished. But that was not the case at all. The blonde-haired warrior deftly dodged the axe that was about to pierce him, and afterwards disarmed the enemy with a powerful blow, causing his weapon to fly very far away and giving the attacker a shock. And then it was a matter of little else. The man stabbed his opponent through. He was in no mood for favors for the man who had just tried to destroy him, and the look conveyed that as best he could. A little more and the fighter would have pushed his opponent off the cliff, but his opponent was not going to die and go to hell alone, and he announced it without concealment. And when the Creed grabbed the blonde's shoulder, squeezing it tightly, he realized what was about to happen and was completely confused by it. With one push of their feet off the ground, the two bodies were above the abyss, where somewhere below were trees that seemed impossibly small from such a height. Miltine also noticed this and he was genuinely shocked. He withdrew into a scream. This couldn't be happening. He wished it hadn't, but it was too late. Just that sound alone went mooning over the abyss. Now there was no way to turn back time and avoid it. At a given point in that same time, Allison was banging a hammer loudly on the nails, hammering them into the wooden sticks, connecting them together. It was necessary to put a sign on the door that the restaurant will be closed for the day, so you cannot hope to taste delicious food here. And Rurin didn't understand why the guy closed the restaurant without warning anyone. Allison replied that they were almost out of milk, which they also used for cocoa, although the guy usually adds it to sauces and uses it for marinades. But now something had to be worked out about the shortage of that product. So, to make sure there is always milk, the owner of the restaurant has built a farm not too far from the restaurant, but it's only in development right now. Rurin looked at it very skeptically, since there was no one in sight, but the guy didn't lose his enthusiasm, because you always have to start somewhere. Now they need Barinarix, and they live in the lower Variant rivers, so now we need to think about how to bring them in or move them to the farm. Allison ordered Rurin to teleport to the lower Variant river, though the girl tried to change the guy's mind, saying you can't teleport to unfamiliar places. The cook was trying to do it the way of indicating direction and distance, so one had to proceed by feel, though the girl kept standing her ground that this was not how that skill worked at all. The bright sun illuminated the waters near the shores of the land full of greenery through which the animals moved. Huge Barinarix drank water by the pond, their horns staring forward, overlapping their faces, and their eyes looked angry and seemed to be pupil-less. Allison was immensely pleased, for they had gotten exactly where they needed to go, and there was a great deal of wildlife below. But Rurin didn't seem so happy. Rather, there was a note of irony in her eyes at the situation itself. She added that it was actually pretty funny, except for the fact that they were both floating in the air right now, and the ground here was probably pretty low, so they were flying downwards rapidly. When it wasn't too long before the crash, Rurin demanded Ella do something to avoid it, and the guy only laughed at her, saying that she had wings, and the girl was also a dragon, and yet she was afraid of the sky. In flight, the brunette grabbed onto the mage who was just trying to save their lives and screamed that she'd rather die than do something like that, and Allison didn't understand why his partner kept saying that and didn't want to be a dragon. The girl replied with a serious look that the guy didn't need to know all the details of her choice. The archmage holding the restaurant created a magic circle that resisted the air and did its best to suspend the guy and the girl hanging on his back. Finally they landed, kicking up dust in the air for a couple seconds from their foot touching the ground. Rurin had quite offhandedly pointed out that the river was very wide here, and for the first time Allison had been silent, digesting what was now coming out of her mouth. He then remarked that it wasn't really a river, but a sea, to which the dragon made a silly joke about it possibly being an ocean. So the guy felt very awkward, especially when the girl herself laughed at his own joke, even though he knew perfectly well that she had always been like that, so he shouldn't have reacted like that. But Allison seemed to understand what she was getting at, so he promised to frolic in the water if they caught the ballerina quickly, and Rurin was very pleased with that answer. The dragon immediately recognized the number they needed to catch. As it turned out, they needed about a dozen. The girl set a condition, challenged, saying that the one who copes last then will wash the dishes, and the guy accepted this challenge. Only his, from this point on the rival, must not regret his words. That the restaurant was closed now anyway, so there wouldn't be a lot of dirty dishes, so there wasn't much to wash. Meanwhile, their establishment stood at sunset, waiting for their owners to return. And he wasn't the only one standing there waiting. At the same time, Creston was sitting there, who seemed about to starve to death, so much so that he wanted the restaurant to function again. Grick was also sitting there, and by his own feeling, he was about to shrivel up with exhaustion from his thirst for something other than that incredibly juicy burger. Nearby, however, was Alena, who, like an addict, was going through withdrawal from the desire to once again try that paste the girl had been crazy about last time. They were sitting at the door of the restaurant. Mr. Creston had already waited since lunch, but the establishment was still closed. The young baron in his turn had purposely escaped from the castle, and to his misfortune, no one could even think that the restaurant would be closed today. The elf, on the other hand, had skipped her breakfast for pasta, but was now worried about how the young lord knew about this place. As it turned out, the owner of this heavenly eating place was his mentor, and he had had such a delicious meal last time that he was ruffled to come back. But there was but where the boss had gone was not clear, and while they were thinking about it and building a theory, a portal opened up to the farm. Allison and Rurin came out of it, completely wet. Their mouths still tasted of salt from swimming in the sea, but it was awesome. Followed by their prey, or rather their new farm, the cattle that guaranteed them the use of an important product. The boy had no idea that these animals could be so docile, and the girl claimed it was all thanks to the dragon's magic. Elle thanked Rurin for the companionship, and for the moment he thought the fence he had built would be sufficient, and a little later, when he had time and resources, a stable would need to be built. They were walking back towards the restaurant thinking it would be open by now. Of course, they didn't expect anyone to be waiting there. And then I noticed 3 people who were suffering from hunger that had been clinging to them all day. They were already tired of waiting, sitting and lying at the entrance. Suddenly Creston saw that the owner of their favorite restaurant had returned, finally being able to fill his stomach nicely. Just then Rurin peeked out from around the corner as well. Now Allison wondered how long the visitors had been waiting here for their return. That they had no desire to discuss it, they only wanted to be fed. And the cook did. The butcher was already swallowing another piece of meat, chewing very quickly to swallow as much as possible. The whole trio was happy. The young gentleman was savoring the burger and the medicine woman was sucking down tomato paste. Her portion in her plate was even bigger this time, and Aliso asked them what these guests would do if he didn't come back. Would they just sit there? With a sort of sneer, Creston replied that it was likely that 3 graves would have to be dug a yard away from starvation coming to them. The cook, however, did not understand such a morass at all. Rurin, on the other hand, was washing dishes, which meant she was the last one. She was unlucky with the assumption that no one would be there. Hence no dirty work. Then Ella was asked what he did all the time he was missing. And the guy replied that he just fished for berberries, and that's what he built a ranch nearby for, because he planned to serve his milk. Then the butcher put a logical question to him, namely, how the guy was going to keep an eye on them, since the cook had previously said he had enough staff without it. And the guy has already thought it over and decided to hire some more people. The farm needs to be looked after all the time. You can't hire people you don't understand, so you have to interview them. Hearing this, Creston was a little surprised, then decided he could help. He assured that Allison had nothing to worry about so much. He'd heard that elves could trace intentions, and it was important for the owner of the restaurant and now his own farm to recruit the right people. The other diners were in complete agreement with this thought, chewing their dishes thoroughly. The butcher has met a lot of different people in his time, and then added that he made Allison work on his day off, so he just has to pay for this dinner. And the cook didn't understand what the man was talking about. Creston promised they'd take care of the interview, and Alena and Gri were surprised that they'd been put on the case as well, the butcher promising to find the best workers. As of the next day, a notice was already hanging in the restaurant that the farm at the establishment needed workers. The recruitment interview for the ranch began, and the line was not a small one, with everyone coming to help the place. Rurin questioned such an attempt at recruitment. Adele trusted his new friends, so he just watched from the sidelines, especially since this mucky job was being done for him. The first candidate's invitation was announced, with all three of this restaurant's top food fans sitting as judges. As soon as one in line went inside, the next one was immediately invited in, without letting that one say a word other than a greeting. The candidate did not understand this policy, and Creston's explanation was that he was too young and yet not at all energetic, which made it not clear what he was going to do on a ranch that needed a lot of hard work. A good-looking brunette entered, and from the very doorstep he announced very briskly that he had applied for the position of farm manager. The young man was fully confident that he would do an excellent job with any assignment. Butcher thought this shot was pretty go and could basically get the job done, but Alena saw a little more, and it was she who could discern the true intentions of this daredevil. He had come here because of the elf. She seemed very beautiful to him, and working at the ranch could help him bond with the medicine woman. So she immediately shouted a little nervously, closing her eyes, that she should look at the next candidate. Creston, however, explained that this guy was full of lustful thoughts, and his fellow recruiter immediately agreed to consider another person. And the candidate tried to justify himself by saying he just thought the girl was very attractive, but they didn't believe his words. A man with a cradle in his teeth entered the building, immediately laying out his trump card, namely, that he had 30 years of experience under his belt. He said with confidence that he would make this ranch the best in all of Greekwa, but he was not yet aware of the cruel selection process. Darren decided to take this challenger on, interlocking his fingers and asking what the boy thought of the critter's welfare. The boy's gaze was cold and demanding, and that knocked the man in front of him out of his seat, whereupon the young baron revealed a large salvo with text. Mr. Greek inquired whether the applicant was acquainted with the smooth-on payment of night allowances and weekly vacation pay and whether he was prepared to be punished in case of misdeeds. The lad continued to inundate the man before him with questions, such as about rewards for achievement. And then, seeing the confusion on the man's face from such a burden, he already assumed that he had applied for the position of ranch manager, while preparing countermeasures to prevent excessive competition. In addition, the candidate would need to develop specific management measures and health in, after all, their employee is the lord of the land, protecting the Barineric, and that is the most important position. Then the man with the cradle sighed heavily, realizing that this job was beyond him, so he turned and headed for the exit, concluding that this so-called jury was just a crazy gang, and the blonde guy kept shouting back at him, demanding to come back and take responsibility. Allison was shocked. There was no one to find at this rate, and the guys seemed to be overreacting. Rurin just summarized that it was quite a challenge to choose. The next guy, who they were also betting their hopes on, started off by saying hello and wanted to tell me why he decided to apply for the job, but he too was sent home. So the queue began to move very quickly. People changed one after another. In someone, Creston recognized the man who the other day made a fuss in his butcher shop. Alena immediately noticed those who had impure thoughts, and Darren further read the rules by which the candidates should act, and third, another man, followed by a second, a third. This had gone on for far too long. Those who were involved in the selection of workers were also quite tired. They did not speak so fiercely. Their faces did not express so much emotion. The same text and script made them bored. Allison was becoming increasingly sad, biting his lip to keep his spirits up at all, seeing his plan burn through before his eyes. He realized it didn't feel like help now, more like damage done to him. After a while, the jury had tried so hard that not a single candidate had been selected, and yet not a single willing candidate was left. Creston made a joke about how people didn't seem to be out of date with their paychecks. It was too low, but the restaurant owner was completely upset, and Rurin just clapped him on the back, supporting his friend. Al went up to the guys, apologized to them, and said he was very grateful for their help, even though it wasn't true, but he planned to handle things on his own from here on out. Suddenly, someone entered the door that was open to the public, rather quietly and stealthily, as if a mouse. Just then he made a sound as Elle spotted him, and was very surprised to see a familiar face. Miltine stood in front of him, and the girl said she had come here because she had seen advertisements all over town, and she would like to get a job working for this restaurant. Creston would have been as surprised to meet this person as he was to meet her, and he had not expected to see her among the candidates. Yes, and also then, when Miltine should be on a mission, the girl on the other hand became nervous and mumbled. She had a hard time saying it. Still, she managed to do it. The whole building chimed in on the fact that Matt had been badly injured during the fight, and then she went into a little more detail about how it had been attacked by bandits and Matt had fallen off a cliff while trying to save her. It made everyone freeze in place from the realization, and the butcher got some more confusion as to why his friend hadn't said anything. And the truth was that the man had severe abrasions all over his body, and a limp on one leg. Remembering the sight made Miltina sick. In her opinion, now the blonde man would have to retire. Allison would like to ask Alena for help, but the problem was that too much time had passed and the elf wouldn't be able to help in any way. But anyway, he needed to be examined and the girl would take care of it. But then Rurin, who had already finished washing the dishes, appeared behind her, and with a very unpleasant tone and an unfriendly expression, asked about how the vacancy was related to Mantason's injury. Elle immediately jumped up to her and started reprimanding the dragon to watch her words, for the guest must be having a hard time without it, and Rurin in turn tried to incite her friend by saying, "Isn't he interested? It seems that the girl has also retired, so it's very strange that she came to SE." Miltine on the other hand sat silent. She heard everything but didn't react. She tried to pick her words, nervous. She seemed to blush to the tips of her fingers, which were reddening from stress, and then she said that the girl was trying to find Manthe a suitable job, also they could work together. And now it was clear what it was and what was the reason for such an unexpected appearance. Miltine was very embarrassed to talk about such a thing. She felt something for her colleague after all, with whom she had spent more than 1 hour of time, and one by one fight. Creston couldn't believe that the girl had feelings for his friend. It was somehow unimaginable to him. A silence followed, but it was interrupted by Rurin asking how old the girl was. Miltine replied that she was 29, after which a cry went up that they had a difference of 13 years, but it did not affect the girl in love, because she does not care about the age difference at all. Alena took the girl's side, saying that such a difference in age is quite normal among elves, but she got a counter-argument that these characters are not elves. These arguments were interrupted by Miltine herself, saying that she had already decided everything on her own, and had resigned, and if she was not hired, she would die in the street. No one was going to fall for this manipulation, but Rurin had a completely different opinion. She liked this girl's attitude, so she also took the side of her new acquaintance in the argument and then immediately hired the new employee. Miltine was immediately glad that she now had a job near her favorite person. All Allison had only to do was to make a friendly speech to the manager that he would be very glad if the girl and man would settle down with him, but they still didn't know the man's decision, much less Miltine asking him either. Immediately the new employee blushed with embarrassment and tilted her head and said she was going to tell him everything after her first day of work. Man taught Miltine how to hold a sword, showed her how to behave in battle and store her weapons. Of course, working on a farm is not an easy job, but she wants to learn everything on her own. Alena was amazed at such love, especially after it became clear that the girl wanted to help her lover. And then she added that it wasn't just love, but but true passion, making Miltine even more embarrassed and causing Grick to stiffen with embarrassment, for that word wasn't really appropriate for the situation. Allison thought again about the fact that the girl wished she had already worked the first day, and he was inspired to think of a dish that would be perfect for Mantle. As soon as Miltine heard that the lad would be glad to work with her, she jumped up from her seat in great happiness, thanking the Lord and promising to try her best. The next day was a nice day with favorable weather and all the restaurant workers were on the job. Allison was working with his hands, but not in the kitchen. He was hammering nails while building something. Suddenly he was addressed, calling him boss, which surprised him quite a bit. And Miltine didn't see anything odd about the title. Now that guy was her boss and she expected his next job instructions. Although the farm is still a little small, but still to begin with, you need to pasture the animals, and the girl enthusiastically undertook it. She quietly crept up on one of the creatures, preparing for anything, but they did absolutely nothing to defend themselves. Miltine was surprised that the animals were so calm. The girl didn't know what enchantments they used, but the animals were very calm and docile. But immediately, the cow from the other world simply brushed the farmer off, causing her to fall to the ground and cower a bit. But this did not upset or puzzle the woman. Without the difficulty she would even be bored. She rose from the ground and wrapped a strong arm around the animal's neck, pulling it behind her, enticing it with the delicious and fresh grass it would be able to get. But this time too, Miltine was defeated, flying back to a decent-looking mission, landing painfully on his tailbone. And further no good came of it. She only received further blows and pain from the seemingly harmless and lovable brute. And then a sinister smile appeared on the girl's face, and she wiped her lips with her already injured hands, realizing that it was time to put an end to these antics. She mustered up her courage and energy and lunged toward the cow, threatening that she would not let her go anywhere. Allison continued to go about his business, and he was pleased to know that his new employee was so diligent and putting his best foot forward. This would not be the end of the difficulties. The wild Barinerics were very active, so now they would have to have their hooves trimmed constantly, which was what Miltine was doing now, trying to subdue the animal, asking it to stand still, saying it was for its own good. But then she also got a good kick out of her ward, whom she was caring for. The next day Allison said to prepare the hay, asking her to remember to turn the hay so it would dry evenly. So the scratch and dirty girl did that too. Suddenly the Baronerics came closer, and when they saw the food, they headed towards Miltine to feast on it, and the girl warned the cattle that they couldn't eat it now because it was still fresh grass. The animals didn't care, as they hadn't cared before, hitting and flipping her off and doing their own thing as they planned, eating the supplies in one evening. A couple days later, the restaurant was operating standing at sunset, as well as the people in it, going about their business each doing their own thing. Miltine collapsed, sprawled on the floor. Her legs wouldn't carry her anymore. She was very tired. She wanted to just sprawl on the spot and not agonize with this damn difficult job. Today things were not going at all the way she had planned before. Even the milk didn't work out. At first the girl had so much confidence in her abilities, but now her hands were starting to drop. As she sat thinking about what would happen if she was suddenly fire after this, behind her, one of the Baronerics stepped with a hoof and headed towards the caretaker behind the farm. But surprisingly, the animal wasn't going to do any harm, as it had before. The creature licked Miltine's cheek with its tongue as if supporting the human, and then he ducked his head, as if hugging the girl in this way. It was a shock to the worker, as if he saw Santa Claus putting presents under the tree. The cattle were gathering around Miltine more and more, trying to show that the one looking after them liked them and was grateful to her. The girl was in complete incomprehension of what was happening now. Her thoughts were somewhere far away, and did not put in place to fully realize everything. Immediately her gaze fell on the bidden nearby. An idea clicked in her head, and she finally realized that now was the time to seize the moment and finish her work, doing it well, albeit in the last few minutes. After a while, Miltine burst into the room with a heavy container in her hands to Allison, who was doing the dishes. She was satisfied and addressed her boss. Her face shone with pleasure in herself and pride in her work, for she was finally able to collect a lot of milk that was much needed. And the guy was really surprised that now the can was completely full. He thought that the new employee would need at least 1 week, and the girl was able to cope so quickly. The owner of the restaurant praised Miltine for the work done, and then offered to start working, except that she needs to change into clean clothes, and the farmer asked what they will now work on. Pulling out a huge pot, Allison replied that this would be a special meal from Mr. Matt. It would be an incredibly delicious pizza with lots of cheese. Using magic, the cook heated the milk in the crock pot, doing so for 30 minutes. And in doing so he had to be very careful not to bring it to a boil. Then the guy reduced the temperature and poured vinegar into the heated liquid. Then they would have benefited greatly from having rennet, but unfortunately, they have what they have. Once the milk curdles into individual particles, you will need to separate the resulting mixture. Miltine watched and wondered if the milk had curdled, and Allison poured the rest through a sieve, replying that the process had already happened and that was exactly what they needed. After that they placed the rest in salted water and taking out the half-cooked product, Miltine noticed that the mass had become soft and could already be stretched. Then they got rid of the air inside, shaped it, and the mozzarella cheese was ready. And the girl looking at it remarked that it didn't look much like the cheese she had seen before. Elle explained that it was a special kind. It had to be placed on bread and baked. Then the guy opened the fridge, saying that confessing feelings shouldn't be done empty-handed, and Miltine immediately became flustered by the phrase, not understanding what her boss was getting at. Allison explained that Mr. Matt likes to eat, so this would be a wonderful gift. The girl was very embarrassed. She hadn't even thought of that, after all. And this was her chance to make the intended beautiful. The chef said to trust him, because when he was young women were always circling him. Miltine asked how much experience her boss had. Elle on the other hand said, not so much. They were all throwing it, and it didn't inspire confidence at all and created an awkward situation in the kitchen. Smearing tomato paste on the dough, he said that in spite of that, there were still some things he knew for sure. Passing the billet to the girl, advised to just be yourself, because this is the best option, so they can love your real personality, not a mask or other part. And then he added that the girl must be honest, and Mr. Matt would not be left out, so let her think hard about these words. It wasn't long before night descended on the city, lighting up the stars in the sky and forcing residents to turn on the lights in their homes. While everyone was already relaxing after a day's work and getting ready for bed, someone was standing at the door of someone else's house, bringing their hand up, knocking. Before Matt opened the door he asked who it was, but then he saw that they were his good acquaintances. Allison, Creston and Alena were standing at the entrance, though the third man didn't know her personally, but he immediately let everyone in. He questioned the bows about what they were doing here, and then he guessed it himself, realizing that he should have told them about the incident a little earlier. Miltine was still standing outside, with a box in her hands. She clutched the cardboard thing in her hands, her face red with embarrassment, and the girl became nervous, already doubting whether it was worth doing the intended thing. Allison said that he had heard that man had hurt himself badly, and the man joked back that those words sounded like some kind of disrespect. He thought he would hear congratulations. Creston didn't hold back, storming up from the table and saying that you couldn't keep quiet about something like that, especially with friends, and the blonde replied that he was going to tell him everything. Just a little later, then the restaurant owner introduced Miss Helena, who bowed in respect and displaying politeness, and the man already recognized her. It was the same famous healer, but Matt had a question about how all the guys knew about his injury, since only his coworkers know about it. And Elle made no secret of the fact that the man's comrade had told them all this. Suddenly, at that moment the door opened a second time, letting in another guest. Miltine entered the room, Autumn furiously inquiring about Ma's well-being, but a slight agitation never left her face. The blonde man on the other hand was surprised at this encounter. He realized that she was the one who had told the others everything about his condition and the event that had happened. Alena used her magic to heal the man a bit, and ease the pain in his bones and muscles. After a small procedure, she asked how man felt, because the girl could not cure the blonde completely, but could help to recover. And the victim on crutches thanked the medicine woman and said that he was already much better. And then man turned to Miltine, reminding her that she wanted to talk to him about something. It drove the girl's cheeks into a blush, made her even flinch. Some sound only escaped her, but nothing more. Realizing that the matter was serious and she had completely lost her courage, the girl looked away, blushing even more, admitting much harder than she had imagined. But Matt, who had been waiting for an answer, didn't understand this reaction. Allison and Creston watched it all and inwardly, in their hearts, worried about her and supported her in her feelings. She immediately, on a nervous note, assumed very loudly that the man was very hungry and suggested some snacks. Miltine reached for the box. Her heart was beating like frantically. She seemed to be short of air, but inside she was telling herself to stay calm. And the main thing was to follow the advice of her boss. The main thing was to be herself. She decided to show her sincerity through food. A large pizza appeared from the open box with a sausage-lined heart right in the middle. Man sat speechless. He didn't understand what it meant. And the girl said that this dish was called pizza. She was just as worried. Now then, her intentions are right on the food. Miltine was embarrassed again and decided to brag that she had cooked it herself, but still it was not without the help of Mr. Ella. The man decided to be the first to try it. He tore off a piece without even seeming to notice the pattern on the food. The blonde chewed the dish and marveled at such cheese. It was very stretchy and tasty. And the girl meanwhile watched her heart just ate a writ and a notice and all to fill her stomach. Until now, Mint had thought that cheese was a smelly, or rather stinky, piece of cheese that was sold on the corner and didn't look very good. But thankfully it was just sour milk, so now my soul is at peace with my stomach. Taking another bite, he marveled at the new discovery, namely the combination of flavor and texture, simply delicious. He suggested everyone try it immediately so as not to lose such a masterpiece, and Miltine was already chewing her piece loudly, bitterly realizing that the meal plan had failed. But she tried to cheer herself up that her object of admiration had at least enjoyed it. Soon there was nothing left in the pizza box but crumbs. Everyone was already full and could barely breathe from such deliciousness in their stomachs. Man praised Miltine, saying that he had no idea the girl could cook so deliciously. The man asked her where the girl had learned such a thing, and she interrupted him in a serious tone, as if gathering her thoughts and clenching her will in her fist. Miltine asked his fight partner if he knew what he was going to do next after retirement, and the blonde man put a hand to his chin and said he didn't know for sure yet. Alena watched everything with tension, watching the girl offer Mantha to work with her on Mr. Ella's farm, and the wounded fighter didn't expect such an offer. He was equally amazed that the owner of the restaurant also had a farm, to which Allison replied that it had only recently come up, so he would be happy to work together. And Creston whispered quietly that they would help with getting settled in the new place. And after the man heard that Miltine was already working there, his face changed immediately at the realization that the girl had already taken a new job. He asked her straightforwardly about leaving the service. The same replied with some guilt that she had resigned herself. And at the subsequent question of why, she began to realize that the tension was growing more and more intense. Sweat was already dripping down her arms, and there was a voice in her head that kept telling her to just be herself. And then Miltine, with all sincerity, blushing with all her might, replied that it was because she wanted to be with men that she had finally confessed, though not as she had planned. The man just remained silent and looked at her as if contemplating what to say, thus making the tension even worse. And then he spoke. All the guests, who were also seated at the table, breathed with a new hope in the air. Everything seemed to have resolved itself very well. On the exhale he smiled slightly. He clearly didn't mind, and was showing it very clearly with his look. This pleased Miltine immensely. She considered it her personal victory, for her feelings had been accepted. Her heart was now beating so hard, not from unpleasant excitement. Man added that he would need to recover, so this type of employment would be perfect for him. And he was also very happy that his girlfriend had gotten a job on the farm. And then he added that now Miltine would be able to find a boyfriend, and that just hit everyone and anyone with an iron blunt on the head, putting them in a stupor and shock. He didn't understand anything after all. Lo and behold, the girl asked Mant what he was talking about, and he explained that it was pretty hard to be in a relationship while in the service, but now she was old enough and it was time to find a young man. Creston clutched his head. It was as if he could sense that the story would take such a turn. Now it was just a horrible moment, for the girl especially. The man added that he would be indebted to Mr. L, and then asked when he could start work, but the restaurant owner was still in shock from what had just happened, so in a very awkward voice and with a silly look on his face he replied that as soon as the blonde recovered, then he could. And immediately, he lowered his head. He felt sorry for Miltine. He truly believed that everything would work out in the best way possible. As it turns out, sincerity doesn't always work, and this situation is an example of that. The girl could barely move her legs after such a meal. Her steps were uncertain and unsteady. Allison, being quite empathic, tried to cheer up Miltine, asking her not to get upset, especially since they were now working together and, maybe, would work in favor of them getting closer. But the girl pulled on a mask of enthusiasm, turned around and said she wasn't sad at all, even though her heart was breaking apart. She said there were plenty of opportunities ahead, and she was happy to work together, but Elle saw what was really going on in Miltine's soul, and it made her even sadder. The girl said she was going home, so she and her boss would see each other tomorrow at work, and Allison said goodbye too, telling her to get a good night's rest. Miltine headed forward. She moved confidently through the darkness, but something gave away her true condition, namely her shoulders that shudder and quiet sobs. The girl was in tears. She didn't understand if Matt didn't understand, or if he did understand everything, but this way he decided to get off the subject and hint that he didn't have mutual feelings. But wiping her face with her sleeve, Miltine promised herself that she wouldn't just give this up. She wouldn't give up for anything. Walking along with the others, Creston discussed what had happened. He knew this guy was always in the clouds, but to be this far out, he couldn't imagine. Allison added that it was sad to watch these things from the sidelines, and the butcher was embarrassed that the blonde really didn't get it. Alena inserted her own words into the conversation as well, saying that it was all some nonsense. She also didn't understand anything because Miss Miltine had done so much for him. Meanwhile, Man sat at the same table in the middle of a dark room lit only by a single candle. He was contemplating something that kept him from going to bed in peace. Now it's up to the man to figure out what to do now. The morning was sunny and surprisingly cheerful. Confetti flew in the air and the troubadours played songs loudly. People lined the street, greeting the knights who were moving down the street. The heir to the empire, Luvian Leon Jarrett's, rode there on a white horse as well. The blonde man looked around with a sly look, peaceful and quiet as ever, the usual unsightly place. The girls, on the other hand, were enraptured by this guy's beauty, and when he cast a glance at any of them, were ready to faint. Leon realized he was being baited and decided to seize the moment. Without getting up from his horse, he suggested that the girls stop by his place tonight. He clearly didn't have the most decent thoughts. Duke Porgo Tamaron didn't understand what the blonde kid was doing, as if he didn't hear what he was saying. And Merlin, the head of the mages, said that Leon had invited the two maidens to his palace. The Duke was outraged at such insolence. How dare he call someone already in the residence? But there was nothing to do. Let them have fun. He will take control of everything and there will be no more antics. The palace shone in the sunlight, glinting off its blue roof. Darren Gri was already ready for his guests. His mother was supposed to join him, but she wasn't feeling well, so he'd have to go it alone. And since the father is ill, it is now Darren who represents the Lord's interests. Opening the door, the butler reminded him that every word displayed the honor of the town of Greek Township, so one must watch oneself. The young baron walked confidently into the hall where two men were drinking tea. One of them remarked that the gentleman was late, and Leon laughed when he saw the boy in front of him. Darren wanted only one thing right now, for his father to front him his wisdom. Darren sat down at a large table in a huge bright room, and after a brief and rather awkward pause, the boy received a question about his father's well-being that felt insincere. It was hard to talk about it, and to realize that his family man was still chained to the bed. It was incredibly heartbreaking for the young baron, but it was impossible to show it, simply because now he was the master here, and the master must keep his face. Leon's face flashed a wry smile, even though he was expressing words of condolence, then took a sip of hot tea and clarified, if you remembered correctly, that the count was close to the Marquis of Siren. Duranu didn't deny it, except that it had been a long time since their last meeting, so they hadn't had a chance to see each other. And his interlocutor said he had heard that an old family friend was not feeling well either. The Duke beside him, without taking his eyes off his cup, went straight to the main topic of this conversation, asked Greg if he did not think it was time to change lords, though it was very unseemly and vulgar to ask such direct questions concerning important things. The blonde man had a shock that coursed sharply through his body, when he certainly hadn't expected this guest to offer to join him, also so rudely, without any respect for someone who was accepting them as guests. After that he tried to make arguments for such a deal, saying that their family territories would be protected, and Darren would not have to engage in politics. Bribing him in this way made Zitrian elaborate moves which were aimed at putting the interlocutor's vigilance to sleep. The beau couldn't make up his mind so abruptly, so when asked what he thought of the idea, the beau just hesitated, looked away, thinking things over. but he was well aware that he wouldn't be able to say anything for a long time. And afterward he replied that he couldn't give an answer at the moment, which created even more tension in the room, though that was to be expected from a beau who had to take care of such important matters too soon. The guest didn't like it. The plan he had thought of wasn't that easy to execute, but since that was the answer, it was worth changing the subject to the fact that there was a lot going on right now, a large-scale flood prevention plan and a civil war in the border kingdoms, and because of this, taxes would have to be raised in Grik and other land. Darren's eyes widened. This couldn't be allowed. The family's situation was already bad right now and this would hit even harder. At the Duke's sly, faint smirk, Grik asked if this decree was a capital decree, to which he received no clear answer, but only a question about how much it mattered if it was his duty to take care of his territory. It was a valid manipulation, which became fully apparent when the man replied that it could all be completely different, of course, if he accepted the recent offer. The silence of the young baron began to irritate the Duke. He wanted to hear an urgent answer, here and now, and preferably that this answer would please him, even if it was to bring harm to the city and the family that rules it. He began to press by reminding him that Darren was a baron, and it was the job of that position to relentlessly make choices, good or bad, and choices would have to be made, and was utterly gutless, acting on the psyche of a much younger and inexperienced politician who was such out of choice. Hovering over the beau, the man said a final sentence about how just staying on the sidelines when a decision had to be made about his lands was clearly not an option, but it took time to think it over. So Darren began to say the first thing that came to mind, reproaching the guests for the fact that somehow they were not going to listen to him. Rising abruptly, he put those present on notice that the Baron had prepared a celebratory dinner, and it was at it that he planned to give his answer. The Duke didn't expect this development. He seemed to realize it was an attempt to stall and placate them with food, but the other guy was very interested. Leon was just looking for a place to get a good meal, but his face gave off the same fake sly and seductive smile. He couldn't understand if Darren thought he could placate and impress people who were used to royal food with food. And the beau was almost sure of it. He knew well the wonderful restaurant in Greek that would be able to help him with this problem. Just at this restaurant now, Allison stepped out on the porch and shouted loudly to Miss Miltine, attracting the attention of the farm girl. By now it was time for a snack, and the cattle feeder was already hungry enough, so she was glad for a quick meal to replenish her strength. The guy served fried rice with pieces of vegetables and scrambled eggs on top. It all looked just incredibly appetizing, hypnotizing me to try this deliciousness. Rurin was already drowning in her own saliva from the flavor, and Miltine couldn't get enough of looking at what was on the plate. She wanted to fill her stomach with it. That the dragon in human form could not without indignation. She was not clear why she had such a small portion, and Allison said that he had cooked enough. If anything, the girl could safely take more later. Very suddenly people rushed in, opening the door brazenly with a foot. This was a turn the people inside hadn't expected. Ella and Miltine turned to face the exit, and only Rurin continued to eat the food off her plate with great speed. The owner of the establishment looked at these strangers and could not understand who they were and what they wanted, and most importantly, whether it was worth defending his property. A crowd of knights stood in front of him. One of them stepped forward and began to bare his sword, asking who the owner of the restaurant was, as if he was prepared to deal with him in a not entirely peaceful manner. Allison didn't chicken out, didn't hide the fact that it was him, and asked to hide his weapon, but all he got in return was a defiant response and an order that he shouldn't point to a man he didn't know by threatening his rank. But also the owner of the establishment was not weak-willed and said that he knew who this man was and it was the best knight of the empire. Miltine and Rurin watched everything that was happening. The former was frightened of such guests, and the latter seemed to be a little more and would explode W. Just in case, the dragon questioned her friend about whether he was sure he wanted to get involved with these people, but the guy just asked the brunette further, promising that he would handle everything himself. But after the knight swung his sword and pointed it at Ella's neck, the brown-haired man asked again for the stranger's weapon to be put away. There were guests in the establishment, and it was scaring them. That the man in the uniform was not going to comply with polite requests. He affirmed without any respect that his interlocutor obviously did not understand what was going on, and then ordered him to kneel down, threatening that if he did not do so, he would never see the sun again. Allison had run out of patience and any desire to further resolve the conflict with words, so he warned that he was issuing a final warning to get the sword out of sight. Around the guy began to hover magical aura. Voice became cold and rough. He ordered the knights to leave the restaurant immediately, and clearly made it clear that he would not resolve the conflict peacefully if they tried to harm what belonged to him. But the unwelcome guest did not try to hear another's position, so he lunged at such an insolent man with a cold weapon. Suddenly, a shout was heard behind the knight's back ordering him to stop immediately and not to do such foolish and flashy things. It was not acceptable, because no one gave an order to do something like that, and the man who just wanted to start a fight with the archmage immediately listened to the words of the vice commander. And then in a note, Allison was surprised, for he seemed to recognize the knight in front of him, the magic slowly starting to go deeper into him. Up to this point, the stranger had taken off his helmet and was asking for their forgiveness, and especially the brash guy who had just spoken. And it was just amazing because in front of Elle stood an old acquaintance of Vice Commander Darren Gri. The man apologized for such an uncultured gesture of his warriors. Those who stood chastised and now then realized that it was worth listening to the idea that this was not really an enemy. Darren was afraid that Ella wouldn't be there again, so he sent his knights to begin with. But the restaurant owner didn't seem to hold any grudge against them, but only remarked that the comrades were very loyal to the commander they hadn't seen in a long time. The girls, who continued to eat quietly, heard that the men hadn't seen each other for 5 years, and that Allison had long since left the army, which made Miltine wonder who her boss really was. And then he was visited by a memory he would never forget. They were defeated that day due to a miscalculation on the part of Obeer, and then they truly experienced good fortune with the arrival of that very hero. Mr. Allison came and slew all the monsters, bringing them victory. If it wasn't for him then, they wouldn't have been able to not only win, but at all. Allison decided not to take all the credit just for himself, so said that a huge contribution was also made by the knight who brought this to mind, for he held on and fought to the end. Darren even refused rewards and generally wanted punishment for himself, begging Elle to kill him. And it spoke to the fact that for a knight, honor is all he has, and at the time, a knight's reward just seemed ridiculous. The man was silent for a while, thinking about something, and after a short pause he gave out the fruit of his thoughts that he could not imagine how difficult it was for his wife, and still is now. It was as if it hit the man in the head when he found out about it. Something inside, as if turned over, because her husband was fixated only on himself and on honor. Darren was just forgetting to take care of his closest loved one. And during such a sad confession, he was stopped by Allison. He tried to support his interlocutor, but he didn't seem to be bothered by the whole thing, so he grabbed the handrail on the terrace of the restaurant. And Obeer remembered with incredible enthusiasm that Mr. Allison had secretly sent money to his wife, which was a very noble thing to do, but in his opinion it was wrong to do such a thing in secret. That's when the man began to wonder how he could thank and repay this act, especially after his good acquaintance had left their ranks. And then the knight learned that Allison had opened his own restaurant and had a brilliant idea in his head. But the interlocutor was tense by the tone with which Obeer said it. It did not bode well. And it wasn't for nothing. The man expressed just a crazy idea that as gratitude he decided to close all the restaurants in the area, except for the old buddy's property, and then he would be the best. Allison couldn't find words for such a crazy plan. It seemed that the knight was just crazy. While the archmage was searching for the right phrases to convey that this idea was not so good, Darren rushed away, shouting that he would be back soon, and rushed to fulfill his plan, followed by the rest of the knights. Meanwhile, Leon and his duke were riding somewhere. The man could not believe that the blonde really intended to go to dinner, and the same sly, even mocking smile was still on his face. He reasoned that he simply couldn't refuse the Baron if he was so adamant that his guests would be delighted, and Darren was already visibly starting to get nervous. The Duke leaned to the ear of the cunning guy and whispered, advised in such a case of events at least to return the knights, because they need an escort. These are very turbulent times, and the interlocutor calmly replied that he had already promised them that they are free until the evening, and they continued on their way under the assertion that they were in no danger. But immediately a huge pile of sharp arrows began to fly at them, and it seemed that it was no longer safe, or rather, quite dangerous, for it was enough to cut off people's lives. Leon only raised his head. He wasn't even embarrassed by this. The man was calm. He was well aware that the danger simply wouldn't have time to approach them, it would be stopped by magic. And such confidence in him was inspired by the thought that they were not alone and under the protection of at least one strong man. And that person was Medrin. Despite the fact that her eyes were hidden under the hood, she could see and feel everything perfectly. So with a slight movement of her hand and a spell, she was able to stop the arrows flying at high speed. But this sudden attack frightened the Duke and Darren. Now it was clear that it was a well-planned attack. From the top of a tree someone jumped up. This was the kind of ambush no one expected, and the location was very advantageous. The stranger landed with his other colleagues, all wearing black armbands hiding their faces and hostile stares. The brigands demanded that they be given the prince, and only then could the others leave alive and unharmed. While the arrows that had recently been stopped were falling down, and the prince watched this as well. Without any excitement, the Duke replied that he was not going to listen to them, and if anyone was going to give orders, it was him, and his order was to wish that all these men were dead. Madrin pulled the hood off her head, showing off a pretty face that seemed to be able to act in place of magic and disarm just like that, but she was preparing for her turn to show off her power. A red-pink energy began to hover around the girl and her eyes seemed to glow with fury. She would follow all of her commander's instructions. Although the bandits chickened out in front of this woman, they realized that their plans could not be changed, so they would have to fight. The whole crowd of them rushed at the brunette, making high jumps, and she in turn stood as calmly as if nothing was happening. And everything was changed by one confident movement of her hand, with which she directed magical circles towards her opponents. The force was so great that even trees were ripped out by the roots, and what to speak of the scum who were mere fluff. Thus Madrin reminded them who they were rebelling against. To the laughter of the prince, the dust was settling after a not very long massacre. He felt himself master of the situation, although he himself had not put any effort into this small victory, except for keeping a very strong mage by his side. Leon couldn't help but notice how strong it was, but not a shred of worrying for his protector. He called Medrin the strongest mage in the Empire, and indeed, what she did was incredibly exciting. And when you think of what she could do if she put herself out there to the fullest, it gave you goosebumps. And the blonde continued to flatter, saying that he thought that even dragons would be afraid of him with her. And the girl was touched by these words. She was pleasantly impressed by such an opinion of her. One of the survivors was covered in earth, unable to move, but could still claim that Medrin was the real monster. Leon said to ignore it. He wouldn't say anything anyway. He just keeps saying he couldn't give everything away, so better get rid of him soon and be done with it. And the brunette was only too happy to do the prince's bidding, and ignoring all the cries of the survivor asking him to stop, she covered him with a mountain of rocks and dust. Darren was just in shock from everything he saw. It was just unbelievable. The rumors were true, and he was a living witness to it. This 7th grade archmage could replace an entire army, was now throwing back his hood as a sign that the fight was over, and the thought that it was safe to continue on his way. Meanwhile, Allison had Mr. Darren tied up at his place, knowing his weakness, that as soon as he gets into a spree, he begins to run. The whole scene reminded him of the good old days, and the knight on the floor shouted that he would not give up his words because he would not throw them to the wind. Then the man stood up and ordered his subordinates to get back into position, and it was Allison who barred them, asking what his old friend was going to do, while a squad of fighters in the background stood and whispered, not realizing what they were even supposed to do. Darren, on the other hand, admitted that he was going to go to every restaurant and tell everyone that they had worms in their food. The owner of the place remarked how original that was, but was still against it. Then the knight got a little upset and said he would try to think of a better way. As he looked away, he noticed something, and it made his every cell tense up. The man immediately gave an order to his men, and the men fell into line. On a beautiful, powerful white horse rode the most marvelous prince, for whom this meeting was also not planned. Darren immediately dropped to one knee, and Leon spoke his thoughts on the fact that he hadn't expected to see his loyal knight here. Well, since he came here too, it must be no ordinary restaurant. Just like the Baron said, it only fueled the interest. Darren apologized to His Highness, because the man thought that he would be at the palace until the evening, and the blonde replied that he really planned so, but a bird whispered to him that there was a good restaurant nearby. As he dismounted, Leon added that of course he couldn't have come here alone, and his company appeared from behind him. The knight immediately noticed Miss Madrin, and sweat ran down his forehead at the realization that two of the strongest mages were here right now, and the prince, with his usual non-seriousness, cringed when he saw Allison. After meeting the owner of the restaurant and inviting Leon to come inside, things became clearer. The archmage knew who was in front of him, and now it was clear why the knights were in Grick. And then he noticed the very woman behind the heir to the empire. And Leon noticed that Ella was wearing old clothes of imperial mages, to which the owner of the restaurant said that he had just served in the magical legion for a while. In fact, he had long since retired. Just that the clothes were comfortable. The blonde lit up with some sort of feigned cheerfulness soon as he recognized the man in front of him as a mage, assumed he was familiar with his mercenary. Medrin. The girl sat without throwing off her hood, covering her face with the shadow of it. Since the guy was in the magical legion, he should know this 7th grade mage. The prince turned to his subordinate and motioned for her to come over, saying that her comrade was standing here, and Elle just asked her not to call him that. The duke just didn't understand why they were wasting their time this diner, and then repeated Leon's order for the girl to approach him. And Madrin clutched the horse's cart and could not move. She was all wet with nerves and sweat and trembling for fear. With a kind of horror she recognized Mr. Allison. It was as if her air supply had been cut off. The duke addressed the woman once more. Turning to her, the woman flinched at hearing her name once more. The man assumed she was overworked and advised her to get some rest. But the brunette said she didn't need any such thing. She sped off. Medrid took off her cape and approached the prince. Leon introduced her to Allison, explained that he too was a mage, and then asked if they knew each other. And by the girl's reaction it was clear that they knew each other. Such a shock is very difficult to do, and the experience to hide. A picture of the memories appeared in front of her eyes, and her mind was spinning with thoughts of having to be more careful or everyone would get hurt. Allison put a smile on his face and expressed that he thought it was unlikely they had met before, and introduced himself. Marine, sighing heavily, said she was glad to meet him, and added very unconvincingly that she hadn't seen the guy before either. And Leon regarded these words with suspicion, saying it was rather odd that the two didn't know each other. The worrying didn't leave the brunette's soul. Since Mr. L had said he didn't know her, it was probably just because he didn't want any trouble, so she better act like nothing was wrong too. Then I thought that since they were playing a skit, the girl was entitled to some rudeness, and said that the restaurant was holding a dinner for His Highness and it must be a great honor for a mere cook. And after ordering him to prepare the food as soon as possible, Allison's gaze changed dramatically. He wanted so badly to respond somehow, but there was nothing he could do about it, so he just agreed to it and invited everyone inside, promising that the guests would be satisfied. Miltine was feeding the cattle and couldn't figure out who her boss really was now that he was being visited. Visitors scrutinized every corner of the establishment. Everyone was seated at a set table. The prince commented that the place was even cleaner than he expected, and Marine said it wasn't too bad for a diner. Allison put a candlestick on the table and politely said that he wasn't expecting such company, so perhaps not everything was perfect. He was really hoping for the indulgence of the diners. And Leon simply replied with a laugh that the restaurant was all about the food, so the rest wasn't that impo. The owner of the establishment asked the visitor how he had heard of the place, for the heir to the empire had mentioned that he had heard it from someone. Leon pointed at the Lord's son without an ounce of doubt, with an attitude that said that he was the one who had told him about it. And now he was looking forward to being surprised with the food as promised. And here Allison was already looking at a guilty-looking Darren, who realized that this all seemed like a setup. After that, the archmage covered his face with his hand with some disappointment. Now he knew for sure that the peaceful retirement could be forgotten. It was over. Because the Baron's father is ill. He is walking on thin ice, finding himself in the midst of a power struggle. Unable to resist the pressure, he turns to Allison for help. Then the man glanced at Duke Tamaran as well, realizing that he had a strong influence on this as well, for it was known that when it came to power struggles he was one of the top 3. The man himself taking stock of the fact at such a long pause was like an attempt to delay an answer. Just as Allison was about to leave, Leon whispered to him what he wanted: a dish for a real man, for he had a lot of so-called business to attend to today. The owner of the restaurant couldn't just leave it the way it looks now, and he'll think of something. The blonde-haired prince turned to Darren, folding his hands in front of his face. He had come up with some trickery again, his eyes telling. He began to manipulate that they trusted the young baron to come to this restaurant. After all, so it would be nice if he trusted them too. Then the prince, noticing the puzzlement on his interlocutor's face, proposed an argument, agreeing that here he should try a dish from which he would remain delighted. And if they failed to convince him, then Mr. Grick would have to take off all his clothes and run around the city like that. This of course could not help but shock the Baron. It was incomprehensible where such strange desires came from, and at the words of the heir to the empire that if Darren was so confident in this establishment, he would not refuse, Allison smiled, realizing what needed to be done, and said he would bring the food now. He guaranteed that the prince would be satisfied and impressed, much to the temptation of Leon, who didn't seem to realize that this cook would not allow Darren to be insulted. L was not the easiest task, a dish that would impress the heir himself. It seemed even somehow impossible. After all, he must be tired of imperial dishes by now. After a while, the restaurant owner brought out on a tray small containers of light mushroom soup, which must have awakened His Highness's appetite. Leon was glad to see the food in front of him, but inwardly realized that the mushrooms wouldn't surprise him much. Allison hoped that he would be able to surprise the blonde with a simple dish, even if it was not very easy. But the prince was delicately savoring the yushka. The blonde man commented that it smelled very good, an interesting flavor, and the perfect temperature only made it smell better, and such words were very nice. But there was an observation. He carefully set the spoon aside near the bowl, about to ruin the cook's reverie. It was very little to cause surprise, for he had seen many mushroom soups in his life, and the Duke only acquiesced, agreeing with this opinion. Allison then said with a strange smile that he wanted the opinion of everyone present, and he was the one person who needed help. He was sure she would never refuse him, and that person was Marine, who was lifting the lid off her portion with a trembling hand. Her soup had mushrooms on it with the phrase that she should help Ella. For the sake of such a move he decided to serve the dish not in regular plates. The girl was horrified. She just didn't want to believe she was in such a situation, but as the cook thought, she couldn't refuse. With great nerves, she brought the spoonful of liquid to her lips and tasted the delicious food. And then she rose sharply from her seat, as if bouncing, screaming with pleasure, which frightened Darren a little. She was overplaying it a bit when she raved about the soup, saying it was incredibly delicious, as if they were in a theater now instead of a restaurant. She compared that to feeling like mushrooms had sprouted inside her. Listening to her rave about how this was a real magical world of cooking that could be compared to SE 6th, no, 9th grade. Leon and Tamaran were genuinely shocked and didn't know how to properly react to it. Darren hadn't expected such a reaction either, and Allison chuckled softly, turning away from everyone. Marine was very ashamed of what she was doing, but she had no choice. So she asked the prince and his subordinate to try it again because it was delicious. Herself wanted to nail whoever made her act like an idiot. And such a thing really surprised Leon. Since Marine herself recommends it, he can also give a second chance. The guy didn't even expect his subject to be so emotional. Darren also tasted a spoonful. The atmosphere was very tense, so it took a while to savor well. And it was indeed a very tasty soup. And if it wasn't for this awkward situation, he would have definitely asked for more. Besides, the guy guessed that the archmage's reaction was caused obviously not by taste. The blonde would never have believed that the royal mage had never tasted mushroom soup, especially watching everything that was going on. Who could subdue a 7th grade mage? Leon and Tamaran kept trying to figure out what had changed in the soup. It seemed like nothing, but the prince was beginning to think otherwise after the words of such a loyal and productive subordinate. It was only now that it began to dawn on Greek Jr. what might be the reason. The kid glanced at Allison. It simply couldn't fit in his head that this was the reason for such a sly taunt from his teacher, who was already about to prepare the next dish. The heir to the empire agreed to try the soup a second time, only not really still realizing what was so different about it from the king's. The Duke looked at Marina and said that he couldn't believe that she liked the mushroom soup so much and wanted to put it on the royal menu. But the woman immediately asked him not to, claiming that it was simply because this particular soup was special. She grabbed a bowl and began to vigorously chow down on the food, getting the attention of her superiors and agitating that this was just an excellent meal and she had almost finished it all. And then more words appeared at the bottom of the bowl, cobbled together from mushrooms, ordering the brunette to leave the restaurant after her meal was over. It was just as unexpected, and made Marine spit out whatever had built up in her mouth. Such a drastic change in the mage's demeanor made the men who came with her nervous. They never remembered her like this. Getting out from under the stares of her traveling companions, the girl headed behind the restaurant. Just as Allison had asked her to do, her anxiety was growing stronger and stronger. The man stood with his back to the brunette and looked at the beautiful scenery in front of him, as if not noticing that there was someone else here. Maureen was very nervous and hesitant to get closer, but there was nothing else she could do. She had to fight the shivers through her body and head towards the guy. As she got a little closer, the brunette felt a strange sensation, as if she had passed through an invisible sphere. Immediately her eyes widened in surprise. She recognized the feeling and the spell. It's soundproof magic. Means something must be going on here that others shouldn't be able to hear. With feigned good-naturedness, Elle said hello to an old acquaintance, noting that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, also praising the girl's very good, in his opinion, play. Maureen wanted to justify herself somehow, but the man wouldn't let her, interrupting her. An evil, intimidating grin appeared on his face, and then the words that reminded him that he'd warned the brunette back then that they better not see each other. Maureen, however, couldn't stand it any longer and went into a shriek of excuses, swearing that she didn't know this was where they were headed. Without hiding the predator's gaze on his prey, Allison asked why the woman had come here. The brunette tried to explain her appearance here by saying that she came with Duke Tamaran. He travels to small estates to increase his influence in the palace. But Allison assured him that it wasn't about the man, it was about Prince, because he just had a terrible reputation in the neighborhood. Leon is tied up in lust and has no interest in the state at all. And Allison himself has been convinced of this until today. The prince cares only for himself and enjoys life, or rather its forbidden fruits. The blonde doesn't claim power, but knows how to use his position to his own advantage. The guy covers himself with his lecherous image and puts pressure on the Baron. Marin fully began to understand what Elle was getting at when he said that he thought Duke Tamaran wanted to expand the El's influence by absorbing the city of Grick, but that turned out not to be the case. Staring with a cold, penetrating gaze, the archmage said a conclusion that spoke of the prince behind this, and he would want to know more. Maureen couldn't stand it, shrinking from fear and screaming that she wouldn't say anything. She just couldn't, and even under torture she wouldn't give anything away. Suddenly, a thin voice was heard behind me. The frightened brunette turned and shuddered twice as much in terror. Rurin stood in front of her, ready to see if the prince's servant would be so reluctant to speak after being tortured. Madrin immediately dropped to the floor, wet with sweat caused by nerves, and said she just wanted to go home and didn't want to be tortured. The girl opened the restaurant door a couple minutes later and stepped inside. Leon and Tamaran saw the mage and they themselves felt embarrassed at how she looked and the fact that she had gone somewhere so quickly. All tired, as if she had run a huge cross-country race. Rurin went inside and said that everything was fine and there was no need to worry and she was just enjoying the aftertaste of the soup. The prince looked at her and confirmed the fact that indeed this soup was definitely an opening for such a backwater restaurant. Perhaps Mr. Greek was looking forward to the deal. But it didn't seem to work out, and now the guy sat shrunken in place, unsure of what to do next since the plan didn't work. Leon looked at him with a sly and devious look, realizing that he now had his prey trapped, and afterward ostentatiously asked to be reminded of the condition of the dispute, which was to surprise the prince. Then the blonde laughed evilly, saying that it was very difficult to serve him something new and he was clearly not in the mood for surprises today. And the words that on ordinary days he would have been satisfied with this soup, but today the guy has to win an important argument, really upset and strained even more. Darren. He bit his lip. Leon continued to quietly mock his rival, covering his face with his hand so as not to give away all the disdain. And then his voice became very serious and wreathed with coldness, as did his facial expression. His emotions started playing fake emotions again, namely some kind of worrying. This whole situation meant that he wouldn't be surprised even if Darren's sick father got up and started cooking. And then with a glassy stare that if he heard something that wasn't said in the mansion, he might change his mind, and asked if he could hear the answer right now. The Baron's hands trembled under the table, clenched into fists, as he tried to think about what he was going to say, but nothing came to mind. Finally squeezed out that the position of Lord requires a lot of responsibility, and the lad will bear his own shame, but he can't endanger the lives of the people of the kingdom. Marin and Tamaran ducked down and just watched what was about to happen. But here Darren believes with great confidence that he believes in the success of this restaurant and intends to continue the argument. and if he loses, he will take off his clothes and run like that on Grick. The prince only calmly and coldly agreed to it, not giving out a single emotion, as if he wasn't him at all. The same cheerful, carefree and seemingly frivolous heir to the empire. Already the sun was approaching the horizon, creating an orange-pink sky color indicating the coming of evening. Allison brought out a large plate with a lid on top, the man apologizing for keeping his guests waiting so long. Placing the dishes on the table, in front of Leon, notified that this was the main course of the day. There was not a shred of doubt or anxiety in his voice. It struck the prince that the cook was so confident about this food, but he wasn't about to change his views. Realizing that a lot depended on the dish, Elle was more than convinced of its success, lifted the lid with a smile not without a little trickery. On the plate was a piece of something that looked like a rock, with steam coming off of it from the high heat. The Duke was surprised at such a gesture, and when his question about what was now before them was answered that it was baked mud, he was speechless for a couple of seconds. Tamaran looked spitefully at the cook. He once again interjected that they should be eating this, such high-ranking people, and they are being served dirt by this man. But then Allison pulled out a hammer and with a casual smile, said that, of course, no one was going to eat that. The owner of the restaurant hit the frozen mud with a hammer, and it cracked and began to tumble chaotically downward. And now Leon saw that it was just a serving shell. Inside was the salad, but even here he was not very right. On the leaves lay a deliciously cooked tashka palenza, its golden crust shining with an enticing light. Now the prince didn't understand how this place got such meat, and Allison smiled, realizing that this was already the beginning of the execution of the plan. Cutting up the succulent meat so that the mere sight of it made my mouth water. He said that he rarely cooked it, but today was a special day, so he thought it was very appropriate. From the outside, the dish just looks like she's a mountain of dirt, and not everyone will be able to realize what it really is. And just as Leon pointed the utensils toward his portion, Allison mumbled a fact that this dish actually had a little surprise, which made one freeze for a second. The surprise was exactly what just happened. You can't really see it unless you know what the dish really looks like. Once the dirt peels off, the juicy meat of the Palenza is revealed. Reactions are usually surprising in humans, and the heir to the throne in the empire couldn't understand what all these words and such a pitch were about. And the cook replied that there was nothing to it, and it was just such a dish. And immediately, without changing the good-natured voice and without removing the friendly smile, suggested that Leon must be familiar with the mass expulsion of nobles to strengthen royal power. It was very reminiscent of the dorky prince, and these words created an incredible stupor in the blonde man. What can I say? If the Duke also became visibly worried and even let go of the cutlery. Marine finally sank down, realizing that what she had feared was happening. And Darren couldn't believe his ears and eyes. Using magic, he cracked the stone in his hands into a couple pieces, saying that you can't reveal the secret of the dish so easily, subtly hinting at the prince's secrets as well. His Highness sat in complete shock. He didn't know how to defend himself or what to say. He was pinned against the wall and right now he was going to be strangled completely. Looking at the dirt debris in his hand, Dan was about to narrate what was happening in the empire, which had lost control of the capital due to the Dragon War, and the Emperor had only consolidated his power in a few cities, with the unprecedented low power of the Emperor and the growing aristocracy and then defiantly separated the two pieces of dirt apart, thus showing that the prince had decided to simply spread his power. Leon couldn't say anything in response. It was all on point. He was being read like an open book, and it was very frightening. The heir to the empire pretended that he was not interested in power, that he was completely harmless. He was only interested in girls and booze. This image was built for many years, and who would have thought that someone would be able to unravel such a masterfully constructed image? But this person was found. Tamaran cheekily asked Allison if he was in his right mind to say such a thing without giving any credit to his words. And the guy saw it as a desire to listen to more musings, because it would only get more interesting from here on out. He pressed the prince, who was already shaking from stress, with the fact that His Majesty was actually pretending to regain lost power. She began to slowly gather troops and prepare a strike against the nobles. It was only with a wicked smile that Elle wanted to say that the prince would simply be hunted down next, to deliver one last decisive moral blow. But immediately Tamaran jumped up, hitting the table, and started calling out to Darren, who was very close by. The knight opened the door to the restaurant abruptly, ready to protect his superiors, the rest of the heir's life guardians behind him. The Duke said it was a very curious theory, except that the cook understood absolutely nothing about the matter. The knights began to move inside the building, which meant they were ready to create an unhappy ending for this restaurant and its owner. Darren looked at Allison, whom he regarded very favorably, and couldn't understand what he could have done that now the higher-ups wanted to destroy him and his establishment. The archmage only chuckled, realizing that all these people just wouldn't be able to get rid of him so easily, and the Duke intended to cut off the tongue of such a talkative impudent. He turned to Marine and gave her orders for the woman to make the cook kneel, and she was horrified. She can't refuse Tamaran, yet she knows exactly what Allison is capable of. The brunette's fear of the more powerful mage won out, and she refused her superior, and the Duke couldn't understand what the problem was. The man tried to elicit what the matter was and why he got such an answer, and Elle with the same unyielding smile said he understood perfectly well. Tamaran became even more angry. He wanted this insolent man's head taken off immediately. Anger laced his brain. The fork in the prince's hands was in the succulent meat, as if it were not before it. Leon put a piece of Palenza in his mouth, chewing the delicious food thoroughly. Then he tore a leg off the huge carcass, followed by small fibrous pieces. Suddenly everyone looked at him. It seemed as if he was completely unaffected. It was incomprehensible how in such a tense moment one could eat in peace. And Leon, with the same smile he had before, casual and easygoing, said something about it being incredibly delicious. And noticing this awkward pause, he told everyone at the table not to sit frozen, urging them to eat and enjoy this meal after all. And the Duke simply could not afford such a thing. But immediately, the prince slapped the table and ordered what he had just said with tremendous aggression. In this time, it was the first time Darren had seen Leon in such a state. Tamaran immediately fell silent, sweat running down his face, and his body simply could not resist after such emotion in his direction. The man immediately sat down at the table, or rather it came out somehow by itself. He began to cut a piece of meat, and with a disgruntled look from having to do something other than what he wanted to do, tasted a bit of the dish. Leon asked Tamaran's opinion of the food, and he hesitantly replied that it was delicious. And afterwards, the blonde waited for a clarification from the Duke about how it was just amazing his subordinate realized that the prince had surrendered and now wanted to end this whole scene that way. Closing his eyes, Tamaran confirmed that it was very surprisingly delicious. It was hard to squeeze that out of himself, but he had to. Leon picked up his napkin, saying that they had already worked it out and there was no need for all this commotion. The heir to the throne, wiping his mouth, recognized his loss and it would be a lie. He said this dish didn't surprise me, and then expressed his congratulations to the Baron, for he had won. And Darren thanked the prince for such words. Afterward, Leon stood up and thanked Allison for the wonderful meal, but it was time for them to leave, and the cook said with a sweet smile that he was pleased to hear that. But there was one thing. They were supposed to wait for a reply from the Baron, but they decided to postpone it because they were going to stay here for a few days anyway. And the reason was that Leon wants to have fun with the nice ladies, and all the more reason for him to think that he had already heard the answer from Darren, and whatever it was worth accepting. Leon promised he would not disturb these men again, then ordered them to gather their knights and return to the capital. Darren and Elle only watched as the recent danger moved away, leaving them and their lands intact and in order. The owner of the place looked after them with a cold stare, a look of victory. But immediately he changed to a slightly goofy look. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and expressed his joy that all had gone well and Baron Gri had won the argument. And Darren said that he felt the same emotions, but he didn't really understand what had just happened and how Ella had managed it all. And the restaurant owner smirked, saying that the boy didn't really need to know anything more than that, and placing his hand on the back of the chair next to him, warmly expressed his assurance that the blonde could take it easy as long as he was around. And now that these strange men were gone, there was a suggestion to enjoy the Palenza soon, for that was what the boy wanted. And then the Shaitan praised his apprentice for doing a fine job, making him even feel embarrassed. The snow-white horse slowly paced forward, tapping its hooves on the ground. A subdued Tamaran and Marine sat on their animals riding and thought about what had happened today. They shared the same emotions, but the reasons were different, though the one who created that reason in both was Allison. Darren, on the other hand, didn't understand at all why they were coming back so urgently. It made his thoughts completely confused as to what his old friend had done that he had to rush in on orders. Leon ahead, only asking his mage about whether Elle was the man he knew about. The brunette tensed and lowered her eyes, which spoke for herself, but she squeezed out a cherished yes, which gave the Duke a huge shock. He couldn't believe it. And the prince was only slightly amused by this. Is this really the kind of person that even knights respect? Allison is still too dangerous, even though behind Tamaran and Leon the knights and Marant. But of course, it wasn't just that. Now the heir to the empire was interested in what they had already done to increase their power, for they had to harass the competition with the help of Marin and the knights. And then Darren appeared in front of me, shouting about how he had complete confidence in this restaurant and was going to continue the argument. Leon was trying to figure out for himself if he were in the Baron's shoes, would have been able to continue the argument in such a situation. Would that the blonde could hand his life, honor, and reputation to some commoner. And Tamaran shivered even more at that. But Leon didn't lose a bit of confidence in the rightness of their path and the desire to continue what they had planned. It was just that now they should start small. Now it is necessary to act more slowly, so as to gain confidence in this way, because the way they have to go is much more dangerous than running naked in the street. The next day, when the sun was already high in the sky at the restaurant, the noise and clamor of its employees reigned. Allison, Miltine, and Rurin stood staring at something in front of them, and that something impressed the dragon very much, which is quite rare. In front of them was a Beringer barn, brand new, recently completed. Suddenly, one of the cows walked up to the structure and kicked it with her hind leg. The shed immediately collapsed and fell to pieces, and the animal, smelling trouble, fled the scene of its crime. Allison hadn't expected his construction to be so flimsy, so he'd been caught on the spot. And Rurin was horrified at the thought that if all their cattle slept there, they'd die there without even noticing. The cook walked over to the wreckage and examined it, concluding that he clearly shouldn't have built the house without any construction training, while Miltine thanked the higher powers that she wasn't inside this, as it turned out, completely unsturdy shed. And then Rurin, watching all this, was surprised, because with such skills, such a restaurant like Ella cannot build. And the guy replied only that the construction of the institution was not engaged in it, and the masters and the cook only hung a signboard. Allison took another look at the woodwork and said he'd have to do some good searching. Rurin asked what exactly and was told that they needed to hire good architects who would do a top-notch job, so ordered the girl to get ready, for they would be heading to the dwarves. The mountains of Meliorek towered above the land, stretching their tops closer and closer to the sky. There was also an underground building in the mountain range, studded with gold and jewels, lined with stone and beautiful columns. In the midst of it all sat a girl who noticed her guests who dared to visit her. She marveled at this marvelous atmosphere. It was a beautiful girl who was actually a red dragon. Her name was Siren, and at this moment she was very happy to finally see her soulmate. She was already starting to get bored. But immediately a sly and badly playful look flashed across her face, the magical creature ready to show exactly whose territory the foolishly brave humans were treading. The girl began twitching her legs ridiculously and laughing at the fact that she had finally waited for some decent entertainment for herself. Rising from her throne, she voiced aloud that she had already gotten bored. All this time there was not a single offering, and now you can torture people for your own pleasure. She's determined to bring them pain for invading her territory, but then she steps on some crown on the floor with her foot. That one rose one side into the air and slipped between her legs further, making her limbs almost tangle. Serena couldn't resist and fell to the floor, trembling. Such a fiery speech and such an ungrand exit. Rurin and Elle were walking along the path, the girl complaining stubbornly about how she just couldn't stand the mountains, but there wasn't much to do, she'd have to put up with it. Dragon didn't understand why the owner of the restaurant couldn't just find architects among humans, and her partner replied that there was no one better than dwarfs in this business. While Elle tried to remember where they were turning, the brunette assumed since these creatures were so good, they must have a cool village like the masters. In front of them was an entrance in the form of a huge stone archway, which were guarded by ancient statues. It was all just of incredible size and breathtaking from its shape. Allison was glad that his memory had not failed him, and he had taken the right turn in these complex mountain labyrinths after all, and Rurin marveled at such a beautiful entrance. But looking at the figures at the entrance to the cave, my chest constricted, and it became harder to breathe. My heart began to pound. Before my eyes the darkness was taking over my gut more and more. The strange foreboding didn't go away. it only increased. Allison understood the feeling. He kept in his head the fact that no one would just leave this place. Walking a little earlier, he noticed that there was definitely no one here. And then his eyes widened, and the power of speech was lost at what he saw. Shock flowing from the middle of his chest to his limbs in a strong wave. In front of him lay the remains of those who were supposed to guard the entrance, only bones left and nothing else. Rurin, despite having seen quite a lot, was also horrified. It appeared that someone had already beaten them to it. There was only the question of who had created such an atrocity and whether the arrivals would have to face that someone. And it didn't take long for the answer to come. A wave of dust descended on the abandoned building at the speed of light. The wreckage of the already devastated shelter covered the uninvited guests with itself, but they couldn't hurt them, landing farther away than they should have. A red tail showed through the raised dust, wagging from side to side, revealing a fluffy brush at the tip. Rurin turned around sharply. Now the threat was more than real, and it looked like it would have to be dealt with right now and very seriously. But Allison didn't even flinch. The red dragon gloated, saying that he thought the dragon in front of her would be more powerful, and it was something of a disappointment to her. And the archmage was even now unresponsive to what was going on behind his back. Serena continued to chuckle that she didn't realize who had come to see her, and it turned out to be a simple human and a small dragon. And then Allison let out a simple cold question about whether this girl in a dragon's body had done it all. Serena was taken aback by this treatment of her. She thought that an ordinary person should show her more respect, not treat her as someone equal to him. But Allison wasn't in the mood for an honors conversation. He threw his bag to the floor and aggressively demanded an answer to his dragon question. From what the unusual creature bowled up, calling the interlocutor just a bug compared to her, and since he talks like that, he's just not himself, and immediately released fire from her huge toothy mouth, without even trying to find out who these people were. She was already ready to kill them, burning them to the ground. Rurin couldn't believe what was happening. She asked, "No," ordered her partner to put up a barrier or else the dragon's heat would kill them. Allison applied magic circles around him. It seems a storm and a real battle is about to break out. His eyes burned with the bright light of outgoing 9th grade magic. Now the dragon would realize that the man in front of him was not just an ordinary person. The stream of fire was heading towards them at breakneck speed, leaving a trail of heat and promise burns in its wake. Suddenly, the sphere of fire immediately stopped right in front of the mage, frozen in midair. It was incredibly shocking. She hadn't seen her breathing stop like that before. Now she was confused and didn't know what to do. Allison put his arm out and applied a plasma rift, and what had just been a threat crumbled to dust on the floor. Serena was simply shocked. She had never seen such a thing before. She froze for a couple of seconds from surprise and from the light that blinded her. Now the red dragon wasn't sure if the person in front of her was really just a human. After all, they weren't capable of such a thing. She was also very curious as to how such a thing was possible. Allison didn't answer anything, only sawing his rival with his gaze, coldly regarding the situation, challenging in this way. It was only now that Serena recognized the man across from her as someone she was familiar with and had known before. Now she was creeped out as well. The girl appeared in tons of flame instead of fire, coming out of it. She couldn't realize before who was in front of her, but now she realized that he was the one who had gotten rid of her entire race during the war. She wanted to know how she and the pathetic, in her opinion, dragon, meaning Rurin, dared to show up here like this, much to the brunette's insult. And Elle gave no answer, only demanding to answer his question first. The guy used an intra spell, which only scared his companion more, who just wanted to kill them. She was thrown back a bit, and the red dragon had already asked her to stop and not do that, so she immediately gave the answer that the girl hadn't done anything and everyone here was already dead when she came. After apologizing for just trying so stupidly to pick a fight, her recent adversary furrowed her eyebrows, contemplating everything that was going on. Serena walked in and the dwarfs weren't here, so she was left with no offerings at all. The girl folded her arms and droplets of sweat rolled down her face. The red dragon stood up and squirmed, saying what she saw that the gate was closed, so she didn't check, and with that phrase she got Ella very interested. And then the girl, who recently wanted to burn the couple, had a change of heart. A brilliant, as it seemed to her, idea came into her head. She immediately changed in her face, rushing forward, fixing her hair, saying that if these wanderers wanted to know how to get there, she could show the way. But she had one condition. Serena put her hands on Allison's shoulders, trying to convince him that she was much better off with her, simply because she was so much stronger than the child next to her, and then added in a flirtatious voice that she understood men like no one else, but the boy didn't change his gaze. Immediately Rurin came running up to her, and with one good punch, she put the insolent young lady's limbs on edge, a phrase coming out of her mouth that Elle was hers alone, and no one dared behave in such a manner. While the owner of the restaurant was trying to digest what was said, the brunette was already squeezing information from the red dragon lying on the floor, curled up, where the entrance was. If she didn't understand with words, she would understand after the physical impact. Bending over, she shook and pointed the way. Those who could overpower her had to go down to the very last floor underground, and Rurin and Allison, content and relieved, went on their way. Meanwhile, the sky was already giving every sign of evening, and at the estate of the main men in this city, Darren was telling how they had managed to send the Prince and Duke of Tamaron back to the capital. He used to tell it to his mother, but she didn't seem that interested. So the silence on the part of the listener, the boy decided to break the silence with a question inquiring about the state of the woman's health. Gri couldn't even put a piece down her throat from the way something was tormenting her from the inside out. Here she touched her food a little, replying that she was already fine. Just to close this topic quickly, but she reached for her portion, not to eat it, but to set the plate further away. Darren noticed this, for once the Baroness hadn't eaten anything, he tried to find a reason for such a hunger strike. If suddenly the woman didn't like the dishes, would only take one word for him to order them changed. The blonde got up from the table, turned around, and got ready to leave, telling the kid not to worry about it. From such a cold answer, something unsettling and sadness-bringing came to Darren's outside, making him bite his lip to keep it from bursting out into the world. The heavy door opened, foreshadowing the fact that someone was going to get some privacy. Berna slumped back in her chair with a resigned look, head down. The feeling of stuffiness that permeated every cell in her body was unrelenting. The walls in the house pressed down on her as if they were falling, crumbling right on top of her head, choking her with a tight but elegant tie, preventing her from taking even a small breath of air in peace. And that dessert for dinner tasted just like sand. All of this she was telling her husband, who appeared to be lying under the blanket. The woman grabbed the underwear and pulled her down. Berna tried to get through to her husband that she couldn't take it anymore, and every day with Darren was an incredible torment for her, but her spouse didn't give the least bit of a healthy look to discuss the matter normally. Meanwhile, under the ground where the guys were, a whole city with incredible buildings decayed in front of them, except that these buildings were almost completely destroyed, saying that it was indeed their fate to see something not the most pleasant. And inside, everyone was dead. Only skeletons left from a previously living race. It looked very creepy. Rurin boiled up. She thought it was the dragon's work, so she regretted not punishing that upstart to the fullest, and Allison asked his companion to calm down. After all, it didn't look much like a dragon's trail. Walking a little further, the guy was glad to see that what they were looking for was in front of them. There was a huge door in front of the travelers. This gate was like the one they needed after all. The entrance looked pretty sturdy, and the doors had a lot of scratches on them, like someone had tried very hard to get in. Rurin hit the doors with her hand and foot, trying to break them down, but Elle reminded her that they wouldn't open if you just poked them. And then something began to happen. The sphere in the middle of the door glowed brightly, but it wasn't just light that showed. There was a sound as well. Someone from inside told the guests to get out of here, for they weren't welcome here, and Elle wondered if that unfamiliar voice was someone from the dwarfs, and then asked what the hell had happened here in the first place, but the sphere didn't answer that for a while. Gathering her thoughts, it seemed, as it turned out, a red dragon had visited the place and ravaged everything around it. Allison was shocked by such a thing, and Rurin's guesses were confirmed. Even though she had been told something atrocious, it made her feel glad inside that she was right after all. The brunette wanted to deal with that woman right now and even headed that way, but her partner stopped her, holding her tighter, asking her to figure things out first and then draw conclusions. It was hard to quell Rurin's ardor. She thought that if she just kicked that lady's ass, she'd solve everything and the dwarves would open the door, but Elle kept convincing her that it wasn't that simple. Judging by the scratches, there were several dragons here. The voice only said something about these creatures being the strongest, and the raging girl stood on quite about piling on one and then dealing with the rest. Then he whispered in her ear that he had a plan, and that made Rurin, at least for a little while, calm down a little. It was well known that Elle liked to settle things peacefully, so he would try to settle things that way here too. so he took the bag off his shoulder. The door had been closed for about a year. Now it was no surprise to the guy that so much had happened. He frowned thinking about it. He touched his bag, thinking about what he was actually more concerned about, namely sustenance, so he decided to take the peaceful route, once again asking if they could open the gate for him, explaining that he wanted to help, but on the other side of the doors the creature couldn't just trust a stranger for no reason. They made demands to prove that the uninvited guests were not minions of the Red Dragon, which angered her greatly, for she did not want them to be like such people. Just when the girl was ready to shout, Elle immediately covered her mouth with his hand, saying with a smile that he respected the decision and thanked whoever was behind the gate for understanding. He then quietly ordered Rurin to fetch the backpack. The brunette was a little surprised but did so. Meanwhile, the archmage had started a fire with his inhuman abilities and was ready to put a frying pan on it. That's when the Vos asked what was going on. Allison replied that they weren't doing anything special. They just had a long way to go and needed a proper refreshment first. This made the Vos on the side here get nervous and ask why these two suddenly decided to do such a thing, to which he received the reply that why not do such a thing. And then Elle asked Rurin to get food, and she graciously agreed, making some sort of play. The girl pulled a pile of sausages from her backpack, carefully going through them and counting them, handed it to the guy. He replied when asked what it was, that it was sausage, explaining that it was made with ground meat, teasing whoever was on the other side. He threw the meats into the pan and they scrambled on the fire, releasing a wonderful aroma and enchanting their golden crust. And Rurin played along, telling her how delicious it smelled, and her Vos began to panic, for the smell wouldn't go away so easily. Elle in turn mentally finished, saying that you'd have to savor that mouth-watering smell for a long time. The aroma was incredible, which was completely heartless compared to the other hungry people here. Outside the doors, someone offered to join in the meal too, because it smelled wonderful, but the chief ordered these sophisticated creatures to shut their mouths, and only now did Rurin realize what her partner's plan was. And then with a playful tone, Elle commented on the situation by saying that in general they had brought food as a gift, but it looked like no one was going to give it to them. And then sternly repeated again that he just wants to know what happened here. Does he really demand so much? There's nothing dangerous about it. To this I received only silence, and a certain shock on the other side. If that's the case, then the archmage will have to keep bending his line. There's nothing to be done, so he'll have to get something else from the bag of supplies. He loudly opened the beer can that Rurin loves so much, continuing to create seductive sounds and smells around him. And there was another question from outside the door about what that sound was yet, and Elle grimaced with a frustrated face and replied that it was too bad he had salted those delicious sausages for nothing. And then he added that it was just incredibly delicious with beer, after which he chugged it with his partner, holding forks of meat in his hands. And then at last the sound of the gate doors opening, which they had been longing for, was heard, the dust rising a little from them. Allison smirked, realizing he had finally gotten his way. It wasn't just the taste of beer and sausage, it was the taste of victory. Small but victory. From the darkness beyond the gate came the same Vos that asked to taste at least a bite. This was the magic of food. The sausages sizzled even more in the pan, releasing the smell into the air, tantalizing everyone with their appearance. Bearded men gathered around the fire, looking at the food as if it were some miracle of the world, drooling, and their eyes were eager not only to look at the sausages, but also to taste them. Allison looked at them and thought about the fact that they looked like they hadn't eaten in a while. He knew they were having trouble eating right now, but to this extent he didn't suspect. The cook took out the plates, saying that now these strangers would eat in peace, and they were over the moon. The men began biting off sausages and chewing everything thoroughly, juice running down their beards, brewed it all up with beer and just couldn't get enough of the deliciousness. The men grabbed sausage after sausage. They didn't think they'd ever be able to eat again. And then Elle realized that it wouldn't be a good idea to give alcohol to the hungry, but the dwarves had a strong tolerance for such drinks, so they wouldn't have to worry. After a while, the guy asked how the creatures liked the food, even though they feared it was poisoned. Giving the food to one of the dwarves, laughed and replied that it was just awesome, so this man owed a great debt. The cook was glad to hear that, and then asked this stranger to share the sausages with the others, and also asked if the dwarf Gultazar was among them now. The man in front of him seemed to come to a shock. He asked how their provider knew the name, and as it turned out, Allison had seen him once a long time ago and would like to talk to him. While the archmage was already promised to be escorted to the one he was looking for, Rurin brought the hungry dwarves more sausages and made them shout with joy and spill their beer from the sharp movements at the exclamation. A small man led the two guests through corridors littered with something. It was a kind of township underground. It was inhabited by a colo of 20 or 30 dwarfs. It wasn't clear how they got there. One woman, as soon as she saw a human, ordered her child not to go outside. And so they came to a house, the entrance of which was blocked by a curtain of some kind, and guarded by two guards. While Elle was asking Rurin if she had given all the sausages away, the dwarf who had brought them was calling for Gultasar, for he had guests here to see him. A voice was heard from behind the curtains authorizing entry. The archmage pulled back the tentative door, looked inside, and said they hadn't seen the man in a while. Gultasar, the head of the dwarves, recognized an old acquaintance. How many years, how many winters they had not seen each other. This old man was sorry that they had to meet again under these conditions with Mr. Allison. He had spotted the noble creature next to the guy. Rurin had said the man had an eye, and the man who had just escorted them out was standing at the threshold, eavesdropping on the entire conversation. The gray-haired, bearded dwarf noticed a familiar aura nearby. The provost watched all this and did not understand who these two were, since Mr. Gultasar was speaking to them so respectfully. The old man asked what his guests wanted to talk about, though Ella thought he should be able to guess. The guy wondered what had happened here, his gaze becoming more determined and menacing. Why has the dwarf town become like this? The houses are destroyed. There are only ruins around. There are fewer inhabitants and they are intimidated. Remembering the reason made Gultasar's expression change, and he was clearly uncomfortable replaying it in his head for the umpteenth time. Then he did say that they were attacked by a red dragon, and they defended themselves desperately, but it didn't work out, and there were only a couple of dwarves left to defend the town. Elle then clarified if the dragon had red hair and horns, and Rurin became more menacing, thinking that her past guesses were true. The old man added that the monster that had destroyed everything around him was not alone. The man clutched his head. They were attacked by a whole troop of red dragons. It made the archmage cringe. That's why there were so many scratches on the doors. There was more than one beast there. There was only one question. Why would narcissistic dragons unite? Had these creatures simply gone mad? The boys smelled something was wrong. These creatures must have been united by some very important purpose. Here, too, the guardian of this house tensed at such talk. The old man thought about something for a while longer, rumbling loudly, and very quickly found the answer in his head. Still, he can tell these people this story. Immediately, he pressed the button under the table to get the mechanism working. Allison and Rurin were cold in surprise. The bookcase moved away from the wall, revealing a secret passage in the wall. The dwarf leader ordered them to follow him, wanting to show something to his guests. They moved forward along the lighted corridor, and Gultasar admitted that this was not the first time the dragons had attacked. These creatures had demanded tribute from their people several times before and had killed. The old man brought his hand up, and on his ring the stone glowed with a bright blue light. He continued to talk about how they had always managed to protect the city. Suddenly a huge dragon skeleton appeared in front of them, as it turned out to be the ancient dragon colored, the protector of the dwarves. Elle was in unspeakable shock. Did the dwarfers really make sacrifices? And looking at the tomb, he concluded that the dragon had lived at least 5,000 years. With sadness in his voice, Gultasar replied that this dragon wasn't taking any sacrifices, he was just helping them. It was hard to look at the remains of one who had protected them from attacks and shared wisdom. It was the kindest of souls, according to the dwarf. In spite of all this, Colored couldn't keep up with the time. Allison and Rurin watched in silence, a terrible chill running down their spines. The stone on the ring glowed even more, and Gultasar took one look at his guests' reactions, concluding that they were very much curious. He touched the air with his finger and a vortex began to appear. The whole reason for these troubles, the fact that they were attacked by the red dragons, why this race chose to stay in the ruined mine, would now appear in his hands. A realization came to Rurin, eyes widening in understanding what this was all about. An ancient orb appeared in the old man's hands. This magic could beget the dragon lord himself, and they, the dwarves, must protect him with all their strength. This is the head of all dragons. If the mighty dragons united and acted under a common command, they would be unstoppable by any warrior in the kingdom. That's how the will of one being can destroy absolutely the entire world. And this ancient orb, in the hands of the head of the dwarves, can spawn a dragon lore, which is why it must be kept in a secret. protected place. And Colored was the only dragon capable of guarding the orb. He hid it and guarded it from prying eyes. And upon hearing that it took multiple entities to give birth to a dragon lord, Rurin clutched at her heart, her breathing becoming heavy and frequent. A picture appeared in front of her eyes as she, a small black dragoness, played with the tail of a large dragon, not thinking about anything serious. My body began to shake. It was hard to take gulps of air. Panic began to creep in from the outside. Another memory of Rurin's mother standing in the hallway across from the dwarf, awaiting her sentence. And the sentence was short and uncomplicated. The girl was ordered to be locked up. And then the daughter and the woman sat in the cave by the shining waterfall, though her mother had asked Rurin not to go there. And the little girl had replied that her grandfather was stupid and wouldn't know about it. The dragon fell to the floor from the exhaust of anxiety after such memories, one thought and one worrying swirling around in her head. She remembered seeing her mother battered and bloody, the brutal way she had been treated. Her heart clenched even tighter in her chest as if all the blood had been drained from it. And then tears came from the girl's eyes. It was her mother. A sincere childish feeling of closeness to her mother awoke inside. Allison pulled the brunette against him, not letting her emotions take over her completely, muting it. Rurin squeezed him, shaking with tears and feelings tearing her soul from the inside into little pieces, and the boy repeated again that 3 entities could give birth to the ruler of all dragons. Cultiser covered his eyes and apologized to the dragon present in the room for reminding him of a painful moment from the past. It's about an ancient orb. It's filled with sad moments of the past, and Colored tried to find a way to destroy this dangerous artifact, but he was never able to make that wish a reality. Then Allison, without turning to the old dwarf, notified him that they wanted to build a shelter in Grick and followed up by offering to go with them, and decided to bribe with the news that they could build a new village there, a village for dwarves, which made Cultiser a bit taken aback. Hugging Rurin to reassure her, Allison remarked that he could tell by the girl's reaction that they didn't want to spawn a new dragon ruler. It was getting dangerous here as the dwarves could be attacked by dragons at any moment. The old man looked at the dragon skeleton and asked with a sad tone, or rather asked a rhetorical question about how they could leave this place for nothing. And the archmage explained that he was not persuading, for he knew that the dwarves treasured this corner insanely. But be that as it may, it was still up to the people and their leader to decide. Cultiser stood by the dead dragon, pondering the words he had heard. Rurin was finally feeling better. That panic attack had passed, and she was already wiping her red eyes as she came to her senses. The girl was worried about the future of this race, so she asked her partner if they could not just leave, but at least take the orb for safety, to which she received the answer that Elle had already cast a couple of spells, so there was nothing to worry about. The girl just has to realize that it won't be that easy for them to leave a place that is full of precious memories and let that place be almost completely destroyed. Gulietzar sat in his office completely blank. He was thinking about the offer from the archmage and what his people were going through right now. The man heard nothing and no one. Now he had to make a decision on which too much depended. And then, after all, a guard who was holding a plate of flavorful food in his hands managed to reach in and brought the head. The old man was surprised at something like this, so he asked what it was, only now learning that the man had left this gift. Then his interlocutor said the others were already eating. He tried to talk them into waiting, but they didn't hold back. The man pulled back the curtain. There was just a feast for the world. Hungry dwarfs stuffing themselves with sausages and pouring liters of beer. Some were already drunk and none. Cultiser hadn't expected to see anything detailed. No one had ever staged such a feast for them in such a long time. One of the already drunken creatures pulled her one can of beer and asked if anyone wanted another refill. And sure enough, there were those willing. Cultiser's eyes sparkled with either happiness or sadness at the memories arising in his mind. He was then young and hot, and came to Mr. Colored. And the ancient dragon asked the man if it was hard for him to live in such a small and dark place. The creature in his memory remained so lively and friendly, instilling hope and a sense of protection. It was then that young Gulietzar replied that the small place was only for Mr. Colored, and that it was a very large place for such as he. Then the creature laughed loudly, almost to the whole cave. He hadn't even thought about it, and didn't understand how all these people could live here like this. It made the dwarf a little angry, and he replied that they all understood the responsibility they had. The Joker in dragon form disappeared, and the conversation turned to a serious topic. namely that Colored's energy would be enough to harbor the essence, but sooner or later he would be gone and the dragons would descend here. The ancient dragon had decreed that when he was gone Gultazar should gather all the Dvafra and leave this place immediately, and it was incomprehensible to the man how one could abandon one's own home, one's native place. The dragon laughed again, talking about how there would be only bones left of him, but his companion asked for such a thing not to be said. He didn't want to think about the fact that they would have to say goodbye to such a protector someday. Then the creature looked at the dwarf with a serious, but somehow affectionate look and asked him to listen carefully. The motivation should at least be that if everyone dies, he will be forgotten. So let them live for that at least, since they don't see any other motivation. The living should not suffer for the dead. And the dragon wants these people to live happily and be able to exist after his death as they do now. With a kind expression on his face, as if he wasn't a dragon at all, Colored said that he wasn't here to bring all these dwarves, but quite the opposite. But his interlocutor tried to change the dragon's mind, starting by saying that he was indeed very grateful, since this noble creature was helping them all so much. The dragon laughed again in his usual manner, saying that he wasn't going to drop the orb's guards on them anyway. And then the dwarf realized that there was no constructive conversation to be had here. Now Gultazar's hands were trembling as she watched his people rejoice and think of nothing bad, that they were just enjoying the moment. How long it had been since the man had seen their smiles and such carefree emotions. He remembered the skeleton behind the secret passage in the grave, and he felt sorry for it. Gultazar fell to his knees. He apologized to Colored San for being such a fool, for only now understanding the true meaning of this powerful being's words. Allison and Rurin walked through the streets of the ruined city looking around. They had done their job and could return in peace. Suddenly, someone ran up from behind and called out to Mr. Ella, causing the couple to turn around. But it was Gultazar who ran. He asked the guests to wait. He had thought it over well and changed his mind about his decision. A smile appeared on the archmage's face, a smile of success, but very gentle and kind. They had done a good deed. In front of them stood a crowd of short men who said they intended to go with them and help finish the den, and asked them to take them with them. That was how, after such a story, the dwarves came to Grick. They began to build a den for Rurin, thinking over everything, what could be torn down, where to build. They wanted to marbleize everything. Allison assisted with magic and watched the process with a bit of control. But I did not interfere, because I trusted these people completely. I knew that they could be relied on, and they were fast. Then he worried about the workers overworking, and Gultazar asked him not to worry about it. Even though they had to starve, their uniforms were still perfect. Everyone just hadn't had sausage in a long time, which Elle said not to worry about. You'd never have to worry about food with him, and not just food, but tasty food. Then he also asked the one for whom it was all being done if she liked it. Rurin said she did, and she was looking forward to the final result. Except they had an unresolved problem, and that unresolved problem was now in the hands of the coke. It was the magic ball. Gultazar took off his ring, being eager to give it to the boys, saying that he believed they would use it for good purposes. After all, he had already entrusted them with the fate of the dwarves, so he wasn't worried about that much either. Rurin began yelling at Allison, asking him what he was up to, reminding him that this was not something to be trifled with. To avoid the full wrath of Rurin, who was already beating up Shlo, the boy decided that for now he should hide the orb in a safe, secure place. The archmage was in complete agreement with the furious Rurin about the fact that they should not allow another dragon to be born. But there was one more thing left to do. In the meantime, Serena was in her lair licking her wounds, for not so long ago she had almost died because of some child. So it was better to keep her nose out of the air for the time being. Suddenly footsteps were heard in her den. It was very tense and reeked of danger. The red dragon got very nervous, asked who it was and if it was Ger, then ordered them to get out. They had nothing to talk about anymore. Suddenly two shadows appeared on the wall, one of which asked who Gerd was. These silhouettes came closer and closer. Soon the two silhouettes of Ella and Rurin appeared. They had finally found where Serena had been hiding all this time. She was very frightened, nervously asking what they were doing here. Allison, as usual with a wide grin, spoke of serious things in a threatening tone. He couldn't expect a dragon who complained about having absolutely no offerings to sit in a mountain of gold. Beast had come to learn something, and Rurin added that they didn't need it now. The red dragon, lying on the floor, was hysterical, saying that she had already told everything, and asking the uninvited guests to leave this place, not realizing why she had to go through all this. The guys were wondering who Grat it was, and from the looks of it, it was her familiar. We could assume they had attacked the dwarves together. Elle kept threatening with magic, but Serena assured that it wasn't, and muttered something to herself under her breath. Embarrassed no one had heard it, so the archmage interjected about what had just been said. And then the red dragon snapped into a scream, blushing all red and still clearly saying that it was her ex and he visited her often, so she thought he had come again. Realizing that he had been wrong to be so hasty, Elle apologized to the girl. Serena began to justify herself by saying that she'd only been here 6 months and hadn't seen any other dragons yet, but Rurin didn't believe it, citing the gold around. Those were offerings. The girl bit her lip and snapped her fingers, realizing that some sort of image would have to be shattered now. Immediately, all the gold began to vaporize, turning into mere smoke all around, leaving bare floor and walls. The guys immediately realized that it was all just an illusion and started looking around, watching all the luxury from this room just disappear before their eyes, dissolving into thin air. Serena cried. She wondered if the rascals were satisfied now, since they hadn't had enough of such abuse. Let them take everything. In the evening they were already in their native restaurant, and, under the setting sun, they were discussing what had happened. Rurin thought they were wrong, for she had never seen dragons so upset, and they had never learned anything about the ones who had attacked the dwarves after all. Elle, twirling the orb in his hands, realized that there was nothing more to ask that lady. He looked more closely at the artifact in his hands, and since they had it now, they would eventually find out for themselves. He was particularly interested in the dragon's plans. Suddenly a small bell rang on the door, announcing a new visitor in a thin voice. Matt and Alena stood on the doorstep. They said a friendly hello, talking about how long it had been since they had seen each other. Allison hadn't expected to see old acquaintances here either, but the surprise was pleasant. Immediately he asked the man how he was feeling and how he felt without crutches. He replied that he couldn't move freely yet, but he was feeling much better, thanks to Miss Alena, who had helped him a lot. The elfess, on the other hand, replied that the gentleman was helped more by his desire to get well, generally being modest as usual. Rurin watched as Allison exchanged pleasantries with the woman, saying that Mr. Matt had trusted her to be the one to treat him, which meant a lot, and was jealous in a strong way, so her face spoke for herself. And then the archmage asked how things were going at the healing center, to which Alena said that things were much better. There were still a couple of odd customers, but still. Not long ago, Mr. Nellen and his mother came to the doctor, asking for help, and many miners visited her, though not without admirers with flowers, to whom others had questions. There seemed to be more customers, and it seems that Miss Raina, who had helped with spreading rumors about Elena's skills, had worked on it all. Just when the elf wanted to talk about vegetables, Gultasser came out from under a trapdoor in the floor and asked about the availability of more stewed chestnuts, much to the girl's consternation. Alena was surprised at such a sudden appearance of the dwarf, and the latter asked if he looked like a monster that scared the lady so much, and Elle was only shocked that these people had managed so much. While they were discussing what the old man immediately realized was an elf up here, albeit an unusual one. A butcher burst into the restaurant with a cry for his stomach and a completely strange expression on his face. There was a commotion in the room. Some people couldn't understand why the restaurant was closed yesterday. Some people were arguing about who had come to this place first and whether the elf was worthy of being here. But now this place really looked like a restaurant, even though Allison wanted a pea. A mountain of delicious food stood on the table and beckoned everyone around to their seats with its aroma. Matt really missed the taste of pizza. So to avoid waiting for the restaurant to open, we need to learn how to make one. And Rurin noticed how Miltine's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, sitting next to the object of her admiration. Allison served his customers, asking if they wanted anything else, while they marveled at how great everything was. The dwarves were similarly enjoying the meal after a hard day's work and building a shelter for Rurin, sipping from huge mugs of cold beer. All in all, the restaurant was buzzing with life and joy, which echoed in the voices of the diners. And only Darren looked inward from behind the window with sadness in his eyes and a desire to spend his time the same way. His gaze was especially fixed on Allison, who, at the moment, Rurin was trying to feed. He slid down the wall quietly, with a heart full of sadness, thinking about his situation and how he could spend his time. The word teacher fell quietly from his lips, and everything in his head was centered on Allison. And as if of his own volition, an archmage popped out of the door, startled Darren into screaming, and inquired about whether the boy had just called him, after which he inquired why the young baron did not go inside, but sat alone outside. Here the blonde asked if the owner of the restaurant cooks desserts, from which the interlocutor was surprised, and then replied that he did not know how. The guy bit his lip and got nervous, ready to cry here and there from the pressure. He immediately lowered his head and began to beg loudly for Mr. Allison to make dessert for his mother, because Darren just wants her to smile. This was something the archmage had not expected at all. The kitchen was bustling with work, the meat sizzling in the pan and giving off a pleasant aroma. The chef asked if the soup was ready and was completely absorbed in the cooking process, controlling not only himself, but also his subordinates, so that nothing would burn and so on. Darren, on the other hand, was showing Allison the kitchen in his manner, saying that this was where any ingredients could be found, and one only needed to tell the boat if anything was needed. And this cuisine was really impressive. There was such a huge amount of spices, which you will not see in a regular restaurant. You can envy. Oh, and the cooks here are pretty skillful. And right now the guy in charge was reprimanding a cook who had just overstayed her welcome. Darren, on the other hand, tried to explain that it wasn't usually such a tense atmosphere here, which seemed odd. And Elle thought the explanation might be just that the Baron was here. High-ranking people better not hang around here much, others think they can fire them right here for the slightest mistake. And that was about it. Looking at the food around, he decided he could make a good dessert after all, much to his students' delight. In the evening, Berna thanked the guest cook for dinner, wiped her lips elegantly, and got ready to leave. If you look at the plate, you can see that the woman did not even touch the dessert, although there was an incredible deliciousness. Such rudeness simply killed Elle. His labors were not appreciated. A stupor, just a terrible stupor, enveloped the man. Behind his trembling back stood Darren, who made excuses that he couldn't even think that his mother would simply not touch the food, something the situation had clearly not made any better. Allison couldn't normally accept it, but reassured herself that it would be much worse. She did try the food and then refused it. Suddenly, the chef had an idea and decided to clarify the information about her perpetually keeping to herself. He wondered how long it had been since she had eaten desserts. The blonde replied that his mother used to be very fond of sweets, and thanks to such goodies, she had become softer towards them. This woman was always very strict. She always found something to pick on. For example, she always forbade running in the corridors of the castle. And after moving to Greek, the beau hardly ever saw her smile anymore, and felt guilty about it. Darren tried to get closer to his mother, but she was forever cold and didn't give him enough attention and love. And it was all watched by her spouse. Darren's father was very worried about this and was upset. He too would have liked their family to be happy and exemplary. While the city was being rebuilt, and the head of the family, things were better, though they too had their unpleasant nuances. Reuben Gri assured that Darren was a very good beau and, in his opinion, Berna was too strict with him, but the woman replied that she was just trying to teach the boy manners, not shy to discuss it all in front of her son. And the boy was still very young, could not comprehend everything properly, and indeed, as a member of the nobility, he should have learned more about manners, but not by the same method. And the man was interested. He had a hunch, was that the reason Berna wasn't smiling, and such an assumption surprised the woman. She hadn't expected to be pinned down like that. Reuben had noticed this quite some time ago. It now seemed to him that his wife had too much on her shoulders, and in the last 4 years she had never once shared what made her happy. Couldn't a woman relax normally around her husband and his son? And then Berna's gaze became sad and wan. The man tried to relax her a bit, talking about how this was their home, after all, and she should be comfortable here. And then he shifted to a shout, noticing that his wife's plate was already empty and she had eaten her dessert. The blonde herself hadn't noticed it, and was startled by this abrupt change in tone. Now what Raina knew was that she liked desserts, though she tried to say through her embarrassment that it was a little off, but the man couldn't hear her anymore and said that they needed the money to rebuild the grounds, so they didn't pay much attention to desserts. But now he knew what she liked. Darren's eyes lit up then too, especially after his father's promise that they would find sugar, even though it was hard to do during the war. It was then that the men of the Gri family realized that Berna liked sweets. After that, Darren's father started bringing her all sorts of desserts, waiting for his wife's reaction and words of thanks. It got to the point of absurdity. They had dessert for the first course and dessert for the second course too. And there was dessert after dessert as well, and his young son suspected something amiss even then. The man almost seemed to have lost his mind. Already Reuben himself was sick of eating sweets for every meal. It was too sweet, and it was already hard to tolerate it, and there was no change. But then a sigh was heard from the blonde's side that drew attention. At last a laugh was heard. The laugh of the mistress of this house, which was what the men had been so persistently seeking. She asked her husband to stop doing it already, for Berna had had enough. Reuben and Darren's faces were sparkling with joy. It was simply incredible. Finally the goal had been achieved. That laughter would be forever etched in their memories. Her facial expression was simply wonderful. Joe finally reigned in this manner in full force. Little Darren was strolling around the castle and not thinking about anything so serious. Suddenly, the blonde heard a shouting and discussion of something behind the closed door. And from surprise he was even startled. The blonde still decided to eavesdrop on what was going on in the other room. There was just discussing the fact that there had been no air all this time, even though it had been 5 years. Suddenly the doors opened, much to the chagrin of the boy who had been eavesdropping on the conversation, for the door hit Darren right in the face. A man in a black jacket came out of there and moved confidently down the hallway, not even noticing that he had hit someone. Berna came out as well, having already spotted her son on the floor, and he was worried about what had just happened and whether his mom was okay. She replied that everything was fine, and this man, who is the Earl of Dedran City, was just angry that there was no word from her father. Berna smiled and affirmed that she shouldn't worry about him. Her heart is forever with the town of Greek, and immediately suggested to her son to go eat. It was very noticeable that the woman became completely different after dessert. She remained as stern as she was then, instructing me to watch my manners, but to smile more often, and it was much more enjoyable to watch than what had gone before. The woman was happy and was free to do what she liked, and with this she pleased the other members of the family. Everyone was happy and peace reigned in this house. They enjoyed their moments together and were able to not think about problems and things going wrong in their home. But even so, with complete idle, the happiness did not last long. One day mother and son were at a master class from the preparation of sweets, and Berna obviously something did not work out, except that she did not understand why, but she hoped that next time, everything will work out. Despite all the failures, she refused to let the cook try to help and said she didn't have to try to do everything by herself. But then there was a shout from little Darren, who could do everything right the first time, and wanted to brag to his mom as soon as possible. This shocked the woman even more. The boy was able to bypass her, and he only reminded his mother's words that hard work always yields fruit, though it was unexpected that the boy remembered it now. Just then, someone ran past the doors, not even slightly trying to maintain silence. It was as if the blonde went off the clutch and started yelling at those running around the castle. It was the butler, who was just looking for the lady with the child, and, stopping, tried to catch his breath. The woman was needed so abruptly because they were in trouble. This news made everyone hold their breath. As it turned out, my lord had fainted, and this was a completely unexpected turn of events. Berna was stunned, and because of this she lost control of her body, missing a poorly made brownie. The cause was unknown. The doctors didn't detect poison, so it's pretty hard to figure out, and his pitchfork wasn't the healthiest. The man had lost his appetite, and his son was trying to get through to his father, because he didn't realize because of his young age that it didn't work that way. He turned to his mother then, hoping to find encouragement in her expression, but her face offered no such pleasure. Tears water from the baby's eyes. He will always remember his mom's face. It was stony, without a single emotion, as if absolutely everything had been sucked out of her. Joy, sadness, fear, anger. She stopped touching the desserts and began to distance herself. Darren could only communicate with her through the servants, and he never heard her laugh after that. It was then that the Baron's every move began to be watched, and made him feel uncomfortable. That's how he escaped to Allison's restaurant, and now he knows it. He was also now aware of the fact that the blonde men missed the delicious meals, and the archmage was trying to digest the whole thing with Grick Jr.'s father. And now the woe's tears came. His face was flushed, and a shiver ran through his body. Darren was very happy, as they sat together and laughed at the table. It was just impossible to believe that this was now just a pipe dream. Allison paced sadly in the grass, thinking about how strange it all was. A lot of the Countess' behavior is simply inexplicable. Just because the Count is sick doesn't mean you have to distance yourself from Darren. Was it really because he was not her own son? But then she would not have opened up to him in the first place. It seems that the Countess of Bern had fallen in love with her husband. Even though the marriage was one of convenience, at least that was the case before. And she was estranged from Darren. Even though she really loved him, now she had to fix that problem. And then Allison realized how to solve it all and what the problem was. It was a sudden epiphany. Was it really about guilt? Suddenly the guy burst into Rurin's room, which frightened her very much, because she was doing a frankly evil thing. And the guy assured her that he wasn't going to scold her for anything. Even though he could see how many empty beer cans were lying around the room, he just needed her to help him with something. And then Allison asked a very intriguing question about whether Rurin would be upset if he passed out and suddenly stopped talking. To which he got the answer that he would be, which meant she could help. And then he also asked the girl to imagine that she had loved desserts all the time, and now suddenly fell out of love. But such nonsense made her think that her interlocutor was drunk. Meanwhile, Berna sat beside her husband and cared for him, in a room full of silence and dark corners. She held a bowl of food in her hands and helped the Count eat his dinner, spoon-feeding, all accompanied by a solid silence. Reuben was an absolute vegetable, without a drop of life in his eyes. He was devouring the soup as if the food was being stuffed into a regular doll. Liquid was leaking from his mouth and it had to be wiped off with a napkin, like watching a small child or an elderly grandfather with atrophied limbs. The Countess was without the same emotion, empty eyes, no love, no joy, nothing. The impression that both had been slipped something into their food and were now under the influence of a narcotic or hypnotism. Suddenly the door to the room opened and at least that made the couple perk up and look towards the entrance. There was a man standing in the doorway who reminded me with an acidic smile that time was running out. As it turned out, Count Darren was already here. Berna's face spoke for itself that this was somewhat of a disaster for her. But she said nothing, just set down her plate and replied that she had heard and understood everything. The woman immediately left the room without a word to her husband. Only the skirt of her dress flashed in the passage. Immediately, just as the door closed, a portal opened near the chair, glowing with a bright blue light. Soon Allison and Rurin came out of it. Finally, Darren's mother was gone and they could appear in the room in peace after waiting so long for her to disappear. The dragon leaned over a bit, trying to make out who it was lying on the bed and if it was the Count. And the guy who had arrived with her asked if she could help the man. The brunette stepped closer and concluded that she definitely couldn't help no matter how hard she tried. Al still tried to somehow find out the cause of the problem, so he hoped that Rurin would be able to determine what, in fact, the matter was. But the girl can't do anything here either, because too much time passed, and then finally asked why they came here. The archmage rummaged through the dresser in the room, explaining that he was trying to find any clues, for they could only guess at the Countess's true intentions. And then the guy looked at Reuben, who was looking away, completely glassy-eyed, a face completely emotionless and cold, empty eyes. The sight of it gave me goosebumps. There, the guests looked in that direction, for the impression that the Count was seeing something off to the side was becoming even greater. A small organ stood in the moonlight. It was interesting to wonder why it was here that Darren's father had set his eyes. This question tormented Ella, and coming closer, Rurin shrieked. She seemed to understand why. Inside one of the pipes was a roll of paper. The dragon shouted, saying it was a secret document. As quickly as possible they began to open it, untying the rope. The partner's eyes slid over the paper, reading every word that carried less than favorable consequences. The point was that this document proved that the Countess of Bern had embezzled the taxes of the town of Greek, and there was information there about exactly how the money was embezzled. And while the blonde, the mistress of this estate, was walking down the dark corridors to the room where the meeting with the other count was to take place, she did not even suspect that now her secret would be fully revealed. And then Allison was horrified, even covering his mouth with his hand so as not to make a sound, for now he saw who had written it. Just then he asked Rurin sharply if she wanted to go to the capital, and the brunette was surprised that it had to be done right now. Al asked the girl to find someone there, but didn't say the names loudly so the Count wouldn't hear anything. Meanwhile, Berna entered the room where she was already expected, no particular joy on her face. There was a man standing at the window. He was looking away but in no way at what appeared to be his own daughter. It seemed to be a stern man. But soon the Count of the city, Darren Balter, turned around with a smile on his face upon seeing his blood child. for it had been so long since they had seen each other. When Darren heard footsteps in the hallway and a knock on the door, he wondered who had come to see him at such a late hour, with the words that it was a burger delivery, and then the guy recognized his teacher, except that he remembered that the man was returning to the restaurant, and what he was doing here was unclear. The cook slipped a roll of paper he'd found in his parents' room into the blonde's hands. Tut told the Baron to read the contents, without any explanation. And then Darren was just shocked at what he saw there. He couldn't believe that his mother was wasting the taxes of the town of Grick and sending it to Count Dedrin. Elle asked the kid to keep his voice down, since the object of their discussion was here now. Now it was clear that Berna had purposely avoided her son all this time. And then finally the blonde asked where this information had come from. Elle pointed out that the answer is written at the end, and it was a genuine shock, the kind of thing Darren hadn't expected to see. The document just fell out of his hands, hitting the floor with a loud thud and rolled onward. It wasn't just anyone who wrote it. No one would have guessed that someone could pull such a prank on themselves. The Countess of Bern herself confessed her wrongs, admitted all that it says, but it wasn't clear to his son why his mother had suddenly admitted it. But Allison himself had no guesses about it. The guy decided to use a special magic that he usually only uses in extreme cases, but now it was just necessary. Meanwhile, a serious conversation was going on between the daughter and the father, the Countess asking the man why it was that he had abruptly decided to visit them, to which the Count reacted strangely, saying that he shouldn't ask permission to visit. But even here Berna broke his words, reminding him that they had never been close. Balthor laughed at such a cold-blooded answer and got down to the business, fearing an amusing rumor. The man had heard that the Crown Prince and Duke Tamaran had paid a visit to Grick, and Darren had given them a reception. This little boy had treated them quite cordially. Except that's not what he was told. And Berna immediately recanted, saying she had nothing to do with it. The Count had been told that he himself was capable of nothing. What was he suddenly so confident about? The man scratched his head. And then he added about how it seemed the same thing as Reuben was now waiting for him. And that just hit Berna point blank, in the heart. Immediately her face changed and terror displayed in her eyes. The girl did not understand what the man was getting at, and he laughed loudly at his daughter's ignorance, even though he had not told her anything himself. But it wasn't hard to guess, especially from Balthor's disgusted face, that he was the one who had poisoned Reuben. And now he was going to do the same thing to Darren. And it just blew the woman's mind. She went into a fierce scream, ready to tear her father apart. And then one of the subordinates threw a rope from the back at the Count's daughter, reminding her that no one had asked for her opinion. Allison meanwhile heard from the magic circle he had opened. Berna's father worried about having to do everything extremely carefully or else everything would be revealed. It is now definitely clear that Dedrin poisoned the Count, and the woman wrote a letter of confession. And upon hearing about the imprisonment that no one must know about, Darren couldn't take it anymore and pounded his hand on the table. Anger was creeping up on him from the inside, creeping up to the outside. The decision was made immediately. He needed to rally the entire army to the castle. But then the kid was immobilized with magic and lifted up. A completely unexpected turn of events. Darren started to get indignant, asking what the teacher was doing. And Elle emphasized the fact that they needed to be as attentive as possible right now. Dedrin's minions are all over the palace, so poisoning the food and kidnapping the Countess is a cakewalk. They've already done everything to make the guards doubtful. The Baron tried to bribe the archmage to help, but it wasn't worth it. Allison was sure to help, and they would catch them. But the restaurant cook doubted that Dedrin was carrying the poison with him. Even if they caught him, it would be hard to prove that poisoning the Count and kidnapping Madame doubly. One could of course use the found document as evidence, then they could easily bring charges against Count Dedrin. Except the problem was that then Countess Berna could be punished too, and Darren didn't want that at all. Now they were at an impasse and didn't know what to do. But even here the archmage came up with a plan. It is necessary to adjust the situation to collect evidence. While the guys were discussing all this, near them opened a portal. Rurin came out of it, and in her hands was a bound medron, for they needed to find a high-ranking person who could testify. This shocked Darren. He hadn't expected to see this person here. Their hostage looked on with a kind of fear in her eyes at what Allison had said about having a plan and the young baron needing to play along. The day came. The castle outside lived the same life, but inside the walls there was a bustle going on. Right now the bag had been removed from Berna's head. Her eyes were trying to wean themselves from the absolute darkness, but she couldn't tell discomfort. Her mouth was gagged. Her father stood in front of her, asking her without much sincerity how she was feeling, for even though it was morning, there was no sunlight in the room, and then informed her that he had to go somewhere and Berna would go with him. The blonde got nervous. She asked what was the matter, and then she took off screaming. She didn't understand why she was doing all this. After all, she had even stolen the town's money and deliberately scolded Darren. The woman had done everything her father had asked her to do, and she didn't understand the man's politics that made him choose to harm her. But Darren only laughed as he stood in the doorway, saying that Darren's actions posed too great a threat. They began to climb the spiral staircase, and the Earl talked about how at first he wanted to poison Darren, thus thought to get the town of Grick more decisively. Probably Reuben infertile, or the couple was not very lucky, but that was just his guess. After saying that, the father grabbed his daughter's hair hard and pulled her to him, and with a completely maddened look he looked at the woman, guessing that Berna had begun to realize earlier that he was the one who had poisoned her husband. Then the man threw the countess to the floor, commenting on the fact that she had learned to make a fool of herself. He had thought she would be surprised when Daddy told her everything. Berna, on the other hand, in desperate straits began to beg the Count not to touch Darren. Darren smiled wryly, pretending he was about to make concessions. A man opened the door to the boy's chambers and said his breakfast was already poisoned. The Baron sat up in bed, also without any emotion on his face. He felt bad, had no energy for anything. Berna was horrified, especially after realizing that he would suffer the same fate as his father. She was speechless at the sight of her son, though not her own. In such a state, she looked at her parent and just couldn't match the situation with his facial expression, which was smiling achidically. Salty drops fell to the floor from his eyes, the kind of thing you wouldn't wish on anyone. Your father turning out to be a real monster. For the first time she felt eerily disgusted that they shared the same blood. The woman began to scream, calling for her son, shouting his name louder and louder. And the Count only scoffed, calling it all just to she. But then a knight brought him a roll of paper. Darren asked what it was, but the subordinate didn't really understand it himself, only saying he'd found it in Count Reuben's room. And then, as Berna's father learned that his daughter had confessed to withdrawing the city's revenues under his orders, he was simply shocked. And the blonde, kneeling, raised her head, now realizing with horror that she might get punished for it as well. Now all her secrets were out in the open. She rose up in an attempt to snatch the man, but the guards held her back with physical force. The Count laughed. He hadn't realized his daughter had left a trump card up her sleeve, but it was a bit expected since she had his blood running through her. Except that he had outplayed her, though not by himself, and now would be over, for the confession was already over the candles, and would be burned. After her husband's illness, Berna had lived only for her son, but now he was suffering the same fate, and the blonde now watched her last hopes for a normal life burn out. Her father would bear his dagger, and with a crazed look imagine the Countess in despair getting rid of her husband and son, and then killing herself as well. He stepped closer to Darren, admiring such a plot, as if he were a director making a movie production. But then the knight showed some sympathy and asked the Countess how she was feeling, worrying if she was alright, rather unexpected considering he had just brought her trump card right into the hands of the enemy. But then Darren lunged at Darren with a knife, without a shred of regret or humanity. And then the knight removed his helmet from his face. It was Allison. With a smile and without any concern he assured that this story would have a completely different ending. That was their plan. The blade that was supposed to hurt Darren came to a stop, resting on magic. The blade began to scorch Berna's father's hand, refusing to let itself be held. The weapon froze in midair, surrounded by fire. Madrin burst into the room, accusing Count Darren of attempting to murder Earl Grick. Berna's father wasn't prepared to see a loyal mage here, still on the other side of the barricades, on the side of the enemy. And then Darren got out of bed and warned the man that it was over. The guy was perfectly fine. The Countess held her breath. She couldn't believe her son was alright. A small shiver ran through her body. Tears of joy appeared in her eyes. It was a miracle to her. Her motherly heart was satisfied like a delicate flower watered on the hottest day. The Countess bent over. She thanked the higher powers that her child was unharmed. Tears of happiness dripping to the floor. Darren looked at the Count seriously and couldn't put all his anger and hatred into words. Darren was just out of his mind. He couldn't understand how this was possible. He had thought of everything well. Everything had been planned perfectly. From his lips all he could manage to get out was a phrase questioning how Guy could talk. Madrin said, in a stern tone, that resistance was absolutely useless, so it was better to obey and don't make any unnecessary movements. The man couldn't normally accept that he had to listen to the palace's orders. His teeth gritted with anger. This was an unspeakable shame. He had failed. First and foremost in front of himself. He immediately tried to play dumb, saying everyone had misunderstood the situation and he was just carrying that dagger as a way of self-defense, and it had just fallen out, and Darren had absolutely no intention of harming Baron Darren. But the mage knew the man would say so and would deny the attempted murder of the count, explaining that he was ill. Therefore, the girl immediately withdrew the food for Baron Darren. The dishes that the boy was to consume appeared in the air. She asked the man to eat it all to prove his innocence, and the count became very nervous at such a suggestion. His hand trembled, but he still reached for the food, horror on his face. It was clear this was all bluff, but something had to be done now. He took the bread in his hands and squeezed it hard. Everyone waited for the villain to be caught in his own wickedness, but the man just scattered all the food around, yelling that he wasn't the only one so sinful. He started talking about how Berna was the one who had been stealing the town's money for years, but she didn't do anything. And here he is trying to be accused of something. And since this is about justice and crime, it would be good to put her in jail first and then deal with him. Darren replied that he didn't know what the man was talking about, picking up the remains of that very confession from his mother. He showed it to the count with a stern look, reminding him that there was no evidence of any kind. And then Darren just lost his mind. He's even being outplayed now. He himself allowed what he did. He himself built the bridge for all of this when he burned the evidence. Immediately he turned to the guards, ordering them not to just stand there and to do something immediately, reminding them who was in charge and who should be obeyed. And those, like faithful dogs, rushed towards the Medrin who stood with her back to them. They were following their master's orders, though they had better think hard themselves. Immediately, they were bound by magic to each other, pressing down, making it very painful. Medrin was best not to be trifled with. Some things were better left out. And it didn't matter at all who you were, knight, count, or even emperor. There were no exceptions, and even less so when a mere mortal was trying to overpower someone with powers. The knight's cloak billowed in the wind, heralding the coming of change. Darren turned to his knights, recalling their first order, to get rid of the men who had infiltrated the city of Grick, his eyes burning with hardness and confidence. And anyone in the ranks who disobeys orders will be left with problems. The fighters headed towards the castle. The magic circle was squeezing Earl Darren harder and harder, so much so that she began begging Darren and Medrin not to do such a thing. But immediately his ego took over, and instead of a normal attempt to negotiate, he turned to yelling, threatening, asking how dare they even do something like that to him. The evil Earl's knights were captured, bound and brought to their knees. Darren's team did their best. The men who were not warriors, but so had carried out these dastardly orders, were also immobilized and waiting for their punishment. Allison was watching everything from the castle window. He was genuinely glad that they had almost managed to sort it all out. The lad approached Bern and used magic to untie her hands, warning her that he intended to leave, but was genuinely glad the Baron was alright. And the Countess asked her savior to stop and asked who he was. But she didn't wait for an answer. The woman heard a native voice calling for her mother and immediately gazed in his direction. It was Darren. He was standing in the doorway with the remains of the curdle, and the woman was worried about her child, whether he was alright. Berna couldn't get up. She didn't have the strength. All she could do was thank the higher powers that nothing had happened to Darren. The boy knelt down in front of her, even though she told him not to worry about her. It was all over now. That the blonde wanted to finally dot all the points. So with a cold tone, through which still traced notes of sadness, asked about why his mother did not look him in the eyes. Berna could not do it. She looked at her hands and the shadow on the floor. He was a criminal and shame was creeping up inside her. The blonde blamed herself, saying it was all because of her. She had stolen the town's money. She knew Count Darren was a criminal, but kept pretending everything was fine. She was the reason her son was in danger. And the woman was incredibly sorry. So the blonde thought that Darren might not forgive her. And the Baron remained silent for a while longer, choosing his words and putting his thoughts in order. The food that Earl had scattered remained untidy, just as it is dishonest to ask that Mom had been suppressing guilt all along. So why is she apologizing? The boy thought it was all Count Darren's fault, but then anger rose to his heart. He bit his lip and his body trembled with impatience to speak out. He started yelling and demonstrating pretensia about her not telling me about the paper. Didn't she think about how her son would feel if she went to jail? Darren reprimanded his mother like a little girl, saying that she should have told him everything. Whatever happened, she should have shared it, and now she was getting full credit for it. The Countess's burnt confession was still in his trembling hands, and he specified that it was to be shared not only with Darren, but with her husband as well. And so the remains of the roll fell with a clatter to the floor, as did the problems that had just been solved. And with Darren's real emotions kicking in, he immediately stood crying, and with a shaky voice that was interrupted by sobs, he affirmed that they would always be there for each other because they were all family. Berna was already sobbing too, and her son was asking her to lift her eyes and accept everything that had happened. Her hand trembled and reached for her son, the Countess begging for forgiveness. She knelt down and hugged her son, both of them crying, begging, pleading with her to forgive her. She admitted her stupidity and promised not to do it again for anything. The evening sun was giving its last rays to the earth, and the caged carriage was already reaching Darren Castle. Inside sat the Count, bound, shouting, demanding that all the ropes be removed from him, threatening his status. But the knights did not listen to him, only discussing the work and whether all the servants had been taken out of the castle. But Berna's father would not be appeased. He claimed to have connections in the capital, and when he got out of here, the first thing he would do would be to get rid of the warriors for daring to do this to him. Suddenly a man appeared in the air above him, asking who the Count thought he was. The captive only startled in the moment from surprise. It was Allison, hooded, and his gaze was condemning all the nonsense the losing man in the cage was spouting. Darren didn't seem to recognize the guy and asked who he was, if he was a mage from the Empire. Sweat ran down his face from excitement. The archmage answered nothing, only looked away. He looked at the scenery around him. This earl had such vast territories, and out of greed he had also encroached on Grick. And then madness flashed in Nella's eyes, and magic flowed from his hands like a river, not boding well. He asked the outlaw to look at everything around him, especially the castle he had spent so long building, and noticed how fragile it was. And indeed, the manor, as if it were cardboard, began to break into pieces. Darren didn't understand what this stranger was doing. It just couldn't be. But he can't do anything to counterbalance it. Berna was better now. Her wounds were bandaged. The woman went out into the yard and saw Darren. Her husband was seated at the table in the same way, and the beau, leaning on the table, told me that the thought had occurred to him that it would be nice to eat together, and everything on the table was left to the guests. There were a bunch of other people seated nearby, and a ton of desserts on the tablecloth, from cupcakes and cookies to fancy cakes for every taste and color. Raina was just overjoyed to see so many beautiful sweets, and her husband reminded her that if you eat a lot at night, you can easily get fat. He got a smack on the head for that, with Rurin and Alena seated nearby, who couldn't believe that absolutely everything here could be tasted. Berna looked at each plate, and from the look on her face, you'd think she hadn't eaten desserts in her entire life. Suddenly from the doll there was a shout from Medrin, who was attracting attention and asking to look in the direction she was pointing her finger. Darren realized that something was starting to happen, and his parents were a little surprised, for they had no idea that the tea party would be accompanied by a special performance. And then the Countess's eyes widened. She had not expected to see such a thing. Words of admiration escaped her lips. There was a huge castle hovering above the ground, ripped out with the earth. It was Darren Castle. Immediately something began to happen. A magic beam began to swirl around the palace at the speed of light, releasing a blue glow. After a while, a couple seconds, there was nothing left of the structure, as if it were a piece of paper that was very easy to crumple in your hand. Just clench it into a fist. Darren Cage screamed through his terrors for the archmage to stop, and did not do it. The man was not ready to lose such an expensive, literally, estate. But Allison had no intention of stopping. With a wicked smile, he warned the Earl that he would never see his home again, so all he had to do was enjoy the spectacle. A bunch of explosions appeared in the sky, like blue-colored fireworks, illuminating everything around like stars on a clear night. Darren and his guests watched the scene, and on his face there was a look of joy and a desire to continue watching such a spectacle. He asked his mom, whose eyes displayed all those bright lights in the sky, how she felt about this performance. Oh, he could have guessed it himself. The woman answered nothing, only reached for the sweetness on the table in the plate in front of her. After stuffing the deliciousness into her mouth, she cried with joy, thus answering the question she had asked earlier. This tea party, with so many people, a marvelous revenge and the most beautiful fireworks display, was the best of Countess Berna's life. Rurin and Alena were just choking on the pancakes, shoving several pieces into themselves at once, as if it was the last day of their lives and they had to eat so many delicious things. Matt and Miltine similarly tried to eat as much of the good stuff as they could, but the man was a bit pickier about eating before he ate, at least trying to consider what he was putting in his mouth. So the party continued into the night. Everyone made a general decision that it had been a wonderful day, and Berna couldn't remember the last time she had enjoyed desserts so happily. The woman was just incredibly happy that she could finally break out of that dungeon, and now she could enjoy everything around her in peace, like, for example, now, the dark starry sky. Grafina fed her husband desserts from the holiday table. She asked him not to worry about Darren, for the blonde had already fully realized how stupid she had been, and now she had no intention of hiding anything. Berna gently passed the napkin over Reuben's lips, whose condition hadn't changed at all. And then the Countess dared to open her lips and squeeze out something she hadn't said, her breathing becoming heavy. The woman realized that she should have done it earlier, but she was glad that she could say it at least now. It was incredibly difficult for the blonde to tear out these words from the depths of her soul, so her spouse was required to just listen to her carefully and take it in. Berna encompassed Reuben's large palm with her delicate fingers, trying to get closer and overcompensate for the Count at this moment. The Countess clung to her husband and said, with a solemn tone, that he loved his man dearly and always would. Darren sat quietly outside the doors, the cold rays of the moonlight illuminating his slight smile that came from overhearing his mother's confession in full. In contrast to such a sweet moment, a not-so-touching scene was taking place not too far away. Count Darren was still in his cage, being driven through the night but busy streets, and the angry populace decided to lynch the wagon themselves, throwing stones at the wagon to shame the scoundrel inside. But the man paid no attention to the cobblestones that were loudly hitting the cage and almost hitting his body. All he cared about was that he now didn't have the lock he had worked so hard for. Darren reported to Allison that they had managed to catch a lot of spies, but they couldn't let their guard down yet, so they should be more careful. And the archmage only praised the commander of the knights for such a marvelous job. And then Darren reminded him that it was all credit to Medrin and reminded him that she had been raised in the middle of the night. And El only chuckled, saying he was sorry, but the matter was urgent, and then asked about Duke Tamarin's reaction to it all, and if he had spoken out about it. As it turned out, he was very surprised at first, but mumbled that it was part of a huge plan. The knight assumed that the Duke would like to see what was happening, or at least the huge hole in the ground from the castle torn out with roots, with his own eyes. And then Darren stopped talking and looked at Allison, admiring him. This man had been strong before, but not this strong. It was both mesmerizing and terrifying. The archmage, on the other hand, was only happy with what he had arranged, as if it were just child's play, with no losses. The restaurant owner looked out over the nighttime town of Grick, feeling and promising that he would have a simply marvelous future and all good things were yet to come. The next day, there was a huge thunderstorm and the heaviest rain. The thunder was so loud that it was just impossible not to cover your ears and be scared. Rurin and Allison were standing on the porch. The guys hadn't expected the best of times to start with terrible weather, and the girl was just disappointed that she had recently hung her laundry outside to dry. The wind was blowing the fence that Man and Miltine were trying to hold up. It was strange that they could still stand still, that their strategy didn't work. The natural element was stronger and the fence beam hit the girl very hard in the stomach. Drops of water were falling on the floor. The bows were completely wet, even though Al had told them not to go out on the ranch in this weather. Holding the towel in his hands, Allison said the job was done for the day, hoping his recommendations would be doled out afterward. That the whole wet trio stood guiltily and excused themselves by saying that they wanted, as best they could, to keep the fence and pick up the laundry, and got the full brunt of it for their good intentions. The archmage had asked the bows to help with the guests. It would be much more helpful, especially since they weren't so few today. With care, Allison wiped Rurin's head and asked her to go get warm or she would get sick, and the latter, like a little child, only not very contentedly agreed. Miltine and Nab looked at each other awkwardly and listened as the couple argued over the fact that the brunette might as well wipe herself. Allison asked the dragon to stand still for a moment, and she resented being too ticklish and asked him to do it gently. And then a phrase was heard that it was just a lovely sight. The owner of the restaurant immediately recognized this voice and looked up, in an attempt to confirm his guesses about who it was. It was Benin, who took off the hood of his wet cape and said he would like something warm right now. He didn't wait very long, and soon noodles with broth and herbs appeared on his table, and the cook thanked him for waiting. It was a soup with Palenza meat, and the guest did not expect to see such deliciousness in front of him, but he had some doubts. After all, not so long ago Palenza was off the menu, and Allison explained that many guests began to visit the shop of Mr. Creston, so he began to cook again with this meat. Then the archmage asked his good acquaintance about the state of the orchard, if everything was alright. He only laughed a little, remembering that the guy before him wanted to buy his lands, so one could make assumptions that he wanted to take the orchard as well. Allison began to deny, putting in the argument that he was offering a price much higher than the others and it would be sad if the plants died because of the weather. Then Bean laughed and said that the cook was absolutely right and he was taken. The man chowed down on some noodles and traipsed around, narrating his speculation that the rain was unlikely to stop, and if she was just going to stand around trying to do something, then obviously nothing would change. And then I just squealed at how delicious the food was, so the walk in that hellish rain was clearly worth it. But here came an angry Rurin, who became indignant that the guy had stopped wiping her. Though the guy tried to convey that he had a guest now and needed to wait a little while, and Benin watched this picture with interest. Then the dragon began to manipulate that Ella just didn't care if she got sick, and the recent visitor's gaze changed, eyelids becoming somehow heavy. The man poured himself some alcohol into a shot glass, as if building up his courage, and turned Ella's attention to his own person. He asked about whether the boy had ever regretted anything, and the archmage hadn't expected such a question in such a carefree environment. Benin tilted his glass and wondered about Allison, wishing he could go back in time and change something, maybe something that popped into his head every time he closed his eyes. And then the visitor surprised that no, but nothing can be done. And it happens, and this happens, because the cook with his wife is not so bad. The interlocutor became terribly embarrassed. He immediately realized that the guest thought that he and Lauren's spouses, poet as quickly as possible explain. But Benin heard nothing, only continued drinking and remembering how he had once loved with all his heart, even though he was now all alone. The man had loved her for 30 whole years, she was his childhood friend, and in general no woman had ever been able to evoke such feelings in him. And Allison felt somehow uncomfortable with such a topic. Her name was Mill, and Benin would never forget that name. And then the archmage wondered, all this information about the name and the term of love, as if some hunch had flashed through his mind. And then Allison asked about why Benin hadn't confessed his feelings to her. And the visitor said that was exactly what he regretted, and that was why he'd asked his earlier question. The rain pounded on the roof and the wind howled angrily. And inside, in the warmth of the place, Benin continued to explain about how he was very young and immature back then and thought they would still be together. At least, the man wanted to believe it. Memories from his youth of those happy and carefree days began to surface in his mind. Benin realized everything only with age, when she had already started to think about the wedding, spinning in cares for this wonderful event. But in addition, Mill decided to move to the neighboring village. It was just an incredible shock to the guy. In his chest his heart first clenched, and then fell stone in the heels, and nothing could be done. He'd asked her, insisted, about meeting, wanting to talk, arguing vehemently that it was necessary. It was just then that he planned to confess to her, and everything seemed to be agreed. Benin came in the middle of the night with the most beautiful bouquet of red flowers, but no one was around. The guy was looking around. After a while it became clear there would be no meeting. The girl just didn't show up. And that was the most frustrating thing that could happen. It seemed to him then that he could get over the rejection more easily. But suddenly something lit up in the sky. That's when the whole dragon situation started, which we already know about. That day, too, Allison came into this world, not yet realizing absolutely nothing, rubbing the back of his head from the shock. Now the archmage understood everything, and a look of shock appeared on his face. He understood everything, and asked Benin to disprove his speculation. But the man only with a sad look, erasing his eyes, and holding a shot glass in his hands, confirmed that it was 15 years ago, when the war with the dragons began. It was then that Benin threw the bouquet of flowers away and rushed out screaming. He ran away like a coward, and only roses from him were left at the scene, as a reminder of his terrible act. After that night, the man found out she was okay, but he didn't have the strength to find her. He admitted he was a coward and couldn't keep his promise. Benin hadn't heard from her in 15 years, and now she was back at the Greek, and now was taken aback. He hadn't expected such a story. Immediately the man changed his facial expression and manner of speaking, continuing to say that to this day he is tormented by regrets and he will never forget it. The man remembers every day, but he is afraid to go outside, because he might meet her. So he watched Elle treat his, in his opinion, wife with love, and then Rurin heard about it and began to play along. Started coughing defiantly and faking illness just to get the guy to pay attention to her. Darren had already risen from his chair, put on his hood and headed outside, and the archmage was trying to prove to him that they were not a couple, much less spouses. It was already deep into the night. Rurin was sleeping peacefully in her bed, spreading her thick black hair over the snow-white linen. The rain was pounding loudly outside the window and Allison sat next to the girl, watching her rest. He thought about Ben and saying he missed the man for 15 years. Turns out that's like 150 years of a dragon. And then a blush appeared on the restaurant owner's face. He chased those thoughts from his head. He didn't understand why he was even thinking about it. Allison remembered that the visitor had talked about his beloved return Greek, so it was already in his plans to ask about this stranger in the morning. And he went first of all to Raina. Of course, she knows everything about everyone. And when she heard about Mill, she was a little surprised. And then she shone with her usual friendliness, saying that of course she knew her. It turned out that she had recently opened the shop, and they had already become friends, and Allison wasn't particularly surprised that the butcher's wife didn't understand why her friend was asking about her. Mill seemed to be very agitated lately, and the archmage didn't understand why the object of their discussion was now in such a state. Raina recalled that she had been very sad during their last meeting, except she wasn't really sure why either. She remembered how the woman had been sitting with her back to her and then suddenly turned without turning from her work. Going through the skeins of thread, Mill asked about whether Raina had ever regretted anything. Elle was just shocked, because it was the exact same question Bean had asked him, as if they were in cahoots. Tier 2. Raina wondered if the restaurant owner was definitely talking about the person who runs the orchard. And then Allison asked the girl to tell more about Mill, and the girl wondered what she knew and where she could start. Upon meeting the woman, she asked the butcher's wife if she had lived here all her life, and Raina gave a negative answer. Because of the war, she and her husband had to move all the time, and the couple ended up staying here. And Mill immediately said that she assumed so, because she didn't seem to know her. And then she explained that she had left the town of Grick 15 years ago and had only recently returned. The butcher's wife had not expected such information. She thought it was the woman's first time here, so she decided to ask what was the reason for the escape. Mill said she loved someone, or rather still loved him, but she couldn't be there for him. 15 years ago, he had asked for one last meeting, but the blonde had not come. She had run away, especially considering the situation in the city at the time, which was being destroyed by dragons. The flower seller said that that young man bought flowers and went to the gate, which meant he had come after all. And it just hit me over the head like a heavy object, because it turns out Mel ran away like a coward. At the same moment, from such memories, grabbed by the heart, and all began to shake. She was terribly ashamed and disgusted of herself. Worries took over. Allison became thoughtful, almost sad. His mind was spinning with different thoughts. Now he knew the story from both sides and tried to analyze everything well. Now Raina realized, too, that Mill had been talking about Benin all along, and that they didn't have the most conventional story of feelings. The girl held the bag of meat in her hands, but it was difficult to continue her work normally. Now there was a realization that she was sorry because of Ben and Sam. They both went to the rendezvous point, but both ran away because of the dragon attack, wanting to save their lives like all adequate humans, and just as both decided, they had cowardly left each other behind. It turns out they are tormented by a shared regret, and if you think about it, the time frame is still long, a whole 15 years. Such a story touched Raina very much. The woman even cried, saying that it was very unfair. Mill told her that since then she had been living all alone, and did not even want to discuss marriage with her father. She had suffered for so many years, because of a stupid misunderstanding. And then Allison became more cheerful and happy, as if he knew the solution to the whole situation, and asked Raina not to worry about it, assuring her that everything would be fine, except that the butcher's wife should tell Mill about everything. Allison paid a visit to Mr. Benin and slipped him a glasses case. A man picking apples in his orchard got distracted from his work and asked what it was. The owner of the restaurant explained that these glasses are a great gift from Mill. She told him that she has problems with her eyesight, and if they don't fit her, Bean should let Elle know and he'll fix it. But the garden owner was still hung up on the part about the gift from Mill. Allison said with a carefree face that Mill would be waiting for him at the gate today. That's when to give the present. Benin was shocked. He certainly hadn't expected such a thing and asked his interlocutor what he was talking about and assured her that he couldn't meet her. Allison changed his tone to a colder, clearer one so that the orchard owner would cool down a bit as well, and reminded him that Benin had told him of his regrets. And the guy actually thinks that everyone has the right to make a mistake, because no one is able to predict the future, but you should not worry, especially about the same thing. The words didn't really suit. The fear and anxiety only intensified and made every part of his body tremble at the thought of meeting his beloved. Allison reminded him that Benin already knew what to do, so as soon as night fell the man set off for his destination. My legs wouldn't obey, were cotton wool from the worries that pulsed through from the outside. In his head were spinning different thoughts and worries. Suddenly Mill will be angry at him. Suddenly will call him a coward. After all, he himself ran away. And it's been 15 years. What if she does not come at all? All this despite the fact that he had loved her and missed her all this time. He was still worried and wanted to leave already. But then he saw a dark female silhouette under a tree and his legs stopped on their own. He completely failed to see who it was but realized it was Mill. And already coming closer, he realized that it was the same woman. She did not turn around, but looked in the distance, but the houses of the city, as if remembering all the moments from the past, happy past. Benin thought so. It was all in vain. The worrying grew even stronger. He twirled the case in his hands like a little boy on a first date. Suddenly Mill turned around. There was an easily visible hope in her eyes, a hope that things were about to clear up and be resolved. The woman turned fully and from her sensual lips came the name of the man they had parted with 15 years ago. Though she recognized her beloved, she questioned whether he was in front of her, for it was hard to believe that after so many years, they had met again. The man clutched the case in his hands and realized that he had just nearly escaped a second time, and that it was absolutely wrong to do so. The woman cried with happiness at seeing Benin once more. Her heart fluttered with feelings that flared up again, but she said nothing more. Only began to bring up the subject of that very day abruptly, which threw the man completely off balance. And then the owner of the orchard hid the gift, realizing that this was not the time for it. He pretended he wanted to talk about it too. Even if Mill was going to be mad at him, he would be willing to take the pressure. He really is more about what happened that day than anything else in his life. And now there's an awkward pause between them, searching for a word to begin with. More than anything he wanted to apologize now, and here they were simultaneously expressing words of regret for not having met 15 years ago. And then silence, absolute silence, because of the incomprehension of what had just happened. Only the crickets in the grass screamed, rejoicing in the starry sky. Denon would be shocked. He didn't understand why Mill had just asked for forgiveness. After all, he was the one who had chickened out then. And in the woman's mind the exact same thing was going on. She had been thinking it was her fault all along. And then it finally began to dawn on Benin what had happened, that they both didn't show up then and blamed themselves. Mill chuckled quietly to herself. The situation was indeed comical, a simple misunderstanding. And then they both laughed. For 15 years, they had tortured themselves, blamed themselves, and tried to suppress their emotions and feelings, but just to talk. And here they were, in the town of Grick. They could understand everything for themselves. Turns out Raina and Elle were watching the whole thing as well, and the girl was thrilled that there were no more misunderstandings. And then the butcher's wife asked her partner in the case why he hadn't told her about everything beforehand. To which she got the answer that they should have worked it out themselves and it was not for him to interfere. And then Raina asked if Ella thought they'd spent so many years alone because of a stupid misunderstanding. And the guy said that was fine and good, because it was just wonderful that it turned out to be just a misunderstanding and not something worse. Such ridiculous stupidity had kept them down for 15 whole years, all the while they had been cutting themselves with a knife of guilt of their own. And so they met again. Mill had already put on Benin's gift. The glasses fit her well. They could enjoy the evening in peace and catch up on everything they had missed. So the town of Greek once brought to hearts together, with its devastation shrunk the couple's ability to be together. And once again in this town, they were able to come together into one. And even after a couple days, they came to the restaurant holding hands. It was very nice to see them together, happy and finally satisfied spiritually. But it was even more gratifying to see the valuable document in their hands that said they intended to sell the orchard to Allison. Of course, the owner of the restaurant paid full price, still with the fact that he had already bid the price much higher than the others to eliminate the competition. They must have wanted to build their cabin for that money, because Benon had already doubted for 15 years, so he's not going to stand by any longer. And there are no more regrets. And when Allison came to the now his property, the garden, he was incredibly excited, but even though he owns all the land around the restaurant, there's still no room for a dwarf village. And now at last, they could settle them here, and Rurin was in complete agreement. Finishing an apple from one of the trees in the garden, she expressed her displeasure that the dwarves had to sleep in the den. After all, it was her and Elle's corner. And then the girl was visibly embarrassed and couldn't find the words. She kept fidgeting, tossing the apple from hand to hand. And then she managed to say the unfinished sentence about Elle sleeping in the restaurant, even though there was plenty of room in the den. The archmage realized what the dragon was getting at and didn't know how to respond properly or what to say. And then the memory of Benon and Mill's story came to mind, and that phrase of his that said he definitely didn't want any more regrets. A blush appeared on his face and, coughing, he turned to Rurin and asked a question in the forehead about whether she wanted the guy to move into the den when the construction was finished. Such a direct question just knocked the brunette out of her rut, and on her face appeared surprise mixed with fear. Such pressure she did not expect to hear. And then her eyes immediately sparkled with joy. She couldn't believe her ears. Inside, everything became animated and went straight up. Is this really a positive answer? She questioned whether Elle was serious, asked him again if he was sure, and immediately clung to his neck and hung on, her emotions overflowing with happiness. And the owner of the restaurant commented that the more space the better, and then added that a tunnel to their place of work and livelihood. And immediately Rurin cemented this arrangement with the proverb that the first word is more precious than the second. And now the girl was even more looking forward to the completion of the construction, and all this was accompanied by beautiful views, now theirs, of the garden, where peace and trust. But you can never stop it forever, so the bright colors of summer were replaced by the orange and yellow colors of autumn. The leaves in a passionate tango descended through the air to the ground. Time to finally harvest and prepare for a cold, but no less beautiful winter. The restaurant was further bustling with life and food, the aromas spreading throughout the hall, tempting everyone, making bellies rumble and customers order more and more. Right now, for example, there was a mouth-watering roast with creamy meat on top. The head of the dwarves reported to the customer, Rurin, saying that by New Year's Eve the workers would be done and everything would be ready. The girl took this information with a smug look, as if she were a great boss who ran her own campaign. Serving the appetizing food, Allison with a warm smile praised the old man and his helpers for excellent, just great work. And the interlocutor felt awkward, because they had not yet returned the debt, and Mr. L even allocated land for their village. Lint and Matt were sitting at the next table and discussing the ranch. For example, the latest news was that there were a lot more Barinerics, probably because the males had multiplied and now they would have to expand the ranch to accommodate them all. But whatever the case, now was the time not. They assumed it was the change of season, though Matt's leg wasn't hurting as it usually did for the change of weather, but maybe because her condition was much better. They spoke so loudly that they shouted over the conversations at the next table where Creston, Raina and Alena were sitting. But still the ranch issue was very important now. Now we have to recruit more workers for the ranch. Then we should have another interview, someone said, enthusiastically, but we shouldn't have another such rigorous selection process here. Meanwhile, on the not so far away someone appeared on the horizon. His clothes were torn, his shoes in the mud and with a huge hole on his toes, wondering if this person was doing good or bad for the people who were in the establishment. It was a girl, holding a stick of some kind, breathing heavy with fatigue, her arm bandaged, evidently from some injury or wound, and wearing rags. As it turned out, she wasn't alone. With this pink-haired girl, whose name was Matt, was her brother Lint, who didn't look much better, also with scars on his mouth and face. They were homeless. Her sister shared that she could smell a tantalizing scent somewhere nearby, though the guy could smell it. A guy with an arm bandaged with a dirty and ragged bandage opened the door. apologizing for the disturbance. He and his sister went inside and introduced themselves. They looked miserable. As it turned out, these young men had learned that the restaurant needed ranch workers, and they wanted to try to get into the position. The red-haired guy had a ragged and dirty flyer in his hands, and he slid it through, demonstrating exactly where he'd seen the ad. Seeing the piece of paper made Elle said that they had thrown them out a long time ago, and it made it awkward, because these two had obviously come a long way. Lint flushed. It was very embarrassing to screw up like that, making a complete fool of himself. He and Matt fell silent. Just now their last chance for a normal life and a job had gone from them, and it was unclear what to do now. They just froze in the doorway. But suddenly Allison reached out to them with a smile, pointing to one of the tables, and informed them that they were just about to make a new announcement about finding employees, and now the guests would have a chance to be interviewed. Of course, the owner of the institution was not going to leave potential employees hungry, so the conversation about the acceptance of the position will be more positive. And given that it is quite cold outside, it is worth cooking something warm, so warm wukka with butter is ideal. In a skillet you need to fry onions, garlic and mushrooms, and once the onions are fried to a golden color, you should add tomato sauce, seasoning and a little beer. Allison himself was crazy about the flavor. Not even flavor enhancers are needed. He realizes that he has found his haven, and it is in cooking incredibly delicious food. An achievement in finding oneself in the right profession not every person can boast of. The archmage still thought about adding flavor enhancers after all, but they really weren't needed in this situation. Then the cook left the almost finished dish on low heat for a while, and after waiting for a while, enjoying the wonderful smell all the while, he was ready to serve the Wookiee stew. Lin scooped up a full spoonful and his eyes lit up with hungry joy. He would finally be able to put some tasty and quality food in his stomach. Al said he had cooked quite a lot, so let the boy and his sister eat plenty. Matt couldn't hide her emotions of joy seeing what a huge pot stood on their table. The two homeless men stuffed their cheeks full of meat, greedily swallowing the food. It seemed like they wouldn't notice and would eat the meat along with the spoon and not even choke on it. The girl couldn't believe it was happening to her and her brother. After so many hungry days and searching for food in junkyards, finally the universe rewarded them with a delicious meal. The meat is tender and the broth is rich in flavor. The heat was so blurry in the girl's mouth, it felt simply divine. They were finally able to warm up, not only from the temperature of the room, but from the warm food in their stomachs. Lin felt like this was the most delicious meal he'd had in his entire life, which was basically believable. And Al said to eat plenty. He could see how hungry the guys were. Finally, their provider decided to move on to the topic that should have been discussed originally, which was that the guests would like to work on the ranch, and then asked if there was any reason for that. Lin replied that there really is a reason. They really like animals, and he and his little sister are very hard workers and never give up. And he said it with such enthusiasm as if he was saving a life. And to make sure of the truth of these words, he turned to Miss Helena, who sat at the table behind him. And the elf confirmed the truthfulness of these words. But then she had bad news, because something embarrassed her and she could not hide it from her friend. This brother and sister were holding something back, and those words made the guys inside freeze. Had they just been declassified, and now their attempt was lost in advance. Lin turned himself in by starting to touch his bandaged hands, which was very eye-catching, though it might not have seemed that way to the guy. So, after tactfully apologizing, Allison asked if he could examine his brother and sister's hands, because now he felt like that was what it was all about. The red-haired guest squeezed his eyes shut, daring him to do so, but there was no other option, simply because they were now pinned against the wall and there was nowhere to go. Dirty and tattered bandages fell from their hands, revealing all the secrets of these unfamiliar guests. There were marks on Lint and Matt's arms, right at the wrists, bruises that hadn't been on their arms very long ago, judging by the freshness of the wounds. Matt and Miltine were horrified. They realized what it was. It turned out to be shackle marks. You don't see that every day, no matter how you look at it, especially since the two were quite young. Allison's gaze changed to cold, then shrewd. He asked in a stern tone to these persons who wished to work about whether they were criminals. Matt immediately began to make excuses, and frightened to say that she shouldn't jump to conclusions, because they were really in the dungeon, and wanted to explain the real reason for their sentence, but immediately her brother interrupted her and ordered her to shut up. Immediately, Lint apologized for not telling him right away and hiding the truth, but asked him to believe that he and his sister had no bad intentions. so stood up, leaned on the table and expressed an understanding that they had no right to ask for employment. So Lint was intent on leaving, but Matt shouted to her brother, trying to hold the guy back to try to ask the restaurant owner nicely on more time, that the guy didn't hear, wrapping the bandages back up and walking down the street, where his sister caught up with him, asking what he was doing, because these people seemed like good people, and in her opinion, they should have at least cleared up the misunderstanding. He covered the shackle marks in more detail with bandages to hide them again, as well as the mark of their past, saying that Matt should accept that criminals will always be criminals and there was nothing to be done about it. And despite his sister's sadness, he explained that he didn't want to make any stupid excuses for what had happened, so he told the truth and just left. But putting his hand on his little sister's head, he cheered her up, telling her that he regretted nothing, and let it be so rather than try to prove his honor. And then Matt asked if the boy didn't regret that he hadn't finished that delicious meal, and then Lint changed his face and laughed sadly, because he was really sorry to leave such a dinner unfinished. But in that kind of atmosphere, it wouldn't have been possible to finish the meal anyway. They went on to wander this world further, in search of a better fate. Night had fallen on the earth, scattering bright stars across the sky, and it was time for the restaurant to close. The customers, partly friends of the owner of the establishment, began to go home, thanking Ella for today. While the archmage was washing the dishes, Rurin folded her arms and wondered about whether those guys had failed the interview. And Allison's point was that they wanted to tell their story, but decided not to at the last minute, and it wasn't in his power or right to make them talk, can get everything out in the open. It was up to each person. Drying the dishes with magic, the boy added that he didn't think Matt and Miltine would be comfortable working either, constantly fearing something, and it could only disrupt the pace and discipline of the ranch. Rurin only summarized that it was indeed hard to find good workers, and Tell still insisted that they needed to make new announcements. And then the restaurant owner looked at the condiment vials that had just run out. It was definitely because they had a lot of customers lately. So it was time to find the ritual again and bring some booty from that world. The archmage drew the magic mark on the surface again and placed a coin to pay for the goods he would get from his home world. As he recited the spells, Allison summoned a huge surge of energy that heralded a successfully completed ritual. Everything necessary appeared on the table, and the owner of the restaurant abruptly leaned on the surface. A shiver ran through his body, throwing sweat and fever, and his eyes darkened sharply. Rurin hadn't realized it was so hard, but now it was clear that it was, for such a strong mage was exhausted, and El had said that he wouldn't have been able to do it either if he hadn't swallowed the Lord's heart. Suddenly it got even worse. The guy started to feel nauseous, dizzy. Sweat dripped down in rivers. It became very hard to breathe. Suddenly Allison crouched down. The trembling intensified. The man was no longer shaking but tossing. His girlfriend was very scared for her truly family man and rushed to him. The archmage was scared himself. He looked at his hands and didn't understand what the problem was. It felt very strange. He couldn't gather mana, and this was something he had never encountered in his body before. The magic that was helping the dishes dry faster began to malfunction and delaminate, and Rurin didn't understand what was wrong. Suddenly, Al fell to his knees, creating a loud rumble, and then collapsed completely to the floor. This was something the Black Dragon didn't suspect, though she prepared for the worst outcome of events. The guy had hit his head. As if in a dream, a red crystal appeared in front of him, and a voice, as if it were his own, but disconnected from his body, and clearly female, said that if its owner had known that this would happen, she would have followed out. Suddenly a scream crashed into my ears, and on my body I could feel touches, or rather someone else's squeezing hands that were breaking the guy. Her eyes widened, and now you could clearly see Lurik, who was incredibly worried about her almost family member. She was trying to bring Elle to her senses. The guy was feverish, sweating all over, still not realizing what had happened or where he was right now. The fainted man asked the dragon not to worry. It was all about mana running out, which was completely incomprehensible to Rurin. After all, her friend was a 9th grade mage. He just needs some rest and that's all. And the girl was really worried. She was embarrassed to show it so easily, but she couldn't hide those emotions. She offered her help, or rather brazenly shoved it into Allison's hands. With all of Rurin's assertiveness, she said that the guy could ask for anything. She would do absolutely anything. This pleased Ella greatly. A fleeting smile appeared on his face and he asked if he could ask the brunette for something. even though he knew the answer ahead of time. And as soon as Rurin heard this request, she immediately tensed up and became nervous, unsure of how to now do what she had promised. After all, she had said she would do her best, but she couldn't have imagined that she would be given such a responsibility. Rurin nearly cried hysterically. She didn't think she wouldn't be forced to cook. It was unclear what Allison expected her to do, saying he wanted to eat her cooking. Meanwhile, Lint and Matt were shaking in the cold at night in a back alley somewhere and discussing the fact that because of their criminal record no one would hire them for a job in the city. So the brother and sister went to a restaurant in the suburbs, but it didn't go well there either. That they had to survive the winter somehow, at least it was warm in prison. Gritting his teeth from the cold, the beau told Matt that he couldn't live like this anymore and he knew what to do. They've been through so much, so they shouldn't care about other people now. His eyes lit up with frustration and madness. Such an attitude made even a passing stray cat frightened. Now we can conclude that if they are criminals, there is nothing to be done. They have to steal food and nothing can stop them. They no longer want to eat from the dumpster like last time. That's when they found an ad looking for workers. The kitten nearby seemed to laugh to tears at such conviction, realizing that these guys weren't capable of such a thing, which Lint noticed as well. He realized what he had just said himself, so he went back to thinking that they would continue to eat from the dumpster, and Matt whispered telling his brother to pay attention where she was looking to. Two men were standing not far from them, discussing the fact that the brother and sister had recently been released from prison, and one of them, not the most pleasant-looking of men, ordered the other to find them at once. Lint and Matt immediately recognized Mr. Ratton in the darkness. They could not have suspected that the man would be looking for them. The recently released guy is very angry because Mr. Ratanda still does not realize his mistake. He wanted to get up and go deal with Decrete, but Matt stopped him, telling him it wasn't worth it. The girl was nervous and almost sobbing from having memories flash before her eyes, and now it could end up being more than just 2 years in jail. 2 years ago, the two were involved in a construction project where work was just boiling over. Strange noises were heard inside the cabin where the chief was, a woman's voice asking for an end to what was happening there, but all were stubbornly ignored. The head of construction in the town of Grick pressed one young lady, reminding her that she would not be able to just be rude to Ratton without getting into trouble. The man ran his hand over her crying face, which was covered with fear. He was asking her to think about her hubby. After all, he was trying so hard and not getting a dime, except that his request was pure sarcasm. He was bending her to fulfill all his not-so-pure wishes, trying to talk her down by saying that he was much more benevolent, so asking her not to worry. But then his persuasion was interrupted by his brother and sister who came to see Ratton. Matt was not well. As it turns out, the structure has collapsed and some workers have been seriously injured, as has Lint's sister, so something urgently needs to be done. The woman who had just been pressed by the construction supervisor rushed towards the exit. She didn't want more than anything at the moment to hear that something had happened to Bay 3. And Ratanda lost his temper, calling all his subordinates morons, because they can't even install a single support beam correctly, and they cause such a commotion. The guy disputed this accusation, saying they were doing everything according to the building plan, but a beam suddenly snapped and everything went down with their work. And then Lint suggested that, in his opinion, it was all about the materials, which immediately changed the chief's mood. He became terribly nervous, which was mixed with the recent anger. Just then, Lint was grabbed by the other builders, shoving aside the injured Matt, and Ratton sarcastically asked the guy to repeat what he had just said, and immediately kicked him, accusing that his subordinate had just tried to reprimand his boss for embezzling money from the budget for himself. He further punched Lint, making his organs clench inside from the pain. He reminded him that he had given jobs to these orphans and they had treated him so arrogantly, so from this minute on, the brother and sister were fired and the damage it had caused would be calculated and deducted from there. Matt in tears apologized to the gentleman, saying they were very, very sorry. She didn't want her and her brother to be deprived of their jobs. Immediately a nasty smirk played on Ratton's face. He realized how to benefit from this situation. The man walked over to the girl and lifted her face to his chin, saying he knew how she could repay, adding that nobles had rather peculiar tastes. He was letting Matt know without direct words what was required of her. This, in turn, made Lint mad. He also understood everything perfectly well, and in his eyes there were fires of incredible hatred towards this scoundrel who was going to abuse his little sister. In one sharp movement he broke free from the very strong arms of the builder, freeing his limbs from their confinement. Ratanda had no time to react to such a quick move on the part of his opponent, and frozen, could only watch in anticipation as a body moved towards him, not intending to speak peacefully. Lint, with all his anger, putting all his strength into his fist, punched the construction chief right in the face. He couldn't let anyone do any harm to Matt, and his reaction could be safely understood. Ratanda fell to the floor and began screaming in pain, while the subordinate he had just fired beat him lying down, causing the man to sob. The other guys started pulling the persistent Lint away, not realizing how he had become so strong and out of control, while Matt behind him, sitting on the floor, cheered her brother on and wanted him to win. Outside, cries for help, Pan pleased to stop the mess could be heard from the building. Remembering this and bandaging her brother's arm, Matt recalled that after that Lint had still hurt himself in a fight with the prisoners trying to protect her. The girl really doesn't want to watch him get hurt again. His brother was silent. His memories were like a blur. This attempt to protect his little sister had landed them both in places not so far away. He jerked his hand away, something Matt had completely unsuspected, and said it was just rash. It was rather rude considering he was defending his sister at the time. Watching the creep that had dragged them into prison, they just decided to try and stay out of their sight. The fat man was very angry. He threatened that if these guys thought that was it, they were very much mistaken, and he would do his best to make their lives a nasty mess. He ordered his subordinates to bring them in as soon as possible, at any cost, even if they had to fight, even though they tried to object to Ratand, for he already knew that Duke Darren had been sent to the capital, and for that reason, they think it's probably worth staying quiet for a while. This answer didn't please him at all, so he bowled over flatly. He gave that guy a mighty lashing for questioning Ratnan's inability to sort things out quietly. The second subordinate only sneered. He didn't like this attitude towards them, but there was nothing he could do, otherwise he would lose his job. Ratanda only summarized that these guys are useless idiots and can't do anything without him. He needed his hands. Suddenly, in the distance, he noticed a hooded female silhouette walking by. It was Alena, walking back through the darkness from somewhere, and thinking about going to Ella's restaurant tomorrow. A nasty grin appeared on his face. He was glad to see the woman in this quiet alley, or rather, his victim. He called her the right mouse and darted off to follow her, ordering his sixes to keep an eye out for anyone nearby. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, El looked over the ancient orb that glowed brightly blue that Gultasar had given him, and now understood why he had failed to collect mana. The archmage took it in his hand and the aura transferred to his body as well. This ailment that suddenly overcame him was a side effect of absorbing the ancient orb. The guy was still covered in sweat from the heat. The guy started to crawl towards the bed, thinking about the fact that he wasn't going to consume it. It seems the massive mana accumulation in this world was finally starting to awaken. Allison slid into bed, covering himself with the covers, and thought about breaking the connection. And once he started absorbing mana, he couldn't stop and had to do something about it. But then a smile appeared on his face as he thought about the fact that he just had to wait for the evening snack he had asked Rurin for. He was already anticipating something very tasty on his tongue. He figured she'd been watching him cook for years, so she'd definitely be able to come up with something, seemingly not realizing that watching didn't mean practicing. But it had been a very long time since his dreams of dinner. The cold wind had just blown into the room of a not-so-healthy Allison, and the thought of starving to death had entered his mind. Meanwhile, the kitchen was a mess. Burnt frying pan, broken eggs, crushed tomatoes. It seemed like it would take forever to clean up. Rurin didn't seem to have quite gotten the hang of the process, but maybe things were better with the results. That the result wasn't particularly appetizing to look at, and it doesn't seem to taste particularly edible either. It looked more like a waste product than a dish. Rurin was also all dirty. She was very upset that she had completely failed at what she had planned. It looked completely different on the plate than it should have. The girl grabbed the dishes with the concoction in her hands and decided that this couldn't be served or Elle would die. Just by seeing this, she was now upset that she was a bad caregiver. And then Rurin had an idea. She could just call an elf. She was talking about Alena to come and fix Elle up a bit. The dragon didn't like the fact that the blonde would be hanging around, but for now she could be patient. The girl didn't know where her healing room was, but she could probably track it by smell. Rurin pushed back the chair the woman was sitting on and sniffed. Immediately she kicked the chair with her foot with all her might. She was angry because the elf didn't smell of anything or ruinous endeavor. Since that's the case, we need to think of another plan. We just need to get food elsewhere. and now we need to figure out where to do it. The girl clenched her hand into a fist, already ready to leave the room and head out to get food for her friend. And then she realized, her eyes widened. There was a question to herself. Why would she be looking for someone else? It's not logical at all. She herself had once told Allison that she didn't need healing magic, as the dragon's body was healing in itself. And even because of that said, Elle could do the cooking forever. She could always be physically supportive. Only now she was trembling, for she could neither cook nor heal with magic, and now she didn't know what to do. The girl remembered what Elle had said to Rurin about how she might not be different from other races in ability and character, but had also advised her not to push everyone away like she did. The brunette then held a cup of hot cocoa and listened about how even though she was a dragon, she still couldn't survive alone. Rurin began to shiver, and anxiety began to creep into her heart. The thought of why she couldn't help Elle, and the certainty that she didn't know how to do anything grew stronger. While the brunette was thinking about what she should do, somewhere in the same city Alena, who wanted to be brought in to help first, was grabbed and tried to scream for help, begging to be let go. Ratten recognized the elf from even farther away. The thought of how beautiful the blonde's grin grew wider. He tried to remind her that the man had once visited her in the healing room. The head of construction took off the woman's hood and told her that he was looking for someone, and if the prisoner helped, she would be released immediately. And if she gave no answer, she would see for herself what would happen to her. The moral freak with no principles licked his lips, hinting at what he intended to do. And when Alena heard that Ratanda was trying to find out where brother and sister Lint and Matt were now, her eyes widened and worrying stabbed at her heart. She immediately tuned into the thoughts of the man who held her tightly. He felt sorry for this next victim of the pervert who had power over them as well. After all, how could an elf from the outskirts know two ex-convicts? He was sure she would have nothing to say. But suddenly the blonde said she knew where they could be found, and that really surprised Ratten. He didn't understand how she knew the answer, and the guy who was holding her down was stunned by it too. And Alena bluffed and realized it wasn't even worth trying to guess. But she wasn't going to say anything and was already whispering incantations that created a green magic circle above her head. Immediately, this unusual thing blinded everyone around it and created a torrent of wine that nearly knocked the scum off their feet. Alena immediately darted off at a run, listening to what a disgusting dog she was, but right now she needed to get away as fast as possible. Ratanda was incredibly angry. He realized that he could not catch his victim, even though he tried to run after her, and all he could say was that people like her could only run away. He shouted that the elfess would regret her escape yet, instilling fear in her for a peaceful walk through the city. The man advised Alena to beg for mercy, for the hand was almost to her, which foreshadowed the pixie's agony. But then, with the words that he couldn't just watch it anymore, Lint appeared and smacked his fist into his former boss's face with all his might. He asked Matt to forgive him for disobeying and not staying in a safe place, and choosing to risk his freedom and even his life for the protection of another human being. The blow was so hard that Ratanda flew far away, breaking his back on the ground, and groaned in pain. Lint justified himself by saying that he couldn't just stand by, and Matt replied, standing with a long stick in her hands, that it was alright. It was even better, because now at least there would be a place to winter, and a sweet smile of revenge lit up her face. Alena hadn't expected to see them here, so she asked what they were doing here, sitting on her knees on the ground, and trying to catch her breath. Matt ordered Alena to get out of here and they'll figure it out on their own. Lint needed his fists before punishing the scum for dragging innocent people into this. The boy was ready to remind the nasty man of the events of 2 years ago, and Ratanda raised the whistle he had pulled from his pocket to his lips. The whistling sounded to his neighborhood, loud and unpleasant to the ears. I wanted to cover my ears as much as possible to save them from this unpleasant sound. The battered man laughed and asked for an explanation of what happened 2 years ago, mockingly recalling how brother and sister were imprisoned for the same attempt to protect an innocent girl. The sounds of boots were heard as the feet of strangers approached the scene. Ratanda had clearly prepared himself for tonight, suspecting that such a thing could happen. Then the construction superintendent shouted to the fired guys that they would not survive, and masks of fear and worrying appeared on the brother and sister's faces. Roman Horde, the leader of the gangster gang of the town of Greek, and his gang looked at the ex-convicts and said they were just a sorry sight and were already warming their hands before the showdown that was to teach a lesson. Meanwhile, a dark silhouette stood outside the butcher shop, persistently knocking on the doors of the people who lived there. A sleepy Raina got up, Rubbing her eyes, she tried to wake up her husband, saying that someone had come to see them, but he only rolled his eyes, not understanding what someone wanted at such a late hour. The woman went out to see who it was that was banging on their door. She was surprised when Rurin stood in front of her, justifying herself by saying that it was the closest place to where the familiar scent had led. It was obvious that she was embarrassed to disturb her friends right now, in the middle of the night, but she needed to know where the clinic was. And while some were just trying to bring themselves to their senses from waking up, Lint was losing them in pain from the blow to his face. He recoiled back, calling his opponent a real scumbag, and wanted to strike back, but his plans were ruined by Roman's fist, which came with great force right into his chest, taking away the air for a few seconds, and creating even more panic inside. But Lint had no intention of showing that he was in pain, so he bit down on his lower lip to distract himself from one pain to another and not make unnecessary sounds of weakness. Mate tried to attack the gangster from behind, swinging her stick and saying that he should not even think of touching her brother anymore. But Roman only sighed heavily, a case of young delinquents that it wasn't all just childish dabble, and then stopped the girl's attack with one hand. He then snatched the stick and reached his hand to Matt's neck, wrapping his fingers around it and cutting off the air supply, something Sister Lint had not expected at all. The man shoved the girl into his sidekick's arms and ordered her as tightly as he could, and headed toward Lint, who was crouched on the floor, trying with his last strength to protect Matt. And Rotanda, all battered and wrinkled, sucked up to Roman, saying he was on top of his game. As always, the man with the scar over his left eye is a retired fighter. And yes, he has spent far more than 1 year on the battlefield. And now he was rubbing his neck, wondering if these two should stuff their young faces. The fat pervert ordered not to touch Matt, for he would still need her, though he did not admit for what, and the compliment was to prevent the elf from escaping, and the once intimidating gangster, as an ordinary six rushed to fulfill the tasks of this scoundrel. Lint crawled over to Roman and grabbed his leg, begging him to leave the girls alone and have mercy on them, for they had absolutely nothing to do with it. The brigand couldn't let this bum touch him, and given that the aggression from the short-lived fight was still there and it was reflected in the angry look in his eyes, and immediately he kicked the guy right in the stomach with his boot. The pain sent a wave through each limb and clouded his mind. It was his way of trying to show that this request was just idiotic. Matt tried to break free and rush to her brother, especially when she heard that his arm was going to be broken. Alena asked for a chance to help the guy, and the bandit pulled out a knife, showing it off, advising her to stay out of harm's way. Lint was hit with the most terrible blows on all parts of his body. He curled up and covered his head with his hands, just to avoid serious injuries. The guy didn't understand at all what he deserved it for, whether it was the fact that he didn't want to stand by and intercede, or what would happen if he still did nothing, closed his eyes and plugged his ears. What if he had just run off to another village and pretended like nothing had happened? That was the question the victim of this scuffle wondered. But despite the fact that his arm was now being painfully pawed, preventing him from moving and feeling anything but pain, he still knew he had done the right thing. He clenched his fist, gathering his strength into a pile. No, if he backed down then there would be something he didn't even want to imagine. Suddenly, such a tense moment and eerie picture was interrupted by a high-pitched female voice that everyone pay attention to. It was Rurin. She had finally found Alena. Not realizing the situation yet, she knew it was pointless to use teleportation. The clinic was somewhere in the forest, and who would have thought she would meet a woman on her way there? The brunette said she needed the pixie's help, and the elf only sobbed and choked up and said she would like to help, but not the situation, and the bandit was surprised by another guest. Only now did Rurin look around and notice Matt and Lint slumped on the floor, and then she shifted her gaze to Roman, who had changed expression, sweat dripping down his face and his pupils narrowed and running. The man listened as his gut told him that this young lady reeked of danger, and he couldn't handle that power. All he has to do now is bow down to her or his life will be over. But Rurin, meanwhile, has already asked her acquaintances if she should get rid of these scum. Roman immediately raised his hands and ordered his sidekick to let Matt go as well, and he only faithfully followed the instructions. Rotanda didn't understand what was happening and why all of a sudden the whole plan started to fail. Was this really the beginning of him losing? The man yelled at his mercenaries, asking why they froze while Alena and Matt tried to help Lint whoever they could with magic and mending bones and healing wounds a bit. The head of the construction site in Grika ordered to capture Rurin as well, but there was no one to command, because the gangsters had vanished into thin air. Ratanda then decided to grab the brunette himself, so he rushed to her side and took her by the shoulder, with the intention of selling her later. But the dragon didn't react to this in any way, only glanced coldly at this pervert and only quietly broached that she was very interested in one thing. After her question about when it was a trash can who learned to grind his tongue, Ratnan's arm ached terribly, and the fact was that it spun around Hiroki, twisting each bone until it crunched. With sniffles and tears, the man cried out at the sharp sensation in his limb, but he somehow had the strength not to faint from such a thing. The gangsters only watched the incident and realized they had done the right thing when they let go of her and refused to keep their previous promise. Rurin immediately jumped up to Alena and asked about her condition, but she dealt with those villains not because she wanted to help her specifically badly, but because she had urgent business to attend to with the woman. And judging by the fact that Alena was already running her hands at her back, she agreed to the girl's request. Though there was nothing to be surprised about, the blonde was to kind and on good terms with Elle not to help him. And to the fact that Helena was completely exhausted and had no strength, Rurin paid no attention. She was glad to see Ella healthy and well. While the brunette was crying in the arms of the man she was very worried about, the man thanked the elfess for her help. Once again she had just saved him, and now it seemed he would be able to live normally. Alena, shivering with fatigue, replied that she was glad to hear those words, and the thought that she had used up all her mana, and now she was wondering how much magic the girl had, since she felt so good. Suddenly, Rurin gave the medicine woman a sharp, menacing glare, as if forbidding her from looking at her friend for so long. Tutta Brunrette got up and just stunned Helena by interrogating her name with a very important tone. But suddenly, instead of a menacing continuation, her voice became nervous and with some awkwardness, the girl began twirling a strand on her finger, trying to squeeze out a word. It was incredibly hard and embarrassing for her to say it, but she shook out those very magical words of gratitude for the elfess helping Ella. The boy and the medicine woman were just amazed at what had just happened. Did Rurin really know how to be grateful? And such a reaction pissed off the dragon herself. She didn't understand why he was staring at her like that now. Thinking that something was wrong, Rurin decided to take it back, reminding her that it was very difficult for her to say it out loud and it had caused such a reaction. And then Allison just tried to justify himself by saying that he was a little surprised and Alena about being very touched with Ma. And the archmage noticed this and decided to bring it up for general discussion. He was wondering when the two, namely brother and sister, would go inside. The girl realized it was about her, but didn't expect it, so she flinched in surprise. That's when Lint appeared in the doorway. He had no idea Allison already knew about the bottom. The boy wanted to thank him and his sister for saving him, but the archmage didn't understand what the homeless man was talking about, for it seemed to him that they were the ones who had saved Alena from Ratnant. Matt on the other hand said that it was them that the man had been looking for and that was the reason he had dragged an innocent passerby in. She felt the blame rested on their shoulders. Allison understood this and dissuaded the girl from such a thought. It was not worth talking about. That gentleman was already notorious for his antics, so there was no need to depress yourself with remorse. And then asked why the two didn't tell the whole truth from the beginning. AI just turned around and walked away, and Lint visibly hesitated. The boy clenched his fist, gathering his strength to say what he thought. As it turned out, he would do the same thing now, just the same, so there was no point in finding out. Lint just didn't want to lie about being sorry for what he'd done. And Allison interrupted him and asked with an enigmatic smile if there was a place for the two troublemakers to sleep for the night. And if he still didn't, he offered to take the coin he gave and stay at the nearest hotel. That should be enough for a couple months. Immediately Lint and Matt froze in shock at such generosity. Still, the guy accepted the money and asked why Allison was doing this. So much good still and unselfishly. And then the owner of the restaurant said that from tomorrow the brother and sister work at his ranch. The two in worn clothes could not believe what they heard. The girl shone with happiness. And to the argument that they were criminals, Allison replied with a sigh of relief that they had already paid for their crimes, and then officially told Rurin and Alena that they all had new comrades. The new employees fell to their knees and began to thank Mr. Allison for the opportunity, in addition promising that they would work with all the strength they had. They wanted to call the owner of the restaurant a big brother, but he advised that it would be better just to be the manager of the place. And just like that, at night, under the light of bright stars, another fate was changed for the better. And once again it was Allison's decisions that pushed it. The atmosphere on the ranch, in the middle of a clear, warm day, was wonderful. It was Lint and Matt's first day on the job, and they wanted to establish relationships with the other employees who were above them in rank. So they called them elders, and in a kind of awkwardness they hoped they'd get along with Matt and Miltine, especially after a for once successful casting for employment at the restaurant. The girl liked very much the way her brother and sister addressed her. She began to feel that she was really in charge of the ranch, and the man who was already busy did not bat an eye at this treatment. His attention was still drawn as much to the marks on his hands left on the guy from prison, even if only because of the sentence, which was completely unjustified. Matt's glasses displayed wariness toward the two, for he could not know exactly how true their words and intentions were. He would not be able to contradict Mr. L about the fact that he got the Woza job, so he would not say anything, but he said directly and without pretense that he did not trust his brother and sister yet, and they accepted it with understanding. But then he added those words that gave some hope that this ice would break someday, namely that he himself would kick Ratanda's ass. Lint was a little shocked, but took it as a small success already. At least their thoughts on their past situation were converging. Then the man got right to the point and led the two new workers over to the hay, ordering them to tend food for their livestock, while Matt and her brother promised to work hard no matter what. Meanwhile, El was still trying to figure out the ancient orb that Gultasur had given him. The archmage had recovered most of his magic and should not had any more problems, especially like the last time. But then he thought about it, counting the days, and turned to Rurin, wanting to ask if everything was ready. After all, there were only a couple of days left, but he didn't even get a reaction of attention to his words. The girl was standing near the wall, pressing her cheek against it and peering out from around the corner, an attentive and distrustful look on her face, as if something suspicious was going on. Allison asked what the dragon was doing, and the brunette replied, as if it were obvious, that she was watching, but it wasn't clear who or what she was watching. As it turned out, Rurin was staring at the guests who had come to eat at the place, and she had started doing it after she realized she didn't really know much. She didn't want to get into the same situation they had been in just last night. Allison was surprised that his partner was suddenly interested in other creatures. There was a catch, but it wasn't clear what it was, especially the fact that she even thanked Alena, to whom she was not the friendliest. Something was obviously wrong. She was now looking at the ladies who were giggling loudly at one of the tables while eating their dishes in parallel. They looked harmless and easy. And then she noticed the shinier stones on one of the visitors, her earrings shimmering in the sunlight and casting reflections on everything around her. That's when Rurin asked Allison what the shining thing on the woman was for, and the latter, realizing that this girl wasn't particularly familiar with human accoutrements, nor had she ever tried to find out, replied that it was just pretty, and then concluded that Mr. Bennon must be doing just fine. Then the guy said that dragon lairs were full of jewels too. She should know at least something about them, but Rurin replied flatly that her mom's lair was completely different, so she hadn't had to learn about it before. The owner of the restaurant suddenly asked about if she would like something like that too. Maybe something would interest her. The dragon watched once more as Bennon gave her girlfriend a pendant with a bunch of sparkles, not a little worthwhile, and how happy she was about it, and didn't know what to feel in that moment or how to feel about it. Her tone changed to a less suspicious one. The girl really didn't understand why all this was happening and what was so special about it, since everyone wanted it so much and was happy when they got it. Suddenly, the door of the restaurant opened and blonde hair and a very familiar hairstyle appeared in the entrance. Rurin, on the other hand, stayed on topic and added that now someone else was wearing glowing things, and Elle didn't expect to see Darren, who had just stepped inside the building. The Baron was in a simply tremendously enthusiastic mood. Loudly and happily he turned to his teacher, and lifting a little the roll which he had brought with him, said that he had come with good news. It turns out that the scumbag who has been doing all sorts of unethical things for a long time, Mr. Radent, was arrested this morning. That should be a stone off your shoulders. He's been busted for tax evasion, harassment, rape, assault, and a whole lot of other things he's managed to do over the years, and given the number of them, he'll never see the light of day again, except through the bars of prison. Allison listened to all of this and opined that he had no idea how awful Ratanda was, even worse than he thought. and Darren continued to read the scroll that indicated that his crony had provided the information. It was the man in the armband who had taken part during the previous night's robbery of the chief. He had given away that Darren was behind Rotanda, and though Berna's father had been banished from the city, Rotanda had continued his atrocities without thinking of the risks. The blonde was amazed that the Count's henchmen were everywhere. Every day you learn something new about your hometown. I wonder how many more secrets there were. And the man in charge of the restaurant was putting a burger on the boy's table, reassuring him, telling him that he had done his best. And then he suddenly asked if the Earl's son would have time in the evening in 3 days' time, and Darren replied that it was a pretty big line to know for sure, but assumed he'd find a minute. And Allison whispered in his guest's ear about the time needed for the restaurant, and immediately the blonde man's eyes widened. He decided instantly on the fact that his plans would wait and the boy would surely come, which pleased the cook and he would look forward to it. 3 days later there was a mysterious and tense atmosphere in the room. Ella was already waiting for Gultasar. It seemed that something very important and something that others should not know was about to be discussed. Here the owner of the restaurant came in time and sat down at the other side of the table, just as covered in gloom and mystery. The old ringleader wanted to start a conversation, but Allison interrupted him and suggested that he first pass on what he had asked for. Then his interlocutor took the sack more firmly in his hands and agreed to these terms, handing the thing into the archmage's hands. The one looked inside. Looking over all the contents, it seemed like there was some secret sinister conspiracy being built around it all, especially that the strongest mage liked what he saw. Just then, boxes and sacks with lots of fillings came down to the bottom where the construction, the dwelling for Rurin was taking place. It was mountains of sausages and an inordinately larger number of cans of beer, all for the working men who worked tirelessly underground. That was the whole secret meeting with the suspicious tone and uncomfortable atmosphere. Gultasar asked about whether it was even necessary to do so, to which he received the answer that El had just always wanted to be in such a situation, and expressed the thought that it would be great if they could all participate. And the old man awkwardly said that the construction would be coming to an end soon, so asked the supervisor to take it all in stride. It was a clear night outside. Not even the gentle rays of the moon could get into some of the darker corners, and the stars served as celestial eyes that watched how people lived after sunset. Raina and her husband were on their way to the restaurant and were discussing the fact that this seemed to be the first time they were invited to such an event, and how eagerly it wanted to know the outcome. While Matt and Nat were trying to get the animals under control, Lint asked if they could go too, and Miltine replied that the supervisor had said that all ranch workers were invited, which spoke for itself. There were huge plates on the table under serving ramekins that made it hard to know what was inside. Rurin, on the other hand, wondered what it all meant and why there were so many dishes on the table after the place closed, and her friend was surprised that she didn't know what day it was, though she might have gotten used to the fact that she hadn't seen much among the people yet. As the guests settled at their tables, Allison began his speech, drawing attention to his person, saying that he was very grateful to everyone who had gathered at the restaurant today. The guy had prepared a small event for all the lovers of my restaurant, and only now the dragon began to realize that it concerned their establishment, but still couldn't quite put two together. The archmage has decided to hold a quiz, and since his vocation is food, the point of the quiz is to guess what is in the taster's mouth. The rules are very simple. You just have to wear a blindfold and guess the dish that is on the participant's plate. Everyone who can clearly recognize what they have tasted will receive a prize. The owner of the restaurant decided to choose Miltine as the pioneer, which the girl did not expect and became a little awkward and anxious. Being the first is always difficult. Putting on the girdle, just in case, she double-checked to make sure it was only food. Not seeing anything only increased her fear, and Allison assured her that he wasn't going to serve anything other than food. And, to heat things up a bit, he added that even still, things could unfold in completely unpredictable ways. These words frightened Miltine very much, but she still dared to open her mouth wide to taste what was on the plate. In her mouth, a worn and soft texture could be recognized, except that it wasn't entirely clear what it was. It seemed the girl had never tasted this before, so tried to take a careful bite, letting out as much flavor as possible and looking for associations. And then she was scared out of her mind. Her heart was racing like crazy. I think the thing in her mouth started to move. The thing she was afraid of was happening. Miltine spit out everything she had just tried to eat, but Elle wasn't upset by this reaction. only shouted with a happy face that the girl was out of the game. Now you can look at the plate and realize that she had just eaten. And it was just regular marshmallows, nothing dangerous or nasty was on it, and certainly not moving. But for the ranch worker, the knowledge that what was in her mouth did not make her feel better, because she didn't know what it was, so the cook decided to explain that it was just sugar candy. And Elle began to justify that such a dish didn't exist in this world. It was from distant lands that everyone present didn't really need to know about. Immediately Miltine bowled over. How was she supposed to guess? She wouldn't know even if she ate the whole thing. Then finally everyone decided to try the candy. Matt remarked that it tasted very nice, and the girl grumbled further that she was so scared that she couldn't even taste the candy. Next in line was to be Mr. Creston, and he was quite sure he could handle everything, so much so that he demanded a plate be served to him immediately. Raina supporting her husband and urging him not to make a mistake. And Creston was out of the game. He got caught with hot chili peppers and it was just impossible to hold back from such heat in his mouth, so he automatically took off his mask and tears rolled from his eyes. Raina was furious. What made Creston cry like a little child and rinse water out of his mouth was not that spicy to her. She didn't understand what had gotten into him, and the butcher's excuse was that he just didn't like spicy things. Allison brought out the next saucer and commented that everything was unfolding in an interesting way. He hadn't even expected this. It was impossible to wait for someone to guess correctly what was on his tongue. And then he said that Rurin would be next, and the girl didn't even know until that moment that she was involved as well. The guy started to blindfold her and asked her not to use magic. The dragon was at a loss for what she would be able to see. She was also worried about what the cook would give her. Elle spooned the hedgehog into her and reminded her to guess the dish correctly. Rurin didn't particularly like the idea of having the unknown stuffed into her mouth, only that on her face, covered by the mask, a certain anger played on her face. Who does Elle take her for? It is clear that her dragon sense will help her. It was a soft bread-like texture. Inside the whipped cream that had recently been served at the banquet, the cream-soaked layers giving a special sweetness, there seemed to be fruit notes still coming out. And now there was no doubt, the brunette knew what it was. She immediately took off her mask and started yelling about it being cake and asked how everyone was doing with her dragon flair. She wanted to rub everyone's nose in it, but there was a strange picture in front of her. This dish was indeed a cake, except that all the guests rose from their seats and started shouting, clapping, exploding clappers. Only Creston was still coming off the hot pepper. With a genuine smile, the archmage confirmed Rurin's words that it was cake. She guessed. But it wasn't just any cake, it was a birthday cake, and it was in honor of the birthday of a girl who had just participated in an uncomplicated game, all made especially for her. There was joy all around. Even those whom Rurin didn't treat with the greatest kindness were happy to be present at her celebration. There were notes of congratulations and a sense of birthday surprise in the air, but the dragon still couldn't come to her senses, as if slowing down. It only came to her now that they were celebrating her birthday, and to make sure she looked at the cake once more. Elle chuckled a little at the brunette, entering her red-faced and awkward, for he had thought at first that she would guess right away, but that was a mistaken worrying. The brunette was also embarrassed by the fact that everyone was here because of her, and the attention she was getting made it hard for her, an aloof creature, to rest. And as soon as she tried to squeeze out another thank you, Elle began to enjoy it. Was it really going to become a good habit of hers now? Rurin shouted and said that everyone around her might not even think that she would thank them, and called those present scoundrels, but the archmage found an excuse for this behavior as well. Most likely, there were too many people around and the girl could not show her kindness. And since the dragon had guessed what was in her dish, Elle would hand her a gift. Pulling a small box out of his sack, he said the dwarves had worked very hard on it. When the boy opened the small box, inside was a precious piece of jewelry in the form of a staff with a stone. Rurin was incredibly amazed, in a good way, but what didn't fit in her head was when they had all had time to think this through and organize it. Leaning over to the girl, the guy said he would never forget her birthday and started conjuring something. He gently pushed back a strand of Rurin's hair and warned that it might hurt a little. She tensed up and still endured the slightly uncomfortable feeling. Allison held up a mirror and asked how she liked her new adornment. In her ear hung a beautiful long earring that glinted in the light and dazzled her eyes. The girl pushed her hair back and took another look. A blush began to appear on her face and her heart was pounding like crazy. She really liked what she saw. Everyone waited in anticipation for the birthday girl's verdict on what she thought of the gift, but she only turned her back and headed towards her escape from the audience. Lastly, tugging the earring once more, she replied that it looked great, daring to admit that she enjoys such a gift. Now she understood why the girl had reacted so violently to the seemingly mere pebbles then, and why they were so expensive. Rurin laughed and added that it wasn't just great, it was very beautiful, and grateful that she could now understand what it felt like. But the game wasn't going to stop. With the wishes, it was time to end. Next in line was Raina. The woman picked up on the fact that it was something crunchy, and then Creston quietly with a nervous voice said that it was a bug. The wife immediately stood out, everything that was in her mouth, already drawing before her eyes a terrible picture of this insect. As it turned out, it was just fried shrimp, nothing scary or disgusting. And for such a setup, the butcher got a hand on the head, so he knew how to pull not only himself down for losing, but also his favorite, and further played Lint. He chewed carefully on what was brought to him, but couldn't figure out what it was, no matter how much his sister encouraged him. And the expected result didn't happen. It was roast meat. Rurin was immediately indignant, as it was possible not to guess it, and became very angry. And realizing the danger of the moment, Lint began to justify. The dragon just misunderstood everything. Everyone then proceeded to enjoy the game and celebrate the birthday of one nearby by eating an incredibly delicious cake. Soon all the plates were empty, such a delight no one could refuse. They had eaten every last crumb, and could, it seemed, cram more into themselves. It was late, very late, at night when the guests went home, leaving the birthday girl and the owner of the restaurant alone. Rurin was exhausted. It was her first time having so many people at her birthday party, and for a chomomo, it couldn't be better. Lying on the table and looking up at the ceiling at Rurin, Allison reminded her that it was her last birthday before the ceremony, so she needed to make sure it was definitely memorable. Rurin seemed to reply that she remembered the event, but as if she wasn't listening to the guy anymore. She was looking at the earring and was eerily happy to see such a beauty in her ear, which gave away the blush. Suddenly, Allison looked out the window. White fluffy flakes were falling to the ground as if dancing a rhythmic but gentle dance. He immediately called Rurin outside, for the first snow had fallen, and it was a joy for both small children and adults who were still children inside, and she hurried after the archmage without reservation. There was a cocoa can on the table, and hot steam rising up from the mugs, giving off a delicious and pleasant aroma. Sipping a hot sweet drink, the guys enjoy how noticeably winter had crept up on them. If time flies so fast that you don't have time to blink an eye. That's when Rurin asked Ella about how long he'd been here. If she remembered correctly, it was only a year, and the wording seemed completely inappropriate to the guy. After all, 1 year is a long time for people. From these words on the brunette's face appeared sadness, because in fact, they have a completely different understanding of time. And to the argument that the archmage had consumed the heart of a dragon and, according to the idea, should live by the same rules, Allison replied that it was impossible to know exactly about it. No one could clearly say about the effect on life expectancy after such an experiment, because he was T. Suddenly, besides the fluffy snow, something else was approaching the ground. It was glowing very brightly and couldn't help but attract attention. It was a shooting star. The owner of the restaurant they were currently on the terrace had told Rurin to make a wish rather, and on top of it being her birthday, it would have a double effect. The girl gazed intently after the celestial body flying by. She was silent, but in her mind, she was running through the greatest desires of her heart, and after a short silence she notified that she had already made a wish. What she had just wished for made her bite her lip to keep from crying, thinking that it might not happen. All she wanted right now was to be with Elle longer. Just then, the guy asked her about what the dragon star had just ordered, saying that you can't wish for the same thing, and the brunette recoiled, saying she wouldn't say anything, and let Allison save her wish for her birthday. Islands of rock floated in the air with vines dangling down into the air. Everything around them was shrouded in clouds, creating a light mist. Even higher up was the black dragon castle around which these mighty creatures flew. The structure was incredibly beautiful, with sharp spires and transitions between the three main towers. The wealth and power read. A man was walking down the corridor. His step was clear and decisive, but this person was clearly dissatisfied with something, since he was constantly arguing. Things were not as expected. The man opened the huge doors calling for his uncle. A bright light poured in from the second room he entered. A man with a beard and a strange mustache sat leaning on his fist. not realizing what the urgency and problem was, since the tone was so combative. The black dragonness, all in black, with hair as dark as night, became indignant, asking his uncle how much longer he would let that arrogant man live. Was a promise to a pitiful mortal really that important? Degma, who was also a black dragon, was startled by this tone and thought, silently trying to come to his senses for a while, pondering what the reason for these words were. And then, when he found the truth, he asked if it was because of Rurin, and from the beau's reaction, it was clear that the older man had hit the target with his assumption. Degma called Nysa just a fool, since he needed her so badly he could have treated her better. After all, not so long ago, he had bullied the girl and now she was growing up and abruptly decided to snap out of it. The brunette became nervous, and immediately began to argue that it wasn't just about his personal interest, but that it was also about the entire black dragon race, because most women capable of giving birth had died in the war. He began to argue that they didn't know how long the lull would last, and it was foolish to rely on a promise, it was wrong to do so. And then the man with whom the discussion was being held asked what he wanted him to do, if now Degma should bring Rurin here by force. Nysa glowed a bright blue color and his pupil narrowed like dragons. He was willing to take this turn of events, if only he was allowed to. Uncle asked to be quiet. The man they were talking about couldn't be handled alone, then sighed heavily and added that he'd be lucky if he didn't finish off the brunette altogether. Nysa was getting very angry, and in saying that simply because he himself hadn't seen it and didn't understand everything, he only thought that an ordinary human couldn't be that strong, especially against dragons. Degma continued to discourage his nephew, saying that beyond that, breaking the promise would only tarnish the reputation of their race, and whatnot, but that simply could not be allowed to happen. Lord Metadana would not allow such unfortunate events to happen. After a short silence, the enraged guy asked in a cold tone about the fact that the most important thing was to preserve the nobility. These words had an effect on my uncle like a discharge of electricity, like a sudden cold downpour in the middle of a clear warm day. Degma noticed that Nysa was up to something, but he did not object. He knew that the young man would do it his way, so he only said that he was not satisfied with the promise, but if something went wrong, he was of no use and should not be blamed. A smirk of joy appeared on his nephew's face at the fact that now he could do whatever he wanted and justify it by saying that they were saviors after all, not invaders. On Mount Meliorek, the North Pole, there was a terrible snowfall which did not even allow you to open your eyes properly because of the very fast falling snow. It is here that you can recognize the severity and ruthlessness of winter. Rurin wasn't happy about this weather, so she just filled Allison with her gaze, and after the guy paid no attention to her, she turned to him, after all, and then asked what they were doing here and what they needed to find. Unlike the girl, the archmage was in a wonderful mood, so with a giving tone he replied that they needed to get mushrooms here, and it is clear that for the sake of ordinary mushrooms nobody would make such a huge journey. These plants are very rare. The guy heard about them once in a restaurant. As Allison was carrying away the dishes, he witnessed two men talking about finding a rare mushroom at the North Pole. As it turned out, one shepherd was in the mountains with a slaughter, and unexpectedly for himself, the animal abruptly, as if off the chain, and suddenly began to dig a hole. Yuba found a mushroom that had only been seen once. The shepherd brought it to the palace and received a generous reward. The man who was telling this said that if he had that much money, he wouldn't worry about anything at all. And of course Allison was very interested. And now, at the North Pole, he thought about it again, about the fact that the Yuba dug into the ground and that such a rare mushroom had only been seen once. It must be the product that is called a truffle in our regular world, and there is probably something similar in this world too. Standing under the eerie snow, Rurin asked in frustration about how now it would have to find this thing too, and the guy explained that the smell of this mushroom was stronger than usual, but it was hard to find deep underground. That's what he needs Rurin for right now, for she has a great sense of smell. And the brunette, with her face covered by her scarf, and let a judgmental look come over her face, for the archmage is using her again. But in order to find a truffle, Rurin would need to know exactly what the mushroom smelled like, but Allison only faltered, trying to find a description of not really knowing much himself, and with that he failed. A vicious circle appeared in his head that prevented them from finding the right ingredient. They need to find the truffle, but to find it, they just need to smell it, but to do that, they need to know its flavor, and to know it, they need to find it, and so on in a circle. And then with a completely confused plan thought about the fact that all of a sudden in this world the truffle was different in odor. And the dragon just looked at the whole thing and thought how stupid a miscalculation that was. Suddenly, from somewhere behind them, a scream was heard not so far away that caught their attention and made them stop thinking for a while about the problem that had appeared in front of them. Where those loud sounds were coming from were big ugly monsters, with sharp fangs on their lower jaw and equally sharp weapons in their hands. They were fighting someone. Against them was an equally strange creature, like a large furry cat mutating into a monster with sharp teeth, huge glowing eyes, and long claws. The animal was clearly tired from the fight and wanted some rest, but now was not the time, so growled and waited for the next wave of fighting. And it came. The green behemoths rushed towards the white furry consciousness, thrusting their blades forward and growling loudly, trying to frighten their foe and intensify their attack. But the opponent was not going to lag behind either, powerfully fending off all attacks and demonstrating his strength. And especially when you consider that the beast is one and these goblins are several. After a painful wound with sharp claws to the stomach, the monster recoiled backward, trying to keep the blood from flowing out so fast with his hand and hissed in agony. But immediately the other foes entered the fray, and with one sure blow, while the beast was distracted by his defeated foe, brought him down with a wound to the floor. They pointed their daggers at the stumped cat, and now only death from so many blades awaited him. But suddenly all this scuffle was stopped by the magic belonging to the one who appeared nearby and ordered those involved in the fight to stop. The monsters were almost swept off their feet by such a wave of air. It was L. He was trying to handle the situation now, even though he realized these guys must have their own reasons for attacking now. Except you can't do that here. There was a serious Rurin standing beside her. These two didn't have an ounce of fear or the thought of not interfering in their eyes. The big green men looked at the two daredevils and were very angry that they had been interrupted like that. They even wanted to attack the victims who had come here on their own. But immediately, they saw Rurin's eyes, and feeling the full force of the dragon's magic, they realized it was best not to mess with them before it got worse. So they dropped their weapons as quickly as possible and rushed to drag their feet away, just to avoid being blown to bits. The beast that had been attacked by those ogres a moment ago was just in shock. He couldn't realize how strong and powerful he had to be for these creatures to run like cowards. Lu was uncomfortable with the situation, because the monsters didn't run away when they saw him, but did so only after they met the brunette's gaze, to which Rurin replied that her partner just needed to behave more decently. While they were discussing this situation, a huge winter cat, flashing its eyes, attacked them, letting out a violent scream from its bindings. But immediately, he fell to the ground, bowing his head as it appeared he wasn't going to get into a fight and harm these two. He was on his knees, and Allison was reminded of something, namely how Darren had begged him to be the young baron's teacher and mentor. The beast growled something and the bow asked Rurin to translate what he said. As it turned out, the creature in front of them was very grateful for the rescue, and from the look of him, he wanted to repay such kindness and courage, so he pointed a paw at himself, asking to follow. In the cave, the little white kittens played with each other, releasing sharp fangs into their fur, rolling in a ball to the right and left. Looking at those kids, Allison could see why Rurin had gone out of her way to stop those orcs. The bow sat down on the cold stone floor, at a makeshift table, and waited for the master of this so-called house. But it wasn't just that he had a family and small children. There was clearly something else, and the archmage was interested in what she wanted to get from this snowcat. The dragon explained that he could find a treasure, and then silently sucked in the scent with her nostrils, in addition to the. At last the beast came and with a joyous look brought something in its large paws, a gift to its rescuers. Rurin immediately pulled her scarf up higher over her nose from the stench. That's what it smelled like. It turns out it wasn't a treasure at all, and their new buddy didn't understand what was wrong or why such a reaction. Allison stepped closer and said that the girl was wrong and this was a real treasure for them. Relief found Joe playing on his face as if fortune herself had smiled upon them. Meanwhile, under the bright hot sun, noise and turmoil could be heard in the ruins, those in the midst of the one stone building not realizing what was even going on. Naku, Hoven, and Darba didn't understand why they, the black dragons, had been asked to gather so urgently. Weiss glared menacingly at them, his usual dragon look, of danger, of real power, but no answer yet. He suddenly announced that he intended to return Rurin to the Holy Lands, which sent shock through everyone present, but most of all on Hoven's face. Naku laughed at that and asked if the brunette was looking for a partner too, and then said that he had a good choice. Rurin was really pretty, but reminded him of one problem. She was with a wizard named Ella in the city of Grick. Weiss lost his temper. Clanking his teeth, he growled that he didn't like this at all and wanted to fix it. And as a motivating phrase said the fact that they were keeping a promise made to a pathetic human, and Rurin believed in herself too much. He wanted to play on the self-esteem of those here. After which the guy added that he had already gotten permission from Mr. Degma, and he said that it was okay to attack, but the main thing was not to leave any evidence, except that the other dragons were not sure about what they had just heard. Now they wondered what Weiss was going to do and what his plan was. Not just rush headlong into battle with the one who had wiped out almost their entire clan. Darba reminded them that it wasn't easy. The agreement forbade direct attack on humans. The only exception could be an assassination attempt on their city. So everything needed to be well thought out. But what's the point? He's a great wizard, but he's still human, and he's not an opponent to dragons, and the agreement only keeps him safe from us. But Weiss countered those words, saying that Allison is capable of many things. And then the dragons came in shock. Now everyone, is it really true? And all the rumors from the war are not just gossip, and he alone is able to slay a bunch of powerful dragons. Suddenly a voice came from behind him, offering to help, and Weiss flinched in surprise. That the black dragons didn't understand how they could be helped by a man imprisoned in a cage, and the man asked to listen to him carefully first. It was the red dragon guard. He had some sort of magical collar around his neck and with a crazed look explained that he knew a certain red dragon that could play a hand in this plan. She lived near the town of Grick and, in his humble opinion, could come in handy. And Allison picked up what the huge animal brought them. It was completely unfamiliar to Rurin, but the cook knew full well that it was the very ingredient they were looking for. Truffles, also so huge. The kitty was glad his guests and saviors liked the gift. These animals eat such things. It seems truffles are buried in abundance in the ground, and only these creatures can find them. But Rurin, from not realizing how expensive a delicacy it was, threw one away because of how stinky they were, then just dumbfounded the beast that made such a donation and shared his food. L, on the other hand, was thinking of ways to make this opportunity for the cat to find enough truffles play to their advantage. Immediately Rurin asked Rurin to give their new mate a word or two, and the white beast listened intently to his saviors. Allison thanked him for his help, and said that he just couldn't sit around in a sidebar after receiving such a valuable gift. Rurin translating all of this to the monster and his language. So the wizard decided to appoint the animal as a guardian of the dragon's lair, and then asked if he wanted to leave this dangerous place and move to a peaceful town. At first the dragon began to translate, but then got into the essence of the words and was surprised by such a proposal. Rurin was angry at Allison. Did he really want to drag this guy down with him? And her friend reassured the brunette, saying that every den should have its own guardian, and the ringleader liked the idea. So he fell to his knees again and began to bow. Allison didn't know what the cat was saying, but he was sure it was something good. And Rurin was still coming around from this unexpected turn, trying to remind him that the den was a place just for her and him. A sepulchral silence hung in parallel in a place abandoned by people, with a pile of gold where the two restaurant holders had once been. Serena sat slumped on her throne and pondered something, her heart filled with sadness. The picture that had kept her awake all this time began to scroll in front of her eyes again, about how she burst into tears and sat down to confess that all her wealth was an illusion. And if her debunkers weren't happy with that confession, they could take whatever was left here. Hal tried to make amends, saying he didn't know it was all spell, apologizing because he didn't know there wouldn't be much treasure. And Rurin was being rude in her usual manner, saying that this backwater lair now looked even worse than it did, as she had let all of Ella's efforts just now to cheer up the red dragon with words go to waste. That's when Serena bowled up, asking what kind of lair the brunette herself had. And after saying that Rurin didn't have a lair yet, but it was being built, Serena was indignant, because how dare this girl claim anything in such a case. And the brunette grabbed Ella under the arm, remembering how the red-haired girl was hitting on him, and said that they had their own restaurant, which made the archmage feel awkward and even embarrassed. She led the woe behind her, continuing to reason that even though their place wasn't as spacious as the lair, it didn't upset her in the least, and the wizard tried to delicately ask the brunette to let him go. Serena wondered if she should meet him again, and it didn't seem like she was talking about Ella at all, so she could pass some time. Because of her nerves, she began to play with the tiara on the floor with her foot, herself well aware of what would happen after the meeting and how it would turn out. Soon she was bored and completely frustrated, such a difficult choice between quick but harmful feelings and boredom and rotting alone in her lair. Suddenly, there was some sound in the den, meaning someone had come, and it was confirmed as the footsteps grew louder and quieter. The girl thought it was the same guys, Ella and Rurin, so she sat down in a posture of complaint and asked what these two wanted from her again, what they were going to ask this time, and then added that they could have come earlier so and so. But then an all-too-familiar voice turned to Serena. She recognized those notes and immediately her face changed. Her ex-boyfriend stood in front of her. His face was innocent. It had been so long since they had seen each other. It seemed like an eternity had passed. The girl lit up with anger. She asked, as if burning with magic, what Gyard was doing here. Didn't he remember what note they ended on? It looked like he took the threat as some kind of joke, but the guy started making excuses that it wasn't and said he had something to say. He started talking about wanting to start over, which made Serena just flare up like a match, eyes already burning red. Gyard began to tell with special drama that after a while he realized that the girl was the only one who loved him sincerely. So if the dragoness didn't mind, the guy would like to spend the rest of his life together. That didn't calm Serena down. She asked about when he had gotten the idea in his head. Her teeth felt like they were getting sharper. All the anger seemed like it was about to spill out of her. In anger she began to turn into a dragon. Wings and a tail appeared behind her back. Why didn't he think of that when the girl begged him not to go? Or maybe when the guy disappeared without a word? Or maybe he thought about it when those creeps attacked a human village and kidnapped a woman. A full-fledged dragon was already standing in front of his ex-boyfriend, accusing him of not changing a bit and remaining the same scum. It was frightening, but Gyard didn't budge. Serena was well aware that he hadn't even come himself, and the guy commented that the girl was just as perceptive and so right through everything. And a nasty smirk and disbelieving eyes appeared on his face. Suddenly the roof began to break through huge holes, and rock debris flew down, nearly crushing everyone below. No shelter now. Well, the time has come. The black dragons have launched their attack and now the girl has nowhere to go from her not the most beautiful fate. The enemies began to emit magical beams from their foreheads, aiming directly at their victim, surrounding them with power. Serena was just in shock. She hadn't expected such a setup. She realized that no matter how strong she was, there were more of them and they had an advantage with that. The red dragon rested its paws on the ground and backed up, clawing at the rock with its claws, not understanding how these bastards had chosen to disregard the agreement they themselves had agreed to. Only to wonder if those terrifying black creatures would be able to answer for the consequences that awaited them after such a dastardly deed. Those only glared. Gyard asked his ex-girlfriend not to worry. Of course, it was sarcasm. He began to use magic against her. He placed a magical block on the dragon, right on the neck that stood on it. He was sure no one would know about this incident as long as Serena kept her mouth shut. She shrieked, breaking the magic circle. How dare this man even use such pathetic magic against her? This is just ridiculous. Behind stood Weiss, who was ready to pick up the attack and take it to its logical conclusion. On his face was the emotion of triumph, while on the dragon's muzzle was fear and horror at what was about to be done to her. With the help of already strong magic, everyone around them was blinded by the bright purple light and the last scream of the girl who was suffering from the brazen attack on her lair. Meanwhile, Guliazar looked up, right at the muzzle of the monster that was brought from the North Pole. It was getting a little creepy. He was trying to get his head around the fact that this monster was now the guardian of the lair, and the monster didn't actually look scary right now. There were babies sitting on its back, and Allison was happy to say that it was. These creatures were called Rurins. And with particular fanaticism, he started talking about how they used to live up north, so they'd need to keep the temperature low, and Rurin couldn't believe they'd brought a whole family of monsters to her house over some mushrooms. She looked at their loot and asked what they were going to do with the truffles now, to which Elle replied with a sly look that was the fun part. The guy started to explain that this mushroom had a very pronounced flavor, so it even changes the taste of the dish, and it was the truffle that would add a twist to their menu. But the dragon didn't really believe in this idea. She doubted that the guests would be happy about such an upgrade. There were different dishes on the table: pizza, spaghetti, burger, meat, all garnished with truffle flavor and looking as appetizing as ever. The visitors, who were good friends of the owner of the restaurant, were just delighted with the taste. They had never tasted this mushroom. It was unusual and very tasty. Some of them did not have such a strong reaction. They recognized this taste as something new for them and quite good, but they could not say that they were directly delighted. Some people didn't like it at all, including Rurin, Miltine, and Creston, who were all tempted to spit out the horrible tasting stuff. Allison was a little upset, though he tried to keep a smile on his face. Everyone has pretty different emotions after tasting it. It looks like it won't be possible to introduce Truffle to the main menu. Meanwhile, as Alena was asking for more, saying it was just awesome, Rurin was saying that it was better to order food from the regular menu and to eat this nasty stuff, so it was only logical to serve this mushroom to special guests who would enjoy it. The Siren's lair was almost completely destroyed. The columns were as if made of paper, folded up, and there was a heat in the air. The black dragons looked at the remnant of magic in front of them. They couldn't believe that she would escape at the last moment with a magical teleport. This was their miscalculation in the plan and could now turn out to be a complete failure. After all, it was a living witness to their atrocity, and they didn't try to think of a backup plan or strengthen this one just because the speed of the spell is very high, and it seems that the girl had prepared everything in advance, as if she knew about the visitors, and Gjord was shocked, because it was different before, and now this failure could. Still, one of them was able to trace the flow of magic from the lair, and there was no need to worrying now. Everything could be fixed to their advantage. As it turns out, this stream leads to a lovely little town where the main characters live and work, a town that was currently watching the sunset, the town of Greek. Now the question to the main and the originator of this whole act, what Nis will order to do now? This time it is worth to think everything over in more detail. And he only laughed. The fact that the Siren had escaped to that place was just great news. It looked like they wouldn't have to go there on their own. She had just combined several points of the plan into one, making the job easier for her. Now, enemies. Now question to Gjord about whether he was sure she had no minions, and he said it was 100%. She couldn't escape to the castle. Among the red dragons, Serena had always been a loner. He started to shout that he had come to see her because he felt sorry for her, but Naku interrupted him and said that they had seen him enslave people. Weiss asked for it to stop. Enough of all this. He wasn't interested in his preferences. All that was needed now was to just make Allison give up. And as his part of the bargain, he offered Gjord that in exchange he would turn a blind eye to the mess he had made, but now let him go away like a bold dog, and the red dragon had no place to go, so he would have to follow orders if he wanted to live. Even though Serena was able to escape, the fact remains that she had lost way too much blood, and no matter how hard you look at it, the red dragon is going to die, and that's it. And to avoid suspicion, you could also frame Allison as the one who killed the red dragon, which was perfect evidence, especially when there was a huge pool of blood on the floor. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, there were sounds of arguments. Despite the late night and tiredness, Rurin and Allison were deciding what to do with the leftover mushrooms. One offered to sell them. The other didn't want to do that. After all, some people liked them. Suddenly, the door opened and a familiar voice was heard. Rurin seemed to recognize him immediately, and washing the dishes, just wasn't expecting another visitor at this hour. The girl went inside asking if the place was a restaurant. It was Siren. She scoffed at Rurin, reminding her of the way she had spoken of her lair, even though she didn't think they had it much better here. The guy recognized the red dragon from the mountains and was amazed, and the brunette was angry, showed that the guest was not welcome here, and asked what she was doing here. Serena did not tell the truth, only said that since this was a restaurant, she came here to eat, and immediately began to command that she be served food as soon as possible, for she was rather busy. No one liked that tone, though the customer is always right, but one should not be too forward. Allison put the meat and truffles on the table, saying that he had already prepared something, so he could only serve it quickly. But because of the specifics of the dish, he didn't know for sure if the red dragon would like it. Serena recognized, with a flirtation in her voice, that the food did look good and was ready to try already. As Rurin couldn't contain her anger and banged her mug on the table, demanding to know immediately why this lady had come here, she gave her only a sly smile. Serena said, in a cold tone, that the service here was terrible, and then remarked that she hadn't seen those earrings on the brunette before. It was amazing how the girl remembered the details so clearly. The red dragon assumed that Rurin had been given them as a gift, and the latter, all radiant with joy, began to boast of the new piece of jewelry she had received for her birthday. Made a bully of herself, though she didn't notice how now she wasn't demanding to be told about all of her guests. Serena on the other hand, chewed her food, mooing at the taste of it, trying to recognize all the notes. To summarize, the food was really quite good. She hadn't tasted anything like it before. The delicious dish could drive anyone crazy just by its smell. But then the red dragon decided to add some spice to the atmosphere by saying that Rurin's earrings were too good for her. Just like Elle, and got the desired reaction. The guy had to hold the brunette, who wanted to kill the visitor, so she decided to respond by saying that she was just jealous Becca. All because Siren would never be in Rurin's shoes, and the red dragon herself understood that, and, at one point, even decided to admit it out loud, saying that the brunette was absolutely right. And then the girl started to give away what was really her reason for coming here, saying that she didn't have much time left, but even so, the food was delicious. Sweat from nerves started running down her face. And all because this incredibly appetizing dish is just perfect for, unfortunately, the last dinner of his life. From hearing the restaurant staff were just in shock, did not understand what it could mean. Serena admitted that she didn't know what it was like to have sincere feelings for someone. She always wanted to understand if love existed or if it was just a temporary delusion. Under such reflections, the girl continued her meal. Her hand trembled, her excitement growing stronger, saying that she had met different dragons, elves, and even humans, and as she had said before, among the dragons, she was the one who understood humans the best. But when you think about it that way, it was just a waste of time for her, and the girl was with them because of loneliness. Serena snapped her fingers, tears appeared in her eyes, her gaze was sad, though her lips spread into a slight smile, saying that she just didn't want to be alone. The dragon's hair deviated slightly, letting the magical trail disappear from her back and show the aftermath of the attack on the lair. Very ironic that it was her native race that had done this and betrayed her. Allison was horrified to see that scar, finally beginning to realize that the creature had not come here for a late dinner. Now it seemed that she should have been doing something else, and instead of trying to find love, she could have been cooking, for example. But then her speech stopped. The girl swerved in her chair and fell with it to the floor, splattering blood. Rurin and Elle were very frightened for someone in their establishment to get so bad. This was the first time, and for a while it was as if their limbs went numb and their brains shut down. It was unclear what to do. The guys sat down next to each other. The brunette noticed that Siren's wounds were too deep. You can even see the bones. With such an injury, even a dragon would not be able to recover. And it was worth panicking, because the girl would die soon. She hid the wounds with magic, but Elle couldn't under. Suddenly a huge red portal opened right outside the restaurant. It was so bright that I wanted to close my eyes as quickly as possible to avoid going blind. A foot stepped firmly on the ground, clad in iron armor. These men had come to Allison on an incredibly important matter. After all, the archmage had completely crossed the line when he dared to slay the red dragon. Rurin and Elle himself sensed that there were people outside the restaurant, and something told them that this was not a good thing, especially when, attuned to the energy, they realized that everyone among these people were dragons. Now it all made more sense. How did they calculate everything? And clearly these creatures are involved in the fact that there is now almost a dead body in their establishment, and they want to pin everything on the owner of the restaurant. While Serena lay unconscious like a coal about to be extinguished, Elle asked Rurin to take her to Alena. The red-haired girl had clearly been betrayed, and she definitely knows something. The brunette began to open the portal. For goodness sake, she had the address of the medicine elf memorized, but she wondered where Allison was going. The boy took his cloak and walked it through the air, slinging it over his shoulders as a sign that he too would soon show what he could do. The emotion of bearing danger, seriousness and determination played on his face. I threat in his voice. The Shaitan replied that he intended, no, just had to greet the unexpected guests. The door of the restaurant opened, ajar and making way for the light coming from inside. With a completely ridiculous look, Elle looked out and wondered what he had done to deserve such an honor, in the form of such distinguished guests. He didn't want to start a conflict right away. After all, you need to know the exact intentions and then rush into battle. Red dragons in the guise of humans stood before him. One of them, who was already conjuring something, introduced himself as Vaint, and that mark flew straight for the door, unlocking it very loudly so that the restaurant owner wouldn't have the slightest thought of trying to hide anything. Inside there was only a grim atmosphere, an overturned chair and a fresh pool of blood on the floor. All the evidence was clear. Allison realized how it all looked and had nothing more to say than a suggestion to discuss things over a cup of tea. but he would not be left alone any longer. And so it was. The dragons immediately shifted into their true form, and were ready to kill Allison right here and now, eye for an eye. They were already directing magic beams, and the archmage simply closed the door with his foe and pulled his hood over his head, preparing to take the blow and beat it back as hard as he could. The creatures had asked for it and made the choice. There was a fresh scent in the sky. Leaves flew over the dark earth and made a little noise, covering up some unnecessary sounds. The black dragon set up in the woods and at some point felt the magic, realizing it was coming from the restaurant, and Allison seemed to be holding up even better than they thought. No one had suspected that the red dragon would use such a technique against a wizard, and one of them tried to remember the name of their ringleader. Weiss, on the other hand, remembered Vaith. He is chief among the younger generation of red dragons and is just perfect for this plan. These creatures are united and not taken separately. However, they are fixated on reputation. If their race was attacked, they would no doubt rush to fight back, which was happening now. The red dragons would not let them cross their path without fear. But Allison was feeling at least some drag. If he'd managed to slaughter so many before, he'd manage it now. There was no doubt about that. Very easily he held back the fire that was heading towards him. He hadn't been hit by any of the enemy's attacks so far. But the dragons weren't going to give up either, only adding strength, intending to flatten the man immediately. Allison raised his hand, and his body was enveloped in magical energy. He thought it was time to change locations, and for a while he needed to let his defenses down a bit and switch to spell creation. He realized that there could be a setup, and how dangerous this altercation was, so he asked the red dragon for his idea, since neither of them wanted anyone to interfere. Alena was sitting in her hospital and doing her business, as suddenly a portal opened in the room. It was unexpected, because the woman froze in anticipation of who came to her. But she didn't expect to see Rurin, whose face showed all the panic and terror that was coming out from the inside out, and in her arms was a wounded stranger who wasn't even showing signs of life. The elven girl immediately realized it was a dragon, and the brunette pulled her to ask fewer questions and try to save Serena from death. Alena began to worrying for the life of the patient, because as soon as possible took to work. First, you need to stop bleeding to start a full treatment. A bright green light burst from the elf's hands and spread across the room, illuminating every dark corner of the medicine woman's home. The dragons and Allison were awful in place. Just the field, the stars and the bright linen in the sky, all ready for the conflict to continue. But the red dragon only continued to sass his opponent, saying that this was the perfect place to bury a wizard. El, on the other hand, remained silent at such words in response. He needed to think of something quicker. He didn't really want to end this pain with any loss of lives. These guys think it was the archmage who killed the red dragon, obviously as someone else's setup, but it was completely unclear who it was for and who would have pulled it off so well, since Serena was mortally wounded by someone. Allison couldn't believe that those now ready to avenge their blood had anything to do with this dirty deal, or they too were victims and had fallen into the trap. And if it is the second option, there is still a chance to solve everything in words and not to start a fight because of a misunderstanding, so the Shaitan asked to calm down dragons at least for a minute and listen. Only the archmage wanted to start explaining something, as Vaith was immediately torn with anger. Is El looking down on him, this rascal trying to hide the fact that it was clearly red dragon blood? But the wizard still wanted to solve everything diplomatically, because the guy does not deny, in his restaurant, and really came a red dragon. But that one was already wounded, and no one touched her. And now Serena was being tried to be saved. And would an assassin kill a victim to cure them later? And Vaith was very surprised. If their sister was still alive, they should rush to her as quickly as possible. El replied that, unfortunately, that's probably not possible at this point, simply because of what he realized about what these guys might be involved. Serena is unconscious now. She told him that she was betrayed, and suddenly a huge dragon paw appeared in the air, aiming for the guy. It was Gjord who felt his, and the black dragon's plan was now beginning to stand on an unstable structure. But the archmage managed to cover himself with his shield. The assailant asked in unbelievable anger about how much longer they were going to listen to this spineless man's chatter, he said, and then reminded them why everyone was here. Because the asshole had killed Serena, and decided to tweak his tale with the lie that Serena had told him everything herself, and that El had tried to kick her out of the lair, and the girl had refused, so she got it. And now the other dragons were in a difficult situation and were trying to figure out where the truth was and where the on his conscience. Allison said he didn't even know her name, and now it was even clearer. Now it was definitely clearer that he had been set up. But the dragons weren't going to back down now either. They too had developed convictions about the whole situation. Of course they didn't believe Allison, and now there was the question of how dare he try to get out of the situation by lying. Once he did, that's the act of a real bastard. Vane had heard enough proof, so he didn't want to know any more. And already now Allison was getting much more visibly nervous. Anger even made the veins swell on his face. No way to end the misunderstanding. So the only solution is that it is Gjard who is directly involved in the setup, because he just lied about something that definitely couldn't have happened. So he addressed it by saying that if Serena Zax cared about his race, he didn't act that way. After all, the guy had left the girl in such a state, on top of asking if Serena knew where his lair was. And with his hands he was already starting to pick up a suitable spell while everyone was listening to this verbal altercation. That the dragons no longer took in the words and strode determinedly towards the man, in readiness to attack their prey, hoping to tackle the pitiful man as quickly as possible, as if they didn't know what kind of man he was. They demanded the idiot in front of them to shut his mouth and not talk nonsense, while they themselves opened their mouths with a hot fire that devoured everything around them. They were now fielding the claim that Allison knew nothing about dragons and had no right to say anything now, unleashing a jet of fire at him. And Elle was able to dodge this attack with ease. The archmage advised against using that argument as his excuse, because pretending to be worried about Serena was the kind of hypocrisy that was hard to find. The two forces came together, opposing on the same level, and now it was unclear who would be the winner in this situation, and who would perish. And in response he again got the argument that he didn't know anything, though you could see the dragon was exhausted and nervous that he was now pinned against the wall. Allison could not relax and keep his strength at the same level, for even though he is one of the strongest wizards, but now the dragons are much more against him. Gjard did not understand why the man had such strong magic, and became very worried, because in this way their whole plan could go to hell, and he would also get from the black dragons, who had already kept him in a cage. Suddenly, in the midst of the ash and smoke, four silhouettes appear, and these persons should turn the whole battle upside down, but not in the direction of the truth, for it was Nwais and his retinue. In the light of the moon they looked even more mystical and mysterious. The guy in front asked with a snide smile about how dare a human even attack such a creature as a mighty dragon. Vane recognized Nwais but couldn't understand what the black dragons were doing here, and those said they felt a flow of mana so decided to join, given their agreement. To lie so masterfully was completely unacceptable, but who could say that if they didn't know the veracity of the words? A look of shock appeared on Allison's face, covered by the shadow of his hood. He recognized Nwais, or rather his name seemed all too familiar to him, and he didn't concentrate on the fight for a while. The dragon on the other hand was surprised at this reaction. He didn't know that this archmage could know him, and now he was even curious as to how. Nwais began to reincarnate into dragon form, saying that he had also heard of the wizard. If he remembered correctly, he was quite strong compared to other humans. The guy's hands had already become huge clawed paws. Elle put his hand to his chin and began to think about further actions. It seems that now he would have to change his plans, which could not be very happy, because to come up with something new you need to be very fast and at the same time qualitatively to make it work. Nwais already looked completely like a dragon, a noble, huge, beautiful creature that was very arrogant towards his opponent. After all, he was only human and should definitely pay for disrespecting their race. Alena was breathing hard. Her hands were shaking. She had no strength left for anything. It was too long and hard work. The sheet on the couch was covered in blood. Dark blood dripped thickly down the bed directly onto the floor. And then the dreaded words in this situation were spoken. Words of regret from the medicine woman. The blonde was shivering, trying to come to her senses, though it was quite difficult. She apologized for her efforts not yielding the proper results, but she was doing the best she could. That there was no point in continuing. It was too late to save Serena. She was left to live out her unconscious moments, having lost the last drops of blood. And watching this girl lying almost breathless in the hospital with no chance of recovery was simply unbearable. But Rurin wasn't one to give up halfway through. She couldn't accept the fact that it wasn't going to work out. She was mostly driven by the fact that somewhere out there Elle was fighting, risking her life, but still she couldn't stand to see an innocent human, or dragon, whatever his character was. The girl grabbed Alena's hand rather roughly, something she hadn't expected. It wasn't from an attempt to support, comfort, or a desire to touch at such a terrible moment. And in order to do the intended thing, energy began to flow from Rurin to the blonde, enveloping them in purple energy. It was never too late to surrender. The elven girl couldn't understand what had just happened to her Manhwa, and Rurin didn't answer that question, only ordering her to continue treating Serena. Otherwise, they would lose not only resources, but also precious time. And you couldn't worry about the Manhwa. It wouldn't run out. The black dragons also joined the fight. They certainly wouldn't listen to El's chatter, so they focused on ending the fight as quickly as possible and getting rid of their opponent as quickly as possible, blowing all their strength on him. The archmage was able to react quickly and lift the huge blocks of stones that the creatures had struck from the ground, and crouch down to cover himself from the unexpected wounds. The guy realized that he could kill them, and that alone would work as a break, because even if Serena survived, there would be trouble. But there were too many of these creatures and something had to be thought of as quickly as possible. One thing he understood for sure, it was impossible to act very decisively now, and to use his trump cards only at the critical moment, and not to show their presence until then. Suddenly he spread his arms wide and the color of his usual magic changed from blue to yellow. There was a strong rush of air, giving epicness to this scene. Allison literally ripped the piece from the ground he was standing on and lifted it up into the sky, shifting his position and confusing opponents not expecting such a turn. Now the bastards who had caused all this to happen had no doubts about Degma's words, because with their arrogance, they couldn't imagine how such an idiot could become so strong in just a few minutes. The dragon began to create a very strong spell and asked for help from his fellow creatures to cover him, and not let any wizard that is here now to attack unexpectedly. Taking advantage of the moment, an impossibly huge ball of energy appeared in the sky and illuminated everything around it with dark magic and light. Now the side of those who had set up the setup were taunting El, asking for a demonstration of how he intended to catch it. And with the Chosive spell, the owner of the restaurant, in whose establishment and came the girl, because of which, in fact, and began all this massacre, became visibly nervous, although the expression of his face on the fear did not change. And all because he realized how badly the situation is. The red dragons weren't going to just stand by either. They were working as cover, and at the moment they couldn't let Allison escape. He must get his death. After the assassination attempt on their sister, they threw fire beams at him, which were almost reaching the guy. But the wizard managed to fight back and cover himself with his magic. Weiss gloated. Straight up, he couldn't cover the pleasure of realizing that this was the end. The end of the fight and the end of value. And pretty soon would be able to take Rurin home with him. Suddenly a voice was heard from the heavens ordering an immediate halt. And how timely it was, at the most opportune moment, the moment when a man could be crushed like a small cockroach. Portal holes began to appear in the air, a voice calling everyone in the place real fools. And how could they not be called not particularly clever creatures, since they were doing absolutely everything they could to start a war again. And it seemed to work quite well on the dragons, at least on the red ones, who had a look of anxiety on their faces. The men who appeared were also dragons. They didn't understand how they could forget that not so long ago everyone was celebrating the conclusion of the agreement, and these fools started to make noise again. Before them appeared the red Dadank and the black dragon Medidin. Medidin was displeased that these guys had once again decided to organize a fight. Actually, as they always did, they asked for an explanation of what was going on, and Allison was just incredibly happy that they were here so quickly. He frankly didn't think he'd be happy to see the older man again. But Weiss was not at all happy about such guests. Their plan had cracked and seemed about to fall under the ground. I had to try to use all my strength and turn back into a human. My head was in a panic about what to do in such a situation, but not a drop of doubt on his face. The same calm smile. The guy put his hand to his heart and revealed his respect for the elder dragons visiting them. Weiss didn't appreciate Ella's attempt to cover his ass in this way, and if he thinks the elder will protect him, he's sorely mistaken, because Rurin is the elder's granddaughter and he's personally come for her. Inside, a nasty smile of unfair victory and meanness appeared in his soul. The black dragon realized that it was all just Ella's silly fantasies, just what the brunette had hoped for. And the red dragon would definitely not survive anymore. And it was especially satisfying that if the third squad announced that the archmage had killed the red dragon, the elder would no longer have to be persuaded, and they would all be officially executed. Even if that's what Weiss thought, Elle had incredible faith that Rurin and Alena would save Serena at any cost, and everything would go the best way for the archmage and his friends. Alena tried to do everything in her power. She was breaking a sweat. All her energy was being used up. She was very nervous inside, because now she had a huge responsibility in her hands. The girl looked at all these horrible wounds and was shocked at how much the patient had lost blood. In such cases really cannot survive. But still, you need to continue to work with some confidence that everything will be fine. Suddenly, Rurin, who was standing behind her and transferring huge amounts of mana, turned to Alena. She asked about whether her understanding of the situation was correct now that she had lent the blonde her mana, but her magic hadn't gotten any stronger, and the elfess confirmed that theory. Rurin, despite her dislike for Serena and not wanting to save her, said she needed to do it. Elle had fallen into their trap, and they needed a witness, suggested a change of plan. The girl needed to synchronize mana, so the dragon-level mana would flow through the medicine woman, and did not hide the fact that if Alena could not turn the energy into healing magic, she would be torn apart from the inability to withstand the overwhelming force. Alena was in incredible terror. She did not know if she was ready to sacrifice her life for the sake of saving someone else's, even s. Rurin was also escalating the situation, saying that it was Alena's choice alone, so she'd better decide soon what the outcome of several people's fate was. The elf's heart whimpered, and her hands began to tremble even more. Only now it wasn't from expelling gobs of energy, but from the fear of making such a choice. Still, she made the choice to choose the other person, and Rurin praised the medicine woman, noting that she liked her determination and courage, and immediately advised her to pull herself together. Immediately, the blonde felt as if a wave of sharp blades and electric current was sent through her body, and her head seemed to be squeezed to squeeze and break her skull. My limbs became heavy and cotton. My body did not yield to itself, as if in a strong alcoholic intoxication. Everything around went stilts. It was absolutely impossible to endure such a thing. This magical power was so heavy that on her the elf's magic seemed in quality mere dust. And now Alena was a puppet in Rurin's hands, through which she transferred all her energy. The blonde couldn't bear such a thing. She tried to get up, but it didn't work, after which she screamed asking Rurin to let mana flow slower. Otherwise there would be two corpses here. The woman couldn't stand it. The dragon was tough and ruthless. She was commanding and ordering the elf to get up immediately. And as an additional motivation, she reminded her that Alena was a healer and it was her job to save people, not to whine like a snot. Tears appeared in the blonde's eyes. He was well aware that he had signed up for this himself, and since if she took a step back and she would be torn to pieces, she only had to go forward. At the advice to increase the pressure of the magic, Alena managed to curb her legs and rise. She was serious and tried to gather all the strength in her fists until the end. The woman began to create a new spell. It was necessary to use all her mana to lay out to the full. Clenching her teeth, the girl fought the pressure from the side of the dragon, and then such an amount of energy burst from her hands, as if her clinic was about to be blown apart into nothing but pebbles and branches. For a moment she lost control of her thoughts and nothing was happening in her head. Everything was going as it should. The wounds were slowly starting to drain and there was noticeably less blood. There was every chance that Serena would survive. Rurin wasn't about to waste all the life resources of herself, and the elfess took command of the red-haired girl as well, ordering her to get up, to help herself if she wanted to live. Serena struggled to open her eyes. Her head felt heavy and the pain of her wounds coming together was palpable. She had to show the full power of the dragon and do something to make it at least a little easier for her rescuers. Meanwhile on the battlefield, the Elder already knew about everything, or rather the ridiculousness that Allison had killed the dragon Serena, and the Reds had come to avenge and punish him for it. And now everything was unfolding, so that the Black Dragon saw it and decided to help. Such a legend was invented by the scoundrels, and now with a nonchalant face they were telling Grandpa Rurin noodles. They didn't understand what the older man was waiting for. Allison's entire restaurant is in Serena's blood. If he were a normal person, they wouldn't have touched him, but the guy's situation and position is completely different. Shaitan is a real dragon slayer, and decided to use his power, just like during the war. And El himself tried to explain that he just invited the red dragon for tea and nothing else. Gjard objected, saying that he had seen the archmage melting down with Serena, and if they didn't believe him then let them go into the restaurant. Allison knew that this setup was working well. simply because there was no Serena or witnesses on his side. Just his words against the words of a bunch of. One of the black dragons finally realized what Nissa's plan was. It turns out the black dragons not only helped in the fight, and even if Allison is dropped all charges too, they will have no problems and are in a great position. Dank added his opinion, making the point that Serena's lair was right near the town of Grick, and they couldn't rule out the possibility that she wasn't involved, and the older man needed to think it over carefully. Medidon looked at Allison and was struck by the fact that these dragons were being very assertive and the guy had nothing to say in opposition. Nothing to say. Really. The situation was truly stupid. He really didn't know what to say, and he also explained that it wasn't his fault, but he didn't give away everything, such as the fact that the red dragon had already come in wounded and that he had a hunch that someone had set him up, especially with the girl saying. He only said how delusional it was to think that he had killed Serena, since her lair was near the town of Grick, but anyone who had been involved in the war knew one thing for sure. Allison would never kill a dragon for such a ridiculous reason. He was only acting out of necessity, not for fun and amusement, and not because he feels hatred for the dragon race specifically, and asked for confirmation of his words from Mr. Dank, who admitted that it was true. It was sad to remember such a thing, but it was necessary, because the guy was indeed always honest and decent. The only rule he followed in war was not to kill the uninvolved, and he personally never broke that spiritual law himself. The archmage's gaze suddenly became very menacing, as if burned by the fire in which the town of Grick had once burned. And even if we remember that red dragons participated in the war and killed innocent people, his friends, partners, colleagues, to say that Allison killed Serena just because she lives nearby is just silly. One of the red dragons got nervous and shouted that it was a one-sided conflict. Al's second argument was that the black dragons had joined as soon as they attacked Wainta, except the question was since when had they gotten so close. It was as if they were just waiting, as if they knew something was going to happen. Weiss on the other hand continued to stick to the ledge and that they felt strange magic, throwing a stone in Allison's garden, asking what it is he's alluding to. But to the older one everything was absolutely clear. The wizard says that the dragons had prepared a trap, and now the whole matter plays with other colors. Allison was glad as a child that his train of thought was understood, and now the pressure wouldn't be felt as much. Dank became sharply angry. He just couldn't believe everything that was said, so he asked about whether Ella had any proof beyond words. Allison smirked. He could feel a portal opening behind him. Lurin's portal, which meant everything was about to become more than clear, so he asked if it would be better to hear from a direct witness. It was a shock. Now there is no chance for the bastards. Now they will all testify. For some reason the thought came only now, and while they were planning all this they did not try to think about it. Nisa's mercenaries didn't understand how the girl had survived, what was going on, and how to clean up this mess. Gjard looked at the portal entrance and couldn't believe his eyes. It was Serena, safe and sound. The girl on the other hand was full of vigor and energy. In her usual arrogant manner she said sarcastically that she was amazed at how many people were happy to see her here. While behind her stood Rurin and Alena, who had rescued her. The latter clearly worried about what was even going on here. She was worried even as El praised her for the fact that she and his friend had worked out even and how timely it was, while Alena was counting how many dragons and higher beings she could see in front of her. Lurin was boasting that she had used synchronization because the dragon's wounds were impossible to heal with normal magic and had managed it, even though she had learned it from Ella not so long ago. And quite unexpectedly for the guy, Lurin said a kind word in Elena's direction, namely, that she felt magic perfectly. Weiss stood completely shattered. He didn't think his plan could give such a big crack. What was going to happen to him now? Everything he had said just now like a huge Titanic bumped into the iceberg of Serena's survivor. Lurin leaned over to Allison in an attempt to make sense of it. The last thing she wanted to hear right now was that Weiss had orchestrated the whole thing and the wizard had asked her to wait a moment. He had an idea. With joy and positivity, the guy asked Serena how she was feeling. The latter replied with equally naive positivity that she was fine, thanks to the help of him and his guys. But then she managed to get a fist in the head, not a strong one, but a preventive one, so that she could think better about what to do. It feels like the girl doesn't understand what's going on here or is playing dumb. The red dragon passed out in the restaurant bleeding, so she should explain herself immediately. Rubbing his head, Sirioga began to whine about how he was about to tell everything. The 4 black dragons currently levitating in the air are in command with Nis involved. Also with them was Gyard, who had abruptly disappeared somewhere, running away, tail tucked like a trash rat. But that wasn't so important right now. Anyway, these 5 burst into Serena's lair and wounded her. But the elf and the black dragon had healed me at Ella's request. They were her saviors, not killers. Now the main ones were standing around trying to think things through. And the red dragon was getting very nervous. Then she turned to Ella and asked if such recognition was enough. And the archmage replied that it was enough. But Rurin wished they had been praised more. Dank began yelling the wizard's name at the top of his voice, anger and rage burning in his eyes. It seemed that the conflict was about to continue, and even headed towards the archmage very quickly, snapping out of his seat. But there was no ups. He asked for a pardon because of what he had done horribly to him. And the red dragon was willing to accept any punishment, and Allison only noticed the man apologizing as hastily as he made his decision. Well, Allison forgave. It was more clear now that it was the black dragons who had lied. Weiss was speechless and Dari speechless altogether. He didn't understand what to do and his mercenary began to shout that he could explain everything to the elder. But Metadin wasn't going to listen to the excuse. He wasn't in the mood for that. There was a mask of terror and anger on his face. Now these guys were going to be bad. He had a basic question for Nilad. He asked to tell her about why he had broken the agreement, but the brunette didn't hear the question, or rather he perceived it, but there was no proper answer in his head. Only a non-acceptance that the girl just couldn't be cured. He was starting to feel angry. If this mage was really that strong, why it was like this was completely incomprehensible, and that was what pissed him off the most. He began to reincarnate into a dragon. Losing control of himself, it pissed him off that the man had so much power still and luring, and there was no way a human could withstand that amount of power, or rather there was simply no power or too much arrogance to believe. And while Allison was happily chatting with his friends, celebrating the victory, Weiss Posde gathered all his power and began to pick up the wind. And then he exploded with anger and screamed out of control. He didn't understand why he was being ignored and how mere man dared to do such a thing. A stream of dragon magic was already heading towards Allison. It seemed like one more second and the guy would be gone. Good thing the guy had time to react and shoved Rurin away so that she wouldn't get hurt. It was already his first reaction to any danger, to protect the girl. There was a sharp sensation in the guy's body. He clenched his teeth in pain. The blow came straight to his side and spilled energy throughout his cells. And Weiss showed his true beastly personality. Not just a dragon, but someone else, inhuman, mean and nasty. Rurin couldn't look at it. She couldn't move for a while. It was just terror inside, and quite soon would turn to anger. El was lying on his back unconscious, some kind of black liquid emanating from him that looked like energy or blood. Alena was also just out of breath. She forgot what was even happening. A chill ran through her body and her arms and legs went numb from the stress. The guy gave no sign of life, no sound, no movement, absolutely nothing. The brunette ran up and shivering began to call out for her friend. She didn't understand what was wrong with the archmage and how to help him. She began to examine the spot that had been hit. It was blood, a pool of blood, and it wouldn't stay. Now he was in a similar state as Serena had been just a short time ago. The shivering through Lurin's body intensified. Tears rolled from her eyes and unable to get it into her head that this was happening here and now. She began to blame herself, not understanding why he had pushed her away. The red dragon began to attack Nissa with questions. What was this sudden and sneaky strike from the back? Wasn't there a drop of piety in this guy? Where did it all go? And after a sentence suggesting that the brunette had decided that this would pay off his sins, Weiss went off on a scream, justifying it by saying that he was just saving to save the dragon race. And it was incredibly surprising what it even meant, what it had to do with such a horrible thing that had just happened. He was seized with madness. He ordered everyone around him to open their eyes, convinced that there was no need to inherit some silly agreement, and the question was very direct. Let them think hard about the reason why the Lord had not come into the world. Was it not to spread the power this was done? Let it be better to look out for this man. And no one did anything but listen to the excuse. After all, he takes all the blows of the dragons, and could be a real threat to the race, while Alena tried to heal the wizard. Rurin turned to her fellow wizard. No face on her, a terrible mess going on in her head. The elfess raised her head and suggested that the brunette synchronize her mana again, but then she noticed that she wasn't listening. Tears were running down the girl's cheeks and she was mumbling something. With a distraught look, the brunette asked Ella to get up. Looking at the blood on his hands, without him the den would be completely empty. There was emptiness and pain in her heart. But Weiss was even more of a bastard than he looked. He thought about how Lurin's expression suited him much better, and then flashing a wicked grin with a note of triumph, told the elf that any action was futile, and all because the wound is much worse and more serious than with Serena, even though his mana level is the same as a dragon, but he's still human, and really the medicine woman's magic didn't help at all, and he just wouldn't be able to survive a direct hit. But that nasty speech of his was interrupted by Serena. A smile on her face, she asked if the black dragon really thought so, then only confirmed that Weiss is just pathetic since he's just a master of backstabbing, since he did that to her too, and then turned to Lurin, leaning over to her and calling her silly. Serena knew she was scared, but there was the question of why she didn't feel anything, trying to push the right thought, and when she realized that the brunette was completely out of earshot and cried further, giving everything away in her place, Ella's power wasn't going anywhere, and even more so, its opposite was only getting bigger. The wound began to glisten and sparkle. Who would have thought that the red-haired girl, who had been arrogant and trying to anger Lair all along, would now be wiping her tears with her hand and asking her not to cry and get upset before time. Suddenly, a huge blue beam of energy erupted from Allison's body like a geyser from the ground, promising no imminent end to his fight. Nis stood there with shock on his face and dazed for a moment. He thought that he had already won and done everything he wanted to do, and he would take Lurin's power quietly. Midden was surprised too. He had never seen such power from a human before, no matter how much of a wizard he was. And it was all about the ancient balloon that now rose into the air, and Allison stood alive and unharmed, as if he hadn't just lain there with a huge bleeding wound in his side and back. And he admitted honestly that he had made a wager, and immediately took the ball in his hands, his voice becoming cold then menacing. Light emanated from the ancient artifact, creating a huge vortex of Verd that blew away even the stones, and with this energy now only an archmage could handle. Bright blue wings appeared behind his back, all because the guy thought the dragons would give up halfway through, but as it turns out, fortunately, Weiss attacked him, though he thought it was the right thing to do, but actually a fatal mistake. Lurin couldn't believe her eyes. Her tears were drying up little by little and her eyes got very wide. Allison placed his hand enveloped in energy on the top of her head to calm her down. With a smile, he asked the girl to watch everything carefully. Now he would show her how to get out of situations like this. 7 sweats of stress, and the feeling of his own loss was coming off of Weiss, which brought only shock and nothing else. How could he screw up so badly and only play into his opponent's hands? As it turned out, the power and magic of the black dragon was enough to awaken the ancient orc, the wings behind its back growing larger and brighter. Who would have thought that such a ratty solution as a blow from the back with tremendous energy would reverse the course of events 180 degrees for the archmage? The orb sparkled and sparkled. It was now fully charged with magic to fulfill its purpose. And how fortunate it was that Nice's blow came right to his side, where the artifact Gultazar had given him lay. That the magic was too little to kill the wizard, and now the sneaky dragon couldn't listen to it. Anger was already pounding in his brain, shutting down his sensible thoughts and making him grit his sharp teeth. He turned into a dragon that was already creating an even bigger spell in the form of a sphere that would finish the job he had started once and for all. He threatened Allison, saying he could use all his mana, but it wouldn't help him, and Weiss would finish the man here and now in front of everyone. But Elle wasn't about to give up either. The guy grabbed with his hand, wrapping his fingers around the beams of energy as if they were just a pair of ribbons and not the black dragon's strongest magic. He said that the enemy's breath was too weak, and it would cost him nothing to dispel this spell and save his life and the lives of his friends. He created a magic circle on his hand and asked Weiss if he remembered the terms of the agreement, eyes already glowing with madness and anger, but not as stupid and rash as his opponents. That the question was rhetorical, he answered himself that murder, kidnapping and other acts of aggression towards other races were forbidden, and retaliatory acts were only possible and lives were threatened. Allison let the magic flow upwards, and the wizard is willing to abide by the rules of that agreement, so the guy looked at Nissa and said he was authorizing her to strike back, but let him try to dodge his attack first. There was a bunch of energy in the sky that created fire in the sky, Now the dragon definitely had nowhere to run and nothing to do. Weiss just and equals watched his death coming towards him. He wasn't focused on how to dodge this backlash, but in his mind he was just realizing and not accepting that it just wasn't possible. Elle was just a normal person, after all. The fire was already burning the black dragon, shifting to shouting and saying that the guy in front of him was just a pathetic person. Those were Nissa's last words before he dissolved into flames, feeling the pain of the burns and merciless tongues of flame. When the fire dissipated, all that was left of the dragon were huge embers that gave off heat and steam into the air. The mighty creature was burned and crushed by a huge hot rock, a true meteorite. Only the tail and wings were visible. His associates could not believe what had just happened. It was a real horror and fear. No one expected this. This wizard, who had just become something akin to a dragon, swatted their counterpart as easily as if it were just a gnat rather than a fear-mongering creature. But then he looked fondly at Rurin after such anger, as if he was the closest thing to a family member, and suggested to head home quickly. After such an evening it was worth a good rest. The brunette sat still as silent, biting her lips to keep from crying at full force. Though she didn't have the strength to hold back her tears, she was now a defenseless child who was terrified at almost losing her blood person. Everything around was burning and warming the air, and the girl rushed to Allison and hugged him tightly. She was willing to leave right now, but the most important thing with him. Just now she believed in a miracle. After such an experience she realized that she was attached to the guy even stronger. No one could get a word in edgewise after that, and the elders dealt with everything. After all, it was their job to control and stop disobedience. Nakwu, Darba and Hoven were twisted and bound using magic. The three of them received their punishment. The boys would be imprisoned in the deepest dungeon for 3,000 years minimum. That the victims of these events were rewarded. Serena's lair was fully restored and filled with gold that shimmered with a glint in her eyes. It was because Vaint didn't know how much treasure there was. When they looked around there wasn't much, and he was pretty sure it had all been stolen by those scoundrels. So now he hoped that the lair would fill up again, and that would be minimal compensation. But Serena didn't disagree and just tell. But then she got more serious. She had one more unanswered question. She wondered if Gjart had been found yet, and the interlocutor replied that they were putting together a search party, so they would catch him soon. He had promised that they would repay him double, and a promise from Vaint was worth a lot, especially one so firm and fierce. And that suited Serena just fine. She wished she could get revenge on him herself, but she would also be happy with the thought of him suffering at the hands of others as well. Everything around her was as good as new, even better than it was. She had hit the jackpot, and for her suffering it was truly fair. That was how the horrors that shook the entire restaurant ended. But at home, Rurin was still not satisfied with something and sat there with her cheeks puffed up to demonstrate it. And at Ella's question about what had happened she remained silent for a while in punishment, turning her back to him. And then I couldn't help myself and said that the guy was stupid, and if Nis had been a little stronger, he would have died before the ancient orb awakened. Allison realized that it was just terribly reckless, and he felt bad for putting Rurin through such an experience. He'd caught himself in what state. She was trying to pump him up. Suddenly the guy reached out to the girl, much to the surprise of the crying lady, who shuddered at the suddenness of this act. Sitting on the bed he hugged the brunette tightly, and the brunette began to panic with embarrassment and asked what he was doing. In a quiet, caring voice, he apologized to Rurin for not thinking about her feelings, and it was necessary to explain himself first, or better yet, tell her about the plan from the beginning. The brunette blushed profusely. Her heart fluttered and jumped out of her chest. It seemed her attitude and feelings towards Elle was more seen than just a sibling. But such a sweet moment was interrupted by Midden, who suddenly appeared from behind and startled a couple by saying that he'd had enough of this kind of intimacy. And Rurin was also unhappy about it because she wanted this moment to last much longer. So the same grandfather got punched in the face by his granddaughter with a fist. She, unlike Allison, wasn't going to peacefully decide what he was doing here, and asked it in raised words, as if it was absolutely not an older man, but some weak guy with no authority. The archmage felt even more embarrassed. After all, he was the one who had personally called Medidin here, and that girl was surprised by such a thing. It turns out she had just slapped a blood-related person for nothing. Trying to check a little to see if his face was okay, the older man tried to find out what the matter was and the reason for such an invitation and such hospitality. It was about the awakening of the ancient orb, and that was what Allison wanted to talk about. he became abruptly serious and insistent. The host of the restaurant poured an alcoholic beverage into a beautiful glass to treat the guests and make discussions in a more pleasant environment. Midden asked what it was and suggested that it was liquor, but as it turned out, the drink was called whiskey, and Allison had had it for a long time, but had only gotten it now because it was very valuable. The elder was trying this alcohol for the first time, and was trying to appreciate the flavor of this drink as best he could. The man immediately had an epiphany. This was something he had never felt before, and he wanted to immediately share his impressions. For him, the drink was like a spring breeze with a floral aroma. It is light and refreshing. The whiskey seems to have been aged for a long period of time, and has a deep combination of several flavors. He could not think that people could have such alcohol. Allison was surprised that Midden had guessed that the drink had been infused for anywhere from 60 to 70 years, just one sip at a time. Such was the flair of dragons. Rurin became very curious herself about this flavor. It must be amazing, and was ready to quietly grab a bottle to try. But Elle noticed this attempt and immediately foiled it by tapping the dragon on the head and warned that it was strong alcohol and the girl would get drunk instantly. And Rurin began to complain that the wizard only allowed her beer. The older one found it rather amusing to take such a drastic action. It seems that sometimes Allison forgets that they are dragons since she dares to do something like that. And the archmage slightly misunderstood this claim and asked, "What's the big deal? Is this some kind of charge?" Midden took another sip of alcohol and assumed that such a hardening of the guy after the war, and it was on it that he had adopted such a principle, and then added that today the wizard had made a big deal of it, namely killed Mwise in front of everyone. Rurin was very angry and resentful, assuring them that if Allison hadn't done it, she would have been able to, and she didn't look at it, she just killed it. And then Elle added that despite the feat he almost died, and it wasn't a very pleasant memory. The older man noticed this attempt to suddenly start acting innocent. Though he himself had said not to interfere after Nice's surprise attack, he shouldn't have revealed this secret in front of Rurin, so Allison just coughed in response to her surprise. When someone absorbs an ancient orb, they gain power beyond that of other dragons. By absorbing an orb, dragons gain power and authority over other species, and when absorbing 3 orbs, these creatures gain power over all in general. During the last war, Allison, if Midden's memory does not fail, absorbed 2 ancient orbs, and if he appropriated another one to his body, as well as the Lord's heart, then now turns out to be exactly what the elder was talking about just now. Allison gained absolute power by absorbing all 3 balls, but there was one problem. He is not a dragon. If he were, he would be the strongest of all, and it would be a real treat for him and his friends. Ella had a question about the ancient orbs. What would happen if more such artifacts suddenly appeared? Midden explained that this rarely happens. When a dragon becomes a true lore, the ancient orbs no longer appear. Even if a few ancient artifacts are saved for later, they will all disappear when the true lore is born. And moreover, it's never happened before that a person has absorbed 3 ancient orbs, so it's very hard to say for sure. But the elder was more interested not in solving this question and finding an answer, but why such a question had arisen in the first place. And Elle said that it seemed to him that some people wanted to bring the Lord back to life. It was just incredibly shocking. Midden had never suspected such a thing, simply because what big-headed person would sign up to revive someone who would give the dragons the power to destroy humanity? And such people were the dwarves from the dungeon. Rurin was the first to guess this from her grandfather, and it was absolutely true. Some dragons were constantly attacking the place where he found the ancient orb. Everything should be checked, and the elder was willing to do so, realizing the importance of this action. And then the old dragon suggested that this was why Allison had absorbed the ancient orb in front of everyone, his gaze becoming serious and shrewd. And the guy replied that that's exactly right, because if there are those who want the Lord reborn, they would have to aim for him. After all, the ancient orb would not appear as long as the wizard was around. Rurin was getting more and more insightful with each one, and Midden now realized that the lad had made himself the bait. Just when he wanted to make a point about the archmage being very arrogant, he was immediately smacked upside the head by his granddaughter, who wouldn't allow anyone to berate Allison in front of her. The one wanted to object, saying she had no right to do that. After all, Midden was the eldest, but the brunette didn't care about status, and Elle left the investigation to the eldest. Alena was returning to her healing house, a wooden house in the middle of a green bright forest. Its roof was strewn with flowers and leaves. There were no visitors now, but that would change soon. She was leaving to renew her food supply, and those vegetables she'd picked up would have to suffice for a while. Suddenly Serena appeared behind her back and very unexpectedly asked why the elfish woman had been gone so long. She had been waiting for more than an hour. Startled, Alena squealed at the whole neighborhood. To the red dragon, this reaction seemed ridiculous, and then explained that she just liked it here, so decided to stay longer. And the blonde still couldn't move away from such a sudden appearance of Serena. But the medicine woman didn't want an extra tenant in her house, so the woman reminded that everyone already knew that the Red Dragon's lair had been renovated, but her interlocutor said, with a sad look, that there was too much space and she was lonely. And then she got manipulative, falling on the bed and yelling that she was a patient and couldn't be kicked out. And then she started saying that Alena was angrier than she thought and made the blonde make excuses that it wasn't like that, and then changed the subject to the fact that she thought th. Just then, the dragoness grabbed the medicine woman's arm and pulled her towards her. She said that if the blonde would tell her how to mix the mana, Serena would help with the treatment of people, because she repays evil and go. But Alena was confused by that and the topic of conversation. The elfess hesitated, looking for an answer or an excuse to say nothing. And Helena changed the subject to the fact that all her food was from vegetables and asked if that would suit her guest, but if not, she could go to a restaurant for food. And meanwhile she stood behind the doors with a window and watched the whole thing with a kind of intrigue and could not believe. Debo's legs carried him anywhere but far away. His breathing was failing him. It was difficult, but it was necessary for life. It was Gard. He had already traveled a considerable distance when he suddenly heard a familiar voice commenting that he was doing a good job of running away. The guy decided to stop and look. She didn't realize what to make of this one now, whether he had heard those notes correctly, and it was really Sydney. In front of him stood a beautiful sexy girl, clearly a red dragon. She was smoking a cradle and was rather caustic, asking the fugitive himself what to do with him. She assumed he was the one who had robbed the dwarf Mai, but couldn't break the lock, and when he was tasked with finding the village, he was caught by the black dragons. And then her eyes lit up with that persona's usual gloating and menace, and her voice became a cold, dan shrewdness that could make even a heart tremble. She was asking if Gyart had any reason to live at all, that the guy wasn't going to accept his not-so-great fate, so he started yelling about how this was a real chance. He revealed the secret that El had absorbed all 3 ancient orbs, and if the guy caught him their plan would work. The girl was just in shock. She could not normal and take a drag of nicotine, because it changes the course of the body in a completely different way. And when Sydney said that Gyard was right, a nasty smile of triumph appeared on his face. He, once again like a rat, was able to wriggle out of his own punishment, except the girl had already swung her blade with the speed of light and continued her speech. Gyard stood in utter shock. He had already felt the effects, but he couldn't comprehend the fact that this was actually happening. A sharp pain in his neck, and then absolutely senselessness, pupils narrowed with horror, and then darkness, absolutely nothing. A blow slit his throat. Serena's ex fell to his knees, while Sydney continued to talk to him about how even such great news was no reason to let Gyard live, his head rolling backwards a couple of meters on the ground. The restaurant was bustling with activity, with customers coming and going, all for the incredibly delicious food and pleasant atmosphere. Rurin wondered if Allison would continue to run the restaurant as usual after all that had happened, and he didn't see anything wrong with that, since he'd left the investigation to his senior, so there wasn't much else to do. Suddenly a familiar voice was heard, addressing the owner of the restaurant by name, and he recognized Nellen's old acquaintance, who had not arrived empty-handed, but he could not see, for that matter, whether it could be called a gift. It was a huge piece of stone that the visitor put on the table, telling that he had found it in a mine, and Senior 9 said that Allison might like it very much. And Allison really got a kick out of it. It was salt, except no one knew about it except the guy. While the guys were discussing it, Rurin took a piece and decided to taste it, sticking out her sensitive tongue. Allison and Nellen talked about how it reminded the wizard of the past, of a time when he was a simple soldier and Darkin was dying from the salty feeling in her mouth. Back in those days, Allison was unsure and nervous through training camp, unable to even coherently answer a question about his name. So the man across the street had to yell, only to have the brat in front of him come to his senses. Then the employee had to ask a lot of questions. For one thing, the name was completely unclear to him. Allison's hometown wasn't on the list either, and the clothes seemed strange to him. That's when the guy was given the name everyone in this town knows him by, Allison. Then the man asked to take his list and go by the inventory in the next building. At that time, everything seemed very strange to the future best wizard. The atmosphere was tense, and there were a bunch of unfamiliar faces and perpetually disgruntled commanders around. We slept in the barracks all together, not with the best comfort, and it was not allowed to make noise at night, although when it was said the door was closed by slamming. At the sound of Elle's snoring, he couldn't sleep for a very long time, and the only thing he wanted was for tomorrow to never come at all. She covered herself head to toe with the blanket and just planned to sit quietly and keep a low profile. He began to sob, wanted to go to his mom, wanted to go home. It is understandable. An ordinary schoolboy got into an unfamiliar world in the midst of war and in the army. But there was something else bothering him then that made him what Rn is now. Allison remembered the food they had been served in the dining hall, from which he just vomited to impossibility and wanted to just not net than to eat such crap. He didn't understand what the fuck was even going on when his partners were gorging themselves like this on the food they'd been served for 2 whole weeks. The same thing. Then Nell thought that maybe it was him and he was the weird one. So he decided to try again. But nothing changed. It was still just as disgusting beyond belief. The wizard could put up with anything, but not this bland seasoning with a pinch of salt would be much better by now. But then he heard that he wasn't the only one who thought so suspicions of his weirdness were set aside. And it's just that most people here don't perceive taste at all. In 2 weeks, Allison had gotten used to the hard workouts, forgotten that he'd have to be patient if he wanted to open his own restaurant. But no matter how much time passed, the lad was unlikely to get used to such awful food. He thought only of the fact that it was impossible to find salt anywhere at all, and wished there was an ocean nearby. He didn't want to go back to the barracks and rub the horrible pain every day, but still one day he had a chance to change everything. At some point, the day of magic attack training had finally arrived, a real treat for people who prepare for battles. To 5th grade, Imperial Magician Cole Sabane, who spoke of how it was usually a true miracle when such children could withstand at least the theory of magic, but the situation was quite serious, and if they successfully mastered everything, they would officially receive the title of Imperial Mage, something they could only dream of. The man talked about how the trainees should first close their eyes and focus on their inner senses, and then they should feel the flow of mana around them. He showed an example, calling what was happening law, which was the basis of magic, explained that the meaning of a magic circle was quite simple. It collected mana in one place, and guys could create an additional magic circle to control the properties of the accumulated mana. About all listened intently about the easiest, yet most effortless magic. As an example, the teacher showed how to apply fire, and pointed it at the mannequin, which immediately caught fire completely. And thus you get a magical attack. It's called a fireball. Some strange guy went first, but his strength was not enough, and the fire was not his to control. The other couldn't aim properly, so won't master that preem either. The Imperial Mage was angry. Not only were there not enough fighters, but these scum were useless. Thus, he self-asserted himself, the expense of these guys too, saying that no one else here is elected but him. But then the very disciple who could, and moreover summoned an incredible amount of fire, came out, which he pointed at the scarecrow and burned it to the ground. Half the practice field burned down. Almost nothing left. Allison stood there with an incredulous face. He had done this and he didn't know how they would react to it now. Everyone was shocked. The teacher was speechless. He grabbed Allison by the shoulders and tried to figure out how the guy did it. And the guy didn't know. Maybe he misunderstood something, and explained that he just did as the mage said. And to another question of how one could collect, the guy looked around and asked if he was the only one who could see how much mana was hovering around them right now. And that was even more shocking. Could a disciple really see mana in the air? The thing is, Ella has always had a special sensitivity. As it turns out, such cases have happened before, the reason being that if someone lives in a place where mana is low, they have a high level of sensitivity. But even the instructor has never seen such a high level before. But the Imperial Mage seemed more angered that someone stronger than him had shown up. Also some petty asshole. The instructor explained that hypersensitivity doesn't make him a genius. He was just born into a deficit of it. Allison was eavesdropping on everything and was able to find out that the commanders were pulling back on the front line, and it was just great. But here his espionage was shattered by the opening of the door at which he stood. A mage stood there and ordered him not to get cocky and do such a thing. he got one spell, and now Allison has yet to rebuild the field he completely destroyed. The guy grumbled at their teacher while cleaning. Despite his high class, he was a real cheapskate. Why can't we not be envious, but just praise? He remembers dinner with his mom, and how his results from culinary school came in, and how happy and proud she was of her son. Allison wanted to discount everything to luck, but his mom praised for talent and effort. The boy froze as he remembered this episode of his life, fell to his knees, almost in tears, not understanding why you can't just praise. But without trouble there would be no happiness. He noticed a couple of glowing pebbles on the floor, picked one up and began to look around carefully. And then for some reason he decided to try licking a rock, and immediately realized that this is the real salt. That's how miraculous it is to find this right here. And then he got a brilliant idea, to use it during the PC reception tomorrow. The next day, when the tired warriors came to eat again, were outraged at the monotony of their menu. But once they tasted what was on their plate, they were pleasantly surprised. The flavor was completely different, and Allison was just immensely pleased with what he had done. He had faith in the brethren to find the difference. Salt makes a lot of difference. Even the commanders noticed something had changed, even suggesting that the chefs had changed. That's how Allison began to improve the dishes in secret from everyone. He was shocked at the negligence of the cooks in that kitchen. He was incredibly enthusiastic about chopping vegetables, staying up nights just to improve his life and the lives of other warriors. Decided to even boil some broth during a time of intense inspiration. The next day, when the food was handed out, the plate was filled with flavorful yushka and vegetables. Allison was glad to the point of tears that he could finally accomplish such a feat. The guy did it. Now it could really be called a dish. Just the kind of food the wizard wanted. He wished he could get more seasonings and add mushrooms, but there was no guarantee it would be the same as in the normal world. But suddenly his enjoyment of the meal was interrupted by the commander, who turned to his apprentice, startling him. The older man hoped the guy himself understood why he was being summoned, and Allison was incredibly tense about such a thing. The boys sat at the table in the coach's office and sat in silence, waiting for the beginning of a serious conversation, the path to which had already been paved by the students' previous actions. Allison was nervous. It was scary what the speech was going to be about specifically and what he would get in return. Droplets of sweat from excitement falling to the floor. Finally the coach spoke, addressing Elle on the fact that rumors had already spread that he had surpassed everyone in training, and without mystery, had become the best student in the last few decades. Shaitan was uncomfortable with such words, but couldn't help but admit that it was true, so not very confident from the realization that he was sitting in front of a man of higher status, but still confirmed this information. But instead of a certain severity, he received praise and admiration. Such fighting abilities, according to the interlocutor, would give them an advantage in war. But just as there are two sides to every coin, so here was the opposite situation. As it turned out, there were opposite rumors about him, which hit Allison in the heart with a spear. Now it is worth to be nervous, because no one says such things in a good moment. The main thing is not to give out this emotion. The coach sat in a sarcastic pose, thus showing that he would not believe the excuses, began to reason about the fact that lately someone has been getting into the kitchen all the time, picking the perfect time when the cooks leave for the hall, very cleverly, because he leaves before 5 o'clock, which means that there is no chance of catching. But if he managed to do it, he would be severely punished, and it was very difficult to hide his nerves. It was not for nothing that Ella was brought here and began to share this secret. The guy bit his lip to hide the way his body was beginning to tremble from the realization that he was beginning. But as it turned out, Elle was so worried for nothing. The commander immediately looked away and said that that was not why he had called the student here, as if he was playing cat and mouse with the student, at first causing tension and then cooling the situation. The man just wanted to congratulate, and then asked the Shaitan suddenly to throw away his personal papers on the way back, saying that they are no longer needed, and if necessary, the guy can use them. And the wizard was already exhausted just by such a tense conversation, did not dare to refuse the chief. The coach handed the roll firmly and dryly, and an uncertain subordinate picked up on the other side, but somehow the papers didn't fully appear in Allison's hands. The man didn't let the thing go from the palm of his hand. And then, in a cold tone, the commander asked if the kid understood what they had just talked about, and now there was tension in the air again, and a feeling that this conversation was for a reason. After all, Allison especially twitched at the fact that his interlocutor reminded him once again that daredevil wouldn't stand a chance of being caught if he left the scene of his little crime before 5, and only then handed over the scroll, putting an end to this conversation. At night, Allison sat in the middle of a dark, nosy forest that was wildly silent, as if people didn't exist in this world at all. He made a fire, bright and warm, which crackled, creating more coziness in such a gloomy environment, and the guy decided to open those papers of the commander after all. There wasn't an ounce of emotion on the LCI as his eyes slid over the sheet, as if Allison already knew what to prepare himself for in this situation. And after a couple of minutes he took his head, ready to ridicule himself, because that man really did not just start such a conversation, he knew everything. And the letter had fallen into the hands of the student on purpose. It also nagged at him to look at the papers. There were drawings and writings of edible mushrooms and spices. It was some kind of help in finding ingredients, and if one was going to do something, much less break the rules, one had to do it properly. And now Allison had his own restaurant, which was popular among the townspeople, and the wizard can quietly engage in his favorite business, and magic only accompanies him in such a hobby, as if not for the purpose, but for the place. And you can thank the fact that things got better. The teachers, and eventually, the training camp up north became known for the best cuisine where you could hone your skills to the highest level. The guy for more than a year wrote down all the nuances and recipes in rolls, the same as the teacher handed him, and when the wizard left, the cooks continued to cook according to his notes. Then the life of the soldiers improved in the future. That's why this situation reminded him of the past, because everything started with salt in the first place, and now it feels strange, as if fate has thrown some clues, and the guy who brought the stone concluded that now it is necessary to boil that very dish. And Allison nostalgically replied that yes, same flavor, same recipe, and it would be some way to go back in time and remember what it was like back then. Rurin leaned over the pot and questioned Ella about whether this was what he had been eating during his school years, and the guy replied that actually you could say he was still learning, so it was still relevant now. Shaitan began pouring everyone a bowl of delicious soup that spread the aroma throughout the kitchen. Who would have thought that serving in the army could turn out like this? The soup was simply unparalleled hot delicious yushka and cooked vegetables that simply dissolved on the tongue from the unparalleled skill of preparation. Lurin and Nellin each took a spoonful into their mouths, despite the fact that they had already imagined the incredibly delicious food, and just as quickly tried to taste the chowder. As soon as the food touched their tongues, all expectations were shattered by the utter displeasure of the dish. The flavor was average, just to fill the stomach and all to keep from starving. The fact that Allison is already a very good cook, this meal was absolutely nothing. Was this really what was best that year? Allison had tasted what he had made himself and was not thrilled with such a treat himself. It wasn't that good, and now the wizard was a little surprised too, for he remembered the taste being vernacularly different. Apparently the flavor changes from occasion to occasion, but even though it wasn't a delicious meal, it was nice to remember the good old days, and if only for that, it was worth repeating the dish of my youth, although it's hard to miss those times. Meanwhile, in Elena's healing room, there were screams from Serena, who was trying to get through to at least someone. She was indignant, because she should have eaten by now, but because the cook had gone somewhere and couldn't do it properly, she was very angry. Hunger was taking its toll, but then suddenly two children came into the healing room. The girl was very nervous and asking if Miss Alena was here, and her little brother was bursting into tears. He had hurt himself and needed help. But just as they made their way to the back of a room, Serena replied that the blonde wasn't here, but the children kept up. They still needed some help. The boy couldn't stand on one leg and was in pain. Serena looked closer. Her knee was bloody and scraped, but she didn't understand why they should whine like that. It would heal eventually, so she told the kids to just go home and tell their parents. But this did not make it any easier for the boy, and they could not go home because their parents were at work and would not be back soon, and something urgent had to be done. And Serena realized she was in a situation where she couldn't be cruel, but she couldn't help because she didn't know much about medicine, so it was embarrassing, especially when she was faced with helpless children in distress. And when she heard that they had no one at home, she blamed everyone. When Alena returned to the treatment center, the happy children came out of it, thanking someone inside and a little surprised at this turn of events. Since the children had come here, the Elfess decided to ask if the children were alright and if they had hurt themselves, but the little ones only replied with a smile that they were fine and the girl who was there to help them. They said that the girl was very nice and kind, which made Alena wonder who was so nice and kind in her house, helping others with their treatment. It wasn't until the elfess got closer to the healing room that Serena popped out of there, and from the description of sweet and kind, she turned into a hungry and angry dragoness who resented the fact that the blonde had only just arrived. Alena asked about the fact that the girl had helped those children, and the interlocutor explained it by the fact that she had a little bit of healing magic after all, so she couldn't just stay away, and then strictly tried to hide her mercy with the phrase that it was the first and last time, and will not go to such a thing again. Even if a person will die here, she will order to wait for Alena, and the medicine woman realized that this is such a way to cover her kindness and, laughing, said th. The dragon blushed with embarrassment and replied that it was just nonsense, and then changed the subject, asking where the elfess had been while she was here nearly starving to death. The blonde replied that she had gone to the manor for a while, and Serena remembered that her interlocutor had said something similar, seemingly about a lord she had told her about earlier. The blonde girl narrated that they say poison was used, but no one realized it at first, and the medicine woman used different medicines, but absolutely nothing helped. This made the red-haired girl think about the diagnosis of brain poisoning, and then she remembered a simply shocking information for Alena, which could turn this problem on all 180 degrees. It turns out that the dragon remembers one guy who is into this, because he studied the workings of the brain. It was too long ago. Alena had already forgotten even the name of that chance for salvation, and it was just a failure. As soon as there was light and hope for salvation, as suddenly everything disappeared into the abyss of memory. But Serena promised that if she remembered anything she would tell her later, but she wasn't sure if that guy was even still alive yet, and suddenly a blue little bird flew in through the window with a small roll of paper in its paw. The bird began to burst out screaming, calling for attention and demanding that the letter attached to its limbs be taken away immediately. Serena didn't realize what kind of bird it was or where it came from. She had never met an animal like this before. Alena took the feathered friend on her hand and explained that such birds live only in their forest, and she brought a letter from her native home. Such a guest, the woman is always looking forward to hearing something new from her native land. The blonde hadn't heard from her relatives in a long time. Even some sadness appeared on her face, and she looked with pity at the news messenger. But as soon as she opened the letter, her eyes widened to horror. This was definitely not some pleasant news. Wishing she could go back a few minutes before she read those lines, Serena noticed that Alena was trembling. At first she thought it was because she was too excited about nostalgia. That's why she decided to ask with feigned indifference about what was being written, even though she wouldn't have asked if she wasn't interested. Sweat ran down her face, and she couldn't get out a word at first, as if the lump in her throat was stuck in her throat and wouldn't move up or down. It was hard to believe it herself, and she didn't have the strength to speak out. It is the greatest tragedy of all. It turns out that their forest is in danger from the dragons and is burning in the hellfire of these creatures that have been keeping no one on this earth for centuries. But there is a possibility to save the forest. But this way did not please the blonde at all. She let go of the letter from her hands. First a fever ran through her body and then a wild cold. To save him, Alena must become the wife of a dragon. From this, one tears from the eye, and trembling increased. On such a dare not everyone. And if he doesn't find his bride, the forest will be destroyed. But it was as if Serena reconsidered what she had just heard with some detachment and coldness. The elfess only began to panic more. She didn't know what to do. The girl piously believed that a wedding should be for love, or one should at least be friends. But the dragon did not tolerate such a sudden panic and sad mood. There is always time to think everything over and you can always give up. So rudely shouted at the medicine woman, ordering this fool to calm down. Explained that the dragons just wanted to get what they needed that way, so the forest was perfectly safe for now. This made Alena at least calm down a little and hold back her hysterics. Serena didn't understand why her new roommate was worried. Pushed back her chair and sat down on it. Some kind of hellfire and power began to waft from the girl, and she assured Alena that there was no need to worry about anything yet, because the medicine woman had her, and the dragon had asked her to take her to this forest, promising to kick that creep's ass so that he would run crying to his mo. The bluebird returned home and perched on a branch braided with flowers, announcing his return and a successfully sent letter. A beautiful blonde girl with a stern look came out of the house. She was pleased that the pet had delivered the note correctly and now there was more hope for a successful outcome. She reported this to someone. The lovely blonde-haired elven race representative, Naria, sat in a chair and voiced her concerns about what she thought about the fact that the letter might not have reached the right recipient. The second girl, who looked more like a warrior, asked if the lady didn't think she had exaggerated things a bit. Did she really think Alena would return home after hearing of such danger? And Naria was sure of it, but immediately some sadness and doubt appeared on her face. The fact was that she couldn't give herself a guarantee that her return would help. Meanwhile, Sereno was beginning to unravel the scandal of the medicine woman's refusal of her offer. Does the woman not trust her after all the dragon had done for her? It was not a complete refusal, but rather an agreement with additional help in the person of Allison Rurin, which did not like the red dragon. But the wizard's friend was also not happy about this arrangement of events. Alena began to reassure Serena that she wasn't doubting her. She had just decided to invite them over just in case, as backup. In fact, the guys had convinced the elfess of this, saying that if the two of them went alone, they would only get hurt. And the red-haired girl reminded them that she had only been hurt so badly because she had been attacked by a mob. Allison positively hit the road, motivated by an interest to see Helena's house, while she, as usual, was embarrassed and told not to laugh if anything. The huge maw opened and showed incredibly large and sharp fangs, snarls echoing around it. The horribly huge monster glared with its eyes and instilled rhinestones, begging for the girl to be given to it, and maybe then it would let everyone live. The bows were advancing through the forest, and were already tired. Without a teleporter the distance was quite long, and Elle couldn't figure out what time of day it was. Well, it seemed to be daytime, and Serena suggested flying and not agonizing. Now was not the time to enjoy the forest scenery. Alena apologized as if it was her fault that one mechanism was interfering with the teleportation, but the wizard replied that it was fine, and such a thing had already happened in the dwarf cave. Suddenly everyone was ordered to stand. Rurin froze in anticipation of what would happen next. Dozens of arrows with sharp tips shining in the sun were pointed at the travelers, and a female voice advised them not to move unless they wanted to die. There were a bunch of elves sitting in the trees, one of them with a high tail and a menacing look, asking what these strangers had forgotten in the elven forest, and they better come up with a coherent and plausible answer fast. Alena recognized Lilenia and nervously asked her to lower her bow. She asked, looking closer and recognizing her, that the archer didn't cross the medicine woman. She didn't doubt her, but she couldn't be sure of her other companions. The bows pressed their backs against each other, forming a circle. Lilenia applied magic and her eye glowed brightly. She turned to the young man next to Alena. She asked Allison about his race and the purpose of the visit. The guy was nervous. It wasn't every day that many elves were in the crosshairs, so he answered a little uncertainly that he was a human, and he had come to help Miss Alena. He was surprised at how easily that girl could easily determine. Lilenia acknowledged him, then asked the same question to the red-haired girl next to her and moved the point of the arrow to her. Just when Serena started to reply with her usual boorishness that she was a dragon and it was obvious, Elle started like a restless loudmouth, interrupting her, excusing himself by saying that he forgot to tell her what his name was and that he was from the town of Grick, where he ran a small restaurant. This angered the elven woman. She shouted that she didn't ask for this information, so let the woman better speak. Suddenly another elf woman with her face covered by a translucent cloth appeared nearby, bringing important information. Lilenia questioned the person about what Naria had said, and was a little surprised by it. An order was heard that everyone could put their hands down and the elves put their arrows away. Finally, the guys who had arrived here could relax. While Alena sighed in relief, Rurin commented on how pissed off she was by the behavior of these guys, and Allison asked for a little patience. Things were unfolding nicely so far and wasn't that lucky. Lilenia apologized for not recognizing the guests, now admitting it was disrespectful. Only those words didn't sound sincere, but didn't hesitate long and invited the dear guests to pass, saying that Lady Naria was waiting from. At last the people of the town of Grick, or rather a small part of them, would be able to see the true forest of the elves. There were houses with rounded roofs, there was greenery and flowers everywhere. In the middle of the street there was a fountain and a statue. One wanted to feel Joanne's soulfu. When the guys were already inside Naria's house, she was apologizing for what happened at the entrance. She didn't know the reaction to the letter would be so quick. But she couldn't believe what she'd heard, which was that Alena knew Allison. but the one who'd been invited here was standing behind everyone and didn't want to stick out much out of embarrassment. The head of the elves expressed all her regret that they had to travel a long way. Even so, Allison thanked Lady Nerea for her hospitality, but the medicine woman said nothing at all. She was as uncomfortable as possible thinking about why they were here. But what bothered her more was that Sir Allison and Lady Nerea already knew each other, so that seemed to be what influenced them to be let through so easily. Though she realized that it shouldn't surprise her that much, there were things far more astounding. For example, at least take that instance of Elle killing Weiss with incredible strength right in front of everyone. The head turned to Helena, saying that it must have been a difficult decision for her to make, but glad she had come. After all, it was hard for Nerea to realize the burden she had placed on the girl. Helena stammered, interjecting if this was about her becoming a bride, and Serena immediately bowled over and asked where the guy was. And then she decided to show her usual disdain for humans and ask what kind of idiot needs this woman, and Nerea started to get nervous. She didn't understand in what sense it was all being said. And better not, he might hear. After all, he is a dragon and a noble being. And Rurin and Serena immediately lit up, reminding them that they were dragons too, and their job here was to kick this so-called noble creature's ass. The head of the elves had a shock. She hadn't realized that the guests were also one of these creatures. She closed her eyes in an attempt to digest what they had just said, and then opened them very wide, interrogating them about what was going on and what they were going to do. Allison and Alena were a little embarrassed. They were going to talk about this a little later, not out of the blue like this. The head of the elves was incredibly surprised at such news and became incredibly horrified, imagining what such insolence would cost them. So soon the entire forest of elves could hear Nerea's loud scream that she couldn't hold back. Meanwhile, the dragon was clawing all over the place with anger, and the fact that time was running out and his conditions had not been met. The beast wasn't going to wait any longer, so it was time to move on the elves so they would know how to ignore its warnings, and it was really something to be afraid of. It was a big beast with a lot of sharp spikes on its body. The dragon's name was Irmantium. It was simply creepy to remember, insane-looking and determined in its cruel thoughts and goals. Nerea explained that he was a golden dragon that the elves had been paying tribute to for generations, and there was nothing they could do, so that's why they called him a noble creature. And Rurin commented that this was the behavior of a common beggar and there could be nothing noble about it. The head of the elves went on to say that he had refused to accept tribute for over 100 years, but recently he had asked to find him a new bride. The woman fell to her knees and began to almost sob. Allison took notice and asked to sit back down, and Rurin asked why Alena should be the bride then. There were other women in the village. Nerea said that at first she tried to settle the matter on her own, and was going to become his bride herself, but there was one thing she could not cross. The servants tearfully begged her not to go, not to leave them and the people. It was a real tragedy for them. Though the elfess answered them that she was truly honored to sacrifice herself for her own race, so there was no need to worry. But as soon as she came to the dragon, he sent her back and demanded to send another girl because in this one he didn't like her hair. She further stood in the hope that she could fulfill her duty, except that the dragon ordered her not to freeze in place and go find another girl he would like more quickly. He turned down other girls too. They were incredibly attractive and a lot of people wanted to be with them, but he could pick on anything, like big angles, so he had to find a whole bunch of candidates, rejected by every girl in the neighborhood, and they realized that if things continued the same way, they were definitely finished. Nerea cried. She didn't want to turn to Helena herself, but he was forced by circumstances and she is their last hope. Alena thought that he would reject her too and then their forest would definitely be over. And Rurin told her not to worry ahead of time. If he hurt the blonde, they should get their act together and take the girl to his lair. And Alena tried to remember who Irmantium was. And then she remembered and squealed to the whole room that she remembered what she wanted to tell. He is the one who studies the brains of other races, and he is the one who could even cure the Lord of Grick City, and by doing so shock absolutely all of his partners. A situation such as this, it's a huge chance to help Darren's father, and give the city back its Earl, who was now more like a vegetable. Rurin said the obvious thing about being courteous if that was the case, and Allison agreed that they couldn't just let him go. Suddenly an elf woman with her face covered burst into the building. She had come with urgent news for the head of the elves, and such alarm was due to the fact that Sir Irmantium was on his way here. Nerea assumed he must be pissed that they hadn't sent another candidate, So since the guys wanted to catch the dragon, this was their perfect chance to do the deed. The woman explained that he avoided other dragons, even though he had been collecting tribute from the elves all this time, but he never let anyone near him. Everyone ran away immediately when he sensed a dragon near, and it must be happening again. And it didn't make making a plan any easier, only more confusing, because the heroes now have to figure out how to distract this big guy so he doesn't pay attention to the rest of the story. But Alena didn't understand what was even going on. She was starting to get nervous about the fact that this wasn't why they had come here in the first place. The dragon was already advancing with its huge paws and pawing the ground beneath it, undermining the dirt and grass with its claws. The elves were gathering troops. They needed to do so as quickly as possible, ready to fight to their last breath to protect their forest and people. The dragon looked like a madman. His eyes were the only thing that inspired fear. And that was not even talking about the body. He was yelling at them and accusing them of daring to insult him. Just as Iramantium was about to release magic from its womb, a voice was heard telling the dragon to wait and not to do what it had in mind. The head of the elves hurried over and apologized for being late, and said that they had brought the prettiest one, and that was the reason it took them longer to prepare, so they shouldn't get so heated. She removed the cloth from her, saying she was sure the girl broughting would be to the dragon's liking. The moment of truth and intrigue had arrived. Alena stood in front of him. She was embarrassed. She looked very beautiful, wearing a long yet very sexy dress and a veil on her head. You could go crazy from her appearance, so good she looked. The medic was as red as a tomato, shy and worried, but she had the courage to introduce herself, even though she averted her eyes. The dragon was just crazy after seeing his bride. It seemed like he was about to explode from the feeling the girl was really to his liking. He squealed that Alena was perfect for him and laughed out loud, and told ahead of the elves that she was the one he should have brought right away, not all those non-ideal girls. While he was cheering and enjoying the new toy in his paws, he didn't notice the silhouettes of 3 people in the sky who were standing on the magic fields. Alas, to try and hide their presence, Rurin, who was sitting on his back, even though it didn't make much sense since there was enough room for everyone, agreed unconditionally, and Serena was lenient and gave in to that condition, saying that she thought Iramantium was already head over heels. The dragon and his new bride walked deep into the cave, through all sorts of not-so-nice creatures in closed jars. The girl was very nervous. She felt creepy. Just the mere ignorance of what would happen next made her worrying more than life. The elfess hoped that the guys would come up as soon as possible. And then the dragon asked if he remembered correctly that the medicine woman's name was Helena, but the blonde shuddered, became very nervous, and stammered to confirm it, calling Iramantium master. The same picked up some clothes from the ground and asked his new wife not to call him that. They already had a completely different status. The dragon showed her what he had picked up. It was a maid's outfit, with bows and ruffles. He laughed, greatly embarrassed, and asked to be called master from now on. He was very much satisfied. It seemed like some kind of perverted games. And let him better do as he wishes, if he doesn't want problems. And Alena picked up the suit, and was already in an awkward position still and very nervous, thinking about the fact that she didn't have long to endure, hoping that her friends would save her as soon as possible. The girl dressed in what her new husband had given her and turned to him. The dragon, who looked more like a pig, didn't expect to see Alena here. After all, he had asked her not to come over. He was just dealing with some business of his own. That the blonde, in spite of all her inner anxieties, tried to build a nice wife out of herself, and said she thought the place was pretty messy, so thought he might let her help him a little, and afterward apologized, and asked if he could an equal step aside for a minute for her to clean up. And Iramantium immediately flared up with anger and started yelling that there was no way he was leaving this place unattended. He had something to hide. Alena immediately recoiled in fear, and apologized as if she had invaded someone else's space. And the man ordered her to be careful and not even think about apologizing, and then asked her to repeat after him. He looked at her and assumed they were indivisible, and spoke of himself as a host with a unique body. The elfess had the most disgusting look possible. She couldn't say something like that about him. A mess of disdain and nastiness was going on inside her, and the dragon only admired that look. He immediately threw his head back, blushing, asking only for more of that sawing and shooting those eyes at him. And the blonde was taking everything going on here very strangely. She thought she and the guys had agreed to hide in the den, that there was no need to wonder where they were for long. Her friends were already on one of the rocks and watching the whole thing. not hiding their chuckles. And then Alena noticed them, and anger exploded inside her. She couldn't believe that they hadn't done anything and were just laughing because she couldn't control herself anymore. So snapped to a shout and asked them about their decision to just observe without doing anything, thus drawing Irmasham's attention to the three spies, revealing their stackout location. The dragon also erupted in aggression and didn't understand who these people were and how they knew Alena and how these commoners dared to sneak in here. Allison ordered the dragon to be caught. The whole trio glowed with dragon power. Now they were a danger and were no ordinary commoners. It was only now that he realized it wasn't people, and he started to panic and stopped figuring things out and rushed to run as fast as he could from where he was pinned against the wall. But his teleportation spell that he had used to escape didn't work. Consider destroyed right before his eyes. The plan to get away from the lair failed in 1 second. But even here he tried to get away with it and decided to go for broke, bidding farewell to those he thought were idiots. But both Rurin and Siren were already starting to apply their spell. They bound him in magical circles, causing him to scream and whirring with fear. The dragon fell to the floor downwards after a span of 1 minute. The red dragon came closer and threatened Irmasham that he wasn't going anywhere, and he didn't budge from his position, and ordered the other dragons, calling them massholes, to let him in, and they shouldn't think they can invade someone else's lair. Then a pissed-off Helena appeared behind them, wondering how long they had been watching the whole situation. The girl blamed her friends and asked why they couldn't set a couple more traps and that they had ruined everything. Entel agreed with his mistake, because he could have set a couple more. And looking at the serious and offended Elfess, asked for forgiveness, explaining that these dragons thought it would be fun to see the reaction, so they decided to wait, which naturally was a completely wrong idea towards their bait. Serena bowled over that the guy had thrown all the responsibility onto others. He looked like a real coward now, and revealed the secret that he himself wanted to look at Elena's new outfit. Rurin picked up on the dragoness calling Ella a pervert, but she still had the wizard's jealousy of the medic. The Elfess became very embarrassed and barely squeezed out a question about whether Allison really liked the outfit. She seemed to want to hear a positive question. The guy, however, replied that it was all made up. And Serena looked at the girl with a sort of suspicion, cocking an eyebrow upwards. Rurin noticed that the dragon they had caught was muttering something to himself under his pig nose, and wondered what he was saying. As it turned out, it was a spell and the guys made a mistake and called them idiots. A bright circle with magic began to glow beneath it. The warrior asked Naria if everything would be alright with Alena, and she asked with a tired and not very convincing look not to worrying about the girl. Everything would be alright. Everything must have turned out for the best because the medicine woman had trustworthy people with her. And then she noticed something and was very much surprised. Something started to appear in the sky, some kind of green sphere surrounded by black energy and smoke. Everyone paid attention to it but didn't know what it was. And suddenly, that ball exploded, spreading smoke and a force that could calmly throw a person a decent distance away. Suddenly, some smoke mixed with gas started coming from the hole in the air and was heading towards the girls, discussing the success of the plan to save the forest of elves and Alena. One elven woman managed to cover her nose, unlike Naria, who didn't react in time. Suddenly, the race commander-in-chief's gaze became languid. Her head began to spin, and it was as if a veil had settled in front of her, her brain unable to comprehend what was happening. The other elves were also affected by the poisonous gas, and at first stood stoically as if nothing had just happened. A sharp blade glinted in her hands, which Naria took out of its sheath. But suddenly, the whole crowd drew from their pockets the weapons they had and held them to their necks. Everyone was now in danger of lethal harm, and a terrible event was about to take place in the form of the suicide of an entire nation. Irmasham laughed evilly, not hiding his madness, and explained that since these strangers wanted to break the magic circles, it was worth checking not only the lair, but also the elven forest, so advised him to let him go immediately and leave Alena in the lair, or else they would become guilty of killing all the elves in the forest without exception. It couldn't help but come as a shock, especially the overly kind and impressionable Alena, who didn't seem to have a choice in the situation. Rurin herself saw something coming through the forest and reported it to her partners. It was a real disaster. Because of that green sphere with the gas, all the elves pointed their weapons at themselves, and what to do was completely unclear, and Serena couldn't quite understand. It turns out it was mass control of the higher beings, a very powerful technique. The bound dragon said these idiots won't succeed. He's been studying mind control for over 100 years, so he's in an advantageous position, and it's all nonsense whatever they do. And while he was choosing his bride, he didn't sit back and perfect the spell. He started sobbing. As a sign of his inadequacy, he started saying that no one knows how strong his love is, and then he asked Alena if he could use the spell on her. And now the decision is hers alone. She must choose between whether or not her nation will live, and it will only be if the elfess agrees to be his bride. Alena started to get nervous. Panic enveloped her body, but the decision was obvious. She couldn't let her people down, even though she hadn't lived with him for a long time, so she agreed to such terrible conditions as making a marriage with Urimatium. But suddenly the same wings that had been behind Ella's back when Nysa had been killed. He said that the blonde shouldn't agree to such a freedom-constraining Cho-san manipulation. He touched the ground with magic and had the dragon repeat his words, then reminded him that this blackmail wouldn't work on him, so let him not even think of forcing any of them to do anything. A golden magic circle appeared over the entire forest of these inhabitants, which illuminated everyone with its rays, as if the sun on the most gloomy day instilled hope in their hearts. The light affected everyone without exception, protecting the elves, who were ready to slit and stab their own throats with their own hands. His hands were shaking, but the weapon began to slowly lower down, hence the bloody mess postponed in time. With a smile, Allison told Alena that she could worry about nothing, everything would be fine. The medicine woman fell to her knees in relief and could finally breathe easy and thanked Allison for that. Urimatium became worried to the point of madness, which was typical of him. He didn't understand how such a thing was possible. His technique didn't work. This had never happened before. Who was the person who could even pull such a thing off? Rurin and Serena stood over the dragon and thought about how to teach him a lesson. Such ugly behavior should be punished severely, and he was such a pest. When Alena was asked if she was alright, the girl said she was, but there were tears in her eyes, and the elf said that this was the worst dragon she had ever met and had already started to hate it. To the pig-like dragon, these harsh words that were spoken with sincerity hurt him to the point of creepiness. How could his wife set him up like this? But he was an outright pervert, and he liked that attitude a lot. It just excited him. It seemed to be exploding inside him as well as outside. And the elves were finally happy that they were free and could now not worrying about their home ever being destroyed and themselves killed. So that very evening a feast began for the whole forest. Someone played musical instruments. Someone danced in beautiful layered dresses, all for fun. Alena, all in tears, ran like a little girl to her mom, only to Naria. She had been through too much today. But the dragon didn't seem too upset by this turn of events either. He was happy at the thought of being beaten by a beautiful girl. The girls filled their plates with food, and from the food, they ate only vegetables, which they didn't find very tasty or nutritious. And Rurin meanwhile refilled her bowl with something. So when she put the food in her mouth, she was over the moon, saying how delicious it was, even though it was just a salad. Serena asked what it was, and the brunette replied that it was the sauce Allison had given her, and the greens tasted so much better with the stuff. And the red dragon immediately exploded with anger, yelling at Rurin for not sharing with her sooner. And the brunette wasn't about to take any blame and said Serena should have taken it herself and left her alone. Naria said that words cannot express the nobility, and the elves are forever indebted to their saviors, and the chief among the elves is very Balgadaran to the higher beings. But the brunette replied that they just beat the crap out of him, even though everyone says they're just heroes and saved them from the curse. And they were actually saved by Allison, not the dragons, and now Naria was in complete shock at this information. Serena thought the head was aware that it was him. Only this guy could cast such powerful spells. The girls were not distracted from their food, and the elfess further didn't understand what was going on. She couldn't believe that this simpleton who could only offer everyone around him salad dressing could defeat a mighty dragon. He took it in case the elves decided to take a bite, and it worked out just as he thought it would. Now they too would taste that wonderful flavor. The elves began to discuss this sauce. They wondered what it was made from. They liked the tartness, but they couldn't ask its creator. He quickly withdrew from the whole party. Allison walked over to the statue that had stood in the middle of the street when they first entered the city and said hello to whoever was depicted on it. It was an elf with a scar on his face and a bunch of arrows behind his back. The wizard said they hadn't seen each other in a while and he missed him. He looked at the stone face of this elf, but how sad it was that she couldn't respond, only emit chills from her stone nature. And then he added with a sort of acerbic smile that the elf looked much better in statue than he did in life, as he remembered. He remembered the one date he received a backhanded slat and a shout in his direction. Allison was only a 7th grade mage at the time, but he didn't take offense at such an unpleasant move, only responded with a smile as if he had done something on purpose. Dwarf stranger Darren was used to this kind of scuffle and bickering by now and was ready for a new episode of this show. One guy was charging Ella for doing something he had asked several times if or not to do. It was the hero elf Venom, the same one that has a statue in the center of town. He was talking for the umpteenth time about not eating greens, and he had a bunch of stuff on his plate, but he didn't have the one thing he wanted, which was meat. And Niall was truly angry, because this claim was not justified at all, because the elf cannot even digest it, and still asks. And Venom replied that the guide is such a good cook that he will digest absolutely everything. And the dwarf could think of nothing better to do than shout that a fight between a mage and an elf would solve everything. And the other two partners didn't exactly approve of what he muttered, that it was just a distraction. He suggested that instead of fighting, he just look in the direction his finger was pointing. There, other people were attacked by trolls, which were terrifying and carried great danger. The fugitives were under attack and something had to be done, and the elf began to resent not being given a minute to eat. These monsters were attacking ordinary humans and had almost already killed one of them, revealing a huge toothy maw. But immediately, this troll got punched right in the face by one of those who had just tried to dine in peace and tranquility. The trolls roared in pain as they were stabbed straight through their limbs, piercing them through without any regret and without a shred of fear. Though the monsters tried to lean and attack back, they were still aiming at the regular humans, but no way. There was already a huge dome-shaped shield over the fugitives and no one could reach them, and one could not worry about their safety. One of the girls who was already crying from the readiness to die didn't realize what had just happened when the troll aimed at her and failed to hit her. It didn't even occur to her to take the chance to escape as quickly as possible. And now the people realized that they were heroes and they were saved from death. Real joy and peace of mind. The dwarf shouted that from now on trolls are forbidden to commit crime and kill other races, and if they don't break the rule, they will be spared. Otherwise there will be no choice but to kill these big guys. The elf said that he should have warned them about the possibility of fighting back if their lives were threatened. And Allison behind him asked him not to spoil the fighting spirit. That the third hero didn't care about these details. The main thing was to convey the main point of disagreement. L confessed to the statue, saying that he kept to the rule as he was supposed to, and it was for the best. There was peace and quiet in the world for a while. He brought a donation, a plate of meat, going on to say that maybe the third person present didn't want the wizard to do this, and asked if the girl standing next to him held a grudge. It was Naria. She replied with a serious look as she always did that Venom wouldn't get mad, so she wouldn't. It made Allison feel a little better, and asked what the elven girl thought about the whole situation. She only remained silent, replaying in her head some events from the past. 2 years ago, Naria took no offense to El when he, all battered, brought Venom in and just watched the whole scene sadly. The girl stood over the elf's fully bloody bandaged body and, with a look of horror on her face, tried to hold in her mind that he would never say something or look with his usual judgmental gaze again. She clenched her pout, her hands trembling as if she was reliving this again in reality. The girl remembering Venom promising her something. There were tears in her eyes because the guy had said he'd come back alive no matter what it cost him, but obviously keeping his promise hadn't worked out through no fault of his own. Allison had made sure he kept his word, and how could she take offense to that? He asked Ella about when he had saved all the elves today. He wondered if Sir Venom had at least a small contribution to that. The lad pondered the answer while pulling a drink from his backpack. Pouring the alcohol into shot glasses, he replied that he wouldn't call his contribution small, and the archmage owed the elf his life, so those words. Handing her one of the glasses, he added that it could be considered that it was not him who saved the elves, but the leader of this race was interested in such words. They drank a toast to the hero Venom, who had died courageously in this world, but would forever be in their hearts and memories, and promised to remember him only in kind words and in good times like this one. The next day, there was peace and tranquility in the Valley of the Elves, no more fear or anything. This nation could now be at peace and not wear the tribute of a terrible beast, simply because it existed. The warriors would like to thank their saviors again. They were sincerely saying thank you for this feat. Without the help they would have been finished and were too close to death as ever. The dragons and the wizard assured that there was no need to worry about the bastard anymore. he would never return to the lair, and Alena said goodbye, saying that she was very happy to see him again, even though it was not the most pleasant events that had pushed her to do so. Irumation wanted to know where all these creatures were taking him, but Serena wasn't going to coddle him and ordered him to shut his mouth. He would figure it out soon enough. Rurin was interested in the fact that Elle had a rather long talk with the chief yesterday and why that was so, and Elle was surprised at such a remark. He asked what the dragon had heard, for she had very good hearing, and Alena was struck by the information that the wizard had spoken to Naria at all. She was unaware of what they had in common. Rurin made her assumptions about how the chief didn't seem to know about Allison absorbing the Lord's heart, and the guy asked to be quiet because it was a secret, by the way, but it was too late. Their partners and the captured dragon heard it, and it was as much of a shock as anything that had happened yesterday during the battle with Irumation. While behind everyone was already discussing the event, now realizing why he was so powerful, Rurin reasoned that it wasn't such a mystery that Alena and Serena had seen the wizard absorb the ancient orb. Allison agreed, but asked, as the brunette thought, whether Lady Naria had noticed something wrong or whether she had realized everything from the beginning and just didn't emphasize it in the conversation, because the guy used quite strong magic. But it was understandable. After all, they had originally come to help Miss Alena, and the dragon was still as perplexed by the information that the one who had defeated him had eaten the Lord's heart. There's nothing to worry about. They got much more than they expected, so they can just go home safely. In the evening, Elle came to Darren's house, and the latter was as glad as ever to see the teacher in his home. The blonde was glad the man was back, or the restaurant had been closed for some time, and the cook apologized for the inconvenience. But Darren was surprised that Allison had decided to visit him in person, and this was the wizard's first formal visit to the castle. Serena and Alena sat with a cup of tea and didn't realize, or everyone else was, even though they were out the door, but they were still worried about everything going well, and discussed the news they had learned about Ella. Berna heard that they had visitors and was surprised by this, for it was quite late outside the window. Mikulchik introduced Allison and said that the man had helped them a great deal. The archmage was uncomfortable with this familiarity, but the matter was important. And then the woman recognized in the guy the very man who then deceived her father and helped to save the whole family. She was in shock at such an unexpected encounter and didn't think she would ever meet this man again. She had a blast walking up and asking where this hero had been all this time, and the guy was still reeling from being recognized after all. Then the archmage leaned over to Darren and asked if his mother knew that he was the one who had destroyed Mr. Dedrin's castle, and the boy replied that it was rather difficult for him to explain himself, but that no one knew except, of course, him. Darren Sulla said admiringly that she had wanted all along to find him and thank him in person, and immediately thanked him for saving her by grabbing the wizard's hand. But the guy was modest and said no thanks were due, and immediately tore his hands away. He was uncomfortable with these touches, so he hurried to stop them as quickly as possible. And then he reminded me that he hadn't saved someone else, and the mother and son didn't understand who he was talking about and tried to guess. Rurin roughly shoved the dragon into the room and ordered him in, calling him a dumbhead. A not-so-nice-looking man asked who was to be cured here, a magic circle around his neck for safety purposes. The brunette kicked him with her foot and instructed him not to make a mess, and the man didn't take to his work with much enthusiasm. He put up his hand and clarified, and the Baron whether the stranger was an ordinary person. This question was rather unexpected. Darren wanted to stop the strange man about to do something to his father, but Allison took him by the shoulder and told him to just watch from the sidelines and not interfere. Irumation concluded that the Count's brain was pretty badly damaged. Someone had done a good job of cooking up a very strong poison, so it wasn't going to be the easiest job. But it's worth a try. It won't get any worse. There was smoke, which soon erupted around a small explosion, spreading magic throughout the sick lord's body. Suddenly the man opened his eyes. Everything was soapy and fuzzy, but he could still recognize the silhouettes of his wife and son. The relatives looked at the Count with horror and asked about his well-being, worrying about him. The patient finally had everything clear in front of his eyes and normal thoughts finally began to appear in his head, feeling like after a heavy drink with a morning hangover. Suddenly his address to Bern came off his lips like a long-awaited victory tune on the most gruesome day of the war. The woman and Darren cried with happiness and couldn't believe what was happening. It was a true miracle, like the fulfillment of a wish for New Year's Eve, a birthday, or a shooting star. They immediately pounced on their father and husband, hugging him, Finally, their anguish and heavy sadness was gone and bright, positive days came. Allison watched the family reunion and was pleased. His work had not been in vain. Finally, it would be happy completely. He thought of his mother and their conversations in the kitchen about anything and everything. He was overcome with sadness and longing that he couldn't hug his dearest person in the same way himself. The guy bit his lip to keep from crying. Rurin removed the magic circle from Irrimation and warned that if she heard anything strange about him, let him expect no mercy, like this time. And the man agreed to this condition. Allison touched the brunette's shoulder and reminded her that it was time for them to leave. And the girl didn't understand why he wasn't asking for a reward for curing the count. And the archmage replied that they had enough money and just needed to give happiness to people for nothing sometimes. And who are they to interrupt such a touching moment when the whole family is finally together? At home, the boys were already very tired and were determined to just finish with all the household chores and go to bed. As Elle tried once again to summon spices and additives, he noticed Rurin quietly stealing the beer once again, which caught her off guard. And the guy thought about the fact that, come to think of it, this was his first summoning after absorbing the orb. Now there would be a chance to find out if it took as much energy as it did before. The coin began to flip, and the magic circle began to glow a strange dark color. It was a surprise to both the guy and the girl, especially when so much dark energy began to spread through the restaurant. It engulfed the guy completely and prevented him from seeing at least something, and he felt a strange feeling that didn't seem to bode well. Elle paced the paved tile, gazing into his shadow, thinking about his business and paying no attention to anything around him. His mouth opened wide. It was impossible to control. The guy was yawning from how much he wanted to sleep. And the whole point was that he had been working on the ingredients for so long that he was running late. Suddenly, a familiar female silhouette appeared in front of him. It was Rurin, and sitting in front of him was a shabby man who agreed out of fear that he was ready to surrender. The archmage immediately began shouting to his friend, trying to get her attention. He wondered what the dragon was even doing. That the one who was putting money in her wallet right now asked with a putative look what kind of nonsense the guy was talking about. What other Rurin we were talking about? It was clear from the look that it was better to stop pestering her right now. Just the brunette herself was now curious about who this guy even was. His face was completely unfamiliar. This stranger was just a guy in a uniform with a huge backpack. Immediately, after such a blunder, the whole city began to swim before my eyes. The inscriptions were already something that could not be made out. At the beginning there was consternation, and then, as soon as I got used to it, my heart began to pound less. Except Elle still believed it was Rurin, only in her school uniform, and didn't understand why she was wearing it. And the girl was screaming, asking who this guy was who was even looking at her like a mesmerized man. The archmage covered his eyes with his hands and tried to grab his head, thinking that this was how he would understand what was even going on here, how it was possible to be here. And then the guy realized that he was here until he got to another world. But while he was thinking about it, behind his back appeared the same truck that sent Ella to the magical world. And while he was mourning everything he had missed for so long, he heard some strange sound that made him turn around. The headlights blinded him again. It was almost impossible to see the car, only the bright light increasing with every second. But no matter how much he wants to return to this world, is set in it is the same. Eventually he will be hit by a truck. Suddenly a real voice came from Rurin, who demanded that her friend wake up immediately, because they were right in front of the car, on a busy road. Thankfully, it was a crosswalk, so cars were just waiting for the crazy suicidal people to get out of the way, while the archmage marveled at the brunette in front of him, as she tried to figure out what was wrong. And it was bad timing to start wondering where they were. They should get their feet off the roadway as quickly as possible before they were under the wheels, but surely the shock had taken over. That the problem was that it was still impossible to be safely certain that what was happening was not a dream, but reality. A cold sweat ran down the archmage. Suddenly, a girl at the crosswalk asked if the young men were okay since they stopped like that in the middle of traffic. She was persistent and worried if the strangers were hurt, and wanted to call the police, a word that was completely unfamiliar to Rurin. So the brunette only wanted to ask who it was, but Elle covered her mouth and with a nervous smile, informed her not to do that, and immediately became animated. The guy asked for his forgiveness, threw his girlfriend on his shoulder and rushed backwards, to hide, and in a calmer environment to deal with what was going on around them. He already knew where they were, and that stranger, willing to help, was puzzled by the strange clothes of those two. and the situation is frankly unusual, so she remained frozen with the phone in her hands. When Rurin found out that this was actually Ella's hometown, she was shocked, but she had never expected to see the hometown of her almost family member. Naturally, everything looked incredibly strange to her, with iron wagons and tall houses everywhere. And the archmage explained that he himself hadn't been here for a long time. Everything looked amazing, even though it didn't seem like enough time had passed for global changes to occur. He didn't think he'd ever be here again. There was a strange feeling inside, both anxiety and nostalgia for his native species, except that he was so used to the new world that he didn't know which was more familiar to him now. They sat on the roof of a tall building and watched the bright lights below. It was something with something, as if they had not returned from the unusual world where magic is present. Only here everything is created by human hands and without a drop of any superpowers. Rurin assumed that since Elle lived here, he must know the whole town, so she asked where exactly they were. And the boy bristled and pondered awkwardly, not showing that he didn't have a clue, but still tried to speculate. He definitely remembered seeing the phone, and it looked like it was a brand new model. The cars and buildings look very different, so enough time has passed, namely over 15 years, that in a way it was shocking. That's no small amount of time for human life, but not so huge that progress has moved on so much in the context of the look of the city. And then the guy tensed up, trying to see anything familiar, and he seemed to be getting good at it. He quickly started running ghasts all around him. Even though the buildings had changed, the alleyways were still the same, so there was a chance that maybe if the guy matched the buildings to his memories, it would work out. Except that no matter how hard Elle tried, no matter what theories he made, in the end he just had a goofy look on his face when he said he didn't know where exactly they were, which Rurin couldn't understand at all, since it was his hometown. But the guy tried to reassure the girl, telling her that there was nothing to worry about and she shouldn't worry so much. And then he remembered the most important person in everyone's life, his mom, but he didn't mention it, just informed his girlfriend that he knew exactly where they could go. Elle reached into his inner pocket and said with a smile, thankfully he knew exactly what they didn't have to worry about. In his hands now was a coin, something they could not think about. It was money. They had enough of it for a comfortable stay even in another world. At that time in the universe where Ella's business was located, morning finally came. The farm began to wake up. The sun brightly illuminated everything around it. The grass began to appear bright. All the workers were tearing their eyes open. The brother and sister were already working and greeting the rest of their co-workers with a greeting and a good morning. They were somehow early today, as if they didn't need many hours of sleep at all to feel and function normally afterward. As they talked about the cool mornings, the workers opened the barn with their cattle that were raised in good conditions. They reflected on how good it was that the dwarfs had renovated the ranch. If they hadn't, they would have had a hard time. The young guy assumed that the restaurant would open later today. He made these conclusions after noticing that there were no lights on inside. It was strange, this almost never happened unless of course there was some kind of emergency. Elle was not a fan of sleeping. Anyway, the restaurant was more important to him than a few extra hours in a warm bed. They couldn't imagine that the kitchen was empty, not because someone decided to stay up longer to watch the dreams. In order not to stand out among the huge crowd, which looked completely different from the main characters, so Elle and Rurin decided to blend in with the crowd. And now they were the same as the wait, which was a real discovery for the girl. It's something new. And the archmage abruptly lost his previous mood, because his confidence in enough money was just that, confidence, because he didn't earn that much from the exchange of gold coins. They came into the shop to the man who was handling all of this, and after saying a polite hello, they moved closer to the business at hand. The man with glasses carefully examined what was brought to him and informed him that it would all come out to about 4,000 million won, while speaking with a pleasant smile as if he was not reducing the price several times. And then he added that if they gave him a passport, he would give him the cash right away. Elle was shocked. He hadn't thought of an ID document, and this was the first time Rurin had ever encountered such a word, and couldn't understand how they had gotten themselves into an uncomfortable situation again. But instead, Elle offered a compromise, which allowed him to get a couple 50,000 bills, but had to discount half of it because he didn't have a passport. Suddenly Rurin's stomach rumbled. She wondered if Elle was as hungry as she was, and the guy wondered what his friend would like to eat. The dragon then wanted to see if there were any nice restaurants around here at all and glanced at one that came their way. a glance that her partner noticed. The Chinese restaurant was a perfect choice. Elle was happy about this sudden discovery, so now they were heading there. The brunette was excited with the anticipation of a filled stomach. Only for her it was still a mystery what they would eat. A few minutes later, Rurin was munching on noodles with meat and sauce, as if she wasn't concentrating on the flavor at all, just to have something to fill her stomach. But still she had time to taste the dish and expressed her opinion that it was simply incredible deliciousness, all glowing with happiness, told Ella that it was very good. I advised him to order something for himself as well, but the guy was looking through the menu and the prices there were just unrealistically high for his budget, which caused a kind of horror in his heart. Of course, the guy was upset by this arrangement of events. They will cost in a penny not only things, as it now turns out, but also sustenance, and the girl did not really understand it, because of inexperience. Elle resented the fact that Shay Jiangmen used to cost 4,000 won and now it was twice as much. But Rurin, instead of thinking about saving their money, rebuked his friend for sounding like an old man. And it seemed to work on Ella, so he suggested that Rurin take some of the same tteokbokki, so that he could eat enough and not skimp, hoping he wouldn't regret the choice. And they had no regrets. They enjoyed the food. It was very spicy food, straight up dragon breath. Rurin stuck her tongue out to put out the fire in her mouth and the guy advised to drink up. Then they decided to try dessert, and here the choice of food satisfying everyone. It was very sweet. The girl liked it, so much so that she quickly began to shove the food into her mouth. Elle warned that after such a thing could be a headache. Then they went for street food. The brunette wanted to try everything new she could see in the world. The food was often spicy, and her habit of eating fast and in huge chunks didn't play the best role in such cases. Rurin was so out of it that she wanted to go to a restaurant, which Elle tried to talk her out of in order to save their money and time. Meanwhile, already in their more familiar world, the search for those who had been missing for quite some time had begun, given that Ella and his friend had always been on the lookout, and at least someone had seen them. Dragon, who was even more irascible than the others, was furious at not knowing where they might have even gone. And that was very alarming, for no one had been put on notice, and there was not a single person who had seen the owners of the restaurant. The weekend had ended yesterday, which meant it was time to stop resting and get to work, and especially considering the hungry people who had gathered at the door. They were already to bed, so the employees were asked once again if they had heard anything, because Elle and Rurin had never left without warning before. But the answer was no, and their subordinates were just as surprised. And such an abrupt disappearance led to the fact that the guests could not understand such a decision to take a break. They only came for nothing, and generally found in their heads the idea that the place was not so delicious. The employees were well aware that they are in trouble. They don't even know when their employers will return. Soon they will lose regular guests, and this will affect the reputation of the restaurant for sure. Panic began to rise on its own. There were thoughts that something terrible had happened to them, but not everyone gave in to such a hunch. And then a red-haired guy suddenly approached and said he had a good offer. Since Mr. L had cooked their food before, they should remember what it tasted like in this restaurant. His sister was getting nervous because she understood what her brother was getting at. The kitchen had everything they needed. Why not just try to take over the restaurant? The idea didn't seem good to everyone else, more like crazy and risky. Meanwhile, Rurin and Elle didn't think at all about how things were going with their restaurant. The girl had eaten to her heart's content, and on the train she thought she had tasted everything in the world. She hadn't been so happy in a long time. The brunette wasn't familiar with this huge iron wagon before, until a friend explained that it was called a train. They had a long way to go, so it would be better to use it. Teleportation was best not to rely on, so as not to attract attention. Rurin watched the trees and buildings fly past at high speed through the window, then asked awkwardly if they were going to Ella's mom's house. The archmage was momentarily shocked. His eyes widened and all thought subsided. It was as if his mind began to download what to answer. And then he smiled. It was clear now that his friend had known about this from the beginning. Rurin had explained that Elle was so excited that it wasn't hard to guess this turn of events. And then the dragon's eyes widened with surprise. They got sparks of happiness, and their breathing seemed to stop for a second. It was an incredible view. Well, at least for her, because she had never seen it before. But for those who rode trains all the time, it was no surprise. But Rurin was glued to the window, her eyes following every pillar that passed by, not wanting to miss a thing. The brunette liked it a lot. but Elle didn't answer anything. His head was visited by intrusive thoughts that made him retreat into himself and even sad. He turned to Rurin in a cold voice, causing goosebumps to go down her body, and she tensed up, foreshadowing a rather odd conversation for the mood. Elle asked what his friend would say if the guy offered to stay here in this world. The brunette spent the first time trying to figure out if she heard the question correctly and if she was imagining things. But when the archmage repeated that he was directly suggesting she stay here forever and not return to where they had come from, Rurin staggered back, digesting what had come to her. That thought hadn't left the guy since the first day they'd gotten there. Now that Elle was here, no ancient orbs would appear in that world. And what's more, the Lord was no longer a threat to anyone. His voice became sad, and with a note of hopelessness, he just thought that if he started again, where he disappeared from, and where he wanted so much to go back to in the beginning, but accepting his fate, accepted himself as a mage. The brunette started to get nervous. She was not ready for such a conversation, which was given away by the nervous movements of her fingers, which the girl was running along the window of the train. Elle realized that he had caught Rurin off guard, so he explained that she was of course entitled to her opinion before he gave her a final answer. He wanted the opinion of someone with whom they had come a long way. To urge his friend to think it over and give her an answer when she was ready. But Rurin interrupted him. She didn't seem to want to think about it any longer, or on the contrary, she wanted to ask questions for clarification. And one of them was the question that if suddenly she refused, they would go back, just the two of them. But as soon as the girl saw the reaction to that question, she realized that he seemed to want to stay here alone. In that case, the elf was sleeping peacefully while the archmage was doing something behind his back, which woke up his companions who were wondering what was going on at such a late hour. Eventually, they couldn't stand the nose and decided to ask what the partner was doing there, after all, with acclaim. And he sat right next to the magic circle and looked at his artifacts. He finally got it right. Drops of sweat were falling down his face. He had to try hard to achieve his goal. There was a small black hole in front of the guide. Eld was like an enchanted man trying to put his hand in it. He wanted to go home more than anything. He couldn't hear himself, only what his heart demanded. He just wanted to go home. But as soon as his new friends noticed it, the instant Ella was grabbed, they couldn't believe he'd taken up his act again like a complete asshole. He had to be grabbed as soon as possible, ignoring the jerks demanding to let him go. In response, they tried to explain to him that sinister thing closes on its own. Does he really want to lose a finger? Al begged to be let in, explaining that he had it all figured out, grabbing for some paper before the blue light dissipated along with the tightening hole, and was very lucky to get his hand away before the bright light exploded, spitting out the piece of paper and shrinking it to a pea. The bright light began to fade, leaving something that looked like smoke, the partners holding the lying Elle in their arms, and rejoicing that their bad fate had bypassed them. The elf raised a shout, cursing. After all, he had said not to use this spell. Even magic as strong as Ella's couldn't handle it, and this wasn't the first warning. Judging by the tone, this was already the last straw. And to wait out such a possession, and plus restore Ella's strength, he was forbidden to use magic for the next few weeks. But the guy didn't hear anything. The sound was like being underwater. He was thinking about his own. He asked a friend if he would return to the mines when the war was over, which was an unexpected question that caused some misunderstanding. And the elf had to return to the Forest of Elves, where his bride had been waiting for him for a long time, and his partner did not deny this outcome of events. Panic gripped El then. Drops of sweat began to flow even more profusely. He began to think to himself, trying to find a way out for himself as well, the nervous shaking creeping through him even more. He lowered his head. Where would he go now? What would he do now? He had no real home in this universe. El asked for an answer as to what he should do next. When it was all over, his friends would start living a quiet, happy life. On the one hand, he wanted to return to his native universe, to his family, but in the other world he had already found friends who could be considered family. And he made his decision, and expressed it with a question: had he ever abandoned Rurin? Which immediately brought an uncontained joy to her face. She had always known deep down that El would never have done such a thing. But first the guy suggested still getting home first, and the brunette didn't object, only wanting even more to see his friend's lair, where he had spent so many years. Meanwhile, in the parallel world, the inhabitants were surprised that the restaurant had finally opened, because the owner seemed to have left, but apparently now, it was not so, and now you can finally go to eat. Someone was carefully slicing the meat piece by piece, It wasn't as fast as Ella's, which meant it wasn't him, and the scars on his hands gave the man away. The guy's talent could not be lost. At the same time, the butcher wondered if there was enough meat for that amount. They all took the job of running the restaurant together, hoping to keep the reputation, because it was not clear when the owners would return. Now I needed to roast the meat, only I wasn't sure how to do it just without anything. It was also worth figuring out where to put it. But there was an assumption that Elle had used magic after all, so it wouldn't be possible to just do everything, which caused even a kind of fear. And at this decision, everyone looked at Alena, which made her feel terribly uncomfortable. She was shy, and such attention to her person did not inspire confidence. And the elf managed to summon fire, but it was a very small sphere of heat. It wasn't her thing, but everyone was expecting a huge cloud of fire to erupt from it. And while the blonde tried to either brag or justify that she'd learned it in case it seemed like a camping trip, but there was no wow effect, and such a small fire wasn't enough, but no one wanted to upset their friend. Suddenly, a familiar firm voice was heard demanding to stand aside. Then a warm light suddenly appeared, and warmth spread through the body of everyone present. Of course, who else but the dragon of fire to entrust the ignition of fire of decent strength? So the girl took to organize a real show. A fire show, and she asked not to worry about the fire and just go about her cooking in peace, calling her acquaintances children, showing her superiority. It was a real miracle. Many did not know who he was, but realized that this girl was their salvation, who solved the problem so easily. Everything was going as well as it could. The ingredients were ready, so it was time to start the main task. It was time to open the restaurant, and Ella's team wanted to see what would come out of it, and of course, the hopes were only for the best. But there was a black something on the plate. There was smoke coming from it. You couldn't quite make out what it was, but it seemed to be meat that had been well overdone on the fire. The man to whom this was brought was shocked. He was a miner and sees here just coal, which he meets at work every day, and now he also has to eat this for lunch. He did not like this prospect at all. Naturally, the guys didn't want to ruin the reputation of the restaurant that Elle had so carefully built. And then apologizing, promised to redo the order, while the customer continued to rot his lie, trying to find some hint here, asking if he had been served coal on purpose, based on his work. The butcher, meanwhile, was making a salad and began to pour salt into it, not realizing the correct proportion. It did not even occur to him that he would thus spoil the dish. But it happened. The customer just spit out what he tasted. He did not understand. After all, the salad should be refreshing, according to his idea. But this one was just terribly salty. It was just impossible to eat. And the mess did not end there, because the employees did not understand the order of bottles on the shelves, so hoping that the big bottle contained salt, poured it, although it was sugar. The customer also refused his order because it was like he was eating dessert. Even though he didn't order it, it was impossible to eat it without drinking it. All these requests to have it redone, call the owner, refund the money only added to the nervousness. Because of this, now the food suffered even more. It was no longer clear what to do. If this continued, the business would burn through before Ella returned. This could not be allowed to happen, but keeping the restaurant closed would not lead to success either. And the first thing they would like to do is to deal with the fire, because the meat just burns there, and indeed, the flames were huge. To make something their normal frying was almost impossible. But it seems that the dragon is not going to reduce the flow of fire, the same as if she was laughing evilly. But she didn't mean any harm. She was just playing around, showing what she can do. Only it's not clear how to cook now. He couldn't just pour water on the fire. But then his gaze fell on something off to the side, and a good idea popped into his head. He noticed a huge pot off to the side, and his brain began an active thought process. Now he could already assume that he could pour water over the meat. Meanwhile, in the ordinary world, evening life was just beginning. Elle and Rurin had no thought at all about what was happening to their business and no idea that things were now turning upside down there. The girl asked if they had even gotten lost in this place once yet, and the friend replied that no, he had something to help him navigate the city. Although it had changed, the buildings were different, but something was still the same, and I wanted to know what it was. Let even 30 years go by, he would not get lost in his hometown. He was moved by something from the heart. And so they found themselves in front of one of the high-rise buildings and stopped, scrutinizing the windows. Elle did not hide the fact that he missed home immensely, and this feeling came from the heart, and it became his compass in the stone jungle of the huge city. The boy was touched. He finally feels again that he can always come back here, to his sweet home. Different feelings mixed inside, warmth and nervousness from the anticipation before seeing the native walls and the most important person. El raised his hand and knocked on apartment 604. Everything in his ears quieted down and that knock seemed somehow too loud, but that was only due to nerves. The archmage tried to calm down by exhaling air, but Rurin noticed that her traveling companion was very worried and, with no manners, expressed it to his face. The guy on the other hand was thinking how he would introduce the brunette. She suggested. To tell the truth, her friend was a dragon, after all, which was more like a joke. They definitely wouldn't understand it here. El was now inordinately anxious to be recognized, even though it had been 15 years. His hair was still the same, and he began shouting at the door, trying to explain to his mother that it was her son. But nothing was heard from there. It was beginning to escalate the situation. Not even footsteps were heard. Rurin also noticed that it was too quiet. The boy didn't realize if his mother was just sleeping, so he decided to try again. Suddenly the door opened, but it was not the entrance to Ella's home, but a neighboring door. A girl with blonde hair and glasses appeared from there. She apologized and asked who the young men were. She had never seen this guy, so she thought he had recently moved here, and the protagonist awkwardly replied that he had come to see the lady in room 604. And then the interlocutor changed her face. She had shock in her eyes. She could not believe what she saw. "Isn't this stranger Ms. Younghwa's son?" She asked about it, and immediately Elle blurted out that yes, he is her son. Rurin was also happy. Finally, it will solve this sudden problem. The woman felt very uncomfortable, especially after asking if she knew where her mother was, but she replied that she no longer lived here and then asked to follow her. This girl, formerly a neighbor, met Ella's mom 5 years ago. When she first moved here, she was so busy with work that she had to eat instant noodles for lunch. And Miss Zhenghua started cooking her meals. That's how they became close. She always boasted about her sons. The woman told me that they must be about the same age by now. The girl kept leading the new acquaintances down an obscure road. By the way, she added that she is a writer. She wanted to add something, but then Elle interrupted her and apologized for one important question, namely to clarify where they were going, because they were somewhere in the planting, among a bunch of trees and bushes. But the girl ignored the question and just turned around to continue on her way, going on to say that Ms. Zhenghua missed her native son very much, the one who suggested that she start handing out flyers for the search, but she refused. They began to get closer and closer to their destination. The neighbor asked why, but the question was not posed to the abstracted woman, why she had given up on such a move to find her son, and to Ella, why did he decide to return only now? In front of them in the moonlight they could see a mound and a stone slab. It was a grave, and judging from all the talk, here sleeps the eternal sleep of the guy's mom. The archmage no longer heard the question why he hadn't come at least 2 years earlier. He was in shock. The ground seemed to disappear from under his feet. His heart fell into his heels. He began to feel the blood pulsing in his head. The woman with glasses called Jianhua her sister, saying that she had been suffering from stomach cancer before they met, and started reaching for something. She put a shot glass and a bottle on the grave, saying her mother had to undergo surgery so she couldn't eat freely. She said she liked to watch others eat good food. But 3 years ago, there was a relapse and she had to be hospitalized. And then the worst happened. Elle was immersed in his thoughts. He couldn't believe what had happened. There was emptiness in his eyes. His life was slowly beginning to lose meaning. This was not the reunion he had hoped for. He remembered his mother, caring and loving, the moment when she tied her apron. Worried that her son was already hungry, so she asked him to sit down at the table as soon as possible. She was cheerful, burning with positivity. She is the epitome of a true hostess and a wonderful mom. And now those memories didn't evoke happiness. A tear flowed down Ella's face. It was as if he was caught in some dimension of his own. This was totally not the goodbye he thought it would be. He wished he could go back and fix everything that led up to it. The girl who showed all this also wiped the tears from her eyes and said that, to be honest, she didn't really care what they were doing there all this time. It was too late to read morals anyway. Even if you explain everything, it's even. There's still no way to bring Yunghua back. It was just more digging into Ella's wound. He's completely extinguished. And then the stranger, who didn't even introduce herself, reached into her bag 5 and decided to give something back after all, since she was asked about a good acquaintance who had become her family. She slid a shabby piece of paper that was clearly quite old. It was something Jianhua had left for her son in case he came back suddenly. The woman began to leave and explained that her mother had said that this piece of paper once flew into the house, so she wondered if Elle had written it. The deceased then thought he was coming for it, so she finished her answer. It looked like she didn't count on anything anymore. Rurin only followed the girl who handed over the paper with a glance. She didn't understand what to do in this situation, which was completely abnormal and sad. Elle began to unfold a cherished letter, which he wanted to read as quickly as possible, but at the same time he didn't want to touch because of fear. Dubois' eyes slid over the paper. He scrutinized each letter, but his head did not allow him to understand anything properly. It was full of something else entirely. Rurin looked into it as well. She knew that this paper was from the Reuben Empire, then it definitely turns out that it was from her friend. Inside the tattered piece of paper were words to his mother, telling her that everything written in this letter was the truth. It sounded crazy, but Elle was in a different world, and things were different. The guy fell to his knees, which frightened the brunette beside him, reading further about how the magic was unstable. But of course, he wanted to at least send a letter. Even if he didn't manage to return, he really wanted his mom to know that he was alright. He went on to talk about how he became a third-class mage and his plans to open a restaurant. The archmage bit his lip to keep from blurting out even more. He had a way of sending letters, but he still stopped believing he could get a single word back. But the answer still found him, though after many years. Salty tears fell on the words to his son, words of support, faith that he will definitely succeed, because he is now a real archmage, and a request, as soon as he opens his own restaurant, to be sure to invite mommy, who loves him so much. Elle, after reading it, was definitely no longer able to hold back a real tantrum with a sea of tears. He couldn't understand why he had been so stupid before, clutching his head trying to figure out how to feel right now. After getting the dragon heart, he could use magic summons. Why didn't he think of returning that letter then? And of course blamed himself for it. Rurin touched her friend's shoulder, trying to comfort, to bring him back to this reality from his feelings. He kept inundating himself with questions along the lines of why Elle hadn't tried to send more in the first place. Maybe then the time of regret would have been easier. The brunette had internalized such a tragic moment and fully embraced the one who was just about the most important person to her at the moment. In the meantime, the restaurant was bustling with life, and the workers seemed to be getting something done, because the line was already huge. The patrons were just thrilled. They wanted more and more additions to their tables. What they ate was just awesome. The feedback was just great. It was a real dish. The guy who did it laughed embarrassedly. The fire was too strong, so he figured out how not to burn the meat when he just saw the pan. Because I decided that I could try to boil the UVA meat and serve it as a dish. In the plate, in addition to the meat, was a bunch of vegetables, which gave off their flavor and harmoniously completed the picture. Except the dragon laughed, thinking it was all thanks to her firepower, shoving Alena to the side, who shyly asked, noticing Six that she was helping a little too. Now we don't have to worry about the customers in the restaurant. Everything is finally back to normal. We can finally relax. We just have to wait for Allison to return. It was finally morning in our familiar world. The sun was breaking through the leaves and everything was coming to life. The terrible shadows were hiding back in dark corners, and it was all hopeful. But not Ella. He seemed to have sat in this forest-like area all night, Rurin nearby, grasping his hands to comfort him. She was cleaning tree leaves from his hair that had attacked overnight, and in a pitiful voice she tried to convey to her friend that he needed something to eat. It was because the boy, a little boy inside a grown real man, didn't feel good at all, and he didn't look up and said he was sorry because he had lied to Rurin. If she said she didn't want to stay here, he would send her back alone. And then the brunette's eyes widened. The girl hadn't expected that. It had been 15 years his mom only had him. No matter what he said, the guy was going to stay here. He wanted to be with the man who gave him life and cared all the time. And now he had nothing left. It was the most horrible period of his life. Even getting into another world and being cut off from the native one that led to all of this couldn't compare. But Rurin didn't back down. She touched her friend, trying to reach his gut, asking if he really thought so. She was starting to panic, and already she wanted to hear for herself if Elle really thought he had nothing at all. Alluding to herself, they'd been through so much together. The brunette stood up, but she didn't let go of her faithful friend's hand. She started to remember the moment when they got on that thing with wheels. The guy asked then how Rurin looked at the fact that this world would be their new home. She was leading to an important conversation. The dragon wasn't initially going to turn down Ella's offer. She would never, ever be able to walk away and leave the guy here alone. With her little, she had her arms around the big native. A smile appeared on her face. She forgave the words that had hurt her and responded by saying that if the archmage wanted, they would stay here forever. And then from her lips sounded a cherished but, which was to bring to the senses of a downcast Ella, who was about to lose any desire for existence at all, except that Rurin decided to remind him of those they had left behind there, and it made him at least look up and think beyond his own tragedy. Meanwhile, in the magical world, the Baron's son was completely baffled by the information that the archmage was not in the restaurant and was now being run by completely different people. The other members of the aristocratic family were just as frightened by this, to have a good man disappear like this, who was always known where he was and how he was doing. Darren could not even express his gratitude for his incredible kindness, simply because there are no words to properly express such a strong feeling, and because of this he decided to take a walk and think about all this and at the same time visit the restaurant. Meanwhile, underground, where the dragon's dwelling was being built, rumors began to spread that the owner and customer of these repairs had disappeared. This became a problem, and they decided to notify the Lavni of such an event first, but the latter assured him that everyone was worrying too much. Now they should be concerned about the construction time and the quality of the den, and at the moment, they should be concerned only about that and nothing else. The dwarf who heard this half-order quickly apologized and promised to get back to work immediately. The ringleader looked up and mused aloud that there was no way Allison would have abandoned them, and asked Darren if that was the case. Rurin turned around and now sent in direct text that people, dwarves, elves, everyone was waiting for him, and dragons were knocking on the door of their restaurant, so he should come to his senses as soon as possible. The brunette was a fresh breath of air, a warm sunshine in the middle of a cloudy day. She reminded Dell's words that he had nothing left, but a guy never did anything for nothing. So isn't 15 years spent in another world worth returning to? Was the question the archmage finally pondered. He finally calmed down a bit and started thinking about his mother. He asked Rurin about how she thought Jianhua believed what was written in that letter, and the girl calmly replied with a warm smile that of course a parent would never doubt their child. A smile appeared on Allison's face, perhaps not yet fully filled with happiness, but it told him that he was feeling much better already. Rurin pulled his hand and suggested that they should finally go back to their now native land that would give them happiness again. Meanwhile, the girl who revealed a whole truth was reflecting on the fact that it had been 2 days and still no word from Yunghua's son, which made her think that she had been too harsh. She was very uneasy inside. Kunhua had suffered so much and he had written some nonsense about mages. She would never forgive such a thing. Suddenly a voice was heard behind her back asking for forgiveness. When she turned around, she was startled. It was Allison. He was wearing strange clothes and was slipping her a bag of something, asking her to take it. Ta didn't refuse the gift of gratitude. She asked where they had all been and what their images were. El replied that he had been replenishing his mana supply to get it, which in turn took some time. The stranger didn't understand a word. She didn't know what mana was, so she declared that El was strange after all, though she apologized for such words, though not sincerely. She opened the sack to see what was in it, and then her eyes were dazzled by the gold of the coins, which were so many, because the sack was so heavy. El said there wasn't much there, but he still asked to be accepted as a token of gratitude. The girl, however, couldn't believe her eyes, which widened with surprise. They immediately informed them that it was time to go to the restaurant, because they were already waiting for them, and immediately opened a portal. It was also done so that the new acquaintance believed in their unusual abilities. At last the guy thanked for the girl looking after her mother's grave, and disappeared, leaving the girl with the sack aside. In shock, she couldn't believe what had just happened. This was something no one would have imagined from our world where there is an opinion that magic doesn't exist. She thought back to the days when she had sat in the hospital room next to Jianhua after she had been admitted to the hospital, and now wondered how the woman was feeling. She was feeling better now. Mama Ella had lost a lot of weight in all this time, but she hadn't lost her smile. At that time she talked about how she really wanted to visit a certain restaurant. At that moment the girl wasn't interested in what kind of restaurant. She was only happy that Jianhua had an appetite. But then she still asked what kind of establishment it was, but in response she received only that it was very far away, and most likely had already opened. Then her interlocutor did not realize that it was a restaurant from another world. The words about the archmage's restaurant seemed just a delusion, after anesthesia and severe illness, or just a bad hope for a better future. It was only now that she was realizing that it was all true. Not a lie, the people around her had stopped wherever they were going. What it was that had just been so sudden no one could understand. It was simply unbelievable. Elle did turn out to be a third-class archmage. At the same time, on his mother's grave, under the warm sun, were flowers from his son and a picture of him and his girlfriend, which should have been as warming as a heavenly luminary. The couple found themselves in the mountains that were covered with ice on top. It seemed as if several years had passed, but they knew for sure that they were now in another dimension. Elle picked up on the fact that they had appeared very far away from the restaurant. It just seemed like they'd gotten pretty far in the regular world. Rurin immediately began to create a magic sphere, wanting to use the magic, but her friend asked her to wait and take her time in using the abilities. Suddenly the guy spread his arms and a huge portal appeared above her head, just like the one they came out of. Rurin was startled at first, not realizing what was happening. It was like dimension-traveling magic. Allison wanted to use it to get exactly where he needed to go. At last the girl understood everything, and immediately with Joe asked to teach her to fly, and now it was the archmage who was perplexed, because before the brunette didn't want it, but she was moved by a kind of envy that all dragons already know how to fly, it seems. Elle added that their regulars must be very angry, and the ranch workers must be surprised, the owner having taken a break without telling anyone. As they were leaving, Rurin said that she didn't think they could expect guests anytime soon, but before she could even say that, her face changed. It was surprise. They were very close to the restaurant. There was a huge crowd, and a big stone statue standing near it. You couldn't tell from far away, but it looked like Ella. And it was true. This is a monument to a true hero. People gathered around, admiring both the man and the stonework. The archmage and dragon stood puzzled as to what this was. It was completely incomprehensible as to why it had been put there in the first place. What kind of cult of man had started in this area? In the meantime, the workers were only diffusing the situation, tearfully asking if the people knew who had saved the lord of the city of Grik in the first place, and confirming that it was Allison. The attendees were imbued with such speech and were in agreement with everything, saying that he really is an amazing person. They just couldn't believe it. He would look at the plate he was carrying and say that this dish had cured the count himself, and suggest that the guests try to for the sake of their health, thus in a way manipulating them. And it worked. A bunch of people immediately picked up bags of money and shouted that they wanted to be the first to try it. Some tried to buy themselves a seat closer to trying the dish with money. Suddenly, the door behind the farm workers' back opened. The specimen they were so looking for appeared in the opening and reached straight for the guy. The one had not at all expected to see his host so suddenly. Allison, on the other hand, asked with a calm tone to explain what was going on here in general, what all this was for. Suddenly a familiar voice behind him said that it was his owner who was the instigator of all this. It was the count, and the latter said with a smile that he was very glad they could finally talk. It was a great honor that the very owner of these lands honored the cook from the restaurant so much. As soon as dusk fell, the worker immediately began apologizing to the archmage and explained that he and Rurin had suddenly disappeared and everyone was scared. They were trying to keep the customers with all their might. That's why they decided to organize some kind of a story. And the count sat next to them and said that Allison's employees were wonderful, either so that the owner of the restaurant would not be angry with them, or just to sweeten the pill. That was the reason why the guy also tasted a piece of meat that was just served to the visitors. Rurin tasted it too and straight up blurted out how delicious and simply excellent it was. Elle on the other hand thought it was pretty good and then asked himself why he hadn't cooked pork before. But he realized that if you just throw the meat in water, you still won't get that flavor, so he wondered about one of his employees. Maybe he'd be better off working here in the kitchen instead of on the ranch. Allison immediately softened and said he thought it was his own fault, so he wouldn't scold his men. He didn't really want to, but he had to maintain his status as chief. But he still had a question about what kind of statue it was. He didn't like it at all. He wasn't that self-centered. The count only replied with a nonchalant tone that it was in honor of Ella's accomplishments and not to worrying so much. The castle would take care of everything. But Allison explained that he wasn't worried about it, but didn't realize what accomplishments he was being told about, to which everyone thought he was just too modest. The Baron had heard stories about the legendary soldier from the Dragon War. His face changed. he began to remember what he was just saying. The one about whom the story is about to be told ignored orders and tried to help people. He was the best mage but the worst soldier, translating this information into a huge hint. And the owner of the restaurant realized who he was talking about, and after making sure after hearing that the person's name was Allison, a shadow and nervousness fell over the archmage's face. The Baron went on to say that not many people knew the story, but suddenly he said that the town of Grik was one of the villages he had saved at the time. Today Darren, the father of the Baroness, who had a far from perfect relationship with him, came to the castle was the day all happened. Back then, when Elle and Rurin teleported into his room, the Baron recognized them immediately. Though he couldn't say anything at the time, everyone remembered what the man had said then, at least with a look. Allison, on the other hand, thought it was some kind of accident, and rubbing his neck, said he didn't think at that moment that he was conscious. The ruler of the land said that the mage saved the town and his entire family. He just didn't know how to thank these guys, so he decided that he would do everything in his power to help them. And as soon as the Baron asked Ella if he understood that and why the man had decided to do that, the beau smiled. At first one might have hoped that everything was now resolved, but immediately the cook popped up outside and let a huge blue beam go forward, commenting that he couldn't understand or accept that. Immediately, the huge stone statue shattered into pieces and cobblestones began to fall one after another. Blue flames enveloped the monument, or rather its remnants, and the prototype of this figure was watching what was going on with some pleasure. He didn't want any outside objects associated with his restaurant. The Baron, of course, was simply shocked by this. He couldn't imagine a single person who would refuse such fame and the image of that fame. It completely threw him off bounds, but understandably they did it without asking the host, so that reaction was also acceptable, but it was kind of over the top. And Allison also asked to be rid of the rumor that his food cured the sick, and the Baron, embarrassed and even ashamed, promised that he would explain it all to the people. Meanwhile, the owner of slender beautiful legs was walking down the long corridors of the educational institution. But then she accidentally crashed right into another girl with a mountain of textbooks in her hands, which started falling to the floor. The girls immediately began to gather their things, apologizing for their clumsiness, making excuses that they hadn't noticed, as if experiencing fear. The brunette, on the other hand, used magic to make the textbooks rise into the air and come together. This scared the girl with bangs a bit, which caused it to happen. It was Madrin. She wished the strangers good luck with their training in a calm kind voice, but asked them to be careful indoors. Little things could happen. The girl became nervous. A blush appeared on her cheeks. She was very grateful to the girl in front of her. And as soon as Madrin left, the students immediately began to whisper in embarrassment. They couldn't believe that such a classy person had spoken to them. They marveled at the speed with which she conjured. You couldn't even see it at first. The brunette had heard all those words, especially the last one about how all the rumors about her weren't true. Someone who hadn't believed them in the first place, thinking they were nonsense, or wanted everyone to think she did. And as soon as she heard that the girls would never have believed that Madrin had been kidnapped and tied up and didn't understand who was even spreading such silly rumors, the brunette immediately clenched her trembling hand into a fist. She squinted her eyes and clenched her teeth. She wanted to believe it was just a rumor too. It's only worth it for Madrin to find out who's behind it, but then her train of thought is interrupted by a gut feeling that there's someone at the door. She stood right in front of the entrance, and for the first time, she didn't dare even touch the handle at all. The girl was incredibly angry. Only Duke Tamaran is allowed to enter her room without permission, but he's out of town right now, so someone decided to break the rules set forth. And of course, Madrin presented one of her biggest fears, namely a dragon in the guise of Rurin. But as soon as the door was welded open, then all her fears vanished. It was Leon sitting there. It looked like he had been waiting for his subordinate for a very long time, and she started shouting from the get-go that she would go where he asked her to go. Only she has one condition: she doesn't need to be tied up, or else rumors have already run around the city. She demanded that the Emperor's heir be more merciful to her. The same looked with suspicion, and as if he did not understand what it was about, just continued to sip tea from beautiful expensive cups. He straight up looked at her with a perplexed look. He wanted some sort of explanation about this situation. He asked Madrin about the girl saying such a thing in the first place, and his interlocutor stood in tears and couldn't even say a word. Her eyes already filled with tears. The strongest mage in the Empire was telling us that the crime threshold was rising by the day. Obviously, it couldn't help but affect the nearby cities. People have been sent in to deal with everything, but there are a couple problems, and as soon as Medrin wanted to talk about them, Leon immediately interrupted her, saying that it was all very cool and important, but he was interested in something else. Why the girl doesn't raise her head? It's very hard for him to hear, and she didn't want to make eye contact. She seemed to twist even tighter, and put the question, which she could not let out of her lips for a long time, why no warning of his visit, and he replied that he would not spread any rumors. Their city was in serious trouble now. The ruler was interested in how many people had already died. Finally, Medrin looked up and gave the answer that they had lost 3 fighters. Leon didn't understand why there were already 3 in such a short time, and asked if no one else wanted to go. The girl immediately realized that the hover wanted her to be the one to go. The blonde man denied it. After all, if Medrin went, everyone would scatter in fear. He had a completely different plan, because in that case, if you send the best mage of the Empire, they won't be able to find out who was preparing the poison that was in the monarch's hand. The brunette said they had no one to send to the town of Dedran right now, which made her feel bad, even kind of ashamed. But Leon filled in that there was someone, after all, a not-so-kind smirk playing on his face that spoke of the guy's guile. The heir to the Empire gave the interlocutor some hint that the one he was talking about only seemed to be an ordinary man, but he was a real monster, not afraid of death. Medrin did not understand who His Highness was talking about, but the blonde didn't say anything more, just notified that it was now time to get ready for the road. You can finally have a decent meal after a long time. Meanwhile, the lovely chef, Allison, is already back in his groove van serving dear visitors. The restaurant was bustling with work. Elle was slicing meat, already roasted, giving off an incredible flavor. Grated vegetables to dilute the dish with something refreshing and fresh. The end result was a wonderful meal. The owner of the restaurant was finishing with the presentation of the food and was getting ready to already serve his creation of art. Allison was finally glad to be back to the business he had his heart set on. The fried rice was ready. He handed the tray of food to Rurin and asked her to serve the food to the guests. She of course did not refuse. The dragon brought a plate, but there was clearly something missing. Only hot rice and vegetables remained. Serena digested the situation at first and then began to resent where all her meat that had been promised in the dish had gone. Rurin, defiantly chewing on the missing item, defiantly said that this was how this dish was served, which naturally made the red dragon very angry. Yes, so much so that she showed that she was about to explode. And while the Baroness devoured the incredibly delicious food, the girls started another argument throughout the restaurant. Serena of course not liking being held for a fool, and Rurin ordered her to just eat what was served. The blonde didn't notice it. She was distracted by the taste of the food. She liked the hell out of this place now. And then Darren's mother asked if it was true that her son frequented this place, and Elle replied that it could be said that he was a regular visitor. The Baroness gave away the secret that she was actually against the statue at the entrance to the restaurant, but Allison replied that it wasn't necessary to mention it every time, since the lore had already explained everything. And while the woman was asking if this place had desserts, because she had a terrible sweet tooth, two strangers entered the restaurant. They turned to the boss, Ella, and asked for 2 servings to be brought in. The guy asked to wait just a minute, and a faint emotion of disappointment appeared on his face. He recognized the disguised acquaintances and wanted to laugh at how badly they had done it. The cook immediately brought 2 plates of rice and wookie, and the diners immediately appreciated the food, which appealed to them greatly. They tasted the food served, hoping to like it very much, and they really liked it. They were overplaying it when they tried spoonful after spoonful. Ella was disgusted by it, because he leaned over the blonde and with a sly voice that he was very flattered that such a guest, who was very hard to surprise, liked it, thus ruined the plan of his guests. Leon didn't like it of course. He didn't think he'd be identified so quickly, but he didn't understand why it happened. After all, the guy had prepared the perfect disguise. The magician Madrin understood that Allison was terribly perceptive. That's why he recognized them. Arguments began about how the disguise wasn't perfect at all, and the prince reasoned that that lady didn't seem to notice them at all. And it was the blonde who was talking about the Baroness, who couldn't take her eyes off the delicious food and wasn't looking around at all. Then when asked what happened and what the disguise was for, Leon replied that he wanted to try the local specialties. But immediately, he added about one more thing. swiping a vial of liquid and asking the restaurant owner if he knew what it was, but he had no idea. The prince covered his eyes and replied that it was poison, a deadly poison that destroys brain cells, and then there were strings of memory that suggested it was something familiar. This is the same poison that chained the lord to his bed for years. I'll stagger, digesting the information. And while the brunette ate the delicious food, the monarch continued to explain that this poison was slowly spreading throughout the empire. It was a miracle that the lord had managed to come to his senses, but it wouldn't be like that for everyone. He went on to say that moreover, evidence is extremely difficult to find because there are no footprints. But then men with knives and a sack burst in, ordering them not to move. They demanded urgent food and money. Darren's stepmother was very much frightened and cried out loudly. It was Milan and Voil, a couple of brigands who said that if no one wanted to die, it was worth following the edicts and then showing by their appearance that it wasn't some kind of joke. Even the dragons froze in surprise, interrupting their fight, and the robbers thought it was due to fear. They continued their speech about how it was better not to spoil their mood. But then Madeline stood up abruptly. Her face changed, and a magical energy began to float around her that didn't bode well. The same robbers found themselves curled up on the grass and shivering in pain. Attacking the restaurant had been their mistake. As it turned out, they were from the city of Darren. The mage of the empire twisted them with magic and sat on top of them so they wouldn't lose their prisoners, and Milan and Voil were already apologizing, crying dragon tears. And Madeline loved being called the greatest mago. It flattered her to blush and then ask if they knew who the girl really was. In an incredibly happy mood, she reminded that she was the only 7th rank mage in the empire, and Leon explained that she was having a hard time, therefore asked Ella to understand her. Because of this, the archmage realized that they had come here to commission an investigation into where this poison came from. No matter how many times they interrogate Count Darren, he says nothing, and many generals are dead. Now the security of Darren City is completely at zero. Leon was sure that this robbery was organized by the same people. They were just expanding their area of influence. And meanwhile, Medrin continued to praise herself as a great magician. But Elle did not understand why to entrust such an important mission to the owner of the restaurant, and received the answer that not so long ago Darren's mansion was destroyed. So the prince was curious who could have used magic to do it, and whether that person feels responsible for a situation that is already completely out of control. The archmage shook the vial near his ear, and immediately asked the blonde man who told him, and he said he couldn't give it away because you can't spread classified information. Only a single level 7 mage could tell this, subtly alluding to Madeline, who immediately felt as if she had been electrocuted, the girl finally waking up from her self-centeredness. Immediately she started running to His Highness, remembering that she was still a servant of the Empire and he was still leaving the matter to Ella, and asked to be notified if anything was needed, and the archmage agreed to play along for once. Once night fell, the action moved to the outskirts of the city of Darren, where there were not rich houses, just tiny ones. People were warming themselves near their tents by the fire. They were beginning to have a dark time of their stay in this city. Things were much more serious. The bandits were as vicious as they could be. They were smashing windows and looting houses. This is what weakening the security in the neighborhood leads to. This was where Rurin and Elle were right now. One could wonder what they had forgotten here, and the answer was that they needed to find out who had prepared this poison. I couldn't believe the whole town had quieted down because of the poison. Right beside them sat a woman in rags, curled up and begging for alms. Allison had heard that all the generals had died of poisoning, but that was assumed. The restaurant owner was trying to figure out what to do next. If you catch them all at once, many would try to escape, but the guy couldn't ask directly either. Suddenly something occurred to him. After all, and he turned to Rurin, trying to draw attention to himself. Ella had a new plan, and her friend was offered to listen to it. She of course couldn't refuse it. He was worried that the girl wouldn't really like what he had in mind, but Rurin immediately debunked all his doubts, saying that the archmage was worrying too much. She had already talked about it, that she would do anything for him. It was very sweet and accommodating, but it was pure right. Even if she didn't like something, the dragon would endure it. She was prepared for a lot of things, but what she certainly couldn't imagine was the grid in front of her. It put her in a stupor. Rurin grabbed at the iron cage, wondering why, but the man who walked beside her, looking like a caretaker, ordered her to stay away from the bars. The prisoner had swept up the girl and was already wondering who had gotten so lucky today. lustful faces assessing her from the tips of her hair to her feet. They shouted to her and asked if Rurin wanted to know what happened to the first girl that got here, and promised to show her in practice. The brunette was only convinced that this was a disgusting place. She didn't like that people weren't even divided by gender here, but only everyone made a mistake, because no one told her to sit and keep quiet. And now it's the turn of these bastards to become part of an extremely fascinating story, which will be transmitted through the cameras for a long time. And Rurin was ready to destroy everyone. The caretaker ordered all the prisoners to sit quietly and huddle against the wall, for the Lord Chamberlain was already in place and the door was open for him to enter in peace, which, to others, seemed unsurprising, since there was a girl here, and the brunette didn't fully understand what was going on yet. Not at all firm footsteps were heard on the cold floor of the room where the detention cells were located. The man was clarifying whether he was going there. It was the Lord Chamberlain of Dedran City, Ricardo, and he was told that someone new showed up today. It was a short man, with big eyes and protruding ears. The caretaker pointed at Rurin, explaining that she had been arrested for insulting passers-by and that she was only throwing from behind bars, that they were all just thieves. There were shrieks of "Joe," and the brunette looked at the man with her eyebrows furrowed and judgment in her eyes. The Lord was surprised that the prisoner was a bit cocky, but thought it was a real highlight, so he asked that she be separated from the others. He guessed she wasn't treated well here, so he shouldn't leave her here, but Rurin already sensed that something was wrong, and the carnival of unprecedented generosity wasn't just for fun. Suddenly the governess appeared at the door, calling for the Lord Chamberlain. She had business to attend to him. The woman leaned over to the man and whispered something in his ear. The man seemed frightened. He couldn't believe it was happening again, and asked him to tell her he was on his way. The moon and a bunch of stars had already appeared in the sky. There was a light in the windows of the mansion that was beaming from the windows, and the suspicious man was also there. He was cursing inside himself. He didn't understand why these bastards didn't learn anything. He thought they should have gotten it by now. Despite such thoughts and irritated mood, a smile was shining on his face, a very sly and fake one. The man entered the chambers, where someone was settling down on a large couch. He couldn't see from the back of his head, but it was Allison. Ricardo, with a strained tone and a smile, apologized for keeping him waiting and then introduced himself as Lord Chamberlain. For him, the stranger turned around, but the face was still very hard to see. The man heard that this mysterious individual was from the palace. Allison was smartly dressed. He said he was glad to meet him, but introduced himself not by his own name, but as Earl Riverk, and informed him that they would now govern the city of Dedran. Ricardo still also asked him to forgive him. He was a little late because he cared about the prisoners, though that wasn't entirely true. Something absurd had recently happened at the Lord's castle. It's basically a difficult time for them all. So, Ricardo asked him to understand, and L, now playing Earl Riverk, chuckled, and explained that he'd already heard about it. The letter definitely had the seal of the Imperial Palace on it. It was unclear why the Lord Chamberlain then thought it was a forgery. Thoth said it wasn't like that. It just came sooner than expected, and rolled the scroll back up. Suddenly his eyes became almost glassy with a sly and sinister look, and said that unfortunately, for unknown reasons, 3 of the officials sent here had already passed away. So thought that the nobles would avoid this place, but apparently that wasn't the case. As soon as he handed over the scroll, L laughed, and asked if the Lord meant to say by that he should be careful not to become the 4th. The one thought it was a joke and decided to change the subject. He said he didn't even dare to think of something so disrespectful. L stretched out the paper, leaning on those words, lips stretched in a smirk. He knew it would elicit a reaction. The paper ripped open and a shocked face showed behind it. He tried to come to his senses for a while longer. L, on the other hand, further mocked the paper and said that this is what is called respectful. The Lord looked at the scraps of the scroll he had recently held in his hands. He dared to ask what the Earl was doing. How could he even tear His Majesty's letter? The disguised archmage smiled wryly and said that its contents were so obvious that it even became boring in the moment. He understood perfectly well that it was written by the Crown Prince. Allison put his feet on the table demonstratively and quoted that the letter contained advice to improve public safety, take care of people and root out corruption in the city of Dedran. He could tell without looking, but that wasn't what he was interested in, and Ricardo stood up in surprise. His face straightway glowed with a sense of superiority. He wanted to make running the place a little more fun, and he didn't think the Lord wanted to see the new officials resign again. He wondered if there wasn't a point where their interests coincided. He was clearly hinting at some sort of deal with his conscience. Also, the Count had heard many rumors even before he came here. Ricardo didn't remove his smile, but his face tensed up. He was very uncomfortable. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, the keeper opened the bars and ordered the prisoner to come out. Rurin was indignant at being transferred to this cell out of the blue, wondering where they would take her now, but she was told she didn't need to know. If it wasn't for Ella's request that the people from the town, Jay lives the criminal, surely know where this poison came from, so we'll have to come to the prison. Rurin would have killed everyone long ago. As soon as the brunette came out of the camera, she was heard laughing and asking if she was already leaving them. The bandits only had one thing to say. Soon the girl would be crying at how much she would start to miss this place because it would seem like paradise compared to where Rurin was going now. They swore that if they were her right now, they'd bite off their tongues better and die, but the caretaker only ordered the prisoners to shut up, and the brunette frowned, throwing her a threatening glare. As soon as they began to move away from around the corner, the Lord Chamberlain appeared, as if a shadow or a ghost, and did not look like a well-wisher. He didn't really understand what he should do. Earl Rivlock was completely different from the Piedbots that had come here so far. Ricardo can't keep killing all the officials sent here, and unlike the others, he's an earl, which he liked a lot. Suddenly the man took out a vial. It seemed to be the same poison, and he had an idea in his head whether it was worth a try. He wanted to see if the Count was really so brave or just pretending because he didn't want to die. But the man didn't seem to react to it in any way. In the manner the light had merged in all the windows, and there sat L, pondering how his plan was going. He looked closely at the vial. People rarely make this kind of poison themselves, so he must have some connections to the underworld. Allison was trying to act corrupt to ferret it out. Was it too obvious? He was trying his best to pretend he knew something when in fact he didn't. If the guy just brings up the subject of poison for no reason, he'll obviously feign innocence. He seems to have no choice but to hope for Rurin. Suddenly, there was a sound. Count Rivik was asked if he could come into the study for a moment, and he of course gave the go-ahead. It was the governess, notified that she had prepared tea in case the man was thirsty. She had been sent here by the Lord Chamberlain. A small cup was seen on a tray. Al thanked the woman. Nan said she could leave the tray here, but then the maid decided to start objecting. She said with a serious look that she was only asked to leave after the gentleman had taken at least a sip. This was incredibly suspicious, especially knowing all the poison cases, and justified it by calling it a sign of trust. The archmage's face changed immediately. Even a fool would have guessed what the matter was. He couldn't believe he was so brazenly poisoning officials. It was too stupid. Did the man really want Elle to trust him and drink it up by manipulating working with him? If Allison can use his position as Earl of Revolks for the moment as an excuse to refuse tea, the steward will never reveal his true intentions. If there's poison in the tea, the archmage will be able to stop this game and use that to threaten him. And if not, the guy will have to keep playing the Harpy of Rivik. And then suddenly he agreed and poured the hot drink straight into himself in a volley. Any outcome would be to Elle's advantage, he thought. Immediately he felt something unpleasant inside. He grimaced. His cheeks puffed up. He felt as if he was in heat. Drops of sweat ran down his face. And as soon as the governess saw this, she immediately smiled evilly. She was no good, only serving her master who had huge plans, which he was going to achieve by impure methods. Except that nothing happened further. The guy remarked that the flavor was wonderful. Must be high-quality tea. The woman was like the clear sun, just saying that she knew he would like it. It was all just what it seemed. He was surprised that there was no poison in the tea. Did it mean that Elle had passed the certain test set before him? And then the woman added that she had something else. A dark silhouette appeared in the doorway, clearly female. The Lord had asked the woman to give the Count this gift after Rivik passed the trust test. This display of sincerity towards the Count. Allison's eyes widened in surprise. Allison leaned a hand to his face. Things a little more complicated than he could have imagined and envisioned. A girl stood before him, wet rivulets of tears on her cheeks, bags under her eyes, disheveled hair, and blue shackle marks on her wrists. The archmage had no idea they had slaves. The servant went out, saying lastly that he hoped the Count and his toy had a good time. The lad rose and began to walk over to his so-called trophy. Elle thought about her looking disoriented, like she was hypnotized, and began to reach out to her. He tried to see if the girl could even hear him, and the girl raised her hand sharply and kicked the guy in the chest. Al collapsed to the floor and the slave girl sat on top of him, squeezing his hips. Her eyes were also blank, she acted like a robot. Meanwhile, the brigands still ruled the outskirts of the city, and could not understand one thing. Someone who looked like their ringleader was asking his subordinates if while they were breaking into an empty house, a girl appeared out of nowhere and started a fight with them. Guilty villains began to justify that their faces are so beaten. Because she was very strong, they remembered only one sign that the girl was not like a man. The chief recalled what he had told his subordinates. The men were to lay low until enough time had passed after the others had gotten rid of those officials, and if they couldn't keep from fighting then at least they shouldn't get caught. Well, shouldn't they have accomplished at least one thing? He realized that things would not go on like this, so he beckoned to Brunetto, who was a little agitated that he was needed so abruptly. As soon as the bandits heard that they were to be taken to the so-called cultivation, they immediately opened their mouths and gasped in shock, something no one wanted for their fate. As soon as they woke up from their fear, they began to beg to be spared and not touched, promising to be quieter than water, lower than grass. They wanted to be given one last chance. They were begging for Mr. Reuben to give them a chance, and the man didn't understand why they kept asking to give them one last chance. Reuben was the manager of human trafficking in the city of Darren, who understood that these guys were alive until today, and was their last chance. But then Brunetto remembered that he was supposed to notify his superior that Ricardo had requested another slave. Reuben was surprised that the lad didn't tire, as if Darren should keep some distance. It would be dangerous to attract even more attention from the imperial palace, which begged the question of whether he should spare this guy too. And then he remembered something and asked the servant to wait, and asked if Ricardo hadn't said he was going to send the girl prisoner here today, and Brunetto remembered that, and also heard that she had committed an assault. This got the great boss thinking. He wondered about this outcome, and stumbled on the thought that maybe she was the one who defeated their guys, and then asked if she was at the sorting. They were talking about Rurin, but they could not imagine that this girl was quite unusual, and was detained behind bars only because of her friend. The dragon in the guise of a man was in a row with the slaves, marching in a line to the destination Lonnie, all of whom had their hands bound with iron handcuffs. 3 of these lackeys should have been given to cultivation, 2 for the nobility, and 5 for auction. That was the decision the man in glasses read out. And as the line moved, Rurin wondered within herself, even though she didn't understand humans well, she knew that slavery was illegal within the empire. To think they have such a massive business, only it's completely illegal and inhumane. Rurin couldn't be sure that they were the ones who made the poison, but the girl should be told about it, and since she had All's coordinates, why not use her ability to create portals? But she wasn't moving herself physically, just trying to connect in any way with her friend. As soon as the dragon saw Ella, she immediately began to say that things were on a much larger scale than they thought. But then she saw a picture of a girl in rags, obviously a slave, sitting on Ella bound by a magic circle, and froze, not expecting to see just that. Allison immediately started making excuses, nervous that this was not at all what one would think and just a ridiculous misunderstanding. Rurin didn't hear it. Her heart began to pound even faster. She drifted away, trying to comprehend and adapt what she saw for herself. And the slave was only making the situation worse, asking her master to order her around. The archmage shifted a startled look at her, but turned to Rurin next, saying whatever she was thinking. It was a misunderstanding, but the girl didn't hear anything. She only asked what she was thinking about, and began to transform into her true form. Her hand became very bony with huge claws, and her eyes were filled with blue light mixed with anger. But the archmage continued to explain that it was really a misunderstanding. She had been in that state from the beginning. He didn't understand why his loyal friend didn't believe he wasn't the one doing it. Elle tried to at least get through to Rurin, reminding her that they might get caught if they kept talking like this, and how much effort it had taken to get in here. But the brunette wasn't listening. Gritting her teeth, she ordered her to find information on what cultivation was, and promised to talk about that a little later. The beau was now dreading the very conversation left for later, so much so from he added advice from Rurin to have Fal ready. Suddenly one of the guards saw blue energy magic, or rather traces of it, so he asked what it was. Now Rurin was in danger. The man almost caught the dragon off guard. He immediately shouted from the back, hoping to catch her off guard, asking what she was doing. The same simply replied that nothing and quietly closed the portal, covering it with her body. she realized how dangerous the moment had just been for their conspiracy. With an annoyed look, she said that her handcuffs had broken, and holding small pieces of the remnants in her hands, she had to issue new ones, also saying it as if it was really an unpleasant event for the prisoner. Everyone looked at this girl and started whispering while the guard tried to figure out how only Rurin could break them, and she made the excuse that they were defective. The guard didn't realize if they should question her. His boss replied that of course not. Just need to tell the guys in charge of her not to even try to provoke this girl. He was well aware that this individual was not human. His interlocutor, part-time right-hand man, was shocked to hear this information. Reuben didn't know why she would do this, but she's some obscure creature. If they contact her, all their work done so far will go to waste. So it's necessary to take care of it first. The boss decided he needed to go meet her in person. The morning was accompanied by bright sunshine and a warm day, and a visitor came to the Count wishing him good morning. Ricardo walked into the office and asked how the Count felt about his sincerity. There was still a strange smile on his face that was not believable at all. Elle smiled and said it was quite good. He felt awful, for it felt like he was being tested, but thanks to her the guy was able to forget everything, himself inwardly tormenting himself for smiling, reminding himself that it was because of him that the disgusting misunderstanding happened. The Lord chuckled and apologized for the tea, but it would be risky to just take it and start cooperating with the Earl of Rivik, and the faux Earl himself reminded him that he'd already said he'd forgotten all about it. But he would still have to keep the lady he had been brought to stay with him for a few more days. He was very attached to her, and Ricardo explained that the Count was free to do as he wished. By the way, he added that this was not the first time he had seen the slave girl, but he thought there was something special about her, the Count explained. And as soon as Ricardo heard that Rivik thought she was a bit odd, his lips parted in a strange smile. He knew the Count would notice, revealed a little secret, that this was what distinguished the goats from the city of Dedran. Slaves who, thanks to brainwashing, obey without question. Free people, especially those with status, don't have to worry about them running away or rebelling, so they can be ruled without worrying. In addition, they follow any orders and can do anything the owner's soul desires. Ricardo didn't understand who in their right mind would refuse to do that, but it was hard for Ella to even listen to it. This man he's talking to is rotten to the core. It immediately occurred to Elle to simply forget about the source of the poison and just destroy the slave market, thus failing his mission. Elle needs to hold out a little longer. If the guy doesn't pull this thing out by the roots, it'll be the same as after the destruction of Dedran's castle. Himself sipping tea, asked about his interlocutor's desire to expand the market for the sale of these slaves, high-quality goods, and the status of Count Rivik. Ricardo would like to combine this and establish a stable supply to the influential nobles of the empire. That was what Allison assumed, and he laughed and said that he seemed to have made the right choice by starting cooperation with this man. The Earl lighted his cup of tea, and yet before such an important decision, he wished to ask the Lord a few things. He wondered if these slaves had anything to do with cultivation, and then Ricardo's look changed, as if his meanest, most vile secret had been discovered. So decided to ask directly how Rivik knew about it, and the man replied that he had already said that he had heard some rumors about the city of Dedran. As Ricardo already knows, nobles are very complicated by nature. Ellen needs confidence and understanding of the process of life, and then sadly added that since if the Lord Chamberlain can't, he certainly doesn't have to show everything to the Earl, although the start of sales will be delayed for a while. But here Ricardo interrupted him, denying it. He recalled that they were partners now, so he saw no reason why he couldn't show the Count that, especially since things were much closer than one might imagine. Reuben paced around the manor, tapping his boots on the floor. He headed for the study. When I came closer, I did not hesitate to knock on the heavy wooden door. From there I heard the coveted word and permission to enter, spoken in a sweet female voice. The bandit apologized and immediately got to the point. He seemed to have a problem that was a bit difficult to solve on his own. Top put the receiver away, and was naively surprised at how unexpected it was to hear that, especially from a man who hadn't blinked an eye when Imperial Palace officials were sent to him, and then still wondered what the problem was. As it turned out, there was a special creature among the slaves, though Reuben wasn't quite sure because she quickly hid her energy, but she looked like a dragon like Lady Sydney. Sydney, on the other hand, was a red dragon, a beautiful girl with character. Her body looked appropriate for the number of fights she had won. The dragon agreed that it would definitely cause trouble. Then she asked if the black dragons could be involved, There really has been a lot going on behind her back lately. Even recently the Viceroy came again, meaning Count Rivik. The woman had never heard the name. It prompted the question if the dragon that was brought in as a slave happened to be a girl, and immediately she heard the cherished yes, and an even greater description. The prisoner was a short black-haired woman. She turned around silently, creating a pause, and sank into her thoughts. The red dragon began to remember Allison, the strong archmage who had slain more than one dragon. He was powerful and determined. And next to Rurin, that girl who could kill if she was extremely evil. Sydney couldn't believe they were the ones who had shown up here. And then she turned to Reuben and ordered him to get rid of all the evidence in the cultivation room and the sorting place. They should be ready to leave at any moment. The boss of this whole illegal trade understood everything and promised that he would fulfill it. But it seems he didn't have time. Ricardo was already in this room with the Count. There were huge magic circles shining there. This is the same cultivation room that proudly boasts the Darren Mountain. Slaves stood near plantations of plants and worked as if enchanted. Ricardo and Allison stood with masks covering their nose and mouth. The Lord Chamberlain explained that they make medicines here by mixing herbs and mushrooms grown here. This is how they create a product that is always loyal to their masters. El glared at those magical circles. It seemed like light magic to him. Never would the guy have thought it would be so obviously located under the ceiling of the mansion. Looking at the people who worked here, the only thing that came to mind was that they weren't in very good condition, and Ricardo chuckled and said that there were a lot of poisonous herbs here, so they shouldn't be here for long either. Now some truth has reached the head of the fake Earl. Means that all these ingredients are not ordinary herbs. Al had a shock state. That's why he asked O if it was possible to create a poison from them that would leave no trace. That was the key to unraveling the mystery. They were now unraveling. Even though Ricardo had half of his face covered, one couldn't help but notice how his expression changed to an even more devious and cunning one. He clarified if it meant that Count Rivik was interested in other goats. He was just planning to show it to his new partner, and was just about to slip his hand into the inside pocket of his jacket when a voice called out to him from behind. It was Reuben. He was walking straight towards the Lord Chamberlain, a look of surprise on his face. He held onto his saber just in case. Puzzled, he asked what had brought the two honored guests here. Ricardo was also a little put off. He hadn't expected to see Reuben here, so he apologized for such a late introduction and introduced his partner, Count Rivik, and then explained that he would be joining them from now on. He was sure his boss would be surprised, but now the nobles in the central part of the empire finally, and what he finally didn't have time to say, a sharp blade blew his head off, leaving a frozen eternal smile on it. It was Reuben's weapon. It was now covered in blood, which was not an unusual condition for him. The man didn't understand how one could be so stupid as to not realize he was being led around by the nose. All the more so to show everything possible to the newly arrived official. El had no time to blink before he lost the chance for a quick conclusion to the case. His heart sank right into his heels. A shiver ran through his body, and somewhere in his bones, in his very spine, a fierce chill settled. Immediately the magic of light exceeded its distinction, and fire flowed from the magic circle, like water from a bucket, which embraced all the beds in the embrace of fire. Reuben stood with his saber set aside, warning that he was at the ready to use it, but it didn't match his apology at all, and then justified such a cruel act by saying that he wasn't sure if the Count was really on their side, that it would be obviously better to get rid of the uninvited partner in advance. El took off the mask immediately, realizing that all the plants would immediately burn, leaving nothing behind, and said that the villain should not worry, because his suspicions were correct, which meant that this whole game of Count is over. In the meantime, the dungeon was in a state of turmoil, with everyone wondering how to hide everything, so that no one would guess anything. Rurin sat behind the bars and watched everything that was going on. It bothered her that it was getting so nosy in here. She'd already heard that the place might be shut down soon, and now there was anxiety raging inside about whether all would be able to finish the case before everyone had managed to hide all the evidence. Suddenly a female silhouette appeared at the bars. She couldn't believe it was true to the last. At first she thought Reuben had just made a mistake, but it turned out to be true. Sydney waltzed inside, scoffing at the fact that she seemed to have hit the jackpot since she now had a dragon slave. Rurin realized that she had been exposed, but she didn't let on. She sat in the corner, aloof from everything that was going on. She just said that she hadn't expected to meet a dragon in such a place, and then she asked who the girl was. And the stranger laughed and explained that the brunette didn't know her, but she knew her perfectly well. As soon as Sydney called Rurin by name, and added that she was Verina's daughter, the brunette's face changed. She couldn't believe her ears. She was now fully engaged in the conversation. Just then her friend Ellie asked how this woman knew her mother's name. The stranger's lips stretched into a smile. She had been waiting for this question and replied that she didn't just know her name, but also remembers her last breath. Her face turned disgustingly gleeful. She licked her lips, in a clue to what had really happened. And then she began to mock the girl's tragedy, who rubbed her mother's face, asking if she knew why and wanted to hear about it. But the black dragon only lowered her head, so that her bangs covered her eyes, and silently thanked God that Ella wasn't here, because he would try to convince her to give someone like Sydney a chance. Rurin immediately snapped out of her seat. Magical energy began to bloom around her. Wings began to burst from her back and her fingers began to turn into claws. Fierce sparks sprinkled from her eyes. The cage was all bent from the force that began to rage inside. It was impossible to see anything but the bright light. Now Sydney was facing a full-fledged black dragon that promised to tear her opponent to shreds, and she intended to leave only her mouth. She flew very close and threat, and that after this, the wretch would not be able to flutter her tongue about such important things so easily, and assured her that she would try to do it as soon as possible. But Sydney stood firm, showing that she would not be frightened by it. She started to turn into a winged creature herself, showing off her sharp teeth. She offered to try and organize it, and then decided to jab at the side of her mouth that Rurin's mother had been talking quite a bit as well. Immediately, the black dragon began to release a blob of energy from its mouth, demanding that the bitch across the street shut her mouth while she still had the chance. She unleashed a huge beam from her womb right onto the floor. It bounced in an arc and hit the red dragon. No one would survive from such a thing. Because of that light, you couldn't see everything around you collapsing. A huge hole appeared in the wall that was created by Rurin. Only in the worst shock of those there was a light laughter. A laughter of fearlessness and insolence. It was the laughter of Sydney herself. The man with the scar on his temple that was near the blow from the dragon's mouth was in genuine shock, for his life had just been in the balance. Only now, the people who ran the place realized that they were attacked by dragons, so they began to run away, just to avoid the free death. Suddenly Rurin heard a scoff above her head. Sydney asked a rhetorical question, even though she herself knew the girl was very angry now that it came to transformation. But when the black dragon looked up, she noticed a bright red flash under the ceiling, and it was something talking. Sydney seemed to have started her transformation, also talking, which for a slave girl Rurin was pretty brave. But immediately the dragon below was hit by huge red rays, which in flight seemed to become flat and sharp as blades. Ella's friend either recoiled or the force swept her away, and after a huge red dragon appeared in front of her, Sydney asked, glowering fiercely, why Rurin was hanging around so pointlessly. After all, she could have been living peacefully with that guy in Grick City. She considered the slave a cockroach, and it was very satisfying for her to get rid of them, so it would be better for the girl to just keep her head down from her comfortable spot. The dragons came together in battle. They were both enraged. Rurin, by the fact that Sydney had hit on a sore subject for her, still revealed one small detail, and the other couldn't help but respond to the attack on her. Meanwhile, in the grow room, the guards couldn't put out the fire. All the plants caught fire like paper. Reuben, on the other hand, with a calm tone, simply said that there was no need to do that. It was not expected by his subordinates. But suddenly a blue magic circle appeared on his opponent's arm. A sudden chill ran down his back. Allison waved his hand, and everything around him was covered in ice. This magic made icicles appear instead of plants. The pathos was in the frosty air. The archmage assured that he would help save the crops, but also made no secret of the fact that he couldn't just let all the evidence burn. It was only now that Reuben finally realized that Count Revolks was not any kind of official, but merely hiding under that knowledge. Because now it was no wonder he seemed so strange. He had been a mage all this time. After all, El showed with all his appearance that he didn't care. He didn't think it was worth it to talk like that. Reuben was only a swordsman, and this was only confirmed when the enemy began to charge towards Allison with a weapon, but just ran into a shield created with magic. The man at the top of the illegal and violent business bounced back, saying that the opponent's barrier was very strong, but Reuben didn't seem to be very scared of it. The archmage watched every attack of the enemy, and as he noticed these sudden blows he realized something. Now it was clear to him what was going on here. Because of that, he asked Reuben if it was the sword technique of the First Knight Order, which meant that this scoundrel was from the Imperial Palace, which made Reuben confused, even, one might say, dumbfounded. Now Elle seemed even more curious about him. Now it was in his interest to not only defeat the archmage, but to find out where he got all this information from. However, his opponent was too dangerous, so Reuben bared his saber and tried to strike again, only harder. And it looks like he managed to overpower the shield this time, but he never managed to hit the guy inside. Elle watched the movements carefully and, in parallel, tried to pick up the appropriate magic. Such blows can be easily avoided if one determines the path of the energy flow in time, which he was helped to do by magic circles. Even the Palenza know such things. But lo and behold, while Elle was revealing his tricks to his enemy, he got too close too fast, reminding him that the guy couldn't use too much magic without damaging the evidence. Just then a huge explosion appeared between them as if out of nowhere. It was the work of one of the fighters, but this trick made the enemies distance themselves from each other at least for a second. Reuben slowed down, sliding lightly on the ground. He had a completely different goal, because he wanted to destroy both the enemy and what they had been working on for a long time, or rather what their slaves had been working on. The man began to swing his sword rapidly from side to side in such a way that for a moment it might have seemed that the blade was becoming something like a large whip. The blows were just as fast and sharp, but the force invested in them was incredible. Thankfully, Allison was able to put up a shield in time to avoid being hit by the slashing attacks. Seeing which sides the blows came from, the archmage came to the conclusion that this wasn't just any knight, he was something special, out of the ordinary. Defense magic weakened depending on the extension of the area cover. This was well understood, as he watched the protective sphere of an opponent intent on revealing their terrible secret being scratched. Particularly weak against force directed at a single point, so that if you concentrate your strikes where you need to, things will turn sharply to his side. It was hard. The blade didn't go through at once. You could start to rejoice that the mage was already dead. The sphere, like glass, burst from the weapon, seemed about ready to shatter into small pieces, thousands of shards. Elle was the only one standing unharmed, but his spirits had taken a turn for the worse, and he began to tell me that theoretically, it had been the right trip originally, but something had gone wrong. Reuben knows exactly how to kill a mage, and the man stood in shock that the barrier was still holding, which was just unbelievable because he was confident in his grip and could clearly see how he had smashed the shield to smithereens. That the bandit's knowledge of assassination was the end of the bandit's dignity. Elle was already rushing at him with magic in his hand. Taking advantage of the moment, all his opponents stood in shock from what was happening and could not block this blow properly. Allison attacked in the stomach. The magical energy went through Reuben's insides with a sharp blade. There seemed to be too much of it that it almost went through. Reuben was thrown very far away. The bright light of magic blinded Elle. It was very painful. It probably needed a lot of time for the opponent to recover. Allison approached, applauding his foe. He was very strong since he had risen so quickly, which could not have been expected so quickly. The archmage hit Reuben not with the intent to kill, but it was necessary for the scum to realize his mistake. But as soon as the haze parted and the guy saw what happened to Reuben and was very much surprised. Reuben stood only slightly scratched up on him, just having some of his clothes burned off, which was impossible. There couldn't be any injuries after such a blow, an incredible body that begged the question of who this person was. In the meantime, the restaurant was in operation. The establishment was not for the first time to remain without an owner, as long as it was cozy and comfortable. But soon a man appeared here with an address to my lord. He would have liked to say that he had brought a special scroll, as the man had ordered, but he immediately fell silent. The prince was not alone, but with company. But seeing the approving emotion on Leon's face, he continued, notifying that it seemed that they had already figured it out. And the blonde man was not surprised. He had expected such an outcome, and the Baroness now had questions as to where the crown prince would come from. The woman became nervous. The heir turned to the madam, saying he had not come to arrest her. Leon knew full well that Darren's mother was not Lord Darren's accomplice, so she could go home. And the blonde rose nervously and thanked the prince too loudly for his mercy. The woman flew out of the restaurant with a bullet, and the messenger sat down at the table, wondering that the restaurant was running without Mr. Allison. And Leon explained that a ranch worker was now on the premises, and he was a pretty good cook, too, for the stew was very good. And then got right to the point, asking what about Darren, and the man with the scar on his forehead told him that he hadn't sent anything yet, not a word about it. He seemed to be shaken by the destruction of the palace, and that was a fact. He sat with shackles on his arms and raved about retribution, raving about the mage in the blue robe that was approaching. Leon thought about the whole situation, and after pausing for a moment, asked if he could ask a certain question, and immediately asked if Medrin and this guy fought Allison on equal footing, who would win, which left the guy shocked, because at that very moment all the food in their mouths was spit out. That of course infuriated the prince's entourage, and they asked a counter question, how His Highness can say such things. He only waved his hands and with a completely stupid expression warned that he does not intend to joke and expects a direct answer. His companion coughed. He did not understand why he had asked such a question, trying to avoid answering, because the topic was not pleasant for him. But it was hard to resist the heir to the empire, so he replied that even if he and Madrin joined forces, they would never win. And as sad as it was to admit, that was the truth. Leon was surprised at this turn of events. He couldn't believe it was so bad, but then he was shut up very nicely, with the explanation that El was a real monster and his seemingly harmless appearance didn't mean anything. Except as it turned out, the guys knew another person. The guy even served him in the infantry, which surprised the blonde and was very interesting. This man was a genius who redefined the art of swordsmanship in the First Order of Knights. The commander's name was Adrian Pierce. The interlocutors had not seen a swordsman stronger than him, and that was the only reason why the already famous swordsman was only a vice-commander, which was a rather sad fact, because he wanted to become someone more important in his business and army. Leon thought about the commander of the First Order of Knights, but he is about the one who is alive now, and then the blonde was not, so he did not judge. That one had gone missing during the war defending the Imperial Palace, and now it was possible to connect the two unfinished lines and add to +2. Now that one of the very good swordsmen had survived the mage's strike, Reuben tore off a scrap of clothing that was already clinging to nothing and asked his opponent what his name was in a cold tone. Allison saw nothing wrong with telling the truth that caused amusement to the enemy, all because Reuben knows him well, knows he is a deserter, and El on the other hand was surprised that he also knows who the guy really is. But immediately, the archmage explained that he didn't care anymore. There was a lot he wanted to ask about at that moment, given Reuben's condition and all, and he intended to hear it all in person. But, of course, his opponent didn't want that, and so he said it wasn't going to happen, and then bidding Allison farewell, saying that they would surely see each other again, he swung his weapon, from which burst forth a great flame that displayed the true gut of a man who on the outside seemed like a block of ice. With a few simple sweeps of his blade he created a cross on the ceiling, cutting through the concrete. Cobblestones sprinkled down. It just seemed incredible. El couldn't have guessed that the enemy would start aiming for the ceiling, and while the guy froze from shock, the slave trader asked him why he wasn't doing anything, if he needed to protect the slaves and evidence he held so dear. Reuben stood behind the rocks ripped from the ceiling, a smile on his face, even though he said things were really bad, and then admitted that if he had someone like Allison by his side, he would have gone a completely different route. At the same time, the dungeon was just as chaotic and devastated. The remnants of the wooden frames were on fire, which was slowly starting to subside as the peak of the two dragons attacked. Rurin wiped the soot from her face, her gaze not getting any softer, especially hearing Sydney laughing at her, thus showing herself to be stronger than the girl. The red dragon hadn't turned into a human yet. She didn't humiliate herself with an explosion of emotion, even though her paw was injured. But what was to be expected from a girl who had said she was still a piece of work from the start? The brunette moved forward, asking where Sydney had gotten the information about her mother. Sydney said it was hard not to find out. Some secrets just couldn't be hidden, in her opinion, no matter how hard one tried. Like the fact that Rurin's mom created an ancient orb and was imprisoned. The red dragon threw a sly look more foxy and draconic at her friend Ella, waiting for her interlocutor's reaction. But her rival was just waiting for the moment to snap and justify herself. And that moment came when Sydney reminded her that the black dragon's mother had died a painful death in that same dark, damp dungeon. And then a shadow of anger fell across her face. And only Sydney tried to continue the phrase, as immediately a bright blue ray shut her mouth, hitting her right in the head. It was Rurin who couldn't stand it, only she didn't talk as much as the girl who was bothering her. Ironically, the brunette asked Sydney to continue, despite the fact that she had just blown her head off, but you couldn't read the irony in her face, There was only aggression and rage that was driving her now. She realized that it was a forced measure, because if the secret was revealed, Rurin would kill everyone. Thankfully, the huge stones falling from the ceiling were stopped by a shield created by the already revealed archmage, leaving those underneath alive and unharmed. Elle reassured the people that they could calm down, because the cave was no longer collapsing. The slaves raised their heads, which they covered with their hands out of harm's way, and didn't understand what was going on at all. The people finally turned their attention to their savior, Count Rivik, who had been on the rumor all lately. They thanked him for the rescue and for his incredible courage with kindness in his heart. Elle was not a man to get conceited about it, only asked the people to take care of the wounded. And soon the slaves came upon a body lying in a pool of blood that seemed to have already been partially either absorbed or dry. It was not clear at first who it was. And then they recognized the corpse as Ricardo, and most of them clenched their teeth in anger. Everyone was angry with him, but not everyone was brave enough to at least mock his remains. But most of them started kicking the body with their feet, calling it a jerk, a pervert, which was justified, because this idiot did horribly disgusting things. You can't create a situation in which you could take revenge in such a way that he would feel pain, but you can at least get pleasure from mocking a dead man. But it was Elle who stopped the boys, asking them to be quiet, demanding they not do so in front of the one who had saved them all. And the slaves, who were now apparently free, didn't understand why they weren't being allowed to enjoy the triumph. And then he added that he wished he could run him over altogether, so he too wished he could repay Ricardo in the same coin for the lives of many, even after death. The governess, who was at one with Ricardo, walked calmly down the corridor until dust and a couple of stones sprinkled from the ceiling. It startled her immensely. It looked like an earthquake, but she was aware of something going on in a room hidden from the eyes of others. Nervously, the woman tried to give herself an answer as to what was going on down there. She knew that Mr. Ricardo was still downstairs, which made her incredibly worried. Suddenly, the servant heard footsteps behind her, and when she turned around, she saw just a silhouette in a long robe. It was very suspicious and not trustworthy, which of course made me ask the unknown friend of the shadow that covered his face but couldn't hide his light beard who he was. But I didn't hear anything in response, except that the information had reached the man that someone was sick here. The governess crinkled her face, sensing the danger in the energy he had in his hand, and replied rather rudely that she apologized, that they were not expecting guests today, and only asked the stranger to leave, as immediately magic began to act on her, working like some kind of sleeping pill. Her speech became monotonous and drawn out, her eyes tired and dull. She began to slowly black out, and within seconds the woman sank to the floor and fell asleep, as soundly as if she hadn't slept in days. And the man in the cape, of course, hadn't come to visit either. He cautiously checked the rooms and soon found the right one. Inside showed green walls with a floor that showed all the furniture. In the bed lay the very girl Ella had been brought to and taken care of. Having a good heart, the so-called doctor tried to see if this was the person he wanted. Meanwhile, Rurin looked at the sturdy bars of the cage that held the prisoners and slaves. It was made of iron, but that didn't scare, only abruptly the fragile girl. She was able to unbend the metal in front of her quite easily, and tried to reach out to the slaves, telling them to finally octazize from all this and run away with her. But they were worse than zombies, just staring at the girl and making strange noises. Rurin already felt that the room was absolutely bent, because all these people were just in a terrible state, with empty eyes, exhausted from starvation and hard labor. Real zombies. Now it was no wonder they couldn't escape, but it was starting to annoy the brunette, because this way she wouldn't be able to get them out into the open, or at least plant a seed of freedom in their heads. That the sudden despair was shattered by the incredibly familiar voice that Rurin had wanted so badly to hear all along, so she thought she had heard it at first. But the dragon turned to see if it was true. In front of her stood the real Elle. How happy she was to see him then. And he was out of breath. He was in such a hurry, because her friend said that she had been broken into. But judging by the picture now, she had made a real mess of the place. Rurin began to make excuses, for she had no choice, simply because the local dragon recognized her. It made the archmage believe that it wasn't just the complex nature of the black dragon that led to all this chaos. It was only now that Allison noticed the huge body of a red dragon with a large boulder in place of a head. It was Rurin's method of shutting the cheeky girl's mouth. And while the girl was proving to her friend that everything was alright, Elu believed it less and less with every second. There was something strange in the girl's mind, like a nervousness that wasn't so peculiar to her. Rurin was worried about this whole situation trivially because this dragon knows all about the orb, and her mom, meaning Sydney, is aware that her opponent swallowed the orb. And now, after this whole situation and while talking about him, it was as if Rurin began to feel his energy even better as the orb lit up everything inside, casting a bright blue light. Elle didn't even know how to react to that in principle. Turns out he wasn't the only one having some pretty strange adventures in this whole endeavor. But there was some good news, like Elle had already managed to figure out where the poison came from, so she and Rurin should get out of here. But the girl was worried about the guys they'd met here as slaves. Clearly they've been brainwashed, because they don't react to anything at all, just stare at you like a blank wall. But the archmage had already taken care of that too. He had summoned someone who could help deal with such a problem. And it was about time that person stepped out of the shadows of mystery. It was the same man who had put the maid to sleep with magic, and he resented it, for by contract, he was promised to be released already. And Rurin recognized the one who hid his face under the hood. It was the same golden dragon Irmanium that the guys had encountered before, and were now being well exploited for what they had done in the past, and the dragon kept hoping that each time was the last. With a huge sphere with magic and energy floating inside, the gas needed to bring the slaves' brains to order and normal function was dispersed. Inhaling the light clouds colored green, the slaves immediately left the veil in front of their eyes, then appeared clear hearing, smell, taste. They would be taken out from under the water. As it turns out, some of them no longer remember a good part of their fate in these parts, while some wondered where they were, some wondered if they had been kidnapped at all, others rejoiced at being freed at all without asking too many questions, because there is nothing more joyful than the feeling of freedom and understanding that you are a person, belonging to yourself, and no one will be able to make you do something against your will. But then Elle interrupted such an incredibly colorful moment for the past slaves with an order for them to line up for another important task, without which man could not exist. He and Rurin stood by a large pot and a pile of deep bowls, like true heroes. After a rescue, it was worth it to worrying about the condition of their rescued, and since food was their domain, they decided to feed every person here, especially since normal food, let alone good food, was not served in detention. But instead of an actual cooked lunch, the guys had something else, and Rurin didn't realize what it was until Elle explained that it was ramen that had been brought from another world. After waking up, summoning magic wasn't as draining, and on this mission, it was naturally hard to find a spare moment to cook a delicious meal for so many people by herself. It was the best meal when I wanted to eat, and there was nothing intricate about the preparation. You just open the package and pour boiling water over it, wait a couple minutes and nothing more. Of course, the people from this world still had to be taught how to do all this, to explain that you had to close the lid after pouring hot water into the contents so that everything steamed well, but it shouldn't take very long. Now the coveted chugging was heard on all sides, each now free man munching the food with incredible appetite, though at first distrusting something completely new, sitting on where they used to exist. The broth is warm and the flavor was just wow. They were thrilled with this kind of food. It's just incredibly awesome. No one paid attention to the fact that next to them were the dragon, because of which the whole catastrophe happened here, only wanted to take at least a little more, just to enjoy a little more of this deliciousness. Allison did not forget about his friend, who liked to eat like no one else, so he cooked and Rurin, who looked appetizingly at one of the portions, and immediately the freed people started running up to them to ask for more. The supply was designed for that, and only the dragon, who was called here to help, went away to be alone and think about something. Iramantium reflected on his past, which caught up with sad emotions very, very quickly, as he tried his hand at love, but was simply pointed to his place, recognizing him as somewhere at the bottom of the social hierarchy. Even despite his specialness in the form of magic, girls were still disgusted by the look on his face. The man stared at his hand, pondering the importance of magic in his life and such unrewarded hope in its power. He remembered how he was thanked for saving the count by his family, grabbing Iramantium's hands and not hiding his tears, even wanting to put up a monument, and the way the slave thought she would be forever. Her gratitude was not to be outdone, for she had been given not just health, but freedom. The dragon was still looking at his hand as well, realizing the power that lay within him, and that he could channel his power into good deeds, receiving excellent treatment for his person. Before him was a bright light in which he saw a new road to his bright future, in which there would be only glory and thanks for good deeds. Already under the night, the guys returned to the restaurant and were very happy to finally see the native walls and cozy space. Elle didn't think they could handle everything so easily. Iramantium is very good at what he does. Allison had heard that he had already helped that girl, which made Rurin freeze and concentrate hard on what the guy was talking about. She had all but forgotten about the incident, but Elle himself reminded her of the topic she was so vehemently eager to discuss. The picture itself appeared in front of his eyes. The slave girl was sitting bound with magic right on top of Ella, and he was getting so worked up like he'd been caught doing something indecent. The same frightened face the guy had now. The archmage hadn't managed to get a word in edgewise in the middle of the conversation, especially when Rurin asked if he was really willing to pay for it. And he began to justify that Ella just had no choice, only when his friend was already flying at him with all the anger. The guy even put his legs up in an attempt to somehow protect him. But nothing terrible happened. Allison squinted his eyes, trying to avoid the pain, and only then felt that Rurin had just thrown herself into his arms, her hands gripping his torso firmly but gently, her warm breath cutting across his chest. But it didn't hurt, it was somehow pleasant. The archmage opened his eyes. He couldn't believe what was happening. He had expected Rurin to hit him, or worse, but he was much calmer, though his heart was still beating hard from worrying. Rurin was all flushed. Right now she couldn't raise her head, because then she would be even more burned with shame for showing such tenderness. She just said that this was the very punishment. And realizing that the guy didn't know what to do, Rurin ordered him to hug her as quickly as possible, justifying this desire by the fact that it was actually a punishment for Ella. And he just put his hand on his friend's head. The brunette asked not to do that again, and Tell promised her not to do anything like that again, his own fever rising and a blush appearing on his face. And as soon as Rurin moved away, the archmage immediately tried to use trickery, saying that if it was still a punishment, he was willing to take it a couple more times. Such a thing started to embarrass Rurin even more, so she started to get angry. And then he remembered something, namely that Rurin had removed the dragon corpse, which made him wonder if she would want the crown prince to see it. That if at first Rurin didn't even understand what she was talking about, then she explained that she didn't do it, and that's why there was just such a reaction. Now it was Elle who didn't understand what was going on. As it turned out, there was some misunderstanding between the guys. Elle thought that Rurin had removed the corpse, and the girl vice versa, and only now, when they told about each other's suspicions in this, realized that they were caught in a strange twist that caused a bad feeling. In the dark forest, the bright energy illuminating every blade of grass was returning to its host, and it was this moment that Ella's bad premonition was manifest. Sydney, as a real villain, survived the battle, or rather, saved herself thanks to the clone with half of her mana, and was disappointed that it was the maximum limit. She thought that the fight would last longer, but decided not to take it into account. And then she turned to someone and asked their thoughts on the whole situation, and only now did her interlocutor appear from the shadows. In front of her stood Reuben, but for some reason she addressed him as Adrian. As it turned out, he was the first commander of the Night Order, Adrian Pierce, who was a little late, because of which he apologized and explained that the enemy was simply strong. Sydney laughed. It was the first time she had ever heard such an epithet used by a guy in front of her. There had never been a person Adrian couldn't handle. The Red Dragon just rolled her eyes and asked to just drop the subject, even though she had started it herself, and then admitted that she should have told them about Allison early on. And now it looked like they were going to have to tweak their plan somewhat. Leon set the cup on the saucer, laughing. He had no doubt that whoever they were talking about had handled everything perfectly as always. The knight didn't understand what a mess this was. Those criminals were both making poison and brainwashing people. Everything was actually worse than one could imagine, and the prince was in complete agreement. Leon took another sip. It was simply amazing that Allison had handled everything so easily. It seemed to be something of an incredible accomplishment for any man, even a powerful one. Elle, on the other hand, was just serving the dishes. He had already changed his clothes, but he still asked the heir to the empire if there were any more problems in the city of Grick, and the blonde replied that they would still need to hand over the duties to someone else. The archmage did not understand what this transfer of duties meant, but he was not answered. Leon only asked again to make sure of the truth of the fact whether the dragon was to blame for everything, as it turned out to be a henchman of Sydney, a knight from the First Order. The guard wanted to meet the one who tarnished their honor. But Elle had picked up on the fact that he seemed to think the dragon's body was gone, which suggested that she must be alive, which could be a problem in the future. The archmage was well aware that a town in the Empire was involved, but he hoped Leon understood that one should not interfere in dragon intrigues without preparation. The prince, however, replied with a giveaway mood that he was aware of this. He certainly did not want to die young, and assured that everything would end well. In that case, El had the nerve to send good officials there, and the prince looked at his interlocutor with a sly look, as if he had expected such a question as psychic, and immediately took out a scroll from the inner pocket of his cloak, slipped Ella the paperwork, explaining that the officials were completely unnecessary this time, and the restaurant owner didn't realize what it was in his hands, but that was for now. The boy unfolded the scroll and ran his eyes carefully over the lines, which at first even made his back run. He marveled at the fact that it had been a plan from the beginning. Everything was already on paper from the start. The blonde man noted that people would misunderstand him if they heard such a thing. It would be strange if the residents thought Leon had just given someone such an opportunity so easily. For such a chance many nobles would have bowed in gratitude. Meanwhile shouts were heard in the Baron's estate. It was a plea for forgiveness sent to His Highness. The Baron justified his wife saying that she had committed nothing, no crime, tried to prove that it was all Darren. But his wife just held out her hands to be cuffed and almost resigned to her fate. She thought that the prince had never forgiven her, but the woman was willing to accept the punishment. Leon felt a little ashamed for allowing such a thought to the girl, and tried as quickly as possible to say that it wasn't like that, asked to be more calm. They weren't here to take them away. They only asked the Baron to read the letter. It was a written complaint. According to what angered the monarch, he was ordering her to stop. It felt like he was really going to imprison her in a dungeon. And once the man finally concentrated on what he was reading, because of the horror, the Baron even flinched. His wife, noticing this reaction of her beloved, could not ask her what was the matter, but Leon answered her. After Mr. Darren's imprisonment, the management of the town of Grick improved. Poverty had fallen, and the city was safe and secure. They had chosen a better option than sending a new official to the town of Darren. The face of the heir to the Empire was as cunning and enticing as ever. From now on, there should be a unification of the city of Grick and Darren, but the governance of the city of Darren will remain with Lord Grick, so the power will still be in the hands of this family. Except that the Baroness was horrified. Realizing what responsibility now rested on her husband's shoulders, it would be better if they never found out what was written inside. But for Leon it seemed like wonderful news. He congratulated the Count on getting new territories, before he could even blink an eye. This is just unreal luck for landowners. And then he decided to ask the lucky man himself what he thought. But the man lowered his eyes and tried to find the words. By his emotions you could understand that he had no such show. And then he decided to say something. A not quite sure sound came out of his mouth. He was still wondering if he should speak, if he should say anything at all, and then expressed that he didn't want Darren running the city, which simply disarmed Leon. He couldn't think of a single mayor who would refuse a raise in his domain. The prince went off into some world of his own. The guy kept trying to figure out why he heard the rejection, because it was just wonderful news, kept rubbing his head, looking for an answer. Anyone else would have bowed in gratitude, but the Baron made the adjustment that it wasn't that he didn't want to, he just couldn't agree to it, and his wife was still standing back and trying to figure out what was going on. He honestly thought someone else would be more suited for the role, and with that thought, the sun rolled lower and lower in the firmament, painting the sky in delicate colors. The prince and his guard were heading back and couldn't stop discussing this whole situation. The blonde hadn't expected such a response, but the knight didn't care that much judging by the dry answers. Leon thought it would be possible to build a more trusting relationship with the Count, but the traveling companion tried to cheer the heir to the Empire that the Count at least accepted the idea. And Leon didn't refuse such sweetness flying right into his ears. At least he was happy about something. To be honest with himself, the prince hadn't expected things to unfold like this at all. At the same time, Darren was heading towards one of the rooms in their palace. The boy walked with a joyful expression on his face into the place his dad had asked him to come to, and what he saw couldn't have been more pleased. The Count greeted him with a warm smile, and there was a pile of sweets, cakes and pastries on the table. His father asked his son to sit down and taste the desserts. In front of such an appetizing deliciousness, with custard and pieces of strawberries few people would resist, it seemed the cake so and called to try it. Darren was worried about his dad's health, and the man said that he would probably still need a cane, but at the same time the news seemed good to the boy, and one should be sure to thank the healer Alena again. Darren was intent on revealing a bit of news to the Count, namely, that Darren and Gri would now be united. He didn't yet know that his father already knew this. The son immediately began to congratulate his father on the addition of power. He knew that it would not be easy, but he was sure that the Count will cope. But the man somehow saddened. It worried him. And then he asked how old Darren was, though he remembered his son's age perfectly well. He was supposed to be 17, though he looked younger. The father decided to start an important conversation, especially for his age, because the boy has already grown up. So the Count will not be surprised if the son and marry soon, and then asked on such an occasion whether Darren liked someone, and the boy began to get nervous, flushed, and did not understand why suddenly this topic began. The Count explained that he was thinking of making the Baron his successor, and had already discussed it with the prince. He said it so calmly and confidently about it, as if he was just asking his son about school matters. Of course, Darren was in complete shock that Darren would now be running the city. He seemed to regret coming to eat desserts with his father for a second, imagining what was now thrust upon him. The Count reminded his son that he had often visited his room when he was paralyzed, but Dad remembered very well listening to his experiences. The guy was really very sensitive and never stopped worrying about others, even though he suffered because of it, because he was so worried about others that he forgot about himself. Darren didn't put himself first. On the contrary, he was very courteous and considerate. The boy flushed with embarrassment. He was supposed to be filling in for the Lord then, so there was nothing wrong with that. The father took his son's hand to reassure him and remind him that he could always count on support. He would not be left to his own devices. There would always be a more experienced ruler around to advise him. Most importantly, the boy could present his ideas as the official lord of the city of Darren. Darren Gri was supposed to be the new sunshine for these cities that would only improve their situation. The Earl was sure that his heir would clearly be a better lord than himself, which touched the lad so much that he even cried. He tried to bite his lip as hard as he could, just to keep from bursting into tears completely, like a baby, and then got enthusiastic and agreed to what his father wanted him to say. He was willing to take on such responsibility, promising to turn Darren into a beautiful city. Meanwhile, the Baron's hopes were dashed by the sight of Darren. After the guard had been lowered, the houses were in terrible states, as if the city had long been stuck in poverty and had simply become abandoned. Bandits lurked in corners and rats snooped everywhere. Cobwebs gathered from the abandonment of the area. Darren stood startled. This wasn't how he had envisioned his rule in this place. He had the man who helped the rulers with him. He had done a little investigating and had found out a few things. The security of the city is at a terrible level. The condition is really deplorable, which was already evident. It was not worth going further than the first street. Even though the biggest gang has been apprehended, they say others have emerged that are now trying to take their place. Darren didn't understand what the guards did, much less wonder if there was even a patrol in the city. And he was offered a glimpse of the weight of it himself. In a building that seemed like it should have those who keep order, there were just a bunch of drunks who continued to entertain themselves with cups of beer and cards. They noticed an official entering the building. Intoxicated with alcohol, they tried to figure out who was visiting at this late hour, but it soon dawned on them that this was the new face of the city, promising to make a difference. In front of the new Count, they immediately began to justify that everything was not as usual, that it was just an exception to the rules, an accident, although, judging by the layer of dust and cobwebs in the corners, it was a lie. Darren became incredibly nervous. It was like he was starting to fall into an abyss, realizing that this was the end. Now the guy was sure that he was definitely not going to make it. While the blonde was looking for options on what he should do, the boss kicked the workers with his feet, called them fuckers, ordering him to clean everything up immediately. And those began to give away the secret that this wasn't the first time they'd done this, even though the commander already knew everything. From the shock, Darren fell to the floor, wondering what would happen next and where it would be worth starting to bring things back to normal, to standards, as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, life was bowling and it seemed that only successes were happening there. Unlike the previous hero, Lint had been practicing his cooking, bidding for a promotion to whoever would take the restaurant seat behind the stove. He had prepared a new dish, and was slipping it to his first tasters. Allena and Rurin were looking at a fresh piece of meat, and if the guy was very interested, the girl was full of suspicion and doubt. The black dragon figured she could manage to cook like that as well, But here the archmage seemed like she was the one who couldn't do it. But Rurin asked if he had even tasted the food prepared for her. The butcher's wife couldn't tear herself away from the food in this establishment, but took the time to remember some things and tell her husband. She had heard that Lord Darren had traveled to the town of Dedrin. The man noted that the boy is doing quite well, although it is obvious that he is not at all easy, because this town is in a terrible state. Suddenly someone burst through the door, and judging by the silhouette it was the one the newly married people were talking about. He was completely out of breath, struggling to get a proper breath of air, but still managed to place his order, one hamburger, which would solve his problem now, at least with hunger. He literally collapsed, hitting his head on the table, from exhaustion and from the terror in which he had spent too much time. Elle didn't realize who had come, so he asked Rurin who had placed the order, and she ironically replied that it was a dead man, which the guy didn't take as a joke at all. As soon as the burger was right in front of Darren, he grabbed it like a starving man. He didn't have time to see the serving or smell the incredible flavor. He immediately began devouring the order, only managing to remark on how delicious it was without ever telling me what he saw. He was asked not to rush so much, even though he was very hungry. Everyone was being understanding, for the Lord was having a very difficult time lately. Elle asked if there was anything he could do to help Darren, and as soon as he heard that, he was distracted from the food, and he couldn't even get a bite down his throat. As much as he needed help, he couldn't ask, couldn't even think of such a request from his teacher. But Allison was waiting for an answer. He had noticed that something was wrong with his guest and wanted to find out what it was as soon as possible, which made him worrying. Darren began to convince himself that he was fine, things were going well, and the Count had only come for food, because realizing the crazed look wanted to say it, but admitted that it was incredibly difficult and he needed outside help. Elle was in genuine shock. A cold sweat broke out from the eeriness in the young ruler's eyes, needing to find out more about what was wrong in the first place. He couldn't believe it was that bad, and Darren looked up in his head, trying to figure out what had just happened and what he had said. And finally in his head the puzzle came together. And finally he realized that he had overdone it with his words and the emotions he was expressing during the conversation, and immediately began to justify himself, saying it was just a joke and everything was fine. But it seemed to be too late, and to avoid awkward conversation, he simply held out a gold coin, paying for the deliciousness he had tasted, shouting one last time that it was time for him to get going, only to wash away the embarrassment. Darren thanked for the lunch, though he didn't finish it and just took it with him, and almost bent down and headed for the exit, promising that he would stop by again. The other visitors sat in shock and couldn't utter a word. But suddenly Elle remembered a certain thing, but he couldn't remember where he'd hidden it, so to be sure, he asked Rurin about it, and she didn't even understand what he was talking about at first. And then she remembered what the archmage was talking about. That thing was probably lying dusting in the attic. They never used it. The day had finally come when it was time to use it. Darren sat in his new workplace and sincerely regretted what he had said. He blamed himself for it. He didn't understand the rule, he just couldn't believe that he was trying to put it all on the teacher again, and it was an impertinence to address him so often. According to the thoughts of noble people, and quite suddenly for the assistant next to him, slapped himself, ordering him to gather, calling himself a rascal. It completely frightened the servant. He did not understand how to react to such an outbreak of aggression towards his own person. The Count tried to reassure himself, saying that the city would have been fine a long time ago if it had been possible. But there are times when things can't be changed so quickly or fixed at all, so it was necessary to get things in order first, with the hope that things would continue to go well. And the very first problem he has put, such as corruption and crime, it is all very connected with the city residents, and it is worth to direct all the forces at the moment on it, and already further to build some other plans. And because everything is intertwined, the circle closes, a real chain that is very hard to interrupt, simply because it's a long-established system, and even more so running, not interrupted for so many years. Security goes down when officials steal money and gangs drown in bribes, but then he realized there was a bigger problem that might help solve other important troubles on the huge list. De Blonde recalled the state of the city's guards as they lay on the floor without any adequate consciousness, and there was a persistent odor of booze mixed with fresh alcohol in the air that foretold that the celebration of life didn't stop for a second. Darren rolled up the scroll and began to think about what could be done. He was looking for auctions, the right candidate, It was unclear if there was anyone who could quickly catch the criminals and show them how to behave. The image of Allison began to pop up in his mind, vaguely at first, but then it became clearer and clearer each time. And no matter how the newly minted Earl tried to banish the archmage from his mind, he couldn't do it. There was another loud slap, a blow to the face, so Darren tried to tidy up, refresh himself, collect himself, because you can't rely on someone else all the time, let alone a teacher. You won't get any results that way. The assistant couldn't stand it anymore. He asked directly what the young master was doing, but received only the answer that Darren began to act. The servants already seemed that my lord had a fever. Such behavior is inadequate, especially not inherent in a man with a character like that of the lord. Darren, with a red cheek from the blow, ordered to immediately summon each worker one by one. Start with the officials. It would be the right move in this difficult game. And the older man, of course, began to immediately do his job, weaving the request of the boss, even the request to bring a cool towel, because of the pain in his cheek. On the training ground, where there were piles of targets, weapons, shining metal in the bright sun, sounded shouts of anger. The commander did not like his subordinates. He openly called them empty-handed. These stooges could not even just accelerate and run faster, much faster, that the guards' legs ached. They just fell off, and one of the reasons was too much alcohol in their system, which still had not managed to get out. In the stomach there was an incredibly terrible feeling. The commander-in-chief stood in front of them. His hands were shaking with anger, and to control himself somehow he clenched his palm into a fist. But in the end, the commander of the city's army, Darren Gri, snapped. No adequate man would have tolerated such arbitrariness and disobedience. He had already directly said that these guys were not worthy of calling themselves an army. Maybe they were once capable of something, but certainly not these days. They didn't understand why the commander had been so strict lately, even a little too much. If what they had heard about the count was pure truth, and the latter didn't answer, only reminded them that they should be glad that the count was so gracious to them all, and asked them if the boys were not glad that at least they had a head on their shoulders. And if the answer was no, he could quickly correct it. He wished the mercenaries would finally get their act together and not be such slugs, do some of the work that was their responsibility. But those, as if hit on the head with a heavy object, didn't realize until the last. It was unusual, because Gint had always turned a blind eye to all the antics, drunkenness and parting. So why did he suddenly take notice? And as soon as the chief heard such an unheard of impertinence, he immediately changed in his face. Initially, there was no anger there, only surprise that he was allowed to say such a thing, and a sense of his own involvement in all this mayhem. The warriors were trying to convey to him that they had already tried to get better, not that it had been a very long time ago, and one couldn't help but notice that the results weren't pleasingly successful. So what was the point of it all? That was their motivation for not working on themselves further. After all, the problem is that only one flight has swung from above and their efforts will come to a real end. The workers tried to convey to the boss that finally it was time to come to terms with it all. But Gri, as if interrupted underwater, he was enveloped by space. He heard nothing, only thought about the heard words and tried to find them meanings. Very soon he was walking through the streets of the city. His mind was filled with thoughts of what his subordinates had said to him. And this cloud of different meanings he could in no way settle and distract himself from. His pupils swam at the sight of the stone paving stones beneath his feet, and with each pebble his thoughts grew louder and louder, and with them his anxiety about the future. He was particularly taken by the phrase that Gri had been turning a blind eye to all his antics all the time, but now he suddenly realized it, and the man agreed that it was all his fault, and there was no need to deny it. It was obvious, because if the commander had kept discipline at the proper level, this would not have happened. And just as the thought of going for a drink entered my mind, a light appeared from around the corner that made me look in that direction for trivial interest. There was a red tent in the middle of the street, a bright warm light burning inside. It was inviting. I wanted to go in there and warm up from the cold gloomy streets. Gri noticed that the inside was very tasty puffed up, but it alarmed him that before this, he had never encountered a tent in the city at all, so he went inside with some caution, but he was greeted by a friendly voice inviting him inside. Of course, it was Ella and Rurin. The guy was very happy to have a visitor, or wanted it to seem that way, but his girlfriend didn't shine with kindness. Her grin was kind of weird. They were presenting their traveling restaurant. Once the man made sure that the place was completely safe, and surprised, he met a place to eat, and Allison began to explain that they serve food and drinks, and you can also have alcoholic beverages from them, so it was a real wish fulfillment. Immediately pieces of meat and vegetables appeared in front of the man, like a real small kebab. The cook was of course salting the impression of the visitor, and Grind would somehow be surprised at such a friendly welcome in this then city. The man asked for liquor and meat. El asked to mimic for another minute, himself checking Rurin to bring meat to engage. The meat looked incredibly appetizing, as if it were not real, from a picture. Incredibly appetizing smell penetrated directly into the nostrils, causing a copious secretion of saliva. I wanted to taste it as soon as possible, to confirm the beautiful appearance of the incredible taste. The special atmosphere was added by the crackling of logs under the grate with food. It was warm and cozy in the tent. Pleasant warm light perfectly matched the tone of the improvised walls and only added a red tinge to the meat. Soon the stomach began to make sounds. Calling to throw some food into it, El poured liquor into a small shot glass. The light alcoholic smell began to meld perfectly with the flavor of the freshly cooked meat and vegetables. Allison placed a plate of food on the table and next to it placed a bottle with an extra portion of the drink the man had ordered. It was fashionable to proceed with the meal, even though it was the usual pouring of trouble. Hein wished him a pleasant appetite, and he had the food for a while longer before tasting the man's door. He wasn't used to seeing such beautiful food, much less potentially appetizing food. He was already used to not quite tasty food. The captain picked up the kebab stick. It smelled of the coals the meat was roasting on. The natural smell of food after cooking was an inaccurate wonder, not a piece-made flavor, but a natural one. Hein grasped the food with his teeth and tore off a piece of meat with great enthusiasm, trying to eat so that he could focus entirely on his order, waiting for all the flavors to unfold. And expectations were more than recovered. It was an incredibly tender dish. The meat was not even worth tearing teeth and trying to chew like a soul. It seemed to melt in the mouth, and from the sweets baked vegetables and juice of fried meat tasty nipples just alighted to present on the raincoat, as if for a second transported to paradise. Of course, the amount of food that he consumed only increased from the alcohol he drank, because the commander of the guard each time told the village that this shot would be the last, but in fact it was not so. That alcohol was sorry to pair perfectly with the food. El could see for himself that the man was enjoying this meal immensely, but still decided to ask Gind again how he liked their mobile restaurant, though the commander seemed to be in a state right now, or he would like anything. The man burst out a phrase that he had recently had a very difficult time, but now it was much better. It is clear that it was only a moment of pleasure. All the problems remained and nowhere disappeared, but El was pleased to hear that he at least somehow was able to stand up to the man. And Alena with cunning said that he would be happy to hear about the experiences of Grind. On his face it was almost impossible to see a smile of cunning, because it is a good old method. Pour alcohol to a person and extract the necessary information. It had been a long time, and Darren was still sitting at his workplace. He was too much immersed in his work, even though he didn't understand anything about it yet. A man entered the office to welcome the new Count of Dedran. His name was Vendic and he was in charge of taxes and finances, so he was ready to come to the aid of the young ruler. He himself hoped that the small man quickly passed under the rules already established. Darren didn't look away from the documents. He didn't even look up. He just said he was glad to meet you. And then he thought about taxes. There were hardly any normal records about the city's finances. And as soon as he noticed it, he realized what was going on. And now his gaze was fixed on his new acquaintance. The blonde realized that this was his first case of anti-corruption. It was not clear what the budget was spent on. There were only inconsistencies everywhere, because he skipped all the statements and hours, and to the point. The first thing he wanted to find out was what happened to the 2 tens of millions that were supposed to be used to repair the road for months ago, but no repair work had been done on the spot, except that the man below the rank just kept quiet. He didn't think it would be like this from the beginning. And then Wendick took out some box he had prepared in advance, because he assumed that Darren would ask about it. A nasty smile appeared on his face. He wanted his share not to be touched, and certainly not to be removed from his current place of work. He placed the box on the table, and replied that he had brought a perfect explanation. Opening the box, a bright light poured from it, for inside lay a heap of gold coins, precious stones and all sorts of dies made with expensive metals. Now it could no longer be doubted that it was bribery in its purest form. Darren was incredibly annoyed by everything that was going on right now, because this was only the first person that had visited him to get to know him. After all, they were going to rule together, and he was already trying to buy himself a place in the sun. The guy wanted to raise his hand to call the soldiers. He wanted all those who had anything to do with the destruction of the city to be punished, although the soldiers who were in this city before could not be sure at all. So suddenly his hand froze. He pictured that not very colorful picture of the moment in which, full of anger, he ordered the palace guards to be summoned, and cursed the past Count Darren with all his heart, for it was because of his disinterest in his own city. And immediately after such a decision, Darren would find himself under the ceiling, bound by a magic circle, already feeling the thrill of the suddenness of such a change of position, and then looked away, though he could sense whose handiwork it was. Naturally it was Allison, which surprised Darren. He asked the teacher what it meant, and the archmage was not happy with his acquaintance, because it was obvious that the guy had to assess the situation. It was because of this that the count stopped. He realized that he needed to find concrete evidence before calling for the guards, because at best, the man would simply be released and he would continue on with his actions, just not as caught in the act. If one imprisoned this rogue in a dungeon and rumors flew, the next official would already hide his intentions, which would understandably make it incredibly difficult to catch the others. And Wendick stood with a sly face. She waited for the new mayor's response. And if this system was to be exposed, it had to be exposed with a cover. So Darren reached for the jewels. Only a slight tremor and wet palms could give him away. He was still afraid to take on this case with such a scope. His voice trembled. The count laughed playfully, and noted that the official was very clever, since he understood how to act immediately with his new superiors. Darren even tried to say directly that he liked bribes, and expressed hopes that they would continue to get along, although it turned out to be a very bad lie. Meanwhile, in the restaurant that was moving from place to place, Guy continued to drink churka after churka. He told that he had once had dreams, namely, when he first joined the army of Darren City. The man almost started sobbing, justifying that he just wanted to make the town a beautiful and safe place. Hein sincerely wanted people to be able to walk around peacefully at night, but the dreams remained only dreams, and that now he was drunk in the restaurant from grief, and could patrol and linger after his shift. Elle listened intently, but then his gaze fell on his interlocutor's sword. He realized that the soldier in front of him, and afterwards added that it seemed to him from his first impression that Gin was a very hard-working man. What does not fit with the fact that the state of the troops is not the best? So what's the matter? Since the situation has turned this way, the interlocutor was silent, bashfully lowered his head, and only wanted to tell, when suddenly someone entered the tent. A low voice asked what it was, and what was going on here. The big guy, with a charge, asked who gave these people permission to do business here. He didn't look aggressive yet, but that might not last long. Elle turned to Rurin, since she was the one who dealt with the troublemakers, so she should handle it. But the girl was mumbling something to herself, which surprised his friend. The girl was already quite drunk. Allison didn't understand when she had already had a drink, but the dragon didn't hear him, just noticed that this drink was much more interesting than beer. And with food it was just fine. The big guy didn't hesitate. He made it clear that he didn't come here to fool around. While trying to give a threat that would flip the place over, Guy tapped his chara on the table at the same moment, as if taking the challenge in stride. He stood up, was very angry. It was called shame. The man himself felt ashamed, because the city's security had just hit rock bottom. The soldier stood up, leaning on the bar, asking how the pathetic thugs dared to do mayhem right in front of him. It's no longer just disrespectful. Immediately, he shrieked that he was arresting the thug. Only immediately afterward he received a fist in the face. Immediately, he fell down without standing for a second. Allison couldn't believe this guy was so weak. The man didn't like that there were so many words and little action, wishing he had been listened to in a moment of kindness. Otherwise you have to use force, and immediately swung at Ella, who was hugging a drunken Rurin and thinking about the fact that Count Darren would have to work hard, as if not noticing the danger in front of his face. The big man showed the fist he had just hit the man with and hinted that they should not listen to him, while he was being kind, and wait for him to get angry. He was already swinging at Allison, who had Rurin in his sights and wouldn't let go. Suddenly, the entire tent was flooded with a bright blue color. A lightning bolt struck directly on it. It seemed that the tent even jumped on the spot. Everyone inside felt the impact. Everyone felt it, but it was displayed differently on everyone. The big guy sat back, Trying to come to his senses, the electric little lightning bolt still running through his body, and some muscles shriveled from the shock of the discharge. That the lightning wasn't just a natural phenomenon, it was El who summoned it, and the guy would like to find their base and teach the bandits a lesson, but he certainly can't interfere directly. And Rurin was still keeping up with her friend as well. And while the boy contemplated not interfering with Lord Darren's desires to work things out for himself, the girl tried to draw in as much of the archmage's delicious scent as she could. But Allison was well aware that he simply had to intervene lest things get much worse than they were now, and looked in the direction of his recent visitor, Der Hind, who was very much and now slowly regaining consciousness after a good punch from the bandit. This guy doesn't seem bad. He was telling me he was trying to do something, so it's okay to give him a chance. At least that's what El decided. Meanwhile, the man was going through his first day on the job. He had high hopes of getting along with his co-workers, as he had enthusiastically presented himself when he first joined the ranks of the guards. Still young and green, he didn't understand the system there. There was a man sitting on a big chair who put his feet on the table, showing all his indecency. It was clear from his size that he was the boss, and he never had any problems with food. He said that there was no one to train Ginda here, so he had to train himself, and asked to be awakened when someone from the palace would have to. And it was at that moment that all the young lad's dreams were thrown off the cliff into the vast abyss of darkness of this rotten system. Gin tried to organize a coup. He didn't come here for that. The others would just watch the violence in the streets, and so what if they can't fight? These bandits can't fight back against such a mob anyway. And he even managed to do it. The guys were ready to go after the new leader, and soon they already had one wretched thief in their captivity, much to the delight of the new, responsible guards. And the bound man was asking his captors who they were, and promising that Lord Reuben would not just let it go. That the top guards couldn't ignore this and leave it at that. They believed they were doing something no one asked them to do and should be punished for it. So the superiors ordered the guards to let the bandit go. And such a policy, the boas, whose eyes were full of hope for the betterment of their city, but their own hands were tied. There were different thoughts in their heads. They wanted to try again. And this idea was first of all supported by Hind himself, but most of them were against it. They said they couldn't. They said they were sorry. But some of them still had the courage to say that they didn't see the point of working and then getting their asses kicked. It was a waste of time. They decided to stick to the orders from above. The bows decided that they would do what they were asked. Otherwise, if they continued like this, they would be left with all the money, and left their new and not long-lasting leader, abandoning the idea of becoming honest and fair. Commander Gun was left all alone. He had so hoped for the guys, but the miracle did not happen, and now will have to continue to live in lawlessness and turn a blind eye to robbery and crime, occupying themselves somehow, so that the conscience does not gnaw from within. It was something like a bad dream, and then finally, the awakening came. The man tried to catch his breath. His cheek was sore and swollen. One of the reasons the commander had come to his senses was the heavy rain. Guin woke up in the middle of a dark street, and as soon as he heard a voice behind him asking if the guy had come to his senses, he was startled, not expecting a sudden encounter in an out-of-the-way place, especially after such a dream, reminiscent of a failed plan to improve his hometown. But even Six, after such a blow to the head, remembered that the man was the owner of a restaurant, and El poked a finger in the direction and pointed out that he had a gift for the soldier, which was even more surprising. There in the corner sat Ginda's assailant, who had given the soldier a good kick in the head, but fortunately the big man was tied up and would not be able to stun or kill anyone else, and he was in a very bad way. El asked the guard with a smile if this scoundrel should be put in custody, but Guin only wondered at the bandit that was here. He hadn't heard that he was the one asked to decide the fate of this scoundrel. The guard was fixated on this alone and asked if it was Allison's doing, but the restaurant owner didn't answer the question asked, only asking in return if the guy's name was Hind. And then the question that touched the man's heart, namely, whether he still wanted to save the city from the likes of the bound bandit, which of course awakened a note of justice and a long-held dream in the captain's heart. Yes, so much so that the man clutched his hand to the ground, scraping the dust with his fingernails and skidding beneath them. Something between uncertainty and anger escaped his lips. He had long been cut from the inside by the thought that he had failed to do this before, and the fear that he would fail now. But one thing he knew for sure, Hind had not forgotten his wish, and Ella just needed to hear those words of support for his plans. Now they had everything they needed to move on to the next point of the plan. and added that since that was the case, let him seize this opportunity. And suddenly someone's silhouette emerged from the shadows, only armor spilling out under the light of the cold and lonely moon, a red cloak developing behind him, showing his might and power. The captain even opened his mouth in shock, almost breaking down into a scream as he recognized these uniforms, which just by their appearance gave the criminals a slight tremor of fear. From finally appeared the serious face of the vice-captain of the First Knightly Order. The man replied that he was quite happy to meet, though his emotions didn't say so. And after a decent man introduced himself, his name was Darren, and he was tasked with training Guy to hold a sword. Of course such connections involved the late evening brought suddenness not only to those on the outskirts, but also to those in the mansion, namely Lord Darren. The guy was going crazy, folding his arms, sitting staring at one point, and laughing in a very strange way, replaying in his head everything that was going on. How various officials came to him, welcomed the new count, lied that they had heard about Darren from Wendenk. To be more exact, they had heard about the count's bribery, and then showed that they had come with the so-called symbol of their sincerity. It was not 1 kilogram of jewels. If someone brought a sack, some people came with whole chests, as if in this way to show who was going to sin. Although they called large amounts of gold a small gift, they had the nerve to say they didn't know how much the others had given them, and boasted that theirs was no match for his gift, just as slyly stimulating that his intentions were sincere. Darren was slowly starting to dip into sin, into greed. He didn't even want to turn around to the bribes he had gotten, so he wouldn't accept himself now as corrupt. Darren even snapped at his assistant, demanding that he not look at him so judgmentally, though the latter had not thought of such a thing. It was all Darren's own imposed thoughts. But what could the servant do in such aggressive behavior, so just decided to call the next one. The Lord didn't seem to be ready for a new visitor yet, since the corruption was so strong. A series of arrests would shock everyone. But instead of another nasty man with a sack of money, a very insecure girl with short hair entered the room. In a trembling voice, she greeted the count, and for a long time did not dare to cross the threshold. Darren asked the stranger who she was, and the visitor, correcting her large round glasses, introduced herself as Moen. This visitor is in charge of land matters, which means she also has some important business to attend to for the Lord. And then she finally considered the pile of various precious things behind her, such a collection worth a lot of money. The glitter dazzled her but didn't cloud her brain. Moen's lips tightened. She was incredibly upset. She had thought that this time would be different and that justice would finally come to their town. But it was not to be. Only the blonde wanted to ask on what business this girl came here, as she interrupted him and expressed her sincere regrets. 100 completely knocked out of their rut. Darren. He looked questioningly at the guest. The girl squirmed and told him that her skills were so terrible that she had no savings at all, so was not at all sure she could give the Lord what he expected, implying that she had no money for a bribe. Darren's eyes glistened at the words that Moen had nothing to give. At last he had found what he was looking for, that flower among the weeds that would be there to bring order to the sinful city. The girl had already thought she was about to have her position taken away, but the Lord immediately shrieked that the landowner had been accepted, which shocked that one incredibly. She had never imagined there would be such an outcome. And then the count grabbed Moen, took her by the arms, shouting that he was waiting for someone like this official. The girl was in such shock that she didn't even have time to pull her limbs away, only questioning what it all meant. The meaning didn't reach her. Darren's jaw was so huge that he began to almost jump on the spot. He wanted to dive together into the world of corrupt officials, looked too stupid. So Moen was already ready to recognize the new ruler as crazy. The city seems to be coming to an end soon, so you need to run away quickly. Meanwhile, Guy was already trying to swing his sword, cleaving the air hard enough to leave a mark, but he didn't seem to feel like he was thinking about technique at all yet. He waved in all directions, making different noises from the heaviness. From the side, he was being watched. And Al asked Darren how he liked the captain's skills. The knight was even a little embarrassed to say it, but still replied that he felt he needed to relearn how to hold a sword. Hence what was completely bad, and the archmage gave words of respect by the fact that he was sure that as long as Darren was here, he obviously shouldn't worry about things going badly. The knight, on the other hand, was worried about whether the man would be able to return to the imperial palace, and Allison replied that he would take care of moving them. As it turned out, they had Rurin with them. Only the alcohol wasn't out of her yet, which affected her sleeping soundly, even in an uncomfortable lawn-type place. Allison clarified how long it would take for him to become a respected guard. Darren reply, rather surprised that he had gotten such a kick out of the bandit. Even if Gyn practiced every day, it would take at least 3 months, which didn't seem short but not too long either. But naturally, not much. It was only for the perfect newcomers, but not for the guardian of the city. Ella did not like it, because this nuance directly affects their plan, but it was impossible to interfere, but also to watch the suffering of the inhabitants unrealistically impossible. A minute with his eyes closed was useful for the lad. He immediately caught a trace of an idea coming into his head. It was very slippery. A little more would have made him miss it, but now it was in the archmage's strong hands. Darren realized from Allison's overly cheerful face that he finally had an idea on how to fix things, and the guy couldn't contain his silly emotions, so the knight decided it was best not to interfere. Not that night had already begun. It would be at its peak in just a little while, and in the city of Dedran the peak was very dangerous, for it was a peak not only for the moon, but also for all sorts of creepers who were beginning to prowl in the shadows. And at this time, everything around was a shadow. The girl with the pile of groceries was startled from the realization of the time need to hurry back before she got lost and fell into the hands of some bad man. But her wishes and motivation were not fulfilled. A dark silhouette stood before her, and the only thing that glowed was his knife in his hand. The blade, cold, intimidating, was even more frightening under the cold light of the Earth's satellite. And then the faces showed, and so did not one but 2 men. It was the first time they had seen this young lady, and she, too, it seemed, for she had wandered into territory to which they had had a direct share. And now they were advancing toward the frightened one with their weapons. Immediately the girl burst into tears and asked for forgiveness, claiming she didn't know any of this. But from this the knife didn't move away from her throat, only closer. And even still, they said not to be afraid, though it was understandable to be worried. And suddenly he said that if the stranger was really sorry, he'd have to pay, and his lustful face indicated everything that was going to happen, but understandably not here. Suddenly, a loud stern voice was heard behind their backs, ordering them to stop and not even sniff in the direction of what they wanted to do. Someone with a red bandage on their face ordered them to drop the knife immediately. The voice was firm but not so sinister, as if a father was scolding his children, not the villains. To masked men, like executioners, said they were responsible for justice in the town. A vigilante squad from the restaurant, that's how they introduced themselves. Or rather the one above, the second heroine below, or rather, the heroine, because the voice was female, just tentatively gave in. One of the brigands pondered the name vigilantes, while the other tried to figure out what the two were trying to say with a bag over their heads, looking more like a circus act. And they warned, if they didn't want to die, they'd better get out of here quickly. But suddenly one of those under the hood directed magic, a beam of justice right at the opponents to show who really should be feared. The golden beam shattered the knife, straight up cracking it, as if from a blow from a very heavy blunt object, and the force wasn't fully applied on that. He seemed to have used a little too much magic. The beam was so large that it pierced the sky. Even an energy wave traveled through the city. It seemed like everyone in this city noticed it. The poor girl who was attacked couldn't believe what was happening. Now she was even more scared, even though these people wanted to protect her and the brigands had never seen such a thing. To be able to break a knife like that. The bandits began to flee, promising to deal with these strangers a little later. And while Allison rejoiced that the villains had finally learned the power of vigilantes, and Rurin asked him to change his name, it would be much better, in his opinion. And then the girl recognized the voice, for it was she who was the slave girl who had been brought to the archmage under the count's disguise. That's why she asked these people if this guy was the Earl of Revalks, which completely confused Ella, took away the gift of speech. Rurin also caught on and started screaming. She remembered this woman perfectly well. She was in Ella's room, which made him even more scared now. The guy was afraid that now his friend would beat both the archmage and the slave girl in the past. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the city, the top of the criminal gang here was sitting around a table. Ricardo was dead and Lord Reuben's whereabouts are unknown. All the rooms and cells have been destroyed. It seems they are trying to be dragged to a dead end. The leader of the kidnapping and human trafficking gang, Volta, has swept up that pretty pain in the new count in town as well. Their beaux are having fun in town, but that will soon come to an end. The head of the assassination squad, Macon, was masked. He decided that he needed to think through the next steps, which was very logical, but between the lines he blamed Vernetto. After all, he was the one who had dealt with Lord Reuben. The chief human trafficking assistant of Dedran City was silent at first, but then he couldn't help but say that they would appropriate Lord Reuben's properties as if trying to pay them off, because now this place would once again become their kingdom. There were several pieces of different bread on the plate. It didn't look the freshest, but it couldn't be helped. Everyone was eating and Ginda would have to. It had been a long time since the man had eaten meat on a spit. He didn't even know what kind of meat there was in the restaurant, but it was delicious. Not like these leftovers in his hands, but it was simply necessary to eat, to have strength for training, because the hands, rewound and shaking from heart exercises, are about to fall off. Figuratively, of course, but the fatigue was felt as well. Suddenly subordinate sat up to the commander and asked where the commander all this time disappears, and the more this question appeared by itself, after close inspection, that clothes and face all dirty. Guy didn't hide it, but he wasn't going to tell everything either. He just replied that he'd been practicing all this time. This was a bit misunderstood by one of the guys. The captain was struggling for words at first, but finally got his act together and said he wasn't going to give up, but he didn't openly say he wanted to resist. But he sincerely admitted that he would not give up either the dream or the city. One of the subordinates looked at the boss with incomprehension, and the second so generally with condemnation and disbelief that something can happen. It seemed that Gin went crazy. In one of Dedrin's ruined houses, with tattered windows and utterly unkept, as if forgotten, a shout went up, a shout of joy, of pleasant surprise. A bunch of slaves rescued by El thanked a guest for the date he appeared in their lives and set everyone free. This home was likely a roof over the heads of absolutely all the beggars. Allison, on the other hand, was very uncomfortable with so much attention, especially when he was still being referred to as Earl of Rivik. He simply said that he was currently doing that little restaurant so as not to create false rumors around him. The archmage asked everyone to gather, and immediately heard the clue from the girl with the groceries that this temporary lodging had been provided by the new lord for former slaves, an incredible generosity. And a huge plus was that as soon as the investigation was over, they would be sent home, which seemed to Ella to be something of a success for Darren. He seemed to be doing a great job. That there were problems too. They were not very well fed here, so that's why the girl went to get bread. After which she was caught by the bandits. The guests looked at the plate. There was something like soup, but in truth it was a hellish gravy. After a bit of thought, Elle decided to speak up after all, speaking up a thought that had suddenly occurred to him. And it was also some sort of payoff to all the slaves. The guy asked if all these people wanted to take revenge on these scumbags. The girl who was rescued was surprised. Firstly, she didn't expect such a topic of conversation, and secondly, she didn't expect this topic from such a noble person, as they all thought. He asked a question for clarification. Didn't they feel sad about having to look around as they passed through here at night? Now each of those who had ever been under the other's power were looking at Ella, and the latter followed toward the exit, tossing wood into the fire, saying that if anyone was also displeased, it would be advisable for them to follow him. The archmage claimed to know someone who was excellent at teaching swordsmanship, referring to Darren, who was just rehearsing his strikes, attacks, and defenses with Guy, trying to perfect them. The knight criticized his pupil, saying that he was just waving his sword, although he must understand perfectly well that the art of wielding the sword of the First Order is not about quick movements, but about well-thought-out tactics. Darren disarmed Guy very deftly and quickly. He was very frightened, although he realized that he should not be harmed. After all, this is his teacher. He only wants the captain to learn something. The sword flew to the side, and straight upright into the ground. The knight parsed Guy's mistakes, and the first thing he noticed was that the blade pointed nowhere, meaning that such a sword was no better than a stick. The man just walked up to the weapon, and agreed with all the criticism. He should try again. He was a diligent student and so he decided to try again. But suddenly Darren looked away, lips parting just a little at all in a slight smile, stating that one more try would indeed be appreciated. But there was one but. It seemed that personal training was over at this point. There were people with rather heavy shoes treading on the grass, but because of the soft grass underfoot, the footsteps were hard to hear, but if you listened well, you could still notice them. And then there was a voice that asked if this was what Commander Gint had been doing all the time he had not been seen. They were guys from the guards, who asked to teach them all these tricks too. They said that they missed the fact that they had not been forced to train for a long time, but in fact they also wanted to achieve a better life in their hometown. And someone just admired the armor. Gint was shocked. He couldn't believe his eyes. Could it be that so many guys had followed him? He wanted to throw himself into everyone's arms in gratitude for their support in such a difficult moment. But suddenly more people showed up. These were the slaves that El had freed. They were asking to be trained as well. They seemed to have even more motivation. This group wanted to teach the bandits a lesson for their long-time bullying. Only Darren didn't really understand what was going on now, because he thought that he would have to train only one person. So he turned to Mr. Allison, trying to find out the nuances. They didn't agree, and the archmage began to justify that he didn't say that there would be only one student. And then he put on a red sack with cutouts for his eyes and expressed his hopes that there would only be more people willing. El wanted to give everyone who had been victimized by criminals a chance, which to the knight meant that more warriors from the capital should be brought in. And at this point, the events shift to the military barracks of Darren City, which looked much better than those huts for commoners and even more so on the outskirts of the city. Moan walked down the street, still looking around. No matter how the streets looked, safe or not, you could never be sure you wouldn't be attacked. The girl was very curious what Darren was doing. He was taking bribes. Among the officials had offered Darren the treasure he had hired this particular girl. Many simply had to be bribed given the state of affairs in the city. It seemed the Lord was beginning to justify them, and then gave the task to Moen. The girl had to investigate where all these officials were getting their money from and find out which of them had to bribe to get respect. Darren wants to find out if they are embezzling donations. It was straight up a jam for their first day together. But what confused her more was that this errand was far too important to be given to the first worker just like that. But the Lord didn't answer, looking as if it was the order of the day. And then Darren simply smiled and replied that the girl had said she had nothing to give, despite the current situation where no important person without a presentation dared to enter this office. He non-realistically suspected the count of at least something. Something was definitely wrong with him, and then began to hope that maybe the town might have a chance to change after all. She had the scroll in her hand now, and the girl walked towards her destination, not very confidently, listening to every rustle and sound, especially carefully to those that rang out behind the girl south back in time to give her from here to there. She glanced out the window, behind which a rather interesting conversation was going on for the count, and she got to the point where some big guy was telling her that it would be easy for him to do something. It was a fat man in armor who had been drinking heavily and chowing down on sausages, which clearly weren't enough to cut off the alcohol in his system. They should have just deducted the funds for the cultivation chambers. Still, those oafs are terrible at their jobs. And asked the guide, a whole mountain of muscle, to give them the order. And after bringing the beauty, and the subordinate could not refuse, and hoped that everything would go properly. They recognized that Ricardo had been much easier to deal with. It wasn't worth it to be so disguised and covered up. But Moen was listening to what was being said. She really didn't want to witness such a conversation about the cultivation chambers. But this information at the same time was very useful. In the meantime, the bows had gone down to the sorting chamber of Darren City, which was still holding up, with large remnants of stones around from a recent fight between two very strong dragons. The place was in ruins and it was almost impossible to see anything without a torch, and the silence from the fact that no one was here was killing, only adding to the sense of unease. The guy with hands that had claws instead of normal fingers marveled at the fact that Gabon had made such an effort. He was burning with hatred, and he promised to definitely rebuild this place once the cultivation and sorting chambers were restored. He incredibly wanted to bring back the previous state of affairs in the city. Meanwhile, while night covered the evil intentions, Darren tried to sort out the sources of the bribes, and slowly he did succeed. A couple more months and you could say it was completely ready, but there was still some stuff. But the guy didn't even notice his assistant, so engrossed in trying to figure it all out. And that problem that Darren had been thinking about for so long was the problem with the army. Once the count starts arresting officials, we'd have to hurry before the others noticed. The Lord was very upset by this state of affairs. The army was in a terrible state, and it would take a lot of money and time to rebuild. The blonde was so immersed in the city's affairs that he didn't notice that a familiar blue portal began to appear in front of him. The very hero in the red cloak, with a rope tied around his neck, jumped out of there, small lightning bolts behind him as if reaching out, epically illuminating the guy from the back. The man serving Darren did not know who was in front of him because he greeted Ella, but the guy at the head of the city immediately recognized the teacher. but he tried to prove that he did not understand what the blonde was talking about and was actually an employee of the Shawl restaurant. And then he came closer to the new lord and asked if he would give him a moment. At first Darren didn't understand what was going on and why Allison was hiding, but then he found out that the not-so-secret hero needed to introduce him to someone. The sword whistles were ineffably audible in the middle of the night's silence, and there was more than one sword. They rose and fell, falling out of his hands as if participating in a very fast dance. They were all those who wanted to change the city for a quiet life, soldiers and freed civilians, each with their own motivation, but all wanted to deal with the bandits and show that they didn't own the streets of Darren. Darren was in some shock seeing all this, even stammered, and in the same ridiculous mask, explained that these people used to be slaves, which was even more surprising now. All these citizens were training of their own accord, though at first there was only one warrior, but soon others joined in. Darren was in command of them. Some did not do as he said at all, in which case they would be headless in a real battle. And while the Lord was recovering from his shock, rejoiced, for now he wasn't the only one who wanted to change the Lord for the better. The guy immediately flushed and cried with happiness. Finally, he will not break his head on how to overcome crime himself. He is mediators, worthy residents. He had seen dozens of people trying to learn or practicing already learned attacks and blocks for defense. They never seemed to notice they had been visited by a new lord. They really didn't care about that. Everyone's attention was now focused on moving and putting strength into the hands holding the weapons, and Darren was immensely relieved that he wasn't alone. And now they would make a difference in Darren. 3 months have passed in such active preparation. Many things have not changed, but such a thing as a coup does not tolerate haste. The masked fellow came to Mr. Veneto. He had reports ready to give on their case. The bandits under the commanders were of the most docile and decent character. The cultivation room was restored as if nothing had ever happened, as if it had always been so green there, and there had never been a fire or tons of flame. And also the cultivation and sorting chambers were able to resume, and the cages again threat and the already new wave of slaves with their metallic appearance. The man with the huge scar, most likely from a burn, was incredibly happy about this event, but only an evil smirk appeared on his face, because things were going as well as they could. Veneto got up from the table. Just recently, their income had been reduced because of that guy with the restaurant, but now everything would change. Their pockets would be full of money again. They had waited until the time was right to take control of the city, and just wanted to ask the guy to tell Macon and Volta that things would be different from now on. Suddenly a big man burst into the building. He had urgent news for Mr. Veneto. There were events going on outside that were incredibly bad for them, and especially after their business was about to go up. The subordinate's anxious tone scared both the captain and his visitor no end. If one looked out of the dilapidated building, one could see a huge crowd, armed guards and former slaves, and at the head on a horse sat Darren, and wanted a direct conversation with Veneto. His demands were very simple. If the man surrendered to the army voluntarily, he would be tried according to the laws of the city of Darren. But if he suddenly put out any resistance, severe punishment and lynching would not be avoided. Blind in one eye, the bandit didn't understand why the subordinate was making such a ruckus. It almost made the man think that something serious was going on there. He didn't think this crowd was anything dangerous. After all, he thought these soldiers were fools without proper training, but the bald panting servant blanched after this phrase. He would have challenged such a statement. He wanted to prove that he was nervous for a reason. There was something wrong with these people. They looked too threatening, and especially with the weapons. They brought the swords for a reason, after all, and now it didn't seem to be just a bluff in their hands, but a real threat. Their eyes were full of hatred, so much so that they seemed to be completely pupil-less. They were already desperate for the rascals to show themselves. They were not ready for any conversation. Everyone's patience was already exhausted. Such a thing could not be forgiven. And now Veneto was getting nervous. He didn't understand what it all meant, and as soon as possible, he wanted to find out what was going on, and why this whole gathering had decided to challenge the bandits who held everyone in fear. Meanwhile elsewhere, but at the same time, Moen was on guard. She was ordering the guards to arrest all corrupt officials. Her intention was to arrest anyone who offered money obtained illegally. Guards in armor tightly encircled Alena and business owners in Darren, all one by one as they tried to prove they had done nothing, then trumped up that they knew their rights and no one had permission for this detention. The commander of the once helpless guards was all tired and dirty. He couldn't believe that these assholes had revolted against him, the one who let them idle and paid them money. He tried to trump up his status and that he was the boss, but he might have already guessed that the young men were no longer as stupid and inept as they used to be, and without any regret, wrongly apologized, saying they were just following orders. Recalling that this is what troops do, this is their job, and the commander was immediately just immobilized with shock, since when did these guys become so responsible? Darren was still standing under the building on his horse, waiting for the head of all the bandits to finally make a decision, either to voluntarily surrender or to join the fight for order in the city. Today was the day they would finally eradicate all the evils of Darren, and it seems the scum had made the decision to keep fighting to remain the main power of the streets here and continue their criminal business. That the soldiers were also not about to surrender and give up their city to those who had already made the place a shambles and a place where only the worst things thrived. Darren ordered his mediators to get ready, then shouted as if he had never spoken, but now he decided to make up for it by ordering them to show the full force of justice. And immediately, the two sides came together in battle. As in fairy tales, good and evil fought for the right to have power over the world, and hatred was in the heart of both sides, only for some of them this feeling was so habitual that it was pointless to use it as something that could give strength, and the second completely inappropriate, otherwise they are no longer go. Of course, the bandits' knives weren't as effective against the long, sharp swords they'd spent the last 3 months practicing with to the last drop of sweat. The scum didn't realize, under the pressure of the weapon, trembling from the weight of putting up a block, whether these were really the very soldiers of Darren City, those weaklings of which there was a bad reputation. I mean, they used to be nothing, just brats, and now there's such pressure, outright promises that they'll get rid of the criminals, every last one of them. But then the ace of the bandit's sleeve appeared, a silhouette right where the sun was, and in his hands was a long stick with a ball with spikes on the end. He was incredibly fast. And judging by the way the stones flew in different directions, he had a lot of power too. He scared the soldiers who tried to prevent such a dirty crime. Vernetto pointed his mace at them and remarked, as if paying them a compliment, that the opponents had gotten much stronger. But the self-named knights were still simpletons without proper training. He swung his weapon at the little cockroaches that tangled under his feet and tried to interfere with the business when it had just been rebuilt, about to mace someone's head. Except that the soldiers of the self-created army denied that they were untrained. It was not just because they had been swinging swords for 3 months, not just because they had practiced strikes and dodges. These people have been through a living hell they don't even know they've been through, so they can be easily frightened, but not made to run away from that fear down their holes. They will stand to the end to defend the honor of their city. One of the men struck with his sword in such a way that fire began to directly flow from it, thus throwing Vernetto off. Now he wasn't so intimidating. The bandit with the huge scar didn't understand how the asshole had trained for this. He was definitely getting nervous now, assuming he might very well get punched. He looked around. His subordinates were losing to soldiers who had trained themselves, with the easy help of a worthy mentor. Once they managed to break through the first row, they moved forward, with the guy in front reminding them not to forget the formation and to move faster and sharper. But suddenly he fell into a trap. Around his neck appeared an iron collar, and incredibly thick. The guy the first second did not understand what was happening, only click heard. But immediately he flew up. It turns out in addition to the collar, there was also a chain that the bandit could use to control the body of the trapped man. But immediately, there was a magic circle that helped open the iron around his neck. That collar uncovered, back to its hosen. The rascal didn't understand what was going on, but blamed it on some malfunction of his weapon, so he didn't pay much attention, hoping that his opponent got a good kick from hitting the wall. The bandit had heard that the neural was taking bribes, but now realized that it turned out to be untrue, and they had hoped that they could live in the same lawlessness as before. The released people were a bit shocked, frozen for a second as if they had been frozen or turned into wax figures, displaying these events in some kind of museum. They asked the soldiers to do something else, from which the warriors were surprised, because they have no matter how it is, but still in some way more skill than the people who until recently were behind bars. That the anger of the allies could not be defeated. They wanted to tear up this asshole for such words. They were fed up with humiliation. Meanwhile underground, the guy had bled his opponents dry with a single sweep of his clawed hand. The soldiers fell unconscious, the weapons themselves rolling from their weakened fingers, and the bandits worried that not a word had come from Veneto yet for some reason. The masked man couldn't say exactly who had trained these people, but they were definitely using a new sword technique that not many people knew, and the biggest mistake was that they foolishly thought they could slay him so quickly. The wounded soldier commanding this unit shouted, warning everyone to be on guard, for this scum was different from the rest. The adversary took a moment to notice that the others had stood up pretty well, but they needed to consider their level, and then from the back someone asked if it was worth it to stoop to the hooded guy's level. That one was interested. A pretty bold statement. It was the trainer of all the people present, standing on the side of goat, his cloak evolving like a symbol of might. The knight was originally only going to observe from the sidelines, but now changed his mind, watching everything that began to happen. The assassination squad has been after the prince for quite some time now, and then the bandits recognized Darren's vice commander in his face. And he immediately rushed forward. His feet did just enough to touch the ground, and immediately jumped one over the other. The speed was such that the enemy did not have time to utter a word. The men managed to hurt the enemy with one sword strike and slid some more distance past. The masked guy's blood rushed from his wound. He couldn't assume that someone would still be able to do damage to him, much less damage like this. The knight looked at the one who was now bleeding, stating the fact that it was a mistake to try and confront him. If he was able to overpower the students, it didn't mean he could fight and win at the teacher. The knight meanwhile was thinking that if one of the three was at this level, their army was taking a huge risk, but with the current training of the army, it was still possible to try and hope for the best. But he was well aware that soon everything would be over. Only on whose side victory would be, it was still unknown. Meanwhile, the townspeople 6 were confronting the bandits. The man with chains was especially hard to fight, but judging by the grimace on his face, he wasn't exactly easy to fight off either. What confused him most of all was that he recognized the men as the very slaves he had captured, and he didn't understand who had taught them how to hold a sword. And not just to hold a sword, but to fight with it. But what annoyed him the most was the way his opponents were staring at him, right down to the creepy sweat running down his body because of his nerves. He wished they would stop staring at him. The bandit, like the others who built this business, hated slaves, seeing them as mere commodities, expendable, so he threw up his chain with a collar on the end with all his anger. Except he didn't manage to hurt anyone. Only his weapon approached the fighters. A shield appeared in front of their face, which protected them from the heavy object. In the beginning, until the realization about the protection came, the fish were even frightened. And immediately the bandit went into shock. It was completely unexpected. After all, among these guys seemed to be no mages, and now the magical barrier came out of nowhere. That certainly did not do without someone possessing magic. This stupor allowed the slaves to continue what they had started and still thrust the sword into the enemy's body. The pain was unbearable, spilling over all the limbs, just like blood. The villain screamed. The grip of the chain loosened. The girl who hurt the opponent was just furious, which was red in her eyes. She demanded that the opponent did not yell so. He was so fearless. All his appearance showed that a dangerous bandit. And here something almost cried. And while Bolt was senseless, they tied him up and told everyone that they had caught him, but they had to arrest the others before they lost their strength. The others also boasted that they were done. They had tied up the bandits and couldn't get excited. Victory was finally theirs. The bandit commander didn't know what to do next. Although he had a weapon ready to fight, he still doubted his actions. It would be hard to defeat those who had captured his guys, and now they were grouped together. He was just at that moment in a fight with one of the common people, and as soon as he noticed that his opponent was distracted, he immediately asked how he dared to look away, and Goffo was attacked. It was all too strange lately. All the blows were blocked by the magic circle, except that Veneto hadn't observed anyone with the presence of magical abilities yet. The main thought, that it was all because the bandits wanted their forward power back, made the anxiety fade into the background. The bandit's teeth snapped one onto the other and gritted vilely. He couldn't just let those who had until recently ruled this town and held it in fear. So he gripped his mace tighter and swung the heavy weapon wide, spreading the stones around. Now he had to be wary of the cobblestones that could hit his head from all sides. For the most part it was just dust in the eyes, with the hope that at least one mineral would hit someone on the head. In fact, this way Veneto wanted to make a quick getaway, leaving his enemies behind, swallowing dust. And yet, although in his head he had grand plans, in reality the man was a common coward, a rat in a hurry to get off the ship, covering his actions with the fact that the main thing was not to get caught. and then he could try a second time. It was self-deception. It was just that the fucking was so constraining inside that it made him give a shit. He was spinning in his head that this was their kingdom, looking at the way the alleyway ended, but then dark silhouettes in the haze caught his eye. They alerted him. After running a little farther, the bandit's face changed. Its heart fell into the heels. Sweat began to protrude on his forehead even more abundantly. Near one of his bows sat a man. In figure it looked like a girl, and on his head was a red hoodie, with cutouts for the eyes and a rope around his neck to give some shape. Vernetto had heard of these strangers before from subordinates, but had not yet met their face. Only knew it could be the owner of the tented restaurant and asked him about it. And the classify owner of the establishment asked back if the man behind him was a gangster. The girl was ordering the brigand to return. He would definitely not go any further. And at this point Vernetto recognized the voice. Immediately his body was covered in goosebumps and heat began to break through his skin. He was transported to a not so long ago event. Back then, in the sorting room, everything was in bright purple fire. The huge monster that was a dragon ordering the sneaky bastard to come out of hiding immediately. The man remember how he was wrapped in a thorny blanket of fear then, not allowing him to move. Laid on his shoulder blades, pressing him to the floor. There was a black dragon up ahead who swore he would burn the place to the ground. And it was better to go out and shrink alive than to feel every biting ton of flame on him. Vernetto shuddered, horror in his eyes, and now that same fear had taken over his body. His limbs were numb and woozy and could only just keep the big man on his feet. Through the holes in the cloak burst blue eyes that even so rayed contempt and lack of understanding of what was about to happen, but they clearly noticed the nervousness and fear in the enemy. Finally Vernetto's knees gave into a shudder of terror and it caused the man to sit on the floor. He cried out that he knew the dragon was now in front of him, and the girl, as if nothing of the sort had happened, summarized that she had been caught, and then wondered how the bandit had guessed. But there wasn't much time for an answer. The escapee was already being chased by several warriors eager to catch the villain. Someone from the roof was watching this with admiration. He was delighted with this outcome. It was Allison. Finally you could definitely tell they were done. But suddenly a knight who had been helping train warriors for this war curled up next to him, falling to his knees. Darren began to apologize, nervous as if El could punish him by leaving him headless. The man thought it was his fault that some people had gotten hurt while catching Megan. El didn't get mad at his good acquaintance for that, just asked to return to his seats, and then inquired about the wounded, and the knight reported sharply, as if to the captain, that no fatal or life-impeding wounds had been found, and then asked Mr. Allison if he planned to leave everything to Earl Darren's God so that he would have more confidence in himself as a leader and representative of the Nout to whole cities. Then, when one of the soldiers was grabbed by the throat and thrown into the wall, it was the archmage's magic that helped keep him alive and unharmed. And the shield, too, was El's work, now more than ever wondering why the guy had decided to intervene. After all, had he lost faith in those over whose training he had tried to give the best? Allison closed his eyes, enjoying the last rays of the sun, and replied that he hadn't intended to interfere originally, but he couldn't just stand by when his help was needed. He could allow that they could have done it without him, but would have had to endure more casualties. It was late evening. The estate where Lord Darren was hosting guests' life went on. Darren's father burst into the waiting room, full of joy and pride. He had already heard the news and called his son a good boy. Not everyone manages to catch bandits and officials. He was just about to say that he didn't expect anything else from his own blood when he noticed that Darren was far from sober, still holding the bottle and claiming to be a moron. He added that he was a real disgrace to the family, after which he fell head down on the table, which said for himself that there was more than enough alcohol in his body, and the count stood there in incomprehension as to what was going on at all. El and Rurin returned to their makeshift restaurant in the middle of the streets of Dedran, continuing to cook delicious meat there and working undercover. The boy had already told his friend why he used magic to protect the soldiers, which was something they desperately needed, but the archmage assured her that was one of the reasons. Allison thought that despite that they didn't seem too happy, which surprised Rurin, because there was no reason not to be happy. It wasn't like anyone had died. The boy examined the meat, thinking about it, and finally had his own assumptions, but hoped the dragon wouldn't blame himself too much, preparing the ground so he wouldn't run into the brunette's heavy hand. Meanwhile, the previous Lord of Grick City was talking to his son. He learned that the plan to arrest the corrupt officials had been successful. but he could still see that it didn't make the young ruler that much happier. He thought about having to ask Mr. Allison for help. It was obvious that Darren was upset by this, for it had shaken his faith in himself as an independent ruler. The blonde lowered his head, looking at his hands folded in front of him. It was hard for him to talk about it, but he was still able to squeeze out a couple of phrases. This time, he wanted to deal with everything himself, and he decided that he shouldn't rely on others when he was taking his first steps in running the city. And it was frustrating that just a day later he changed his mind, realizing he couldn't pull such a mission on his shoulders alone. The most important feeling was fear that people would die because of his decisions, and yet he had confidently asserted that he would change the city, but he lacked the determination that such changes that would cost lives would be welcomed. That was why Darren was completely out of his element now. He was apologizing to his father for not being able to run the city well. At least that's what he thought. As soon as the Earl heard the words from his son that he was not fit to be a lord, a shadow fell over his face. He sank into his thoughts. If at first it seemed like some kind of disappointment, then it became clear that he was looking for a way to show Darren that this was not the case. So ordered him to follow him. The boy flinched. He was expecting some kind of conversation, the support he was constantly given and without which he already felt nothing. But his father just smiled warmly and caringly, offering the boy a walk together. He clearly had a plan on how to cheer Darren up and show him that these were just the first steps in the board and it was okay for them to be unsure. It was necessary for the young man to sort himself out, and for this purpose a place far away from the nose and Gorda would be ideal. Especially on this day. It was just a beautiful night. The sky was clear, stars could be seen, and the moon was full and bright. His father reminded him that Darren had dreamed of becoming a lord, just like him, since he was a child, and the boy remembered that and those wonderful happy carefree days. And then the Earl asked what kind of lord he wanted to be in the first place, and he said the kind that could rebuild the city of Grick after the Dragon War. Darren was small then, but he heard conversations and everyone was talking about the same thing. No one expected the city to rebuild. Before it was just ruins in its place. It made sense that the Count had become his role model for his son, and his father asked if Darren knew what he had done first to rebuild the city. And the secret was eerily simple. He asked the neighboring lords for help. This shocked Darren. He didn't expect him to repeat his father's fate. Then the lord would fall right down on his knees standing, asking for help, for the sake of the people who were starving. He went to every possible palace asking, very politely, that his people be given sustenance and temporary lodging. They needed materials to rebuild the city, and so he did not the first time. He relentlessly asked for help just to rebuild the city. Of course, the Lord cannot nag all the time. To rely primarily on himself is the most correct approach, but still do not forget about a very important factor. Namely, all their worries and anxieties are only for the people of the city, and there is nothing to ask and pray for their people. Just as it wasn't at all shameful to worrying about the soldiers and demand help, he put a hand on Darren's shoulder, who had already creased his eyebrows in an almost tearful grimace, and then nudged the blonde man and summarized that it was worth it to stop hornholing his face on such a lovely day, such a change of mood from his dad, because just now there had been a tearful scene, and now he felt nothing under his feet. His body was assuming a horizontal position, and pretty soon he would be scouring the ground with his back. The Count began as if to maliciously taunt his son, showing the very bandits who claimed that the city of Darren was in his hands. Darren finally landed, not realizing what was even going on. Why, it was as if Dad had been switched. And now he noticed a warm bright light, and from their goose asked who they had. The new ruler of Darren cast his blue gaze in that direction, and they were already celebrating the victory and the defense of the city, as well as welcoming the new lord, praising him, but reproaching him for being a little late. Al made a face as if he'd never seen Darren before, so he was surprised and motioned for the lord to take a seat, and Rurin remarked that it was actually an incredibly entertaining appearance. Very well done. Darren was incredibly happy to see the teacher, because it was not a stranger, and he had arranged a party in his honor. It seems that the father of the boy had a hand in the organization, because he wanted the child to be happy, as every parent wants his child to be happy. Everyone was enjoying this feast, admiring the food, offering my lord to also taste this incredible flavor. What else should one expect from rare Palenza meat in incredibly talented hands? If Mr. Allison had not helped, some would simply not have been at this party. Everyone fought a great fight, and invited others to join their squad. And Darren heard the most important thing he could. His father's words that he was incredibly proud of his son. He never doubted him, and always believed that he could handle any problem. The people were having fun, celebrating the liberation of the city and the Lord who could fix their lives for the better. But right now no one was thinking about politics, and they weren't going to. Now was a moment worth enjoying. Only by morning did the festivities start, and only by late did the celebrants begin to come to their senses. Well, at least to this world. The morning was beautiful, nice weather, loud singing birds, but it was good for the rest of the inhabitants, not for those who woke up after more than one glass of alcoholic beverages, head cracked, and did not want to open their eyes. It was easier to write it off that it was simply impossible to do such a thing. Elle knew the measure in alcohol and controlled Rurin, so they woke up with ease, and could not at all imagine that the others would drink until the morning, though the archmage tried to justify the comrades by saying that they had done the real thing before. Allison asked if Rurin was tired, because he needed help, but the matter was not so necessary, because if the girl wanted to take a break, the owner of the restaurant was ready to go alone. But the first thing Rurin asked where they were going. As the archmage began to open the portal, it became clear that they weren't going to have such a short journey ahead of them. The boy said he had some things to learn first. Meanwhile, the events shift to the Louvran Empire, specifically to the archives of the Imperial Palace. Leon stood, scrutinizing a book taken from one of the shelves, and there seemed to be a million of them. Many of the Empire's knowledge was stored here. As soon as the slender silhouette in the hoodie approached, the guy was distracted, though he didn't seem to care much about the book. It was just a cover to wait for the right person. It was, of course, Madrin. No crown prince's business was without her, whom the girl greeted almost emotionlessly. But the mage did not understand why he had called her, and he began by saying that he was very interested in history. Therefore he had taken to studying it, and especially for reading about those heroes who protected all the races in the Dragon War. Thanks to the heroes, there weren't as many casualties in the Empire as expected. It mentioned the elf Beden, the dwarf Darren, but there was one inconsistency that kept the blonde man on his toes, yet managed to prompt a thought. The man who participated with them and fought shoulder to shoulder was unknown to anyone. His name is not mentioned at all, but perhaps the problem is that there is simply no record of him. Leon has tried diligently to find evidence, but has been unable to pick out anything sensible to put this difficult puzzle together. Then he added that he only knew that this person was a powerful mage, and then he gave a cold glance at her to show that he didn't need much time to guess who he was talking about. And yet he expressed his thoughts aloud that he could think of only one name, thus pressuring the girl, and he succeeded. Though the girl tried to keep a serious face, her nerves gave her away. And then the prince showed the papers. He would like to point out that there was a problem. He had looked through all the military service records, and this was the only line he found about Allison, namely that after 15 years of service as a mage, was suspended. Leon was well aware that Madrin was already familiar with Elle when they first appeared in the town of Greek, thus he transported her back to the long ago events. The way she was nervous and was already tired to the point of exhaustion as she called out for Mr. Allison. Leon concluded that the girl had lied to him about not knowing him, and the brunette was either scared or ashamed, but she kept her eyes down, trying to keep them shaded. At first Madrin couldn't even say a word. Her nerves were on edge. Her tongue just wouldn't turn. Her voice was shaking, but she was able to explain that it wasn't at all what the heiress of the Empire thought it was. The door to the palace opened. The light penetrated inside the not the best lit room, as it also illuminated the shadows that moved closer and closer to the entrance. And if Allison had a kind of joy on his face, though he could have been faking it, Rurin wasn't happy to be here, and she didn't want to pretend, though there was a look of incomprehension in her eyes. It had been a long time since they'd seen these people. They stood before the royalty, and the lighting made the room seem cold and uncomfortable, and a shadow fell across the ruler's face, leaving some mystery of identity behind him. The man had a thick beard, and he stretched out a sound, as if thinking of the words with which the guests had come to their chambers. Emperor Lemidan Jure had noticed that it hadn't been that long since they had seen Elle. He was quite old now, his face was covered in wrinkles, his clothes were of expensive fabric, and there would be expensive metals, mostly gold, pock somewhere. And then the ruler noticed that they were also visited by a great being, meaning Rurin, who rather unceremoniously replied that it had indeed been a long time since they had seen each other. Now understanding everything perfectly, the emperor didn't expect to see the boys in his palace. He wondered if they had already visited the Magic Academy. Elle only sighed lightly and asked why they needed to head there. They grit their teeth when they see a guy there anyway, so there was no point in disturbing it. At the same time, together with him, only in a different place, Medrin was talking. They were confessing to their interlocutors that Mr. Allison was the biggest troublemaker, and here, if the owner of the restaurant recalled it with a kind of nostalgia, the girl was in a kind of horror, scrolling through the memories before her eyes. In the inner courtyard of the huge institution there was a projection of an elderly man who was broadcasting congratulations to the young people, reminding them that they had been chosen, except that no one paid attention to him, as if it was a common thing in this place, as it turned out. It was the same magic academy. The students were each doing their own thing while the old man told them that they, as one of the magicians, would contribute to the development of the empire and research in the field of magic, because of which they should work tirelessly on themselves and improve themselves. This is the will of the empire and the main goal of the students. This should never be forgotten while studying in a magical academy. The man's voice was powerful, matching his appearance, a sage who has seen a lot and is teaching a new generation. The same wise man was out of his mind with rage. He asked the student across the hall, had he really taken up again? Had he failed again? It was inexplicable, and even more unacceptable. How much longer could he stay here and fail? Allison stood in front of the headmaster of the Imperial Magic Academy with a foolish expression on his face. He didn't feel guilty at all, but he was asking for forgiveness for some reason. And then, despite the fact that the director's anger was already spilling out, the guy still said that he tried his best, but it's just life is unfair. Justified that they say that any road begins with the first step, and added that he hopes that the director will support him in his endeavors. Elle was constantly yelled at. He failed at tasks too often, but he always obeyed commands. The best students of the Magic Academy, Mardale and Eugen, judged the guy for failing again. Even though he had once been their senior, they were disappointed and didn't want to find out why he was failing. They could only complain. But Elle replied with a smile on his face that he got into the academy when he was very young, so he had plenty of time, which the others thought was very strange logic. The classmates admitted that they had not tried to understand him for a long time, and the solution to such a conflict was found very quickly with the suggestion to go out to eat. They didn't even notice that a dark-haired girl from around the corner was watching them at that time. It was Madrin, who was the worst student at the Magical Academy at the time, and for some reason held a grudge against Allison, calling him a bastard. The girl was her own person. Maybe because of her status, or maybe still because of her shy nature. In the practice hall of the Imperial Magic Academy, students gathered for a class. In front of them was a large hole covered by a chunk of ice created obviously with magic. This is a type of freezing spell, as the way of using the magic circle is a bit different. Unlike normal freezing, in which there is a medium through which the magic passes, and in this case it is quite difficult to use visualization, the director told the guys to practice on their own, keeping a distance of course. And Allison, in his repertoire, said he couldn't do it, accompanied by that very same facial expression. And the headmaster did go to the meeting. He decided to show something else. He withdrew his hand and used a spell. It was the most basic spell that every student would be able to repeat. Elle also put his hands up and immediately shouted out that he couldn't do that either. Indeed, the magic circle was too weak. The man walked over and started to shout outright with anger. Even the younger ones know how to use this spell. Then ordered him to try again. But the student started to excuse himself by saying that the younger kids nowadays are very talented. In his time it was completely different. The principal had no patience anymore. Anger overcame his pedagogical abilities, so he allowed himself to call the guy a fool. Allison had his own plan. He wasn't going to use his magic for anyone, so he decided to just wait until the war was over. And it seemed like the teacher understood that, and that was one of the reasons he was angry. And while this group was trying to calm down the principal, who was ready to beat up Hella as well, in the other direction, students were gathered around another teacher and practicing a different kind of magic. The elderly mage was simply shocked at the talent his student was displaying, admiring such a nugget among their group. Madrin tried to control the green spell by keeping her hands in the same position and said it was all thanks to the professor. And the professor still couldn't believe that the younger student was so perfect at sorcery. The instructor asked others to pay attention and take a good look, for this was what Mana looked like without any frills, and the girls' classmates tried to catch every movement in surprise. The level was too high and the professor wanted the kid to learn something as well. It was a little sad that not everyone could take the mindset. Medriner listened to this and was focused on the words, causing the power of her spell to weaken a little. The man looked to the side, where the principal had already used physical force on the student and was grabbing him by his cape. For there was too much hope for Allison, and he had nothing worthy to show for it. And that's when Madrin decided that this guy was just pathetic. After the praise of her person, she was getting a little too proud of that. While the girl was telling the whole story to Leon, he asked her to slow down a bit with the story. He couldn't understand if Elle couldn't sorcery normally before. It was very hard to believe, especially with his status now. And Medrin specified that he could still cast spells, but only one spell, namely the fireball. That the prince still did not understand why Ella was left at the academy and forced to train again and again. The war was in full swing then, so it was obviously not up to extra students. As far as he knew, anyone who didn't show their talent was supposed to be sent to the regular army. And the girl replied that she had thought about it too, and realized later what was involved. The single spell was simply amazing. Medrin was able to succeed among the other students. Finally she had a friend. And now the girl did not wander the corridors of the academy in the proud loneliness. Guys began to look at her, some as a girl, some as a capable student. Many wanted to learn from her about the magic circle, but did not dare to approach her, because the brunette was on a completely different level and even dream about it was not worth it. She was praised by her teachers for doing her best again. Medrin was awesome. Around her, words were constantly circulating that the student was a real genius, just a talent. Especially after she had already started studying second-rank magic, it seemed that she had already surpassed her elders. Everyone was sure that this mage would be the one to turn the tide of the war in their favor. It certainly gave Medrin confidence. She wasn't quite used to this kind of attention yet. It made her cheeks blush. She kept repeating to herself that she was a true genius. The younger ones were far behind, and the older ones didn't scare her anymore. In a year she would surpass them in strength. The girl didn't hear her friend anymore. She believed in her beautiful, bright future, and only completely gave herself up to dreams that as soon as she became a senior student, then everyone in the academy will definitely recognize her, as behind her back there was an explosion. Fortunately, it did not hurt her. Only a little bit rubbed her hair. A crater had formed in the large stone wall, which was still glowing from the heat, and red-hot lava-like liquid flowed down the shards. Everyone around them calmed down a bit once they saw that it was just a student practicing. Allison did show off his best ability to the headmaster after all, and the headmaster finally praised the guy, warning him that it would be enough to prove his rightful place in the academy. Behind the student's back stood his fellow students and shared Ella's joy for at least some breakthrough, and the boy was just as happy that he was able to defend his honor. Madrin ran over to the window and watched the principal ask why Elle's other spells couldn't be used like that then. And the student just laughed nervously in response. She got nervous, asking what it was. Her stress was understandable. She had just climbed to the top of the academic ladder and suddenly someone was claiming her spot, and her friend couldn't believe it was the first time she was seeing this guy. And told that Allison cannot use other spells, that the destructive power of his fireball is incredible. Immediately the guy was surrounded by other students and praised. Such a fireball is no joke, stronger than any spell. It replaces all other spells, and the center of attention said that it was because of its power. He has not been kicked out of the academy. Professors are always complaining that they can't let him graduate from the academy because there's a chance he'll become a great mage when he learns other spells. And Medrin kept trying to get her head around how that was even possible. How could he just manage to accumulate such destructive power? One couldn't take his eyes off the hole in the wall. That the girl was still trying to convince herself that she was a genius in this school, and no one would surpass her in knowledge. She was not going to give up because of a one-time luck. She spent more and more time on books and scrolls, reminded that she was the future of the academy with huge stakes for everyone. Madrin wasn't ready to just leave it all behind. She was especially angry at the fact that she was being overshadowed by some stupid brute, right down to the grit of her teeth. She wanted all the attention back to just herself again, and she wasn't about to share the glory. And it wasn't long before, in another lesson from practicing magic, she was able to summon a large fireball, hoping to surpass Allison. The professor praised her. That was just fine. Medrin's basic magic power was on point as always. But she saw that her mark in the wall wasn't as big as the one Allison had left. It became incredibly sad. She had practiced so much and nothing had happened, or rather something with her expectations hadn't happened. That's why the brunette began to worry, kept telling herself that it was not that, it was not enough. She was ready to exhaust herself absolutely, just to get the desired result. Although inside she knew perfectly well that she needed not the result, but the understanding that she was the best. And then the events were transferred to the canteen of the Magical Academy. To date, there were peas and meat on the plates, but it was not clear how it was cooked. The students didn't understand why even in a magical academy things were bad with food. Why there was some nasty slop every time. I guess they thought there was no point in investing in agriculture. Allison suddenly appeared behind the students discussing food and assured them that they wouldn't be eating it anyway. The students started throwing out food, which caused one of the other guys in the cafeteria to become indignant, but those students didn't listen, just planned where they would go and offered it to him. Madrin noticed them. She was pissed off with the trio. She couldn't take her eyes off them. She couldn't believe they would just throw the food away and walk away, even though it wasn't particularly good food, but she couldn't believe the guys could not eat. Her friends noticed that Madrin was staring at the older Allison again, and often asked for him, so they began to tease her about liking bad boys, but they were the only ones who blushed. The brunette was disgusted by it, and asked the girls to stop discussing it as soon as possible, and decided to be careful, because she had a completely different impression of the girl, and explained that she doesn't like careless people who don't know how to take responsibility. So the girlfriends asked for forgiveness and recognized Madrin as right. He's very different from her. Elle is terribly unresponsive. There was even a rumor that the guy didn't even want to become a mage, which shocked Madrin, who didn't even take a bite of the food that was already in her mouth. The girl asked her friends what it meant, and then asked them to tell her more about it, and then the girls blanched, only to reconsider and become visibly nervous, and began to justify that it was just a rumor. Food was stored underground, but also something along the lines of a steamer worked with magic. A gorgeous-looking meat and a couple of vegetables side by side lay on a plate, steam rising from it in balls and looking incredibly appetizing in the cut. The students of the Magical Academy stayed in their uniforms and tasted the dish, though at first they were nervous to eat something that wasn't prepared by the most successful student of their institution. But after a second the doubts disappeared. It was too juicy to seem true. They immediately started praising Elle, saying he should have gone to a culinary academy instead of them. When one of them tried to cook, it was hard to even chew. They wanted to know how Ella managed to do it, and he replied that everyone had their own secrets, and he himself was checking if another portion was ready. After seasoning the meat with spices, you need to close the lid and cook on low heat at a special temperature. Low. And then it's roasted over a fire with some kind of additives and it will be done. His friends all wondered what kind of pot it was. It turns out that Allison uses spells to control the temperature and block mana when he needs to reduce the fire. Hence the question of how long ago he mastered some of the magic circles, and the answer was, unsurprisingly, in the affirmative. Finally his classmates realized that he was lying to the professor, that he couldn't do magic, and Elle decided to jokingly blackmail the guys that they'd better not tell them this secret or they'd starve to death. This conversation itself brought up the subject of whether Allison wanted to end the pretense and finally change her mind, namely to finally finish the academy. Because of this the guy came to a kind of shock. He had not seriously thought about it lately. He just followed a long worked out plan, and Elle openly admitted that, frankly speaking, he doesn't know what exactly to fight for. That's why he's delaying the time, because there's no point in going for nothing. All because the guy wanted to become a chef instead of a soldier. He honestly believed that magic led to the end of everything, and he wouldn't ever want to kill anyone. It went completely against his goals and character. And one of the guys was quite agreeable. Elle is not even from here. He would not want to fight for his country. And the other objected, because there was no question of even defending the country. They know, because he himself is an orphan. And then I wanted to add something, but eventually changed my mind and asked my friends to just forget about it, saying it was just bullshit about prom. Allison was sure he should have just waited a bit. He was probably going to be thrown to the front of the line soon anyway. If he pulled it off to more times, well, they at least just tried to do something. Classmates thought they'd be promoted by now, and jokingly said they'd finally be bossing him around. The guys didn't notice that all this time they were being followed. It was Madrin, who was even willing to be a stalker, just to find out the secrets of a rival. Her heart was pounding very loudly. She was afraid she would be uncovered, but even more shocking to her was the fact that Elle could do witchcraft, but it didn't show to go through the same lessons over and over again. The students were gathered in the very center of the courtyard, near the projection of the principal, who was congratulating the students. Because of the war, their studies had been shortened, but they had successfully mastered the basics of magic, and now they were apparently graduating from the academy. This means that the guys are now officially considered to be mages of the Empire, and it is worth remembering that few can boast of this, but do not forget that there is a lot ahead, and to professionals, they still grow and grow. But let the first rank be their first step towards something greater, and with magic, the men slipped the medals onto each one's cape. Finally, the principal called out the final words, a call to keep moving forward, and reminded them that these young men were mages of the Empire, and immediately the students shouted joyfully, raising their hands in the air. Elle, on the other hand, was watching it all from the sidelines, sitting on a bench, not an ounce of pity on his face for not showing his full potential. The academy continued to live a beautiful life, beautiful architectural designs. The place smelled of magic and culture. The headmaster rose as one of the students approached him. She had something to say to him, and it would be worth doing it quickly so as not to delay the busybody. Standing beside him was Madrin. She was worried at the conversation with the academy headmaster. The weight of it she didn't dare say, but mustering up the courage to start. It was about Allison. She knew she had acted ugly as a rat. Meanwhile, the students were already celebrating graduation in full swing, showing off their medals and hugging each other, congratulating the people who had studied side by side. A friend of theirs approached the boys, asking if the graduating class of 312 was already leaving. It was Allison. He wasn't going with them because he had done his own best not to graduate, but despite that he walked around happy and asked where his friends were going. Judging by the bags beside them, it wasn't a short journey. As it turned out, they were being steamrolled to the same area, to the city of Delian in the north, and Elle didn't envy them. They had a long journey ahead of them. They were proud to be real mages now, but admitted that they would still miss Elle's cooking. Time was running out and it was worth moving to the destination, so the guys grabbed their heavy bags, threw them on their shoulders and headed towards the rest of the group. Being already near the gate that led to the future, still unknown whether pleasant or not, but it is a new stage of life that must happen, they turned to their friend Dan saying goodbye, told him to try to graduate before it was too late. Allison, on the other hand, stayed in the present and hadn't thought about the future yet and replied that they shouldn't worry about him. As soon as the war was over, he promised to open a restaurant, and as soon as that happened he would be waiting for the guys at his place. After a few hours, Elle went outside the academy and came to a huge tree. It towered. It seemed to be somewhere among the clouds. The people compared to it looked like goosebumps. He put his hand to the bark and used magic, and the fact that the newcomers were now seniors, which made him think that the guy would be able to find friends in the first stream as well. The entrance to the secret place opened. Allison didn't know what food to try next, and then he noticed he was already being greeted inside. It was an instant stupor, and after the stupor the active shock began. The heart came back from the heels where it had fallen, and began to pound like an endless engine, and the blood was already pulsing enough to be heard. And in this state he was brought by the director Bon, who noticed that the guy had found a cozy corner. He hadn't started to scold him yet, but Elle felt that it would happen soon, and he hadn't had time to turn on the full mode yet. The professor even seemed to praise the magic in the entrance. It was quite creative. It was amazing that Elle combined illusionary magic with a shield, and this despite the fact that he displayed one mediocrity in class. I especially couldn't believe it when the old man noticed some rather complicated spells on the cauldron. The man was amazed that the student had led him to believe that he didn't even know basic spells. The guy had no words to counterbalance. He was racked with fear and shame as to how to get out of this situation. And then Bon took the food out of the pot and cut it up to taste it, though judging by his phrasing, he had already eaten it, but not to give the appearance that he was already occupying himself with whatever he could hear, tasting it again and giving his review that it was delicious, and not just plain, but very. The man closed his eyes, imagining every note of flavor, and then he said that Eugene and Ardale had told him all about Allison, though he'd been told by Madrin. Perhaps the man wanted to pin the blame on those who'd already left and whom Elle wouldn't be able to contact in person on very short notice. Bon went on. Despite the guys' already boundless shock that they said a student couldn't become a war mage, and they weren't the only ones who said so. Everyone who had been close to Elle for the last couple years said So, he hated war, but loves to cook. Rumor has it that he was mistakenly drafted into the army, despite the fact that Allison is not a citizen of the Empire, because the director offered to choose between two options. The first was that the student would join his comrades on the battlefield as a mage of the first rank, and he was willing to turn a blind eye to anything Allison had done before. No records would remain, so the guy gets a chance to leave here with honor and fight alongside his comrades. And the second option was the opportunity to work at the academy as a cook. Allison still couldn't get over the fact that he was exposed, that he would also have to run extra errands. Elle would also be in charge of making special lists, and finally finished talking about the details with the question of what he would choose. Allison was facing a serious stage in his life. He felt like it was a choice without a choice. It was as if a cliff had appeared ahead of him, and he needed to get to the other side as quickly as possible, or the ground would be gone from under his feet. On the one hand, he had to become a soldier. On the other, a chef, which he always dreamed of becoming. He was allowed to leave as soon as the war ended, so the solution was found very quickly. All this Allison was telling the Emperor, and the Emperor remarked that the solution was more than obvious. Elle ended up being the cook, and Rurin was already sitting on the floor, exhausted from all the stories and sleep. Those were glorious times, but there was something that made Elle immediately change in his face. He remembered how he knew then what the list was about. So 3 months passed. Allison was happily running the kitchen at the academy. He straight up blossomed. He operated products and magic professionally, most often using scalding wine. After all, with that flame, he could mix ingredients and fry at high heat. It was a veritable hurricane of different ingredients. It's usually quite difficult to fry this much food, simply because it burns easily, but not with the method Allison used. He was already with enough experience to make everything perfect, so the fried yube with vegetables was ready. The students were finally able to savor the wonderful taste of the food. They were almost blowing tears, saying they had never tasted anything like this before. Madrin, on the other hand, was choking on this food. She realized she had done enough. The girl had secured the title of best student at the academy. It was rather stupid that Allison had been made cook, but it was his fault, the student thought. Now her time has finally come. Her competitor has been eliminated, and she can breathe easy. Evening was descending on the academy courtyard, and while some were already making plans for their future, like Madrin wanting recognition, some like Elle were living in the present and receiving praise from the principal, because everyone likes new food, and announced that from now on the responsibility for the lists was on the lad, and he had more than one big bag of scrolls in front of him. It looked like a job impossible for one man. They had to be read and divided into piles of 200, and also put them in chronological order by region. Elle picked up one of the papers, and didn't realize how he would do it, or rather how long it would take. And then he opened the scroll and ran his eyes over the rows, making them widen and his hands tremble. But Artaban did not react in any way to the students' emotions, as if expecting them. Only coldly admonished that it was worth reading the lists carefully and making sure everything was organized correctly, and in 3 months another stack would be delivered. The Emperor guessed what the lists were, and Allison clenched his hand into a fist, remembering what he had read then. The papers were filled with lines of names of fallen soldiers, knights, warriors, mages, and then the guy who didn't want to be in any way involved in the war began to trash its aftermath and put the deaths in the right order. Allison cheered at the academy, and the names of the soldiers were posted in packs on the rosters, causing him to grow a sense of shame inside for being suspended in safety. That was the principal's calculation. Allison had been thinking all the time before that the war would be over in 2 years. He wanted to pass the time, though it was unrealistic to pass the time without thinking about such an important subject. One by one he inscribed the names of the soldiers. Bat, 34 years old. Cause of death was a stomach wound. Celine Eve, 23 years old, and the cause of death was a head wound. And so hundreds of names. He thought that the dragons would be dealt with by the strongest warriors in such a case, when he wouldn't interfere, and eventually the war would end, and he would manage to open a restaurant. Everyone would then live happily ever after. But the reaction was far from this utopia looming in the mage's mind. He could not understand why it was happening. He was suddenly visited again by that strange feeling, as in the first minutes in this world. A feeling of strangeness to this world of knights and mages. When Allison had first gotten there, he had seen the bravery with which the knights attacked the dragons, and certainly, he would always remember the words alone. These were the words of a hooded man addressing the people of the Empire. saying that they are the future of the country and it is in danger. Their knights and mercenaries are dying. It all just cried out for disaster. And now the guy was writing names one by one. He tried not to read in so as not to take too much to heart. Ages varied: 18, 25, 17, 19, 35, as did the causes of death: profuse blood loss, infection of wounds, multiple stab wounds, loss of limb. There was only one thing they had in common: death. Allison still didn't understand why there were so many of them. One name flew through his head, then another. The merry-go-round was starting to drive him crazy. And suddenly the silence, it started to abruptly, and as strange as it was, to loud, it began to press on the guy. A drop of ink fell on the paper as the last drop of patience and restraint. Allison shook, his heart began to beat faster and his extremities grew cold. He bit his lip to switch from his thoughts, but he failed. The pen snapped and Elle clutched the sheets in her hands, still questioning why this kept happening. He was especially heartbroken to read two names he wished he hadn't seen on those lists: Eugene, age 20, and Mardale, age 19, the former having died of multiple wounds while on a mission, and the latter from a neck wound. Now Allison couldn't put his whole soul into cooking. His friends wouldn't leave his head. He couldn't even get close to the stove. Memories of Eugene and Mardale kept popping up in front of my eyes, the way they ate his meals and praised the guy for his talent. Al couldn't imagine how one could realize they were gone. It was as if he didn't believe it, but the fact was the fact. He had seen it himself and recorded it. The spark in the student's eyes was gone with the desire for the same kind of life. The food was ready, and then suddenly two girls who were chatting with Madrin came up. They wanted to say something to the cook. They thanked Allison for the delicious food. They thought they would continue to miss his cooking at the front. They didn't realize they were hitting on a sore subject for the guy. Allison realized that these girls were thanking him because they were graduating soon, which triggered the kitchen worker, sending him off again to his friends from the academy, who were now in the best of their worlds. And then the words of Artbon followed, asking to read everything carefully and make sure it was organized correctly, and adding that there would be another stack in 3 months. Now the guy was able to solve this puzzle. He had a weight of realization. He realized that this was how they were trying to set him on the right path. He wasn't until now that it was him that needed it. But the death of his friends was too convincing a factor. As soon as night fell, as if a shadow was moving through the corridors of the academy, the exhausted lad moved through the corridors of the academy. He opened the door to one of the offices, slowly stepping out of the shadows. The principal heard someone visiting him, and immediately realized who it was, so he asked what Elle had to say in the middle of the night. The guy was standing in the doorway and didn't know where to start this conversation to get absolutely every thought out right, and determined to act as his heart told him, and it was now under the influence of emotion. Allison fell on his knees and begged Artbon to send him to the front. He couldn't be here anymore. Artbon only led his eyes towards the boy. He knew his plan would work, and Elle would ask to go to war himself. He placed a robe with a medal on the table. Just like the graduates, the principal narrated that he knew that the guy in the class where he used the fireball was actually controlling his power. For Allison, the chasm in his soul was widening. He had failed to fool his professor. His friends were dead, and Artbon demands that he must still prove he is ready to become a graduate. Who would have thought that the guy who fooled around and thought that he didn't have to give his best, now he also had to serve the principal like a dog on a leash? A faint light appeared in the academy courtyard, and soon it grew into an explosion that grew larger each time. It seemed as if the sun had decided that it was time for night to be overthrown from its rightful place and rule on earth forever. In fact, it was a demonstration. No one saw it because it was late at night, but everyone felt it. The ground shook. Students woke up, frightened by the natural anomaly. Principal Artbon said that there was just a slight misunderstanding on the practice field, knowing full well that he was lying to the students, and that he himself had asked the kid to demonstrate his strength. Immediately after such a trick, Allison was sent to the front, and the professor, looking at the hole bursting with fire, mentally asked Allison to save as many people as he could save at the front. In the end, the students were left to guess who had made such a hole, and no one knew for sure that the yet-to-be bulging first-rank mage had gone to the front. Madrin recounted that the day after the loud explosion, Allison had left his position as chef and disappeared. At which time, of course, it was still unclear what had actually happened. The director ogled that the huge crater appeared by accident. Leon interrupted her, realizing that it was Allison's doing, therefore finishing the sentence for the good acquaintance. Madrin thought he would be more at ease with Ella's departure, but she was wrong. Nothing like that happened, not even for the self-liquidation of her biggest rival. Let him leave on his own. But something wasn't right. Still, the girl was left with some strange feeling, as if his ghost was still here, especially when she saw the hole he was putting up. The traces of his presence are nowhere, making Madrin constantly nervous, as if preparing herself to be overtaken by his persona anyway. The next time she heard of Allison was much later. Rumor had it that he had become a soldier at the front without much graduation from the academy. And the same one was already in the military camp. And the chief there already knew that Elle was coming to him. He had been notified from the Magic Academy. It was the commander of the 2nd Company of the 8th Infantry Regiment of Churkin, Dagos, who wondered, for the institution had never sent such a short message. It must have been bad luck for Allison to be sent here. The boy stood near the entrance of the tent in silence, and through the shadow that fell over his face, he did not want to talk about it, realizing perfectly well that he had been sent here not of his own free will, though he had expressed his desire, but only under the pressure of conscience. Dagos narrated that they were now fighting monsters. The war may be with dragons, but it was the monsters that were doing the most damage. They were destroying villages and killing people when their unit was answered by the dragons. It would be a bit difficult to send Ella into battle right now, so he was directed to a tent to lay out his things and wait for instructions, and he finally spoke up, asking to be sent to where the most monsters were. The commander was surprised, even wrote in the map rolled, has not yet seen such fighters, who asked to immediately send him to the battlefield. So even in a hot spot with a bunch of monsters, the man on the council and his assistants discussed the newcomer, and never ceased to marvel at such bravery. But still they did not believe he could hold out for any length of time. The young lad didn't understand why Dagos let him leave. He was still green. He hadn't seen anything of this brutal battle, and he made excuses about the state of affairs being on the brink. Moreover, he wasn't sent not only because he knows a couple spells, it was worth it just to see his rank. There was no way to go against it, and the commander had no right to command him as an ordinary soldier. And even countering that the academy graduates had already been sent out 3 months ago, there was no response. Suddenly a man who urgently needed a commander burst into the tent. Dagos just coldly asked what was so urgent, and the guy in armor tried to tell about the mage on the battlefield. But because he couldn't catch his breath properly, he didn't give out a single coherent word. But it was really something. There were many monsters lying on the ground. They were dead, and in their eyes there was the horror of their last minute of life, their last breath. Dagos didn't realize what was happening. Was this really the work of just one man? Goosebumps traveled over his skin, followed by a chill. And behind the man came a voice he had not heard much, but even now it sounded with a kind of coldness and cruelty. It was Allison. His robe was almost completely torn, his face was torn, and his expression showed that this was his first large-scale fight. And with deaths, he asked the commander to act quickly so that the lists wouldn't grow. The emperor listened intently to every word the matured Allison said, and after a few moments of silence asked if the archmage had ever complained to the headmaster at all. And the boy wondered if he had a right to do so then. What else should be angry about it all? Was it because he hadn't trained the young blood better while he was enjoying life, or should he still be angry that Ardabon hadn't let him stay at the academy for a few more years? Allison sighed. He was sure the principal had read the lists and finally realized why he never appeared in front of the graduates in person. Allison heard he couldn't stand it and joined the army years later. The emperor was embarrassed. He realized he died trying to stop the dragons on his own. The archmage knew it, and hated himself for arguing with him so often, goofing off, thus showing his disrespect, and everything to do with lists he didn't even know. It would have been better for the guy not to read them at all. Ella's hand clenched into a fist, veins popping on his pale skin. He told His Majesty that he knew exactly what happened next. The emperor was nervous. A sadness came over him as well. He was incredibly sorry for what had happened. And the man brought a hand to his face, whether to hide the true emotion of regret or to catch a tear that was about to fall. But Allison didn't blame the ruler. He understood perfectly well that there was simply no other choice then. And then he looked at his hand. Thinking about the power he had gained, he was sure he could have changed something if he had turned back time, would have made a different decision instead of running away. But unfortunately he didn't have that kind of power. At the same time, Leon was also listening to the whole story, and the last fact was a real shock to him. He wouldn't have thought that Allison would have dared to defect back then, It's totally unlike the guy everyone knows and praises now. Medrin immediately asked the Emperor's heir to be quiet. He was talking too loudly, and this was top secret, and the prince covered his lips with his hands like a junior in rank, obeying the request so as not to give away a single sound. The girl continued. She was already questioning whether it was even worth telling all of this, but she continued nonetheless. Because of his beliefs, Allison had committed treason. Leon finally heard that careless word towards the archmage. He was too intrigued and again gave out a careless sound. And then Medrin stopped telling, saying that she could not give out any more words, because one mistake, and the widow and the prince would be left without heads. Leon immediately became indignant, but rather like a small child. How at all it is possible to stop so suddenly, on the most interesting moment. Tried to trump up the fact that he was the crown prince, and since he was already being told something, let him do it to the end. And didn't know if it worked on the brunette, but she added a few sentences saying that while they weren't proud of their actions either, everyone involved presented the most problems. She didn't continue the story after all. Even though Leon was of high status, the girl couldn't say more, especially after the rumors that the very man was now in the capital. The door to the archive library opened and the sound of footsteps bounced quickly across the emerald-colored floor. A voice caught the pair from behind. Wondering about their duet, Leon and Medrin turned around. Were they startled because of the suddenness, or from the fact that they had just talked about a story that shouldn't be spread and someone had overheard? After all, it was the third Duke of the Empire, Melisdelian. He immediately recognized, though he didn't expect to meet His Highness here, so also Medrin. Leon had calmed down about one thing, but there was a growing uneasiness about another. One of the most powerful dukes in the Empire was here, but it wasn't clear what he was doing here. He hadn't just come to visit. Now it was too early to reveal his intentions, so the heir to the imperial throne pretended with all his might that nothing was going on, even though he was not bluffing at all right now, and only extended his hand to his interlocutor. But it wasn't goodbye. He wrapped his arms around Medrin, pulling her close to him, and already with a completely different face, expressed his thought that if it was about a woman, it was impossible to delay at all. Entering the familiar image, and the brunette all tensed up even more. But he didn't have time to reject such a thing from the shock. Her breasts brushed against Leon's. It was uncomfortable, but neither gave any sign of not so much desire for such touching from each other. The girl wanted to ask His Highness what was even going on when he kissed her hand, but stopped talking in time, as if hearing the guy's pleas for her to play along. The Duke only sighed heavily and explained that he wouldn't comment on their personal lives, but admitted with a judgmental tone that he hadn't expected this from Medrin. He couldn't believe that the girl craved even more power. Even though she had already reached rank 7, Leon pulled away. He didn't understand what the conversation was about, at least verbally for sure. The Duke noticed the badge on his cloak, where there were 7 rings, which meant he was not simple. But what caught the prince's eye was the girl's overly obvious worrying in the form of sweat dripping down her chest. The blonde discounted the fool, saying he didn't know such intricate details. He just asked Duke Tamaran to take her along on an important mission because she was a beauty, even though he himself knew everything. And his plan more than worked. The Duke believed the lad so unserious and thought about what a child he still was. And then he hurriedly left, giving the obvious advice that the couple at least not to be seen by others, because the archive is not a place for entertainment, or more than likely that rumors will spread throughout the empire. As soon as the door closed, Leon breathed a sigh of relief, finally being able to relax and not make a fool of himself. Immediately, he released Medrin from his embrace, excusing the flushed lady for her rudeness, justifying that the situation was too urgent. He only wanted to say something about the Duke, but the brunette's appearance completely confused him, and in addition he heard sobbing, not realizing what had happened. Medrin was a mage who spent her life looking at people with disdain. She devoted all her time to training and magic. The girl didn't even think about other people, and her rank could shut the mouth of any awkward guy who tried to talk to her. No one had ever been in a close relationship with her. Simply put, it had never happened to her before. Medrin stood as red-hot iron too, her body trembling, her lips quivering, her thoughts about man and woman as one. The tears in her eyes foreshadowed her experiences of close physical contact, and then her eyes rolled up. Everything in front of her swam. She collapsed, causing Leon to begin to worrying from such a stressful situation. Bond didn't know what it was all about. Allison pulled Rurin on his shoulders through the corridors of the palace, trying to get her to wake up, because carrying her all the way would be a bit heavy, no matter how little she weighed. He didn't like the guy asking his friend if she was tired, realizing that they hadn't slept at all last night, and now Rurin was firmly stuck in sleep. They were about to go back for a break when Allison heard footsteps around the corner and got a glimpse of a silhouette. As soon as the archmage approached the corner, he saw already clearly that it was Leon, and on his shoulders was a loyal mage servant. Surprise visited them both. They hadn't expected to meet each other, and if it was any explanation for Ella, for the prince to meet someone about whom he had learned so many new secrets was on the verge of frightening. Allison thought that this showed their real relationship, and the heir to the empire immediately began to justify that it was not so. The guys went into the huge bright library and discussed their meeting, which they hadn't even counted on. Leon asked what had brought Allison to the palace, trying not to give away that he knew an order of magnitude more about him now, and the man explained that he needed to speak with the emperor, that is, the blonde's father, which made Elle now wonder if it might be important to Leon as well, but he hoped the emperor himself would tell him about it someday so he wouldn't have to say it himself. Therefore, in order not to get caught up in a not-so-simple conversation, decided to go, reminding him that if either of the two girls woke up, it would get too nosy. But still escape was not possible. The prince asked the archmage to wait, and the one asked what the matter was. Leon on the other hand bit down on the inside of the mucus in his mouth. He was daring to discuss the very thing he had learned about himself, mentally asking for help, and immediately dumbfounded Allison with the fact that he knew perfectly well about his past, in a way that made him wince, primarily because he didn't know exactly what was known. Leon admitted that of course he hadn't heard the whole story, since Mandarin didn't want to tell it, but puzzles were slowly forming in his head. When the prince finished his studies abroad and returned to the empire, he heard that there was a terribly dangerous man in the empire that even his father couldn't talk to so easily, and when he visited Grick, he realized that it was Elle. Leon had naturally heard of his skills. It would be strange if he didn't know these conversations, for they crawl out from everywhere. Leon recalled how those who were very powerful had spoken up, admitting that they were nothing against Elle even if they united. And the more he heard, the more accurate the portrait took shape. One of three were heroes and a missing archmage. He stood up and continued to talk about ranks and how he was called, a man by name, a dragon slayer who protected soldiers and citizens, a mage who had overcome all limits and reached the 9th rank. Leon mustered up the strength and courage to say, at the top of his voice, that if it was in fact true, to fulfill the request in having Allison share his power. The archmage had a rather strange feeling. He didn't know how to react to this. Now his secret was out. Even though it wasn't such a secret, it was better that less people knew about it. The emperor sat on his throne and pondered every moment that had just occurred in their conversation, every detail of that dialogue. He was especially hurt by the phrase that Allison was well aware that the emperor had no choice, and about wanting to turn back time, and would have chosen another way out instead of running away. Leon's father took his fingers to the bridge of his nose and began to think about whether he could have done otherwise, wondering how he could have done it in such a hurry. But thinking it over carefully, he was distracted from his thoughts by another visitor entering the hall. The ruler looked up to see who had disturbed him. The tall silhouette turned to His Majesty in a firm male voice, telling him that he had heard an extremely entertaining story on his way here. Namely that wretched magician Allison had arrived at the palace. The count wondered if it was true. Imperator didn't admit that he had just seen him in person. He just said that judging from the battered knights, it was true, and ended up apologizing to the Duke for not being able to share such information. Though he didn't feel guilty, it was just a gesture of politeness. And the man was angry. His look changed, and the veins in his face popped. He was now wondering why that was so. The Count stepped forward, clear and firm. It seemed that if he had been much larger, the ground would have begun to tremble. The man approached the Emperor, asking if the Lord was joking, but already his movements didn't look like they were respectful. Just then, a knight blocked his way, reminding his lordship that it was worth showing respect in front of the Emperor. That the Geruog did not appreciate such devotion to his straightforward job, and immediately his subordinate grabbed the man in armor by the arm, while his master ordered a reminder of who he was to cross a superior in status. He walked up close to the one who was defending the Emperor, making him shiver as the Duke asked him how anyone could even think he was still carrying the glory of the past. The scarred old man demanded that the madman show manners, but then Delian was interrupted by another voice saying that was more than enough. A silhouette stood at the other side of the hall, a reminder that this was the Imperial Palace, and if the mage was really here, there was something they should do. It was Duke Porgo Tamaron who suggested caution. He didn't look any kinder than the one who had just pressed the knight. Delian recognized Tamaron, and the man's appearance calmed him down a bit, so that his aggression level went down. He added, and thus gave orders to his servant that it would be best to end at this point, and the man with the iron suit let the other go. Delian suggested that it would be worse dealing with that girl as well. He just couldn't see her hanging around with the prince, meaning Medrin, thus stopping her from prophesying the honor of the Imperial Palace. Porgo Tamaron turned around and looked at the Emperor with a serious look, a plea for forgiveness in his eyes. Dowden asked if His Majesty was all right, and the Emperor confirmed that he was fine. He was very sad and disappointed at his weakness. The Emperor thought himself dishonored, and then thought of his son. It was no surprise that Leon was disappointed in him, after all that had happened. The curtains fluttered just as Leon's own anger rose above the table and raised his voice. He recognized that it was no secret that the Emperor's reputation had fallen, and the reason for this was the fall of the First Order of Knighthood. When the war with the dragons began, my father tried to minimize casualties by dividing the First Order of Knights and sending fighters to different regions. There were few protective troops in the regions except for the immediate borders. The Emperor was much younger than he was now, and that decision was not easy, the shock gripping his heart further and further. He looked at the consequences of his mistake, his fear gripping him from that pile of dragons that flew through the air. In the Imperial Palace, there was a commander of the First Order and some defenders, but it was not enough to stop the dragons. The First Order of Knights was destroyed and the commander was missing. Leon addressed Allison, who was frozen in place and couldn't turn around, about how knights from different regions had also been struck down. This was a year after the war started. He wasn't even hinting anymore, because he asked if Elle understood what it all meant, and he only coldly retorted that he was perfectly aware. It's a loss of control on the lords, and here the prince fell down in general. It was hard to agree with that, but it was true. When the First Order disappeared, the other imperial orders lost their influence. The lords stopped responding to orders and started sending only small troops, and these troops even took hostages, using the retreat as leverage. Leon was angry. He slammed his hand on the table and began to aggressively argue that they had the greatest power to protect people. But there was one but. He began scraping the surface of the table with his fingernails, so furious was he at the thought of the people who had a hand in the present state of affairs. And then a strange sense of Joanne's superiority began to surge through him, and he bit his lip to keep his face from tearing from that smile. He gritted his teeth that he knew everything, and the prince was very angry because he was helpless and couldn't do anything about it. Elle still stood motionless, not knowing how to act. Leon went on to say that he was abroad and had only to watch. Therefore he repeated his request once more, as if threatening. But he immediately contradicted himself, and at the same time his tone changed, which surprised the guy, and he finally turned to his interlocutor. The blonde took a knee, lowering his eyes, repeating that he was not begging but pleading. The heir to the empire was willing to fall face down in the dirt, just to do his best. Allison immediately interrupted him, and stooped down to the aristocrat and asked him to get up immediately, not kneeling, pulling Leon up under his arms. He didn't want to see the man humiliated by exalting the archmage. Despite the prince's sunken gaze to the floor, Elle explained to him that he was just a restaurant owner and shouldn't be put on an equal footing with a deity, thereby seeming to admit that he wasn't some great mage. The blonde blushed, ashamed of the circus he organized, and prepared to admit that his assumptions were false. But Elle managed to interrupt him once more. He put his finger on the metal 0, he received after graduation, and it went up in smoke. 0 something began to show on it. Leon's face changed, and his mouth dropped open in shock. He saw something that only confirmed what Madrin had said. There were a huge number of laps on the award, a testament to the rank of Allison, who did admit that he still hasn't left his business after all. The prince slumped backward trying to lean on the table, and Elle asked for a chance to clear things up, saying that there was no way he would do anything to get rid of political opponents at the prince's behest. In the Imperial Palace the guy wasn't going to take sides. Then again he hid all the rings of his metal and still gave the light of hope for help, promising that if anyone tried to disturb the peace of the empire and turn it into chaos, he would not stand by. And such scum will have to face Elle face to face, not as a restaurant owner, but as a mage. After these words he headed for the door, and Leon sat still, stunned by what he had just seen. Nervous laughter burst out from deep within his body, and then repeated to realize that he was awake, that he had just seen the seal of a 9th rank mage. Immediately, he was taken back to very deep youth, as he overheard a conversation about the Empire being on the cusp of losing to the dragons, not forgetting the prince's disapproval with a disgruntled voice. Namely that the boy pretends to be a good man, but he is a toady. They said that he wants to become a war hero, which of course no one believed. They also found it funny and at the same time unacceptable that the fate of the country is controlled by 3 people. They have gone too far. Leon couldn't help himself, then and jumped out from around the corner, ordering everyone to stop, to shut up, making excuses that they didn't know anything at all and could only talk with their tongues, and immediately taking advantage of the young man's affect, who was still muttering something under his nose. Realizing that they had been overheard and it would lead to big problems, they hurriedly dispersed. And so finally the guy's calmness shone through. Finally he had confirmation that he was right, that he had believed in the hero who had saved his country for a reason, who had been talked about missing. It was an incredible relief that that hero had always been Allison. Meanwhile, Rurin slept on a snow-white bed cuddling someone. Once the evening sun touched her skin, it was time to wake up. The brunette thought Allison was lying beside her, so she rested her face against him and wondered why he kept looking away, hoping she'd finally caught him, but she didn't notice she was touching a soft big breast. But then she opened her eyes and still saw what had been under her nose the whole time. No shock followed from the start, she just didn't realize what it was, though she considered it later. Madrin was lying next to her. She was all tense and worried. She asked if Rurin was fully awake, trying not to cause conflict and wait for a reaction. And immediately the dragon lit up like a match with anger. She asked how the mage dared to touch her with her hands, and she excused herself that she hadn't done anything. It was on Rurin's own conscience. Madrin tried to argue that the brunette had gotten a grip on her herself. The fight was about to go to peak, but then Allison appeared near them and calmed his friend down just by looking. The guy said he knew this was going to happen, assuming that if he had come in later there would have been a disaster. Rurin immediately threw herself into the archmage's arms, whimpering, asking why he had left her and where he had gone. But he said zero, that he hadn't left her, and now it was time to go home. Madrin was still sitting up in bed and asked what Allison was even doing here. The archmage didn't give any details, just denied that he had business to attend to and Darren would be arriving soon. The girl took a long time to make up her mind, but she still warned Ella to be careful, explained through the lump in her throat that the Duke was already in the palace. The guy didn't expect it, and this information was as good as it could get, and managed to surprise him. And while Elle was discussing it with Madrin, remembering that he hadn't heard that name in a while, Rurin didn't care about anything. It was just a set of sounds to her. The dragon's main thing right now was to feel Allison's warmth. The owner of the restaurant in turn asked Madrin not to worry. Elle just wanted to finish some more business and then come back, and the girl didn't understand what such business was. He immediately revealed that Madrin had already revealed enough cards about his past. Immediately the brunette's face changed. She didn't know that all those secrets would circle around and come to the point of discussion. Allison began to conjure something. The energy was dark and not carrying anything good. He added that the girl hadn't managed to keep the secret about Darren's castle to herself either, which immediately raised a sense of unease in the air. Madrin started to get nervous like she never had before. She knew exactly what this guy was capable of, and immediately started making excuses that she didn't tell everything, so there was no such need. She wouldn't even give every detail, just a little bit. She apologized at Allison, admitting that it wasn't prompted by the Crown Prince, who was just sitting in the same office near the same desk, and mentally apologizing in turn at Madrin for revealing all the cards. The Imperial Palace was filled with shrieks. The loud one was from pleading for forgiveness and reinforcing in his mind that nothing important should be trusted even to those who seem very close to your soul. And the quiet one enjoying the ease of being entrusted with a secret he could use to his advantage. Tamaran was just standing around the corner when Cedrin left the room, but from his side he only knew that it was Leon's room, and the girl was clearly exhausted, so the wrong pieces of the puzzle began to come together, surprisingly very clearly, after the Duke's words. Elle and Rurin finally returned to their home restaurant, apologizing to the employees for having to leave the establishment for a while again. And then like a good boss he turned his attention to Lint and Matt, who had been watching everything while he was away. The applause they got was well deserved. The brother and sister embarrassed but realizing that all was fair. Of course Mand and Miltine were not without tanks, Everyone had done a good job, but Rurin was outraged why no one had mentioned her. That no one had time to say a word to her. Lint said he noticed that even though the owner was leaving the restaurant, but still visited the establishment wearing a strange mask, monitoring if everything was alright. Allison didn't realize that they had seen absolutely everything and knew from the beginning. He thought everything was secret and no one noticed him. The archmage coughed awkwardly, looked away, and still summarized that everyone had done a good job anyway, so deserved a legitimate rest. And then he announced that everyone was going camping. Rurin herself had no idea that a friend would issue such an unexpected turn for them, and Miltine was already excited to go on vacation with Matt. Matt was also immensely pleased that she would be able to become even closer with all her coworkers while they traveled, and Elle replied that they wouldn't be the only ones. Let the employees not forget who he was, the soul of the Greek town company, because he would invite so many people that it would be hard to tell the difference between a camping trip and a festival. The first on the guest list were the butcher and his wife, but with such a huge pile of business, they realized that they would not be able to join the trek. They were sorry, but the orders had become too many lately. They were up nights. That the couple promised to tell and recommend good places, and here Allison, who had boasted so much about his status in the town of Greek, was completely confused. He had no one else to ask. Meanwhile, in the green area of the city, the healing center was just as heavily visited. The sun illuminating the place is a true salvation for anyone feeling physically unwell. Siren yawned widely as she lay on the bed. He was just as proud and thought he was the greatest creature in the world. But right now she was terribly bored. She turned her head and saw all the same picture that she had observed all too often. Alena was helping people with all the kindness and care she could muster. Right now she had a little boy on the receiving end who had his arm fixed by the blonde. Her eyes were filled with love for her patients, especially the little ones. She praised the boy for bravely enduring the pain. The dragon thought of her good friend. Even though Serena had told her not to worry about money because her lair was full of treasure, the elf still continued to see patience. And then Alena noticed that Serena was awake, and the latter began to resent her as usual, calling the medicine woman to pushy, for she had already been told that she could be showered with gold, and the dragon wouldn't spare it. The elf folded her arms and replied with a smile that she didn't labor like this for money, but only because gold wouldn't cure people of their pain, and in addition to some income, she enjoyed helping others. Serena didn't understand this policy, and her face changed to a mask of disapproval, but she didn't argue, just expressed her opinion that she was more than sure that the blonde was just a fool. Suddenly, Allison burst in completely without knocking, asking if Helena was here, and then he spotted her. The healer didn't expect to meet him as a guest. Usually she visits a guy's restaurant, which made her blush, but the archmage was here on business, so he skipped all the politeness and well-mannered greetings. Serena, on the other hand, watched from the sidelines and wondered about the elf's behavior. She was confused by the expression on her face. It was clearly a smile, but she acts very differently with patience. Just then the dragon began to run his gaze intently over every feature of Alena's face. Noting absolutely everything, she saw a slight excitement, joy, anticipation. It was a whole mixture of feelings, but they all overlapped mostly with a wide and sweet smile, which the girl covered with her hand. Allison said that he decided to go on a hike with all the restaurant workers, and thought that it would be difficult for the girls, because they often visited them. It was an easy manipulation on his part, so that certainly the acquaintances would agree to join the guys. And Alena immediately gave a positive answer. And while the medicine woman was almost squealing with joy, which was completely out of character, with thanks about the invitation, Serena kept thinking about that look on Elena's face. The dragon wished she knew as much about it as possible. It was still a secret to her whether it was love, admiration, something else. And then she turned on all her charm and flirting skills, immediately became haughty and replied that she would do a favor and make Helshin and his friends happy with her company. And then the archmage asked her if the red dragon wanted to go too, and at that moment all the girls' confidence disappeared somewhere. Serena didn't know that she wasn't going to be invited, so she got upset. The weather was simply marvelous, the sun brightly illuminating the path in the green forest, the trees in which lowered their branches above our heads, creating a perfect pattern of nature. Of course, everyone who joined the hike were in awe of nature, realizing its power and at the same time beauty. Going camping on vacation was a great idea. The company approached a body of water into which a small waterfall flowed. splashing drops to anyone who approached, like a playful child in a river. Alena was very curious how Al managed to find such a charming place. The owner of the restaurant laughed, calling himself the soul of the company, and it was acquaintances recommended a good place. Matt turned to her brother, questioning the chief's words, for he had spoken of being incredibly sociable, and there were only 2 people joining them, to which Lint shushed her for not saying such things aloud. But it was too late. Allison had already heard, but he didn't let on, so he suggested that they lay out their things first. They laid out everything they had on the ground: bags of dishes, water bottles, sleeping bags, towels. Friends were prepared thoroughly. While El was sorting out his backpack, Rurin came up from behind and said that everything was ready. And then she asked if she could put up the tent now, but the archmage laughed and said that it could be left for later, though they always tried to do that first during a camping trip. Allison pulled out a large box of the Lovernopoly game, asking for everyone's attention for a moment. He wanted everyone to play this. The vacation guests began to converge from different sides of their area to set up camp. Rurin didn't understand how they would play if everything there was in Ella's native language, for which he asked his friend not to worry. Everything most important was accessible and clear. To start, Allison handed out money to everyone. 3 million Lint Man and Miltine didn't understand why the money was just pieces of paper, as if not realizing it was game currency. Allison began to explain that this game is about wealth management, and immediately told the rules. You have to roll the die and move the figure as many times as the number on the die. You can buy land and buildings with the money, and when another player gets on your land, you collect a fee according to the value of the land and houses. After a few rounds, the richest player wins, and you can also bankrupt other players before the end of the game. Rurin really liked the game where you can take over the world, but Siren didn't like that they were brought here to play with fake money. And while Lint wondered at the spoken words that there were prizes and punishments for winners and losers, Alena looked at the figures, marveling at how much they resembled themselves. Elle announced the start of the game and threw 2 dice, red and blue. They quickly ran from rib to rib across the field many times until they stopped, showing a certain number of digits. And with the same speed the players got into the game, Lint moved to the cage with the ground of someone who it's best not to mess with at all when it comes to power, even in a normal board game. Serena immediately caught on, started screaming like hell about how dare he even set foot on her land, and immediately started demanding to give her the money immediately. It seemed like she was about to explode with gloating and the desire to win. Allison warned him not to worry so much. The rent was low, so Lint calmed down, but the red dragon was furious. Why did she only get 10,000 lindens? It was too little for someone who wanted to take the whole field. It was Rurin's turn to move and she had a special card, so the girl took to reading it with full enthusiasm. Unfortunately, her happiness didn't last long. She suffered a dragon attack. Now all the buildings on her land were destroyed. The brunette seemed to sink inside her thoughts. She didn't want to lose everything she had accumulated. As Rurin began to shake with anger over the usual game, Allison made his move and hit Alena's ground, though the blonde was so inattentive to the game that she didn't even notice it at first. Elle was analyzing the situation. Alena had built a restaurant and hotel. CHJL meant it was going to cost him, and the elven woman was withdrawing into herself, repeating constantly that the archmage was on her land. The blonde had already pictured a small cabin in the middle of a snowy forest edge during a very harsh and cold winter, only it was warm and cozy inside. The yellowish light seemed to add warmth, and Alena was standing in the kitchen of the restaurant or hotel that was her property, and she heard the front door open. The girl couldn't help but greet the new guest, but as soon as she said nice words, the guy collapsed into the warmth. His face was red from the frost. On him the snow had already started to turn into ice. There was a blizzard outside. Just then, Allison came very close to Alena, almost right up against her, and asked if he could stay here for the night. And the elfess hesitated, not knowing what to say. And then she gave her answer, namely that she had everything free, so the guy could safely use all the conveniences, but she did not notice how she moved from her dreams to reality and was already embarrassed to say it to the real Allison, who became embarrassed. Miltine consulted with Matt if she should invest in the card she was holding, and the man replied that this town wouldn't bring in much money. Just a store would suffice. He tried to help, to explain that it wasn't worth taking on the town of Cameron just yet, but then a sound came from outside. While they didn't spare the advice, brother and sister were real enemies. Matt said it was every man for himself in this game, being greedy, not giving Lint what he wanted, to which the girl laughed and asked since when did money matters run in the family, and then asked her to just relax, because it was paper money. Rurin was already in some kind of trouble. As it turned out, she was in jail and, not understanding the essence of the game, began to claim that she would get out of there by force. And Allison tired to explain that the brunette cannot do it zero until she gets the same number on the dice. Allison was already starting to go crazy with the no's from all sides, so he shouted a loud stop, notifying that the game was over. He couldn't think, so he asked everyone to count their remaining money, thinking that they didn't understand anything about board games. It was just impossible to play. He was glad that at least the money these guys could count. Malane had 5th place and 103,000 Lint. Man came in 4th place with his 400,620,000. Lint took 6th place overall with 240,000 to go, with Matt sitting in 2nd place on his back. But those who were most confident that they would take over the world in the game, namely Siren and Rurin, remained bankrupt in the end. The losers were visible to the naked eye, their eyes fixed on the floor and did not come off. Allison came in 3rd place. He had 5,220,000, and the guy was very happy to congratulate Alena. Blondie won easily. She had the honorable 1st place and 21,630,000 lindas. The elven girl didn't even expect that she would be the one to beat everyone. Elle held out her 1st place prize, which was a homemade ticket for any wish, and he promised to do whatever the archmage could. The medic took the paper in her hands and stared at it, thinking about what she wanted. From equals, which she began to blush. She didn't say anything, just asked if she could save this mini certificate for later, to which she got a confirmation, because the wish had no deadline. But Serena was watching everything carefully. She thought the blonde was a fool, since she couldn't say what she wanted. She had to grab the chance while she could. Allison began to slowly put everything back in a box and advised that seats 2 through 6 could rest easy. And the guys did just that, discussing the game, slowly coming back to reality. But the guy certainly didn't forget about the losers. He let them in on the secret that the 2 losers would be pitching the tent. Rurin and Sirena didn't like it, but the girls surprisingly didn't challenge their assignment. And now they were already stretching the fabric, fixing the tent hooks into the ground and, as usual, quarreling, calling each other fools, accusing each other of wrongdoing, though none of them had ever done such a thing. It was night outside. The moon illuminated everything beautifully. Its cold rays seemed to dive into the water, reflecting and distorting beneath it, giving away its coldness, because the temperature is always lower at water bodies. Into the men's tent was Lint and Matt, who could not move a step away from her brother. They continued to argue, Lint asking her what they would even live on if her sister took everything, still not getting away from the game. In the women's tent, everyone but Alena was asleep. She was holding the very paper with a smile and a blush, reading it over and over again, but she wasn't thinking at all about what to wish for. She was just pleased with the realization of what was happening. Finally, after hypnotizing the piece of paper for a long time, she brought it to her lips and smacked it gently, touching her lips to the note warmed in her hands. Suddenly someone behind her stirred. The medicine woman immediately froze. At first it just seemed like one of the girls was just changing her sleeping position, but then she noticed the silhouette that had risen as well. A body crawled up to the entrance of the tent, not sure who it was that was up in the middle of the night, and there wasn't enough light to see the person yet. But then the mysterious girl opened the fabric of the tent, and the light from the moon began to stream in thinly, slowly illuminating her face. It was Miltine. It was as if she sensed she was being watched intently and turned toward her sleeping housemates to see which of them was awake. But everyone was asleep, even Alena, whom the moonlight was supposed to interfere with, for she was lying directly opposite the open entrance. Miltine moved on, but Alena wasn't really asleep. She just turned around. She was nervous for some reason. She didn't want anyone to notice that she was watching, and she couldn't understand why the brunette would want to go out in the middle of the night. As soon as the girl left the sleeping place, she already walked more confidently on the ground without even looking back. Helena, for some reason, was incredibly eager to poke her nose in, so she looked out of the tent. Now the blonde was 100% sure it was Ms. Miltine, but still not sure where she was supposed to go at this hour. The woman approached the pond, at which someone was already sitting. He did not realize at first who was coming to him. That's why he asked Miltine if she had come, and she apologized for calling for a meeting at night. Brunecta admitted that she just couldn't bear the separation and hugged the man tightly. It was incredibly romantic, as if they were having a forbidden love affair. When the mysterious lover withdrew his head, so that his face was illuminated by the moon, one could recognize Mantha. He was embarrassed, which was completely out of character. Alena watched it all from the side. Standing behind a rock, she covered her mouth to keep from cringing. The blonde rarely looked at them, so she never noticed the spark between them, and couldn't imagine their pairing before. The man looked at Miltine and reminded her that they had agreed to keep it a secret, asking if the woman had not brought her tail, and she said she had gotten out secretly so no one would know, but it seemed she had miscalculated. But as it turned out, not just miscalculated, but completely failed. While Alena thought that it was good that everyone was sleeping, it should have remained a secret. She was surrounded by dragons. Rurin and Siren also came to the place of tracking and surprised by this turn. And the black dragon and did not understand what these two are doing. They spoke less loudly, but still too clearly, speaking directly to the lovers. As it turned out, Serena had heard everything from the beginning, and didn't understand what the secret was, and Rurin said that there could be no secret. Everyone had known about the lovebirds for a long time, and immediately Lint and Matt were shocked. They were seen as silly teenagers, not adults. Pretty soon it was getting light. The sky was overcast, for the sun was not shining with such a warm light. It was time to prepare breakfast. It wasn't long before Allison found out what had happened during the night as well. He was amazed at the amazing stories he was being told early in the morning, as if charged with the idea for a whole lazy day. Mr. Mann and Miltine stood with their heads down as if feeling ashamed. Surprisingly, it was the boss who didn't know they were meeting, and the man assured that he was going to tell all. Antal didn't understand why they looked so guilty. He wanted the pair to accept his congratulations on their beautiful union. If the archmage had known, he would have taken 3/10 with him. And Matt and Lint couldn't believe they worked side by side with these guys, but didn't notice such a feature. Just like fools. The owner of the restaurant couldn't settle down and asked the couple to tell them all about it over breakfast. He had prepared a curry, the perfect dish for a hike, but he didn't think it would be awkward for the guys. The guy shared the secret of frying onions with oil on low heat for a long time. Technically, this ingredient is the base. When it becomes golden in color, shrinks and acquires a rich flavor, you need to divide it into pieces and alternately fry with other vegetables and meat in butter. Then you need to add water and stir the curry thoroughly to avoid lumps. And finally, under the finale, you can add peppers, and just like that, the perfect camping dish is easily ready. It looked incredibly delicious, and knowing the guy's abilities, it wasn't like that, and it didn't look like it. As soon as the food was on the guys' plates, the mood immediately improved. It smelled great, just drooled from such deliciousness. And especially for Alena, cooked a part without meat. He did not forget about the peculiarity of his good acquaintance, and the girl was incredibly happy that she was so taken care of, and already began to count it as something more than just a friendly concern. She thought about that thoughtfulness and put spoonful after spoonful of the incredibly tasty dish into herself. It was hard to imagine that such deliciousness could be made in camping conditions, and it was the thought of Allison that gave the blonde a special flavor, who was just about to pour the last portion and embarking on a topic that was incredibly interesting to him. He looked in the direction of the new couple. He asked who had confessed their feelings first. Miltine, hugging Mantha, candidly admitted that it was her. Both were very embarrassed by such attention to them, but realized that in the circle of friends there was nothing to be embarrassed about. The man knew of her feelings, but didn't take her seriously because of the age difference. At first he was going to reject her. Now he realized he was wasting his time. Something snapped over him in an instant, and man thought it was wrong to hurt someone who was opening their heart to you. Miltane was inordinately pleased to hear that, much less snuggle up to the one he loved. Alena listened intently about how important these two were to their feelings, but didn't give any sign, only transferring it all to her relationship with Allison. Rurin, on the other hand, was in complete agreement with the thought that, and the archmage began to think of next steps, and immediately he said that the wedding would be in the square of the town of Grick, and that they should not worry about money, from which the lovers withdrew a little. In their opinion, it was too early to think about it. Serena decided to incite and said that it was time to kiss already. They should finish what they failed to do yesterday, which actually they interrupted themselves. Her sister and brother immediately picked up on this and started clapping their hands asking for a kiss. Miltine and Matt were incredibly awkward. already all their acquaintances were demanding a kiss. The woman was already red with embarrassment. Only Rurin was somehow uncomfortable with what was happening now, while the others only pushed for it, saying that these two loved each other and couldn't kiss. And yet Miltine couldn't stand it and pressed her lips against Matt's. He didn't expect them to give in to the crowd so quickly, but it was awkward for the girl too. Only she realized that her friends wouldn't let go. Finally everyone was satisfied. Serena included, cheered the most, as if she was rooting for the couple. Applause covered the clearing. Allison and Alena were also very happy for the guys. The elf was more sparing in expressing her emotions due to her modest character, but it was clear from her embarrassed smile that her support was sincere. The couple was embarrassed already, and after the kiss, they did not think to reveal their secret, and now everyone knows about it and cannot be afraid to show their feelings in public, but the blush still remained on their cheeks. But Rurin seemed uncomfortable with it, and perhaps and most likely she was embarrassed too. She looked away, like a child who didn't want her parents to know that she understood and knew everything about the relationship between a woman and a man. The cauldron with food was already empty, and everyone was satiated and satisfied with such a delicious breakfast. Smoothly passing into lunch, the mountain of dirty dishes remained only a mention of the delicious meal. The meal had satiated the company so much that most of them were stuffed and couldn't move. Matt remembered that it was very similar to their first meal together in a restaurant, and Lint agreed. Miltine and Matt decided to take a walk together, since everyone knew about them, and Rurin accosted Allison with the very game she'd lost, asking him to play with her again. The guy agreed, and then asked if she was upset about her defeat. Serena clutched her stomach as if she wanted to help her stomach churn over the curry, which she approvingly called not such a bad dish. Alena, who had taken up the dirty dishes, replied that she liked it too. And just as the blonde got ready to leave, the red dragon told her that if it was there, Alena shouldn't keep things to herself, which made the sudden important business distracting. Serena gave her friend a sly look, continuing to reason that desire might be eternal, but not a man's patience, and someone might override it, subtly hinting, and already seeming to directly say, that it was worth it to start acting already, especially since it seemed someone had already made up their mind today. Rurin and Allison were privately playing a board game, and this time it was the archmage who had no luck. He was almost immediately imprisoned, something the dragon couldn't help but be happy about. She gloated directly at her friend's bad luck, but the guy didn't get annoyed like she did at losing, just acknowledged that he had gotten off to a rough start. He had half a hot drink while looking at the dice and assumed that Rurin was also surprised that Miltine and Matt were together, but his words were too snide, as if he was trying to move on to an important conversation. Who would have ever thought that they would decide to me while they weren't around? But the brunette replied that she wasn't surprised. Miltine had originally liked Matt. Only a blind man wouldn't notice that, she thought. Rurin was more surprised by Ella's reaction, and he was still surprised by such a statement, the hot drink making his mouth burn even more from not trying to sip it right away. And then the brunette finally said what she had been preparing for a very long time. The girl admitted that she liked Allison, which made him spit out his drink. He was in genuine shock at what he had just heard from someone who had been like a sibling to her all this time. Elle was incredibly embarrassed, his cheeks getting redder by the second. He wondered why it sounded so sudden, and Rurin replied that she thought it would be enough to just show it. That the brunette saw everyone cheering for Man and Miltine and realized that things were different for them, which began to tear at her soul, and cause a kind of envy that prompted this action. She couldn't accept that they were being wished happiness, being happy for them, and how the couple was slowly finding their happiness, unlike them. The girl felt awkward. They were obviously grateful, though very embarrassed, and sincerely did not understand what was different. It was hard for Rurin to express her feelings, and each word barely passed through the lump in her throat. Allison awkwardly replied that they were celebrating the beginning of a relationship, just like the Black Dragon's birthday back then, which made the brunette even angry, because this holiday was for her, not her and Elle's companionship. And when the girl showed her feelings, no one was happy. The archmage said it was like that. They were like a family, always together everywhere. And then Rurin couldn't stand it anymore, so she screamed, trying to convey to the friend she cared for more, that it was different than he had pictured in his head. She was almost on the verge of tears, already bluntly saying that these weren't some silly feelings out there, and she didn't want others to think she was just nothing. She was being torn apart inside by her feelings. This is much more special, But Elle from nerves could not say anything in response and just threw the dice on the playing field. The pressure was getting higher and higher with each second. It was as if he was pinned in a corner and now there was nowhere to run. The cubes were light, but at the moment the sound and clatter of the faces seemed so loud, as if they weighed a ton. 2 units fell out. Elle decided to play dumb and repeated aloud that it was a deuce, that he was lucky to be out of jail. But Rurin showed him the card and said he wasn't going anywhere, as if alluding to the situation between them. Allison ran his eyes over the rows of the card, and immediately his face changed, shock rushing through his blood in a waterfall and his heart pounding as fast as it could. He didn't understand what the rule was on the card. He knew the game well and it wasn't anything like that. On a small piece of cardboard paper, there was a crossed-out condition that said, if you hit the same number you could get out of jail. And next to it in small print it said that if a player went to jail they had to kiss the black dragon to get out and the rest wouldn't work. Rurin became nervous and drenched in color. The girl wouldn't let it out of her head that everyone was so excited when they kissed. And as much as Rurin thought that was the only difference, she still wasn't sure she was acting right. She couldn't wait any longer for the first step, climbed on top of Allison and proceeded to tell him in a single dudgeon that if there was so much meaning in the lips touching, there was no reason why they couldn't do it the same way. Elle hadn't expected such an onslaught, much less from someone who had been so secretive in showing her true emotions all along. She somehow grabbed the guy's cape a little too roughly and put him in front of the fact that it was the only difference she could think of. And the archmage couldn't afford such a thing, but he didn't actively resist. And finally, when the hot blood finally pounded in the brunette's head, she finally decided to do something that was hard for her to even imagine. She was not used to such initiatives, and here a couple of centimeters separated them from each other. Now it was impossible to give a backsigh. But Rurin still covered herself in pseudo-nobility and said she would get Elle out of prison. She moved as close as she could and covered her eyes in anticipation of the special moment, and Elle seemed to be already attuned to what was about to happen as well. Both of them were already hot as coal in a fireplace. But then it was as if cold water had been poured on them, straight up ice cold. A stone popped out from around the corner and skipped away with a loud thud, causing the sweet couple to be distracted by the noise. It was a real lifesaver for Allison. He immediately broached with a stupid tone that if he didn't clean up the curry everything would stick to the plates, so he needed to go wash the dishes right away, or it would be an unmitigated disaster. He was trying to create a situation that he couldn't get out of, and Rurin was already calling him dear as if they were already a couple. He tried to walk more or less calmly, but he couldn't. His gait was agitated, and he wanted to get away as quickly as possible. Rurin was a second away from exploding and flooding everything around her with tears. A board game lit in her hands. It was about to fall out from her weakened hands. The girl genuinely didn't understand what the difference between them and Lint and Matt was after all. The stone didn't roll that far away, so it was still lying there waiting to be picked up by either the one who threw it or the one it was meant for. It was a symbol of a chance, only different for everyone. The one who came up with this throw was hoping for acceptance of her feelings. And for Ella it was an escape from the most awkward situation possible, but he didn't know he was about to get into another one. Alena was here with the dishes. She needed an excuse to get away from the others for a long time. And so that if something went wrong she could excuse herself that she had just come to do the dishes. She was nervous and shaking, already going over the words in her head, trying to find the right ones to say everything she was thinking and feeling. As it turned out, there was more than one stone. She was well prepared in this regard and acted for sure, except that she was nervous not only from her feelings, but also from what she had just seen. In addition to the fear of revealing her soul, she was now constrained by the fear of the thought that she might miss what she wanted so much to achieve. Then she went to the pond, thinking that she could wash the dishes there. Serena was still following her, but she kept her distance. She didn't want to join the dirty work and soon fell behind. The medicine woman thought that if she washed in the river, all the dirt would be there, and she was very concerned about the ecology, so she decided that it would be better to just scoop up the water. But then the blonde heard the words that Rurin was thinking a lot and came to think that it was the only difference. A picture unfolded in front of her that she would have wanted to see last. Rurin sat on top of Allison and spoke of the deep meaning in the touching of lips, and that now she saw no reason why they couldn't do the same. It made a chill go through her body and hit a real peg in her heart. Helena was hard to miss, but her two friends were busy with something else entirely and didn't see anything right now, just transferring their feelings, as it seemed to her, to the game. Rurin wanted to get Allison out of jail, in a fictitious, but completely real way. Then Alena was enveloped in genuine shock and she opened her eyes wide to confirm what she had just seen and heard. She wished it was just a misunderstanding and everything turned out to be fake. Her heart sank. A huge range of feelings compressed into one confused lump. She knew one thing. This could not be allowed to happen. Then she automatically took the first thing that was on the floor. A pebble. The girl would have liked to convince herself that she was doing it without any malice, but it was also a lie. She was driven by a sense of jealousy and selfishness, which did not allow her to do what she was going to do. And now the pixie sat on the floor and regretted what she had done. She blamed herself, questioned what she had done, covered her flushed face with her hands. She shouldn't have made noise and interrupted those who wanted privacy. The blonde didn't know that she had only played in Allison's favor. That's why she still called herself a fool for not being able to resist the miserable feeling that pushed her to do the wrong thing. And so amidst the storm of all the feelings, she switched to something physical. Near her feet, which were also already covered in sweat from nerves, the piece of paper that Allison had shoved into her then fell out. At first she was frantically worried that something important had fallen out. That's why she paid attention to the thing. As soon as her gaze fell on the shrunken piece of paper, her mind began to replay the moment. Her heart fluttered with joy as if it were some treasure or long-awaited declaration of love, followed by Ella's words that it was a ticket to desire. He was willing to do anything. Alena thought about it. The blush slowly began to fade from her face. Now she doubted the fidelity of her desire, but there was no other way out of the situation. It was necessary to decide to do something. Then Serena's words that desire might be eternal, but not a man's patience. Someone might override him, which spurred her to action, albeit such a foolish one that turned out, in the end, flashed through. She now knew exactly who that hint was directed at. Someone had already made up their mind today. Those words were about Rurin. The blonde picked up the piece of paper and began to ponder what it meant, whatever it meant. Alena kept thinking about Ella. At first it was just curiosity and gratitude, and only idle interest. It was a special relationship. As she realized, the image of the guy popped up in her mind, like an angel that had shed some light on some things for her. He taught her to enjoy the taste of food, to understand that even a small amount of ingredients can be served in such a way that you want to savor it. And now Alena could not see her life without gastronomic pleasure. But that wasn't the main thing. More important was that Allison had shown her how wonderful humans were and helped her realize it. Now the elf understood that these beings were as delicate structures and mechanisms as nature. But the more Alena got to know Al, the more she realized that he wasn't an easy man like those she had met. Especially her opinion was influenced by the elf who told her that she had heard that Allison was a comrade of Beden's, and that didn't mean just a friend, a comrade. And when the blonde found out that he was his closest associate, she was horrified to realize that the guy was one of the heroes of the war. It made Alena look at him differently. The head elf hadn't expected or ever thought she would bring him here. And then Alena was racked with immense curiosity. And she thought that was what had influenced her attitude towards the guy in the first place. Blondie went to the world of humans for the hero that together with Beden saved all races without exception, to observe such a living legend, which turned out to be too close. Al constantly surprised Alena with delicious food, specially prepared for her needs and requirements, and she in her turn satisfied her curiosity. And when she was full of it, she felt that other feelings began to appear for Al. And it was strange. She didn't understand what was going on inside her at first, and even now it was hard to admit it, but soon Alena remembered all the situations where she was subconsciously reaching for the guy. How she hadn't thrown away the maid's dress, and Serena's weight asking about why she wanted it, to which she got the answer that it was just in case, but Alena's subconscious inside told her it was. Or the days when Alena had woken her friend up as early as she could, ignoring her sleepy state, all for the sake of going out to eat at a restaurant. Only she wasn't drawn to the food, but to whoever was cooking it, though she wouldn't let herself believe it. And now holding the coupon from Ella, she realized that she had finally made up her mind, but something inside was still holding her back, namely her eternal insecurity in terms of interacting with other people and creatures. Al meanwhile waved Rurin off and decided to head back to camp. They would be going home soon. And the beau hoped the wait had been well spent on such a small vacation, small but quite eventful. Friends began to pack their bags and thank Al for the holiday, For some it was the best camping trip ever. The food was wonderful. Matt also enjoyed it, and his brother suggested that he should learn to make his own curry. He wished he could achieve the same excellence in cooking as Al. Serena, however, took her mind off all this talk and turned her attention to Rurin, who was slumped over, and the red dragon could guess why she was almost crying from the heaviness in her soul. Of course, the girl didn't give away that she'd noticed Rurin was so downcast, but she still wondered why she was in such a state, and began to guess that something had gone wrong between her and Al. But Serena had no pity. It would only be better for Alena, and soon she would tell her the good news, and at that very moment Alena returned to the guys with a bowl of washed dishes. Her face didn't show all the thoughts that were swirling in her head. Allison was surprised at the girl's enthusiasm. After all, washing dishes was his chore, and the blonde replied that he was the one who had invited her, so it was the least the pixie could do in gratitude. And before the topic went completely off in the wrong direction, turned to Alul, he immediately heard some wrong notes in her voice and looked at Alena questioningly, expecting some important conversation. The girl showed the piece of paper and said she would like to exercise her right to desire right now. The guy didn't expect her to come up with what she would really want from him so quickly, but, naturally, did not know at all what the medicine woman was up to. He asked with a smile what Alena had chosen, and asked not to procrastinate with the answer, but to tell as soon as possible. He also couldn't wait to see the girl's fantasy. And here Alena was overcome with tremors and fear of what the reaction would be to her wish. Her voice trembled and there was a hitch. And at this point the story interrupted. Carrying the heroes already in their homes, Alena was incredibly satisfied that finally got home. She liked the vacation, but as free as at home cannot feel anywhere. She stretching, the blonde summarized that the trip had been a success. The days had not been wasted. They had gone by so quickly. She would have liked to rest a little more, but most likely, there were already many people who needed the help of the medicine woman. Alena turned to Serena and asked her opinion on the matter, whether she enjoyed the fresh air in such company, but she didn't give any definite answer, waving away the fact that it was just fine. Her friend suggested that the red dragon rest a bit while she got everything ready for the patients, and Serena stopped her before the elven woman got down to business. She was concerned about one issue and the situation that had occurred. And this situation had happened between Alena and Elle. It wasn't at all clear to Serena why she had done that and wasted her wish in that particular way, when she could have grabbed luck by the tail right at that moment. They were transported back to a moment in their memories, during their vacation, back when Alena had thought about telling Allison everything and was trying to work up the courage to do so. The blonde then said she wanted Allison to keep running the restaurant in the town of Greek for a long time, even though she was going to confess her feelings to the guy and make a wish that would bring them closer together. But this did not escape her lips, and even from her face. However embarrassed it was, one could not tell that this was not at all what she wanted to wish for. But now it was too late. The wish had been made and it could not be changed. This completely threw Allison off balance. He was surprised at such a wish and once again questioned whether his friend meant what he said. Alena thought that such a question was backed up by the fact that it was too difficult to fulfill. But Allison replied that of course not, and he himself had no intention of leaving his favorite job. It was all from under the sneaky eavesdropping of Serena, and a shadow of disappointment fell across her face. She didn't think her friend was so weak. Allison thought it was a rather odd wish to and once again questioned if that was exactly what Alena wanted, and she replied that yes, that was exactly what she wanted, and it was fine. And that's why Serena expressed her claims to the blonde, why she had made this wish. If she could have ordered, for example, a trip somewhere just the two of them, and already there do everything to make the feelings mutual or at least open up. Alena remained silent and didn't even turn around to avoid eye contact, but the red dragon kept pressing her, reminding her that the percentage of a chance like this being given out again was too small, and to miss it was just incredibly stupid. And after a while she did give her answer. She didn't dare to tell the whole truth just because she saw something that completely changed her mind. A picture appeared before my eyes of Rurin and Allison a couple of centimeters away from each other, lips almost touching, and the sight of them saying that they had been longing for such a passionate moment for a long time. But Alena paid more attention to Ella's gaze and the way he was looking at the girl. It was this that finally stopped her from going any further. Alena was shocked at what she had just seen. Her heart turned to stone and fell at her heels. Immediately plans changed, and now all fearlessness was gone. And now she was trembling in front of Serena, and making excuses that she'd just seen the way Allison looked at Rurin. And while she went on to talk about how she had decided to just stay away, Siren sighed. She thought she would see it if she followed Alena. If this sincere and pure-hearted girl falls in love, her love will be beautiful, not that of her own. And Alena, at this time, was already all in tears and snot. She said, through sobs, that she agreed to see him at least sometimes, to see him in the restaurant. The red dragon tensed up. She thought she would be able to see the true love she had dreamed of for so long, but it was rather selfish to think about it now, when her friend's heart was breaking from the inside out. All this brought only sadness, so Serena hugged Alena, calling her just a fool, letting her cry into the chest of the one who lived next door and knew about everything, the one who had become almost a sister. No one was in the restaurant anymore. The staff was getting ready to close up completely and clean up. Rurin had time to think about the situation between her and Elle, who had been acting a little strange lately. Thubnik, something strange. Even his subordinates began to notice that something was wrong, but he was only on his own mind, like a hobbled robot. And what stressed her the most was that he was completely avoiding her. It was embarrassing and even shameful that her determination had led to such terrible consequences and the near destruction of the relationship. Even at night, Allison turns away and flinches every time Rurin tries to touch him. He hadn't done this before, and the brunette was angry with him. Just because she has feelings doesn't mean she should be feared like fire. Matt turned to Rurin and asked her if she had grown up. It was quite unexpected to hear such a question when the girl was swimming in an ocean of her own thoughts and anger. Because of this, the black dragon once again queried what was meant, and was told that it had become noticeable during the trek. Rurin considered her body, starting with her arms. She hadn't noticed it at all, but now assumed it had to do with the fact that the ceremony was approaching soon. But, as always, took the question to head on and asked if height was so important, and Mab replied that no, it was just that the brunette now seemed much more mature. And now Rurin asked if that was a good thing. The conversation continued but was turning into a sucking liquid, absorbing at once. At least for Ella, he was tried to be pulled into the real world by an assistant who was already and was working sloppily. It wasn't until he yelled out that Allison took notice, and startled out of his thoughts, asking what was even the matter. There was blood dripping down his fingers. The server noticed it. The cook cut himself and didn't notice it. He was in his space at that moment. The employee immediately became worried and asked where they had a bandage, even though the owner of the restaurant assured him that everything was fine, and not to be so nervous. Such a cut would heal very quickly. And then the image of Rurin flashed before his eyes again, reaching out to him in the light like an angel, promising him that she could get him out of prison. The blood in Allison's body began to move faster, and soon it was spurting out of his finger, and now it didn't look like a small cut. Al finally came to a conclusion, agreed to accept the thoughts he'd been unable to acknowledge for so long, even became hot about it and especially uncomfortable. Now he was well aware that he was actually in love with Rurin and had been avoiding all this time just from keeping himself from showing emotions and feelings so he wouldn't admit them, but now he had to be honest with himself. In the sacred land of the Black Dragons, in a huge castle, a very important matter was beginning to be discussed. Not for all eyes, for it was not being discussed in the light of day. The elder Black Dragon Mediano was inquiring about whether everything was ready for the Rurin ceremony of the subject. He was anxious to know that everything would go just fine with one of the best heirs of this clan. Black Dragon Digma seriously, that there would be no problem, and the interlocutor remarked that he was glad to hear that. Digma began to reason with the old man that given all the traditional preparations of the ceremony, they were ready for anything. And the old man wondered what the traditions were in general. And it was about Rurin's adult connection with her partner, which shocked Median. He had completely forgotten about it, and realized that the brunette would never agree to such a thing in her life. And Digma continued his reasoning and suggestions. They picked a few candidates. A large scroll appeared from the portal and the man asked if the old man wanted to take a look, leaving the Chosun chosen. The man began to look at the names on the scroll. Reason aloud that if Nweiss were alive he would be among the lads provided, and his interlocutor said aloud that he probably would be, but in his mind he thought the old man was just a fool. And then the Dan's gaze changed. He didn't see what he wanted and decided to move on to another topic he was concerned about, so he turned to Digma. He asked if the man still had any hatred for Allison who had killed his nephew. This knocked the Black Dragon off balance. He did wonder at the suddenness of such a question. He tilted his head, and with a completely unlikely expression on his face gave no specific answer, only that he wouldn't say so. And Maidon brought up the subject of Rurin's feelings for Allison. except that his interlocutor interrupted him and decided to be honest, revealing the cards. He, it turns out, knew about Nisa's plan to set Allison up. Now Maidon sat in shock. The man who was so close to him knew about all that was going on and the setup. That the man began to justify that of course he wasn't supporting him in any way, but he wasn't stopping him either, which was almost complicit. And all because Nwise was right about the decline of the Black Dragon era, and in general whether in such a situation it is worth trusting a rare female species to a man, no matter how strong he was and no matter what magical abilities he had. And then the old man bowled up and asked with aggression what the guy was even hinting at. Digma coldly cut off that the top priority was the Black Dragon clan itself, just like old Median, and to question it now, it was foolish and barren. Rurin's mother was the kind of person who violated the clan's Tao, even though she was the old man's daughter. He had personally imprisoned her in a dungeon for it, so why was he making such a protest now? However, the decision was shrouded in many regrets, and that was what was forcing Digma to be honest now. The interlocutor was starting to weigh heavily on Median morally. The man thought back on everything that had happened and would not want to return his thoughts to TMO time. And now also the pressure with the assertion that Rurin must be bonded to a similarly black dragon. In the restaurant late in the evening came guests who were here more as friends of the host. They were interested in how the hike went, whether everything was go. To which they received the answer that everything was very great. Masnik and his wife were very sorry that they could not join, or rather, only the girl. Her husband was now just stuffing himself with delicious food, not regretting anything, and Elle only summarized that since they were busy, there was nothing to be done about it. Next time he would definitely invite acquaintances with them again. And then the girl remembered that Rurin would have a birthday very soon, leaned over and whispered in her ear the question whether Elle and his friends were planning a birthday party for her. To which the beau replied that he had been ready for it for a long time, and had been preparing for a long time, and when he was asked what it was all about, Allison coolly replied that his gift was a house. It was certainly shocking. Meanwhile, the old man and the commander of the yards looked at what they had done, concluded that everyone had done a good job. The large beast immediately began to call out Rurin's name. He would want her to finally see what they had created for her. The dwarf scratched the huge cat-like beast. He was such a good boy as well, very helpful in building this dwelling. And then he apologized to the workers for the fact that even after the completion of construction, he so much nagged on the details, but those did not feel resentful of the commander, even said that they on the contrary liked to bring the structure to perfection. They looked around once more. This was a true work of art by Geltazar, something incredibly grandiose. They wanted to see what the reaction of the owner and the customer would be. But in the palace of the Black Dragons, quarrels were sharpening and shouting. Median thought that it was a disgrace to the clan, and the girl's mother was a criminal because the war had broken out over the condition of this ancient ore. And all of this he directed at Rurin, who had been there for some unknown reason. And now, in the face of her fear of rejection by the likes of her, the Black Dragon tried to justify herself, but the word stuck in her throat. And finally her grandfather told her that he was banishing her from the sanctuary, without a drop of doubt or punctuation, as if they weren't native at all. As if Rurin was just an ordinary dragon. Immediately the brunette jumped up on the bed in a sweat, opening her eyes. It was a dream, a nightmare that had been taunting her mind for the past few hours, but it was too realistic not to believe. She was still reeling from what she'd seen for a while, even though she realized it was all behind her. Nothing like this was happening to her now, but she needed at least a few minutes to dispel the bad thoughts, to get them out of her head. And then she noticed that no one was around. Elle had disappeared somewhere. And this was now the only person who could provide moral help and support the girl after such a nervous vision. She immediately rushed to find him. She was about to cry and she would have, tearing off every door she could, not realizing where Allison could have gone. The last thing she wanted was to be alone now, and basically always. And so she found him. The lad was concerned at her appearance. He hadn't expected his friend to wake up so quickly. And there was an old dwarf standing nearby. He too was surprised at such a late hour to see Lady Rurin. Seeing the brunette's anxiety, men asked if anything was wrong, but she couldn't say a word, only now out of surprise and trying to puzzle out what Allison was doing here. But since he didn't hear any coherent thoughts, he informed her that everything was just in time. He was going to say at the party, but he thought that there would be no time for that in the next year. So now was the perfect moment. Then finally confused the girl, and already under Rurin's questions as to what Elle was even talking about, he was leading her to the very place, the Lair, which was located in the same hill on which the restaurant stood. That was the beginning of the tour. First the dwarf showed the entrance to the guys. They hadn't seen it yet. It was majestic. The columns, the curved glass ceiling, it felt different, more aristocratic. The beaux were shocked by the beauty of it. It looked as if they had entered a palace to the royal family. Rurin was as if she had never seen such high ceilings. Maybe she had, but she didn't own such buildings. Suddenly the rescued monster appeared from around the corner. He sensed that Rurin had come here. Allison laughed, asking if this was all for the girl too, to which the old man replied that of course, a lair like this simply had to have a guardian. Next Ella and Rurin walked around as if spellbound, with their mouths hanging open from everything they saw. This house 6 even had a wine cellar, also a low-temperature place like a freezer, and a pantry that was connected to the fancy dining room for more convenience, and there were already prepared bedrooms and storage for treasures. But something the dwarf wanted to show more than anything else. He opened the door that led to the very center room. A bright golden light poured out from there, and the friends waited with anticipation to see what was in there. And this intrigue justified expectations. This place turned out to be a huge bathhouse, with incredibly beautiful reliefs on the walls, a glass ceiling with a dome and an incredible fountain in the center, from which water splashed in all directions. The black dragon immediately realized that it was water from an underground spring. It was the old man's idea. Since the girl liked the hot springs so much, he decided to do something similar here. Rurin was overjoyed. She had already forgotten about the nightmare she had recently seen, and Allison was pleasantly surprised that Rurin was so happy about everything. He had been somewhat aloof lately and it was quite noticeable, so now such a wonderful reaction could be a reason to forgive some coldness. Then he felt sad and his cheeks flushed. He kept thinking that he couldn't deny it forever, so he decided that when Rurin's birthday came he would confess it. But he didn't realize that by doing so he was just putting it off until later. But then he was brought out of this stream of thoughts by Rurin herself, who sparsh Viola. Why the friend is just standing there. He should have brought cocoa long ago, as soon as he saw the water from the hot springs. But it was not this request at all, but the fact that the brunette began to undress, taking off the top of the dress. The girl wanted to bathe, just like old times, so her short cape came off first. The dwarf turned away, covering his eyes, and Allison asked Rurin to wait, to stop. Rurin stayed in the room with the fountains, lowering herself into the water so that only half of her face was visible. To her this was a huge annoyance. She felt both sad and angry at the same time. Allison ran to the entrance of the restaurant and tried to contain his fervor, realizing that Rurin was in too much of a hurry and needed more time to get ready. And then he thought it was worth it to take care of more than just himself. Right now Rurin was probably a lot more uncomfortable than he was. He remembered that they had been bathing and sleeping together all the time, and now they were so far apart. But suddenly a portal appeared in front of him, and a question came from there, asking if what he had just said was true. Allison recognized Petty Officer Median's was. He interjected what Allison had just said, but he didn't wait for an answer. And too he started to get indignant, insulting the guy. He was already imagining what Elle could do to his granddaughter. He took to strangling the guy while he made excuses that the man just had it all wrong. Roughly speaking, it wasn't even that much of a misunderstanding, but Median didn't hear him. He only gave notice that Allison was screwed. But soon, he had already calmed down and was inside the huge palace that had been built for his granddaughter and reminded Allison that he had promised him something. The old man couldn't believe it was Rurin's lair. It looked incredibly beautiful and gorgeous. They passed just above where the hot spring fountain was, but the brunette wasn't there. She had gone somewhere. She had a right to. It was her home now after all. Only finding it in so many large rooms wouldn't be the easiest task. The head median recognized that it was a very impressive structure. He was even kind of embarrassed that Allison had built such a thing. Honestly, he hadn't expected Allison to say something like that. But still, he managed it. Allison was surprised at such kind words and summarized, trying to tease the old man that he did approve of him. After all, Median pressed his lips together, trying not to say something offensive for nothing. Thus he didn't accept the thought, though inwardly he had agreed with it long ago, and at the same moment decided to throw some bluff into the conversation, asking if Allison would accept defeat if Grandpa Rurin said no, and he didn't, and then said they should talk about it after all. The old man lowered himself into the hot water. His body didn't speak of age at all, only of power and willingness to fight back at every second. And while Grandpa Rurin sat relaxed, as if this were his very estate, Allison was stiff and shy looking at the man beside him. Allison was incredibly uncomfortable, feeling this incredible pressure on him from the black dragon, and only Elle began to ask what the head of the median wanted to discuss and what to tell. As if he did not require these words, he spoke, told about those times before his birth. A long time ago, there was a dragon lord. He was born after absorbing 3 magic balls. His name was Balakar and he was the first and most terrifying dragon lord, an intimidating and evil huge beast. Dalakar considered all creatures to be pathetic insects, of course, and in their current times there are some dragons who only see their power for what it is. The one made people pray to him with fear, but the difference between the creatures of today and Dakalar was that the latter had enough power to prove it. He ordered the extermination of all creatures that did not belong to the dragon race. In just a couple of years, absolutely everything became extinct. Magnificent nature, civilizations, and nothing left at all. Everything had been burned and only the dragons were left. Only ashes remained. Amused, but Bakalar regretted his choice. He realized that dragons could only reign because there were other creatures in the world. When there was nothing left, dragons turned into monsters devouring each other. And those who disobeyed Balakar, those who had consumed even one ancient orb before Balakar became lord, rebelled and killed him. But once control was gone, it was as if the remaining dragons were infected with a similar plague of self-centeredness and desire for power. And they faced a horrifying savagery, a dragon torn to pieces with a pile of blood around it that reached deeper into the jaws of the other beasts. And then all the dragons swore to never let a new lord come in. The old man mentioned it as if he had caught it and experienced it himself. And so they consider the dragons that create the ancient orbs to be mere criminals who must suffer their punishment. Allison listened attentively, though he was shocked by such details. What the head of Median had to say was related to that. The old man held back a pause and then added, a little resolved, that it was about his daughter, Rurin's mother. He recalled the past times. Everything was happening in the Black Dragon Sanctuary. In the huge palace, shouts were heard calling for his grandfather. They had a note of demand, which was inherent in the owner of the voice that called for a loved one. The man turned around, expecting to see Rurin, but still with a look of anticipation on his face as to who he would see. And it was indeed his granddaughter, who was outraged, being even younger than she was now, and started asking who else would call him grandpa, so there was no need to guess. With a tantrum, she put herself on his shoulders and began to capriciously beg for the black dragon to play with her, but he remained calm and did not react in any way to such a showy tantrum and asked where her mother was. It was close to 300 years ago. In the most peaceful of times, he missed those centuries when Rurin was just an ordinary child who spoiled herself, who could pull her grandfather's hair just like that. They had a family, a friendly family. And the only person who could calm her down was the one who reminded her to watch her behavior of the little restless black dragon. It was the black dragon Siren, Rurin's grandmother, a wise woman who was pleased even with such an unruly and characterful granddaughter. At one point she asked the girl to go with her. Rurin got off on her grandfather and his wife scolded him too, saying that you shouldn't spoil a child so much. The brunette should feel respect for the older members of the family. Suddenly, there was a loud whoosh and the ground shook, but it was so instantaneous that the Rurin family couldn't notice it. It was a large dragon, flying straight headfirst into the building, and of course from such mass and speed, the palace was doomed to destruction. Siren covered her face with her hand, trying to figure out what was going on and who had set this up in the sanctuary. Thankfully no one from the Rurin family was hurt. The black dragon flew into the building asking for forgiveness, then asked if no one was chasing her. All this piece was arranged by the one at the side of whom Rurin was just incredibly excited, and the elder was shocked by this dragon. It was the black dragon Raina, the mother of the black dragon Rurin and the old man's daughter. She was holding a magic orb and was all hustling. We needed to hide this artifact immediately. And so this ball was lying on the cushion, reflecting the light. It was a dark blue color from the look of it, and you couldn't tell that this thing would lead to a disaster in the future. Viren's mother and father immediately realized it was a magic ball and had a logical question for their daughter. Where did she get it from? And the woman with the artifact in her hand and a worried look replied that she had stolen it, realizing the responsibility of her words and what reaction would follow. So she excused herself, saying that she had, to be more precise, illegally endured it all. But she didn't avoid angry lectures about not being so careless about it. They reproached the woman that she didn't even realize the scale of the situation, didn't know what awaited the one who owned the ancient orb, why she needed these problems, her father said. While Siren tried to calm him down. The thief's mother asked that everything be explained in as much detail as possible so that everything could be sorted out. And Darren replied that it wasn't quite certain yet, but a lord might be born soon. So she did so. Her intentions were serious and deliberate. She saw some kind of sect. The people were wearing long red robes with hoods that covered their faces, and it was impossible to recognize their identities. One of them took the orb in his hand, and in the other he had a knife pointed at him. It was a real rite of passage. Rurin's mother hid behind a pillar on another floor and caught the way the blood of this man, presumably also a dragon, spilled. While she was recovering from the shock, she tried to put all the puzzles together, and now she can say, though not exactly, but she saw magical spheres. For the safety of everyone, she wanted to carry off all the spheres, but only managed to steal one. And then she started twirling it on her finger with a completely stupid expression, saying that it was good that at least one got it, admiring that no one was able to keep up with her. And her parents asked her if she realized that she even knew it now. The mother tried to convey to her daughter what happened to all of them now, but the old lady's husband didn't really understand what she was trying to narrate either. The energy of the ancient orb cannot be hidden with magic unless it is from a dragon, which is why the rules must be followed. The head of Median thought it was just silly traditions, but Viren reassured her dad, saying it was okay. She knew exactly what she was getting into when she took the ancient orb. And the daughter began to stick out her demands to her parents, saying that she had conditions and, if the elders accepted them, the woman would begin to obey without complaint. Rurin, on the other hand, stomped angrily through the corridors of the building and muttered under her breath that Grandpa was just a big fool, not realizing what was really going on. She was angry that her mom came back after all this time, and they weren't even allowed to meet, and no one wants to play with her. And moving further down the hallway, she came across a picture she hadn't expected. A crowd of people standing in front of a woman, and from the back she realized it was her mother. The child witnessed something she shouldn't have, her grandfather addressing Viren, as if she were a sinner, to listen intently. He announced in front of everyone that his daughter had broken the agreement between the dragons and created the ancient orb, and immediately, the other men, both older and younger, started whispering about it. They were very surprised at such news, and the most important question was precisely to Viren, whether she would admit her crime, and the woman replied with a cool look and tone that she fully agreed with the statement. The head of the Median summarized that his daughter would spend the rest of her life in a special place where no one would find her and from which she could not escape, and asked rhetorically if she agreed to such a punishment, because the answer would not affect anything. And Viren replied accepting. Rurin had already rushed into the crowd of men, pushing them apart. She was calling for her mother and grandfather, wanting to understand what was wrong. But the old man had a cold gaze, although if one looked more closely, one would realize that it was very hard for him to say such words about Viren needing to be imprisoned immediately, and once the place was prepared, he would personally take her away. And as soon as Allison heard about it, he immediately jumped up and angrily asked if it was even reasonable. Rurin's grandfather was surprised that the guy didn't know about it until now. The guy only knew that Rurin's mother was considered a sinner, but he didn't know that she had done all this herself. It was still a shock. The old man asked to be more calm. Though she was called a sinner, in reality she only wanted the ancient orb to go to the intruders. Only the man and Siren knew the location, and imprisoned her in a place protected by the strongest magic. Allison couldn't hide his fervor. He talked about how no matter how it was, it still didn't negate the fact that it was a prison equals. Grandpa Rurin sighed heavily. He tried not to revisit that thought, but he still agreed that it really didn't change anything. The head of Median thought about doing the right thing then, head down, trying to still overcome the uncertainty of what he was about to say. And when he finally destroyed the lump in his throat, staring at the blurring reflection, and summarized that he had made a terrible mistake. It was quiet outside the door to Rurin's room. They unlocked very rarely now. The girl had no idea that her own home would become her dungeon, and soon it would be even worse. Everyone in the palace was concerned about this. They didn't remember how many weeks it had been, but there was nothing more they should do. Her mother had become the terrible sinner of the clan, and under the talk that she was still just a child after all, but they couldn't turn a blind eye. The grandfather opened the door to his granddaughter's room and tried to enter, but as soon as he addressed the little black dragon, a pillow flew into his face in protest. The girl sat on the bed and cried. She squirmed, ordering her grandfather to leave, screaming that she hated him and didn't want to see him at all. While she was demanding her mother back, the head of Median asked her to calm down, for he had an errand for Rurin. He grabbed his granddaughter's hand to bring her to her senses and focus, telling her that only she could do it. Only she couldn't tell anyone. It was worth understanding. The brunette needed to go to a place her grandfather would name and fetch some herbs, so the girl set off, but soon enough she was quite tired. The road was too winding. She didn't understand if she was being bullied on purpose, so she decided to grab some poisonous herbs and go back, not to linger here. And then near the rock she noticed a rock that was covered with some kind of plant. She didn't want to go near it at all, but she had to. Rurin approached and squatted down. Her face was frightened and confused. She didn't realize if she'd found what she needed, and then thought it must be reaching out somewhere in the gorge. There was nothing to do. She lay down and crawled forward. Her body was already tired, and it was hard to cope. But judging by the narrow passage, it was now clear why she was the right person for this task. But then she saw a bright light ahead that blinded her and prevented her from seeing what was next. But still she continued her small movements forward. A beautiful view unfolded before her. The waterfall sprinkled drops of water that fell pleasantly on her face and made her feel fresh on the warm, even hot day. And this was all enjoyed by the dragon, who stood nearby with his eyes closed and his muzzle cocked, trying to find inner peace and tranquility. At first Rurin was startled, and her eyes grew even bigger from the stress inside, but then she realized who it was standing there. She recognized her mother in the big dragon, and when she called out to her, she too was startled. She hadn't expected to see Rurin here and didn't understand how she had found her. The little girl's eyes filled with tears, all those emotions that she had not shown in the palace. She wanted so much to reunite with the most important person in everyone's life, and now finally, there was such an opportunity. As soon as Darren transformed into human form, Rurin rushed towards her, holding out her arms. She remembered this moment for the rest of her life. In reality, a second had passed, and for the girl an eternity waiting for her mother's embrace. The woman also realized that her father understood everything perfectly well. He knew this was wrong, so he was just obliged to send the child to see her for once. Darren turned to her daughter, and the daughter, scratched from the hard journey, looked up with huge crying eyes. She was afraid that something was about to happen that would take this moment away from her, that her mother would disappear into thin air and it would just turn out to be a mirage. Rurin opened her mouth, wanting to ask Darren something to make sure nothing was going to separate them now. And the woman understood perfectly well that the outcome was still the same, only it was not worth telling the child about it now, at the moment when the girl found hope for a good future. Because of that, she simply hugged Rurin, pulling her closer to her heart, and sarcastically said that she didn't know what to do now, since her little girl was just as naughty as her mom. And then Darren told the bloodline that it was all illusion magic. It was very unexpected. The view is usually covered by a wall, so it's impossible to find. But her mom quickly changed the subject, reminding her that she had told Rurin not to come here even if she did. But the little girl argued that Grandpa wouldn't find out anyway because he was a fool. And then Darren decided to open the little girl's eyes, asking that if it was really so, then who had sent her here then? And the girl, without hesitation for now, replied that her grandfather had sent her to gather herbs. And then it finally came to her. The puzzle matched up. It turns out her grandfather had sent her here, but she also remembered the words that it was a secret and she shouldn't tell anyone about it. But she was sure that no one had seen her, and everything would remain a secret, bluntly assured that she was watching her every move. Darren turned away, looking at the beautiful view nearby, and summed up that the father was a big fool after all, thus imitating his daughter, though she didn't believe it because she realized it was done for their good. Allison now realized that the old man had left the entrance open so that he could arrange a sort of chance meeting of his two girls, who would forever be little to him. The median head confirmed this, reasoning that Rurin didn't care about the others anyway, and there were especially no dangers around, so she could disappear for months without anyone noticing. And Rurin started visiting her mom too often to spend more time with her. They were happy together. They wouldn't need anyone else. Now not only did they play together, but they had dinner, even though it wasn't like the food they were served at home, but they even had a better camping experience because they were together. But soon Rurin began to grow older, and unlike the other dragons, she did not study magic. She spent all her time in her mother's lair, and there were fears that she would withdraw from the other dragons altogether. Still, it was enough for the grandfather to see the smile on his granddaughter's face. She raced down the halls shouting that this time she was leaving for 2 years. He didn't want his own blood to be sad because of their family's mistakes. The dragons in the manor were happy to see the happy girl too. They had noticed that she had become much calmer lately, but they couldn't forgive the fact that she was the daughter of a sinner, as if that was her fault. Rurin was in such a hurry that she jumped off the cliff and transformed into a dragon in flight to see her mom as soon as possible. With a joyful look, she promised herself that as soon as she grew up, she would stop visiting the sacred lands altogether and stay with her mother forever. She climbed higher and higher both physically and mentally, thinking that she would soon be reunited with her mother forever. And with a cry, calling for her mother, she dived into the gorge. It seemed to her that the passage was becoming each time a weight narrower, though in fact it was she who was increasing. And when she was almost in the cave, she announced that she had come back and asked to see what she had fished. But she saw that Darren was sitting curled up with the magical orb in front of her, and now her call for her mother was more alarming. She couldn't just stand by and immediately ran up to the woman, anxious about what had happened. He was scared that she was hurt. And the woman, as if she was delirious, without explanation, who told that they stopped looking for the third ball, abandoned the idea of creating a new lord. The woman all cowardly, even her look changed. Meanwhile, the very creatures in red robes stood listening intently to the one who spoke to them, the light from the torches only adding to the mystery. A red dragon appeared from the shadows, saying that patience had run out and things shouldn't go on like this. And when he came out into the not bright light completely, it could be realized that it was the red dragon Lord Sardellan, who said that with the power of the red dragons, it would build a new world. A great coup was being prepared. So the era of war had begun. Rurin's grandparents realized that there was no progress. There were still 2 ancient orbs besides the one that Darren had stolen. There was also the Lord that had absorbed them, all of which only caused problems. But there was some good news. At least it seems to be going according to their original predictions. It seems he intends to hide until the third ball is found. So the ultimate goal is the same way to creating a lord. But suddenly Siren's face changed in her face. Something brought discomfort to her. Her legs shook, but the woman still managed to stay on them, and her husband immediately trembled and asked, worried, if she was all right, and she replied that everything was fine. It was just the ringing in her ears, but the worrying was that it had been happening too often lately. Suddenly a bird landed on the guardrail in the tower, a letter wrapped around its leg. The old man wondered what it was in the first place. Grandmother Rurin did not approach. Unlike the head of Median, he took the note off the bird, and going over the lines with his eyes, he said that it was from the red dragons. It seems the holy lands were sealed with magic. But then he did get to the end, and was just shocked, even gagged at one point, and told his wife that they wanted to share information about the Lord. Siren couldn't believe such generosity and didn't understand why they were being so generous right now. At night a portal was opened in the middle of the forest, although the place was chosen so that no one would see this secret meeting, but the portal was too bright not to attract attention. Rurin's grandfather stood behind the red dragon's back and remarked that it had been a long time since they had met like this. He was even surprised by such a sudden invitation. It was Red Dragon Chief Petty Officer Dedenk, and he replied with a not particularly pleased look that it had indeed been a long time since they had seen Mediana. And then he asked if the man remembered what secret he had told him a long time ago, and Grandpa Rurin remembered that he had said that the red dragon was going to create the Lord, and so he asked to know more about it. Dedenk also recalled that he said no then, and there was complete silence for about 300 years. He thought it was just a silly rumor. Mediana didn't understand what the red dragon was implying, and he nervously admitted that he was wrong about that. And the Lord had already given orders to all the red dragons. The man appeared to just want to warn. And Median's shock was genuine. He didn't even know what to do for the first few seconds. Dedenk also told them that their goal now was to destroy the entire Reuben Empire. He had begun to reincarnate as a dragon, not by choice, but he could not change. And his last words were a plea for help. He wanted his old acquaintance to stop them. Immediately, the red dragon elder became a full-fledged dragon and flew upward so sharply that he broke everything around him and nearly blew away Median, who was still in human form. And so the world shattered, starting a war to destroy the Reuben Empire. And the first target was Dwarven, and it was destroyed. The red dragon lord, who possessed almost immortal life force, led the conquest. Before him the empire's territories were destroyed one after another and erased from the face of the earth. Yet despite this, the war dragged on. The black dragons stood to defend themselves. The commander ordered those who broke the agreement to be punished. They needed to get rid of the Lord's henchmen as quickly as possible, but there was something else they were helping Median with. Thanks to the help of the Black Dragons during the war, he was quite calm for Rurin and Viren. The Red Dragons were almost equal to the Black Dragons. The girl immediately notified her mom that she was completely right when she came to her once again at the shelter. With fervor she told him that a lord had appeared. It was very bad news, but incredibly important, and there was no point in withholding it. Not that there was any point, no use. Though Mediana thought that Viren's lair was the perfect fortress, his daughter thought otherwise, and as soon as she heard about her mother telling her not to leave here yet, she made an important decision. Viren set aside the hand from which the blue light poured and beckoned Rurin closer to her. The woman had actually just prepared herself beforehand. After a great deal of time, she decided that Rurin should learn how to defend herself on her own, or rather start learning magic. Mediana told her that this was how Viren had started teaching Rurin how to defend herself. It was a credit to her mother that the girl knew how to do such a thing. Something hit the old man, and he threw his cloak over himself and headed off somewhere, continuing to explain that his daughter had taught his granddaughter magic and combat techniques, absolutely everything throughout the war. A whole 13 years, and then Allison felt uneasy when he heard the number, and tension seemed to rise in the air. Yes, and Median saw that the guy now understood exactly what it meant and how it related to what happened at the end. Rurin as a dragon was doing quite well with the shield in the sky that was designed to train her abilities. Her mother clapped her hands and praised her daughter, saying that the girl was learning faster than the woman expected. Of course, for a black dragon who had just started her journey in learning was very pleased. The girl turned into human form and listened to Viren's report that she had taught her daughter basic magic and combat techniques, and the little girl asked then also to teach her how to fly. And Rurin was surprised to be patted on the head by her mother with the words that there was still so much she wanted to teach her, sounding like something that was about to tell a bad story. There was regret in my mom's eyes, which she said. You could see that she was daring to do something and couldn't accept what she was daring to do after all, and then declared that she didn't have time, and immediately clutched her little copy to her and pierced her through. The pain was a sharp heat that traveled through Rurin's body, but the shock prevented her from feeling it fully. Her mouth was bleeding too. The picture in front of her eyes began to blur. She didn't understand why her mother had done this. The person she trusted most in this life, for whom she was ready to leave her native land forever. The last thing she saw before she fell unconscious was the silhouette of the woman who had birthed and raised her, and in her hands was a magical orb. And the orb glowed brighter and brighter with every second, as if escorting into a world without light, like the last ray of sunshine before a cold fall. Her head hurt, and it was incredibly hard to open her eyes, but the call of her mother's voice made Rurin tear her eyelids open and come to her senses. Immediately she perked up and started examining her stomach. Viren asked her daughter to be quiet and asked what was wrong with her stomach after all, and seeing that her clothes were fine, not even scratched, concluded that it was all just a dream. Viren asked Rurin if she could feel the flow of mana, and it was indeed there, just not noticeable at all, and the girl admitted that she could feel it. She didn't know why, but she did. Her mother told her that it was only because Rurin's body had absorbed the ancient orb. That was strange to hear. Now it made sense why the girl had such a marvelous dream. Viren explained that in times of war, strength is crucial. Rurin should stay with her grandfather in the sacred lands and help. And then the girl asked her mother if it was forbidden to absorb the ancient orb. But Viren only put a finger to her lips in embarrassment and revealed that this was exactly why she shouldn't tell anyone, allowing that her daughter must not have fully understood what it meant. They had agreed that this would be their secret mission, and now Mediana realized that she didn't just completely misunderstand what was going on, but specifically what it meant to Viren. The mom hugged her baby girl one last time, and promised her that it was her personal decision and asked Rurin to never stop on her path. Thanks to the girl, the woman would only have happy memories of the den. She couldn't help but feel sadness in this moment, but tried to replace it with joy and nostalgia. Rurin, due to her age, didn't have such complicated feelings yet. She felt love for her mother and the instant happiness of just having her mom around, at least for now. Rurin hurried away, and Viren shouted after her that she loved her, hoping the girl would remember it forever. Even though she had promised to come back, that was the last time she saw her mom, and the next time she went back there, she was outright stunned with shock. The girl raised her paw and a drop of blood fell from her claws, It made goosebumps go over her skin from it. She sat down in front of her mother's large dead body and now realized that that conversation between her and Viren had been the last. The little world inside her had crumbled, leaving only ruins. Rurin didn't notice her eyes getting wet and salty drops running down her cheeks. She was a wreck and didn't know what to do now. And suddenly, in the midst of such a terrifying moment, footsteps were heard behind him, Mediana deciding that Allison should know the whole backstory, because he had seen everything with his own eyes. Then he appeared in the cave and realized himself that he was already too late. The guy was well aware that there was a great tragedy for Rurin, but now he realized how much. The girl's grandfather decided it wasn't worth explaining what happened next because he already knew. After many sacrifices, the Lord was still killed and the war was finally over. Allison put the puzzle together and realized that this was after that Rurin had been kicked out of the sacred lands, but he could not understand why Rurin had been left and thrown out so easily, even though the war was over. The old man kept silent, deciding whether it was worth telling. Before his daughter had accepted all the punishments, she had named one condition. This is the very one after which she would obey, which is not in her character at all, and her motives were understandable. The woman would not want Rurin to be seen as such a criminal, and now there was no choice but to let her still live proudly as a true black dragon one day. Rurin was very young and inexperienced, and was unable to completely conceal her aura from absorbing the magic ball. Of course, this could cause other dragons, in the days of battle, to easily notice it. Everyone believed that Viren was dead and the orb was gone, so they couldn't leave Rurin like that. Allison boiled, that was why they let the guy take Rurin. After all, he had absorbed the Lord's heart and could sing the aura. And what's more, they wanted to summon Rurin back to the sacred lands as soon as she was an adult, but Mediana shut him up, saying he'd done a bare favor. The archmage snapped into a shout, asking if it was okay to think only of themselves, kicked out when only it suited them, taken backing when the frenzy hit. It only showed that no one cared how Rurin felt. But then the old man asked for something to tell him, which changed Allison's mood, and he started rummaging around in his head to guess what he was going to be asked. But suddenly, a head of Median turned around, being all in tears and asking what he should do and how to do the right thing. Allison remembered how destroyed he'd seen Viren's lair, savagely destroyed and almost wiped out as any shelter. That breach that Grandpa Rurin had created, and he couldn't imagine that it was the one that caused the entire lair to collapse and his daughter to be killed. Still, the old man couldn't accept that his own child had died because of his stupidity. He had nurtured the wound for so many years and now it came out in tears. He didn't understand what else the man could do short of one last request. And on being told that many female members of the clan had died in the war, and now was the best time to return to the sacred lands and be welcomed with open arms, Al bit his lip with pity. Mediana realized how his words sounded, but just begged Allison to understand him and let him do what was intended. He stood across from the guy who was already drooping and asked him to leave this den, crushing him with his feelings. Leave not for his own sake or Median's own, but for Rurin herself, manipulating his feelings and circumstances. But he couldn't assume that Rurin herself was also standing outside the doors, listening to everything that was going on. There was little to depend on her now and she was relying only on Ella's answer. The archmage didn't understand how he could give up everything, both Rurin and the lair. He couldn't accept this request. He had a real battle going on inside him. Mediana cried. It was hard for him to do so, but still made the main argument that Rurin was a dragon and Allison was a human. No matter how strong the guy was, that couldn't change. And then, as if hit over the head with the question, could Allison be sure he could go all the way with Rurin? And it added sobriety to the beau's gaze. He thought back to the day they had had cocoa with Rurin and she had expressed that she thought they had arrived here only a year ago, not realizing one thing. What it is to her it may be little, but to people it's a long time. A lot that changes, a year and time it brings them closer to old age faster. And then Rurin reminded her friend that he had absorbed the dragon's heart, so did it apply to him too? To which Allison replied that it was unknown whether it prolonged life. He was the only person to have absorbed the heart. At the recollection of this, the guy's fist clenched so tight that his veins popped. He couldn't decide to take such an important step. He wanted to hold on to his influence over the situation he was currently stuck in. Mediana, however, put a hand to his face as an awkward gesture and threw an order into the air for someone to come out already. And it immediately became transparently clear who he said it to. The grandfather turned to Rurin, revealing the cards that he knew his granddaughter was at the door. To the brunette it was exciting. She shuddered, and her heart began to beat harder. She thought she would go unnoticed. The girl appeared timidly in the passage, and then ventured up to Ella and Median. She had no definite mood, as if she didn't know what to feel. The grandfather grabbed his granddaughter's hand and informed her that he would go to the sacred lands to prepare everything for the ceremony, and then they would find Rurin a suitable dragon mate, and she immediately began to resent that she hadn't heard anything about it. And then Mediana asked her, reminding her that she would have to keep her mother's request in mind all this time. And the girl bit her lip, realizing that she couldn't exactly do anything now. Just started yelling to Allison, begging him to do at least something, but he was in shock himself, stunned at not knowing what to do. Mediana lastly added to the guy that he knows well what he's doing and his request won't stop the guy. And crossing the huge gate reminded that in the end, Ella has his right, if assessing all the difference between the races and remembering the last chance given by Rurin. The archmage all disagree. It is better to stop the old man now, then he will not resist, but the guy did not move from his seat. Rurin looked at her friend, who she had actually been in love with for a long time, and didn't understand why he hadn't done anything yet. How could he abandon someone he had spent so much time with? But Allison merely lowered his head, and his last words were that he was incredibly sorry for what had happened. He had already unequivocally assured that he wouldn't make a single move now. He justified himself by saying that he couldn't be so selfish, and the girl screamed at him in tears. What was he even talking about? Now the thread of a special bond was breaking between them. It was almost like a betrayal. But even that didn't make Ella spring into action. He wanted to avoid selfishness, diving headfirst into her. It wasn't long before the heirs of dragon blood and flesh found themselves in the holy lands of Fivmo in a mansion. Rurin lay in her old room completely slumped over. She had been ordered to stay here until the ceremony. Her grandfather had said he had done some rearranging, so if there was anything she needed she should just say so. It was hard for Median to see his granddaughter like that, but he tried to convey that she knew she wasn't strong enough yet to hide the aura of the ancient orb, and then wanted to add something about fighting. But the girl interrupted him, and claiming that it was already clear she wasn't going to fight, asked her grandfather to leave. It was painful to hear, but the old man had realized up to this point that this would be the case, so there was no need to be surprised. When the elder left the room, someone was already waiting for him at the door, and he immediately realized that things had turned out somewhat differently than originally expected. Then the man expressed his surprise, for he had not expected the old man to be able to bring her so easily, and then asked if he remembered what he had told him. The Median began to illuminate with an incomprehensible glow, saying that nothing was certain yet, so for now, it would proceed according to the ceremony. Of course, everything was going according to plan. The restaurant, on the other hand, was still open. The butcher and his wife had visited Allison again, and the man was inordinately happy to eat Yubo for lunch again. And the woman asked him if he could talk normally, and how he could even eat the same thing every time, but he said he couldn't do anything. It was incredibly delicious, that as soon as he took a piece in his mouth, he immediately spit it out. He didn't expect his favorite dish in this establishment to be not so tasty. Yes, and in principle, all the guests in the restaurant noticed that something was wrong with the flavor. It was just terrible, and now it's unclear what was the matter at all. Only Helena, with her pleasant feelings for Allison, said it was generally edible and kept putting the pasta in her mouth, but Serena reassured her that she shouldn't force herself to eat almost slot, and immediately called Elle over to them to see what was wrong. And almost immediately, the footsteps of the owner of the establishment were heard. They were uncertain at all. He barely seemed to move. He didn't understand why he had been called, and the look on his face said something was wrong. His tears were flowing at the same moment. As soon as the friends saw this, they were scared for their buddy. They were racked with horror at such a picture. They didn't realize that Allison was so bad. And his employee told him in confidence that Elle had been acting strangely lately. Everything was completely out of control. The chief was stirring all the seasonings and adding sugar everywhere. And while others decided he was out of his mind at the moment, the archmage thought he was a total loser. Serena figured that if she thought hard enough, that girl was gone too, and it probably had something to do with it. And then the door opened and several silhouettes walked in. Today, as a celebration, one decided to give everyone a treat. They were Benon, the former owner of the orchard, and Hun, the ceramics master. They were glad they had come to this particular restaurant, because they knew from experience that it must be delicious. Benon noticed Allison and asked him to bring 2 bowls of noodle soup. And then he took a closer look and was very surprised at the guy's appearance, tattered hair, sunken cheeks, as if he'd been starved. Of course he was worried about his acquaintance, but he was more worried that they wouldn't be able to eat noodle soup today. The owner of the restaurant apologized and he was sorry, but he wasn't able to cook right now. His assistant Lint could cook, so let him handle the customers' meals, and Han replied that it was okay. He didn't mind, especially, and Allison looked completely tired. But Benon couldn't understand what was going on. He knew perfectly well that it wasn't that Elle wasn't able to cook. It was clear from the fact that the archmage looked very worried. He wanted to just figure it out, asked him to tell him, because Elle had already helped him once. Maybe he could too, but there was no face on the guy. Only tear tracks. He was deciding if he should confess. He remembered telling Benon not to let Mill go, but he himself had not done as he had advised him. He felt ashamed that he was giving out advice without thinking at all that something similar might happen to him someday. And Allison began to tell, only veiled. It was easier to speak out that way, without any shame. He said there's a couple he knows, meaning actually him and Rurin, and they're complete opposites. The girl comes from a very revered family, even though she ran away from home. The family desperately wants her back, and her mother has even written in her will about how she is waiting for her daughter. But the man is the perfect opposite. His status is not suitable. His health is terrible, so he won't live long. He might even die early, leaving her all alone. In such a situation, marriage should be on equal terms. It's a chance to forget all the differences, are returning to the family. And the main question, whether he should fight for his happiness, it also confused him. The man was afraid to meddle with what was destined by fate. And now the question was just as much else. What should that guy with the story do? So he wanted to get advice for himself without revealing all the cards. And Benon had already said that one should live as if there were no tomorrow. And Benon himself recalled such words of his. Allison felt uneasy, so he asked, if that man was living the real thing, he should have grabbed hold of the girl. Except there was a new question. Could he take away from his beloved all her opportunities? And then Benon, with awkwardness in his voice, asked if he could put the question to Allison, even if it wouldn't be very comfortable. And the man asked if Allison was seriously so sick that he was about to die. The restaurant owner didn't even realize at first why that would be. And then he remembered what he was saying in the story, which Benon did read all the way through. It was obvious to him that it was a story about Allison. Everything pointed to that. Han confirmed that he had thought of it from the beginning too. It sounded familiar. Then the man put the bag on the table, saying it should help make a choice. This surprised Ella, but Han bent his line that it was better to take his advice. He took out 2 plates, one normal and one with a crack, and began to ponder how exactly he would do it. Meanwhile, in the sacred lands, Mediana sat at his desk with no face on him at all. Created. He was floundering in doubt as to whether he had done the right thing. All he had to do was wait to see what would happen next. He wasn't really doing it of his own free will either. He remembered and was bothered by a situation where they had discussed that Rurin should be with another black dragon, and he had been asked to bet, which was something of a shock, a surprise. The man thought that in the name of the clan Rurin should be with the dragon, but the elder seemed to think otherwise, so he offered to tell Allison everything, just to honestly narrate why this chance was so important to Rurin. Petty Officer Median was shocked. Goosebumps ran down his body, followed by cold sweat. And if Allison keeps her anyway, they'll miss the moment with the couple at the ceremony, ignoring tradition. But if he suddenly makes a different decision after realizing everything, Rurin will stay with a dragon of his own kind. And he asked the crucial question to Median about what exactly he was going to bet on. And at that point Grandpa Rurin replied that, of course, he trusted Allison. And now, to sell the lump in his throat, he reached for the glass that stood nearby, no doubt with an alcoholic beverage. His hands were shaking. The wine was throwing drops from his glass. He would have been better off leaving the drink on at all. Mediana was pathetic in the face, but blamed it all on Allison, thinking he should have grabbed him immediately, taken him by the arm, and never let go. And the old man imagined how it would all play out. Elle would stop him without leaving Rurin, deciding it was time to put them all in their place. And Rurin would be beaming with burning eyes at him. And Grandpa would have nothing to do but move on to the ceremony. And there would be a happy ending for everyone. Mediana bit his lips, regretting what had happened, knowing full well that if Allison had said a word, Grandpa Rurin would have stopped for sure. The petty officer took a sip of his drink, suggesting that maybe he shouldn't have said anything about longevity. Or maybe he shouldn't have mentioned his mother's last wish. Maybe he should have held back the tears after all. But it was too late. and in this whole situation he thought it was Elle who was the fool. Viren said with a sad look that she didn't want Rurin to be seen as such a sinner and there was nothing she could do about it now, but asked that she be allowed to return to the dragons one day. And the saddest thing for Median was that the elder's daughter's wish would come true in the most horrible way, not the kind of thing Viren would want for her blood. It had been a long time since the last maturation ceremony. Rumors were spreading among the black dragons about the very same Rurin, and that it was now her turn. And now everyone was ready to receive her, and a woman in a robe entered the room with the young lady and asked Rurin to be ready. Everyone was already expecting her, and the finishing touches were being added to her outfit. Her hair was being braided. It was already time to go out. Rurin turned around, looking like an unearthly beauty fairy, a beautiful dress, hair tied high, and shoes, all making her look incredibly feminine. But suddenly someone's words about waiting were heard in the corridor, and the girl in the doorway hurried to stop the gentleman. But the mysterious individual pushed a maid with her foe and ordered her to get out, especially since she didn't know who to even talk to. Noticing a pretty girl in the center of the room being gathered for the ceremony, realized it was Rurin, and the girl in turn asked who he was. It was a black dragon from the Luhan clan. Luthard, he was energized, and replied that it didn't matter. He was already worried that this girl would turn out to be ugly. As he admitted, he and would turn out to be Rurin's future partner. Mediana looked at the paper that told him the same thing. He wondered if it was a matched pair for his granddaughter. The problem is that because of the war, there are fewer females, as well as males, and all survivors tend to fall into two categories. Either they are weaklings who just couldn't go to the battlefield, worthless but very lucky. The second type are the strongest warriors who manage to survive, and Luthard clearly belongs to the second category of dragons. In his time, he was a real hero among the dragons that came of age. This guy is the strongest. The aide thought Luthard was the most outstanding to entrust him with Median's precious granddaughter. But the old man was more interested in the young man's morals, for in war he destroyed everyone without a drop of regret. And now this guy was standing there drunk, and not finishing his alcohol intake, and was glad that word had gotten to him, after all. But he still needed to see a face, and declared that Rurin was even more beautiful than he had imagined. While the girl looked at him with judgment and suspicion, and ordered the disheveled servants to leave them alone. Luthard began to move forward and explained that fame, honor, women, he always gets what he wants. He has already proven his strength in war. There are 2 more items left. And then without any respect he approached the girl, took her by the chin and said that thanks to her, the granddaughter of a petty officer, he kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Although the rank of the daughter of a criminal, it is some hindrance. But suddenly his hand was grabbed sharply by Rurin and asked him threateningly if his gut would be to sin. She wasn't like herself anymore. Asked what Luthard had even shown there with such power. And in general only one person had the right to touch her. And it was as if the guy wanted that reaction. At first he thought he was imagining it, but then he realized that he wasn't. It wasn't the kind of bloodlust that dragons usually had. It was a good excuse for Luthard to show his might. Only his way is ungenerous. It would even be fun for him to tame this girl's temper. And suddenly a voice was heard behind them asking them to calm down. A silhouette approached them and expressed that they may have different opinions of each other, but the heat was too high. Luthard felt embarrassed that he had appeared in such a light before the great matriarch, but she replied that it was forbidden to give in to bloodlust in the sanctuary, so they had better return to their chambers. Grandmother started to reprimand Rurin for this, but did so under a shield, suppressing sound so that no one would realize what the conversation was even about. After all, she reminded that her grandfather had warned her. She knew perfectly well what she had absorbed. In the sanctuary this secret was known only to her grandparents, so she should not have shown her energy, because if Luthard had been more attentive, he would have realized everything at once. Rurin admitted her mistake and with a guilty look, she lowered her eyes to the floor and apologized for such an incident. But Grandma couldn't stay mad at her only and favorite granddaughter for so long, especially knowing her temper. And to keep Rurin from getting upset, she patted her on the head and explained that she was just talking about how important it was, and then tried to cheer her up with the compliment that her granddaughter looked very pretty in that dress, and added that Viren would be very happy for her beloved daughter. It was an alarm bell for Rurin, an extra reminder of the most beloved person in her life. So Rurin decided to ask her grandmother something after all, and the woman seemed to have guessed that the topic of conversation would be about a topic that was too important. It was evident on Rurin's face that she was about to cry, saying that the Lord was dead and the war was over, and she wondered why then. her mother was still considered a criminal, especially considering she hadn't created an ancient orb. The matriarch's expression changed. For her too, it was a refreshing of wounds that hadn't really fully healed. But, not to get emotional, the grandmother very soon turned her back on her granddaughter, saying that these were such rules, they had to be followed, whatever the circumstances. If they made an exception for Viren, the others would start making their excuses, start saying they had found or taken the orb from someone else, but that answer didn't suit the girl. She still cared about her mom. Her grandmother interrupted her though, saying that these principles were important to prevent the Lord. Anyone who happened to have the orb would be imprisoned forever. And then Rurin heard something that made her cringe in horror, namely, that the dragons who had consumed the orb should be executed, for it concerned her as well. That her grandmother reassured her, saying that the only exception to the rule was Rurin, her mother, and she didn't want to be considered a criminal, and most likely she had thought it through from the beginning. As she left, she ordered Rurin not to cause trouble during the ceremony, manipulating that this was how she would show that she appreciated what was being done for her. Meanwhile, Allison listened to what Anne would choose after all, holding a whole plate and a cracked plate. But first he told the backstory that he had made these plates as a wedding present for his daughter Tenna. A man of skill, therefore one should not expect anything else. When the time came for the wedding, 02 suitors, two of Han's apprentices, Gedroa and Piner, began to vie for her hand. Piner had always been a close childhood friend to Tenna, but he was poor and had lost his parents at an early age. Gedroa, on the other hand, was the eldest son of a prominent merchant. He was wealthy and held a high position. All in all, the perfect candidate. And it was because of this that he was considered and called just the perfect groom. Because of this, Han couldn't choose between Piner, whom Tenna appreciates so much, or Gedroa. So because of the problems with the decision, the man decided to just smash the plates. And as a test he instructed them to fix the dishes. It turned out to be a fairly ordinary request, but it helped Han make his decision. And the man showed the owner of the restaurant to plates, saying that the one in one piece was Gedroa's work, and the one with the crack was Piner's, and then asked which plate is better. Allison surprisingly took a long time to think about it, because the answer is obvious to most. And, of course, the guy pointed to Gedroa's plate, which looked brand new, as if it hadn't been broken at all. And Han accepted this answer, except that he corrected that the plate seemed flawless, but as a utensil it was worthless. And the reason was that the young man had used mixtures that were poisonous to humans. And the Piner plate seems bad at first, but it performs perfectly. Someone might complain about the cracks, but they are solidly put together. And what was very symbolic, it was just like Piner and Tenna, so there was nothing left for the man to do but approve of their engagement, or rather he was even happy to do so. And for sure they were happy, and most importantly, dispelled all his fears. It was just a beautiful moment of happiness. So Han extracted the logical admonition that when there is love, nothing else matters. The man was blinded by his first impression, and wrong about that, and slid the plate to Allison, hoping he would realize something. And when the guy took it in his hands, Han questioned what he thought about it, whether this plate had value. Elle stood in shock, realizing the complexity of the whole situation that he himself had created. The same thoughts began to run through his mind, that he was a human and she was a dragon. They were too different. There was no telling how long he would live, and Rurin had a chance to return. They were different races. It would be strange to protest. What if Allison stays with her and thus dooms her to loneliness? Dragons should live with other dragons. It's all for her happiness. As Elle also remembered those moments when Rurin had taken care of him when he wasn't feeling well, the girl had promised to look after him. The girl's laughter echoed in his chest and wouldn't let himself forget. It was genuine and very light. How she would take his hand and promise to stay by his side forever. If only the guy wanted her to. But Allison was well aware that the girl must return and become part of the clan again. The guy knew from the beginning that this day would come one day. So despite the pain in his soul, Allison still decided to let her go once and for all. And the last thing Allison remembered was Rurin getting excited about their shared restaurant, making it a point to emphasize that it was exactly their shared establishment. Allison ran his hand over his plate, peering into the crack and remembering all the emotions that make a very similar wound in his heart. And quite unexpectedly he cried, saying that this plate was just fine, but inside he was asking Rurin to give him another chance. And while Allison continued to think she was just flawless, someone called out to him from behind, and he turned around, not knowing what he was expecting. But this was something he definitely didn't expect. Mr. Creston punched the guy in the face with all his might, calling him a mere fool. Now he realized it was all about Rurin. He wondered if he wasn't going to do anything to get her back. Allison looked down at him, but didn't resist such an attack. But suddenly he immediately received another blow from an acquaintance, who was also his employee. Lint and Matt were angry at the restaurant owner too, because he didn't want to hear them at all. The guys just couldn't let him act like that. And while the whole scandal continued, and only sharpened, Ben and Han laughed, joking that everyone was now in agreement about the situation. And then Allison saw another figure coming toward him, but he didn't move, as if hoping that this one wouldn't hurt him. But he didn't guess at all. This time he got hit in the head too. Not as hard, but still. It was Helena, from whom such a thing, due to her character and feelings for Ella, was totally not expected, and she was holding a robe. And then she slips the guy with a totally awful-looking garment to pull himself together and remember who he is and what he's worth fighting for. The girl puffed up her cheeks at how wrong that was, considering that Allison wasn't going to run the restaurant alone. A not insignificant number of black dragons had gathered in one place in anticipation of a new ceremony that had not happened in so long. The old man transformed into a dragon, and as the time neared the right point, he demanded silence in the hall. The elder of the black dragons, Medidana, announced the beginning of the maturation ceremony, though he himself didn't seem to be ready for it yet. He called out to Rurin. The door to the hall opened. The servants bowed to the girl. This silhouette appeared in the light from the entrance. The brunette moved forward but looked at her feet, completely sad and downcast. She wouldn't want what was happening now to be real. Everyone agreed with the opinion that she was just an incredible beauty and it was about time to forget about her mother's sins after all. Lutcher demurred that the longer you looked at her the more beautiful she seemed. Just a great couple. The girl walked up to her grandfather, who in dragon form was just unbelievably huge compared to her, and he said that he would have to ask Rurin to take her true form before the ritual could begin. But suddenly the granddaughter refused such a demand, and a soft sound of surprise echoed behind her back at such an answer, explaining that this was her true form, thereby eliciting condemnation from all the invitees, who didn't understand how she dared to essentially deny her dragon essence, and very soon concluded that living with a human 6km had ruined Rurin. Media became nervous, thinking their honor was standing over the precipice, but tried to give the appearance of control, demanding silence and the continuation of the ritual. He pretended as if nothing had happened and asked Lutcher to step forward. He knew that this dragon would not make such a mistake, and when told that he should also take part in the ritual as Rurin 7's partner, the lad replied that he was honored to be standing here, despite what he'd been up to not too long ago towards his future companion. Very soon, Rurin will be an adult, and according to clan rules, she must be protected by the sanctuary until she wishes to create a lair, give birth to offspring, or gain independence. And while grandfather continued his speech about the tradition of binding the females to the chosen male and came to the finale, telling what awaited the two of them after the ritual was over, Rurin could hear nothing. Her face was as if she had been very ill, and the only wish she had was for the right person to just find her one last time, just to get her out, and parallel to that was remembering the day the girl had been raised on, ordered to get away as previously discussed. It was the black dragons Nissa and Hobern who had snuck into the criminal's lair and argued that the girl's merits did not justify her mother's crimes. And then they flew away, telling Rurin with a sneer in their last words not to fool herself. She would never be able to lift her head up again without shame. And all because of not even her fault. Suddenly a man came out from under the influence of magic. It was Allison, who would then be firmly bound by fate together with this girl. The guy didn't understand why he had to put up with all this. Rurin would have been able to handle a couple of dragons even if he had a beaten and humiliated member of the same race in front of him, but the girl wouldn't budge, waving that it was none of the archmage's business and he should hurry up and get out of here. And immediately the woe completely dispelled the magic, cut off with a completely unperturbed look at those words that he hadn't interfered, and decided to win the disposition in a completely different way, reminding her that food came first. And yet Rurin hadn't eaten anything yet. The black dragon was curled up near the fire that her new acquaintance had built and was already cooking something in a bowl, except that she kept her wings down, as if she wanted to stay alert. He got a cape of clay from nowhere and poured the liquid from the pot into it. He looked confident. He had no doubt it came out delicious, and slid a portion to the girl. He remembered that he recognized the strange noise in one of the dragons, and the conversation itself had turned on that. He wondered why Rurin was letting them bully her. And then instead of the sad, like an abandoned puppy, dragon, there was a bright flash in its full size. Allison thought he was going to go blind just a little bit more. When the light faded, a teenage girl was sitting in front of him. She had the same wounds, but now they seemed to be bigger, because the area of the body had decreased, except that she changed her sad mood to aggressive defense, reminding the guide that she had already told him that it was none of his business. And Allison couldn't think of anything better to do than manipulate the food. So almost holding out a bowl of soup, he took it back and suggested that Rurin tell him what it was all about, but she angrily began to cajole that it wasn't fair. But suddenly, even the archmage was surprised by this change of mood. The girl began to talk about everything as if it were nothing. With a level and cold tone she explained that her mother had overpowered her ancient orc, and among dragons that was a terrible crime. Rurin is still a teenager, so she can't completely suppress her aura. She added her own thoughts. That was probably why her mom told her to go straight to her grandfather. He noticed and outdated a few barriers so others wouldn't sense anything. But that frankly wasn't the best measure. That's why Rurin didn't fight, because if she did, her aura would be noticed, so she just put up with it all. Allison wondered if he should just rid the girl of those rascals. He was offering protection, and his offer was to beat those dragons into submission for his new acquaintance. Such a noble bargain surprised Rurin. Her eyes widened. No one had ever done such a thing for her except her kin. The girl snickered incredulously at first, and soon laughed at such self-assurance, and told the truth that this guy is probably the only one who talks about punching a dragon's face so easily. Allison, however, with a smile to prove that he did, handing a spoon to Rurin, replied that he wasn't kidding. The black dragon calmed down a bit and prepared to taste the dish. Asked Ella to forget the idea. They had gained honor by ending the war, and her grandfather said there was a way to restore her mother's honor. So everything would come to a head as soon as Rurin returned to the sanctuary. But for now she would have to put up with the taunts, no matter what. The most important thing for her was that her mother not be called a criminal, and the rest didn't matter to her. The war was over and it was time to negotiate with the Red Dragons. The younger members of each family must exchange blood seals. Times would not be easy, and Rurin was still in her mother's lair for now, and her grandparents were discussing it. Siren was dubious about where her granddaughter was, so she asked if it would be better to make a separate den for her. But Metadana was worried about another thing. He felt that now was the time to publicly acknowledge Viren's actions and restore her honor, since the war was already over, which meant that the ancient orc no longer existed. They couldn't make their daughter carry that burden forever. But his consort doubted it. She said that was impossible. There could be no exceptions to the rules, as if following them was more important to her than her family. Because, strangely enough, she decided that Viren would remain a criminal. And then the man didn't hold back and yelled at the matriarch, trying to get her point across and remove the coldness and aloofness. Siren covered her mouth with her hand and lowered her head, trying to blame it on the fact that it had just come out. But then she remembered, or decided not to lie, that there was an exception, or rather two. Without looking into Metadana's eyes, she recalled the factors that a small gap had been made in the den, and Rurin had absorbed the orb. The grandfather of the girl now in question clasped his hands, which were sweating profusely from stress. On the table, what were now named were the only exceptions. Rurin scratched out the next scratched for stripes on the stone wall. There were a lot of them. She kept an important count, but no more new ones would appear, because the long-awaited day had come. She could finally return to the sanctuary. It couldn't be happier, her eyes shining like a child's at the sight of a sweet. Allison was just as happy for her. He ran his eyes over all the dashes on the wall once more and wondered how much time had passed, and the brunette asked if Allison was as excited as she was. But suddenly she heard from him that he would be a little sad to say goodbye. It shocked her for a second. She didn't think that their story was now over. So the girl turned on her skill of showing arrogance and expressed the idea that the guy was saying some strange things. It was even surprising that Rurin had spent so much time with him, and then stated that she was a dragon, after all, and it was worth showing respect. And Allison played along without much playing along, calling her a great dragon. That the girl wasn't killed by the distance. She acknowledged that the food was delicious, and then offered to take the bow as an assistant to the sanctuary. But the archmage refused, saying that he had other plans. He would pack up and go now. And lastly, waving his hand at Rurin, asked her to be careful there and eat well. The girl soon found herself in her ancestral home, but it didn't look nostalgic. She didn't know that she couldn't find the same joy here. Almost the first thing she got was a goat, hard slap and a reprimand for eating here. The woman who had already been tried to calm down was accusing Rurin of being the daughter of a criminal for creating the ancient orb. But most of all, she was doing it because her son had died because of this whole situation. She couldn't accept that the problem wasn't the girl in front of her. She asked if Rurin knew that, and she stood there with a flushed cheek and a hollow look in her eyes, the black dragon never imagining she'd encounter such bitterness. Everyone around them was whispering about Rurin and Viren's family ties, remembering that the war had been started because of people like her mother, not understanding how this girl had the courage to come here in the first place. She may be a child, but she should understand everything, they thought, and the brunette stood with a nervous smile and tried to understand from her grandfather what was wrong, why she was getting all this in her face. She didn't understand why her mother was still being blamed, but instead of an answer, she heard only the cold, piercing voice of her grandfather, who was hiding his face in the shadows. He announced his decision to banish Rurin from the sanctuary. Rurin stood there, not realizing what was happening, until she was once again shouted at to leave. Because the traitor's daughter didn't belong here, they thought the girl was only defaming the sanctuary with her presence. The girl stood emotionless. Her world was beginning to crack, to shatter into small pieces. She couldn't believe that she had endured everything for nothing. What the black dragon had gone through was for nothing. Nothing changed. Everything stayed exactly the same, as if time had stopped at that moment with my mom. Rurin returned to her mother's den. As it turned out, Allison hadn't left it yet. He had noticed the girl had come here and didn't understand why she hadn't stayed home. The brunette said coldly that she had been kicked out of the shrine. But unlike her, Elle didn't react so calmly. He was in shock, trying to figure out what that even meant. After all, they had promised to clear Rurin's mother's name. The girl had already accepted the fact that she was simply useless to them, so they started chasing her out of there. It was all just for nothing. Allison was sorry. He tried to comfort the girl by saying that he could imagine what the girl was going through right now. But just as he was about to say that he shouldn't think that way, Rurin interrupted him and told him not to kid himself about the fact that he could imagine how she felt. She even suggested that it must have been fun for the guy to watch her being bullied. Allison was surprised to the roots of his hair. He didn't want her to think that. It was already too late. Rurin had turned into a black dragon. She demanded the archmage stutter immediately, being ready to tear him apart. Now it was no longer possible to hide her aura. She kept telling Elle not to pretend to understand her. He had no idea what the girl endured every day, and the guy only survived because of the shield. The dragon was furious. She was screaming for Allison to get out of here immediately. Rurin wanted to be left alone. She acted very selfishly, saying that the guy had nothing to lose. He was an outsider from another world, and couldn't understand anything at all about this grief. Elle got very sad. He bit his lip. He didn't expect such rudeness, and he left. It was hard, but he couldn't resist from the will of someone who had been here much longer. The bowl of food was overturned. The dragon stared in the guy's wake. She didn't stop him. She did everything to the end. She asked again what the guy could possibly know, but soon the rage was gone, and there was heavy breathing. And now Rurin tasted that bitterness again. She realized that she should never have said that. Because of that, now she had no right to expect anything from him. But Metadana continued the ceremony, telling him that Luchert had risen to this position by surpassing others and being recognized for his contributions during the war, and that Rurin was becoming a sacred being and should gratefully accept the blessing. Now they had to look at each other, but the girl didn't raise her eyes. She didn't want to see this guy next to her. Her head was occupied with something else entirely. And so it was announced that they could finally enter into a vow kiss. Tears came from Rurin's eyes. She was being forced to do this. She was expecting a miracle. Luchert lifted Rurin's chin, and she closed her eyes and admitted that she had treated Elle cruelly. But he hadn't abandoned her. And maybe this last time he would still get the girl out again. And her sincere tear fell on the tile as a symbol of all regrets and remorse. And as if in a fairy tale, a real miracle happened. The whole place suddenly trembled, and everyone at the ceremony looked around to see what was happening. Rurin couldn't believe that something had helped her avoid this moment. Panic had risen around them. They didn't realize who had breached the barrier. They seemed to be under attack and there was no news of it. The door began to break. No one realized what was happening or who was there. In the midst of the silence, the sounds were intimidating. They didn't understand how the guards hadn't noticed anything. They realized that the protective barrier was about to be destroyed. This only added to the anxiety and panic. Who could break the strongest barrier set up by several dragons? And suddenly, the door opened wide and bright light poured in. This stranger's foot stepped into the full hall. Madadana realized who it was. Rurin didn't the same realize who it was but couldn't believe it. But to Luhard this face was not familiar. Silhouette stood on the rubble of the wall and the door. He looked at Rurin and time slowed down for him. Just like in the best novels, he apologized to the girl for arriving so late and the brunette's eyes filled with tears. She was so happy that she hadn't been abandoned by the one who was now the dearest and closest to her. It was Allison in the robe. He realized what he had done. And now that he was looking at the girl, his condition improved, as if his life made sense, and promised that he would never leave Rurin again. It was clear now that he had made up his mind. The others were looking at him, and they knew him as Allison, the war hero. It was as if he was expected to be here, but the chance was small. A 9th-level archmage caused a kind of shiver in the body because everyone knew that it was the same dragon slayer. Medidin turned away and wondered what Allison was doing here. Even though he realized it himself, he was so happy to see the guy, he thought his heart was going to stop. He wished Tel would take Rurin away as soon as possible. The elder wanted to explain what it was for decency, but Luchard interrupted him. He didn't want unnecessary words. The dragon knew that humans weren't allowed here, so that was enough to start action. He began to turn, saying that he had been waiting for their meeting with Allison all this time. Entering here and carelessly looking into the eyes of the dragons, the archmage had already committed a terrible crime, and now he dared to interfere with a sacred ritual. The whispering became so loud that it was impossible to hear anything behind it, so everyone was calming each other down. And they kept telling Allison that he didn't seem to realize that his presence was a disgrace to the sanctuary, and he honestly admitted that he didn't know it was a crime to look dragons in the eye. And realizing he was getting in the way, he said he wasn't sure they knew this dragon at all, asking who he was after all. And the dragon howled. He was already in his true form, so angry he could trample everyone here. He couldn't believe El's head had gone after he killed a couple of stray dragons, although it wasn't true. But he wanted to show he wasn't to be insulted. He decided it was worth it to teach Allison a lesson properly, but the enemy had enough of the mage's finger swipe for the dragon to change his mind, felt the effects on his body. Everyone around them stood in shock. They didn't think the man would be able to point out the dragon's place still in their own sanctuary. Now no one argued with him. Allison had stopped fiddling with the dragon, saying that Luchard was too small to be the first to make terms and go into battle. But now it was the mage who was threatening. Luchard was scared as hell now. He didn't understand what was going on. This was the most common spell. Why did it have such an effect on him? Medidin shouted to Allison and demanded he stop it. No need to turn everything into ruins and dragons too. The shrine had already tilted, a blue aura glowing around it. Allison came closer, saying that he was the one who ended the war and brought peace between all races. While he continued to say that he had also absorbed the ancient orb and the Lord's heart, the servants in the sanctum tried to apply a neutralizing spell, trying to keep quiet, though it didn't really work. Luchard couldn't deal with the pain. He wished it would all stop as quickly as possible, but El didn't care. He walked past that spoke of the power being used to maintain the dragon's agreement. Energy wings began to appear behind him, and he got to the point of his words. Allison was not happy that he was beginning to be doubted. It was a huge disrespect. Rurin began to wipe away her tears. She realized that Allison was too angry. But that was not good. He could kill Lair. Suddenly a portal opened, and from it appeared a dragon's paw, which addressed the child. And they are all those who had to do with dragons. She dispelled the magic and declared, enough of this whole performance. Allison and Rurin looked up. Luchard's blow wasn't enough for Ella, and the man was only now trying to catch his breath. The black dragon matriarch Siren appeared in front of me. She was trying to bring an important lesson that it was worth it to be gracious and forgive this dragon. Of course, the matriarch was greeted with a low bow. She was the most honored person here and disrespect was not allowed. Siren addressed Allison personally once more, saying that he had quite shown that he had a right to be here. However, since the guy wanted to be on par with the dragons, the punishment would be appropriate, and then asked if he still hadn't realized that El wasn't sentenced to death after absorbing the magic ball because he was human, and then Rurin's eyes widened. She didn't want to hear about that again. Allison began to contemplate what it was to prevent the birth of the Lord. If the archmage absorbed the essence of the three beings, it didn't mean the dragons could command him. He saw no real reason to punish him. El's very existence prevented the creation of a new ancient orb. But the woe was also ready to hear such a thing. Light began to pour from his hand and the limb itself was covered with reeds. Nothing would stop him from using magic now. He was already obedient and decent enough. Because of that, Allison challenged, saying that if anyone here wants to try and punish him, let them start acting already. But none of those sitting on the balcony dared to even move in his direction. Rurin immediately became overlapping Ella and asked the matriarch not to punish the guide, for that she agreed to do the full ritual. Siren, on the other hand, didn't give a clear answer, only saying that she would think it over when she heard his answers to the elder's questions. And the first was about why he had come here in the first place, and the one said that in order to deal with everything, a shadow fell over his eyes. He was determined. Suddenly he pointed his finger at Rurin, implying that it was all about her. And like a small child he began to complain that the girl didn't know anything about order. It was as if Elle had stopped taking what he was doing in this place seriously for a moment. Metadana didn't understand what the mage was even talking about and how it was relevant to the case that was being discussed. Rurin didn't expect things to turn out this way either. But Allison kept talking nonsense, saying she was a rebel who broke a lot of dishes and also sneaks all the beer like it's the last time she ever drank it, as well as being rude to the customers. He began to embarrass her by saying that the girl was a terrible cook and that she could even be arrested for such a thing, and that Rurin had such a bad temper that if you left her alone for a minute, she'd get into a fight. And then suddenly changing his tone from more infantile to serious, he returned to the topic of conversation. He told everyone about it in order to tell them about her flaws, to confirm what they were, but she was definitely not the daughter of a criminal. Metadana and Siren couldn't keep up with the guy's changing train of thought. Allison wanted to continue talking about Rurin's mom, as a magic circle appeared around him, shutting his mouth. The matriarch was pissed off and asked the guy to think hard, because rash remarks could nullify all the sacrifices made, except that Allison aggressively broke the magic circle and apologized for his insolence in a polite manner. But he had made up his mind long ago and would not back down this time. He went to the very center and notified everyone that it wasn't actually Viren who had created the ancient orb. Rurin didn't understand what her friend was talking about. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. This was new information to her as well. But Elle continued to shock everyone and explained his words by saying that Viren had stolen the orb from those who were trying to summon the new lore. She was the hero that prevented the despot from appearing. But the rest of them didn't believe these words at all. And to make sure no one doubted his words, he demanded confirmation from the matriarch himself, proof that Viren was not a criminal. This was something new to Siren, meant that the guy had really made up his mind, turned the sanctuary upside down again, just like 2 years ago, and all because of Rurin, who also knew where this was going. Then everyone was furious at the girl, calling her a disgrace to their family, all because her mother was considered a traitor. Weiss was almost frothing at the mouth and started shouting that the war was started because she dared to create an ancient orb, so Rurin had no right to demand anything at all. He was frankly considered a scumbag, and he seemed to care about the situation, especially knowing that he always bullied those he liked. But did he really enjoy watching her suffer? That's some kind of perversion. Rurin couldn't even string a sentence together. Tears came to her eyes. She just wanted to restore her mother's honor, especially since the lore was already dead and the war was over. She didn't need anything else. Allison was beyond furious at this point, realizing that Rurin had endured dishonor for the sake of the clan, and she had never once blamed anyone. All those dragons bullied her themselves and now pretending to decide to take her back just because there aren't enough women in the clan is too rotten and hypocritical. Rurin fell to her knees, covering her light face with her hands. She was in great pain inside. There was no hiding her disappointment now. She couldn't hold back. The hysteria was only growing. She began to feel a strange feeling inside, but it was familiar to the point of taint. Mom is still considered a criminal and Rurin has been banished from the sanctuary. She has so little left. And again, as then, she is left all alone and can do nothing but be taken advantage of. Then, in that moment, she directed her gaze to the bowl in which her new acquaintance's soup was cooking. The girl began to think about what she had said and done towards him, and then the sad memories of being forced to leave the sanctuary, calling the girl the daughter of a criminal, and such did not belong here. And she took her anger out on an innocent person just like they did to her, labeling her and not wanting to consider anything else. She remembered Dell's face when Rurin had called him a pitiful man, forbidden him to say anything at all, considering him an outsider from another world who knew nothing. And that's when she cried, and she lifted herself up and reached forward. The thought that she wasn't alone, it turns out. Rurin realized that Elle was beside her. He wanted to help. The girl grabbed the bowl, looking at it, asking Elle to come back, admitting that she was wrong. Very wrong. Suddenly she heard a familiar voice. It was Allison. He knew that was about what he expected. The guy came with food. He immediately realized that Rurin might be hungry soon. His tone was as casual as possible, as if he hadn't been yelled at. Allison brought a steak, asking the dragon to eat just a little bit because the meat was so good. While the mage pushed the food up, he told her that he had gone to the shrine, but Nissa wasn't there. Except that Rurin hadn't heard him, she was still in shock that the guy had come back to her. But what worried her even more was Allison's appearance. He was all battered, covered in abrasions, wounds and blood. She asked what had happened to her friend and the man replied with a smile that the brunette hadn't been banished. He was the one who had taken Rurin. He decided to outrun all the dragons, burst into the sanctuary, rather rudely announced that he was taking Rurin away, so the girl had nothing to worry about. She had just been stolen from her ancestral home, so one could not think about tarnished honor. Rurin was shocked at the determination of a man she wasn't particularly close to. And suddenly, at that moment Allison had the old idea of opening a restaurant, but it wouldn't be easy for him alone. It was strange to look at his mangled face, because a smile appeared on it like a ray of sunshine as he offered Rurin to go along with him. And as a bonus, he offered that from now on he would cook her delicious food. And the dish he brought was only proof that it would indeed taste good. The girl was silent. She took the plate and picked up a piece of meat to taste. She trusted Allison, especially after what he had done for her. The guy looked at her with a very kind look, like a little sister, with the same warmth and care. Rurin ate while crying. Big tears, she concluded, but wished she could clarify with the mage if he would stay around forever. And now the two were in almost the same situation, Allison stepping closer to Rurin, reminding her of his promise that he wouldn't let her go back to where she had been wrong. The brunette looked at him, and couldn't say a word. Only listened to the way he said that this time he wouldn't use the restaurant as an excuse. Lifting the hood of his cloak, he held out his hand and said he just wanted Rurin by his side. And just as he was about to say something about choosing a partner for the ceremony, Rurin jumped up from her seat and was already rushing towards Ella. Their lips joined. Tears were still coming from the girl's eyes, and the archmage hadn't expected it to happen here and now, but he was even more surprised that he didn't want to interrupt the action. And when Rurin pulled away, she looked at Allison's dazed face. He was in such genuine shock, his cheeks reddened more and his breathing seemed to stop. She wondered if it was too late for them to do that. After all, Rurin had been Allison's dragon ever since that moment. Finally the brunette had tears of joy instead of sadness and hopelessness. The large dragon turned to Rurin and Allison. In fact, Medidana was happy for her granddaughter. He transformed into a more human form and approached the couple. He reminded the guys that it was midnight. The elder had already said that if a female of age was without a mate, she would be paired with any adult among the dragons. This was all being listened to by Luchard, who was trying to quietly slip away from unnecessary stares. Rurin seemed to have already found the perfect partner. They glanced over to Allison in an embarrassed blush, reminding themselves that this was about them. The old man said that from now on Viren's honor would be restored. He was ready to officially declare Rurin an adult member of the clan. Inside himself he was incredibly grateful to Allison from the bottom of his heart. At this point the ceremony was declared over. The grandfather wished the couple to meet only happiness on their journey and blessed them to live together. On the way home, Rurin kept asking Allison how the restaurant was, and he joked that they still cooked and sold food there, which meant that the girl could eat as many steaks as she wanted, because a customer's word was law, but the main thing was that there were enough ingredients. Allison had asked Rurin not to turn into a dragon in the restaurant whenever he got angry. Rurin had promised that she would never take another form, which made the guy remark that his noble dragon wasn't in the mood today. This made the girl stiffen. She made the excuse that dragons behave differently. This was how the story was created, that there was such a dragon who had fallen in love with and chosen to live among humans, and it was about Rurin, which now Allison was carrying into their home, their restaurant, their business together. Finally, when they reached Rurin's lair, they were able to eat a delicious meal, to the point of full bellies. It had been too full a day, and it was getting too late. It was time to go to bed and regain my strength. The guys sat on the bed on opposite sides and didn't even look at each other from embarrassment. They didn't know what to do, how to sleep in their new status now. Elle decided to be the first to break the awkward silence by rather nervously complimenting Rurin. or rather her beautiful dress. And the girl thought back to the time Allison had run away from the bathhouse, even though they had normally bathed together before. And then she noticed how fast and loud her heart was beating. Still, the brunette decided to cross the line, and since the topic was about the dress, she noted that it was terribly uncomfortable. A whole bunch of people were pulling it on her. She was very seductive and asked for help to take off her dress. The girl did not know what the reaction would be, but she tried. Allison felt incredibly awkward, a blush covering his face, but he accepted the gesture, trying to show that he too was ready for a new phase in their relationship. The guy's hands trembled as he began to pull down the fabric, and the girl lowered her eyes before such a nervous moment. Goosebumps running down her body and excitement felt very strong. She couldn't know what would happen after that, but she could imagine it. It confused her even more. But suddenly, a portal opened in their room, from which cries began to be heard that it was too early to leave. From the hole came Siren, who thought there was more to discuss, and Medidana followed her, trying to stop the matriarch, but making it so clear that it was okay to not follow her. Rurin and Allison froze in shock. They hadn't been expecting guests. Not in their bedroom, not at a time like this, though they each thought it was a good thing their grandparents had shown up now and not later, when it would have been impossible to hide anything. Rurin struck her grandfather in the face with her fist without abandoning her tradition. Siren only had time to shriek. The girl didn't understand what Medidana was doing here again, and the matriarch held her granddaughter and explained that she was the one who had brought him here. But she hadn't forgotten to demand decent behavior from Rurin, and it had been a long time since the man had been in such a lousy state. Allison was pouring alcohol into the vials and said that it seemed to him that the grand matriarch never left the sacred lands, thus trying to figure out what was going on, and still asked the direct question of what brought Rurin's relatives here. Siren stated that the decision was up to her after all, depending on the guy's answers. And Medidana only drank, thinking of the whiskey, infused for several years, and what an incredible blend of flavors it possessed. The woman wanted to talk about the fact that El had swallowed 3 ancient orbs. Because of this, his life expectancy was now equal to that possessed by dragons, and if there was a guarantee that no more orbs would appear. Rurin's grandmother promised to turn a blind eye to the commotion he'd caused since the bow was so important to her granddaughter. The truth about Rurin's mother has only been revealed because they are not threatened by the birth of a new lord, and Allison can take Rurin from the sacred lands if he can live with not for the rest of his life. Siren tried to see if the mage was sure about those 2 questions, but he immediately gave the dumbfounding answer that he was not. And with a smile, as if trying to chase those thoughts away, he added that he didn't know anything about it. There are no guarantees that his life is as precious as the dragons, and he doesn't know if more orbs will appear. Siren began to change in her face. She was very angry, because Allison had violated her principles and made a mess of the dragon world, and stole Rurin's chance at a normal life, and she didn't seem to like that. She clutched the glass in her hand. Now the woman was disappointed. She had been confident in the guy before, and now she was hearing this from his own lips, and with a kind of insolence. Then, when Benin and Hun gave advice to the lad, the former asked Elliot if he hadn't told him that he himself was in the know about what to do with his lover. He couldn't say the exact phrase, but the guy said the man could die without ever knowing the answer. However, didn't Allison already know what the right thing to do was? Allison talked about how forcing Rurin to stay in the sacred lands and turning a blind eye to the accusations that had been made towards her mother was just wrong. But Siren wasn't satisfied with that answer. She thought it was just pathetic smugness. The archmage doesn't know how much Rurin's mother had to sacrifice. The dragon that created the ancient orb was originally unable to absorb it itself, so both the intruder and the orb itself had to be placed in a lair, Viren guarding it for the sake of his clan. The satriarch tried to convey to Ella how much she had endured, but the guy interrupted her and asked her what it was all about, thus trying to reveal the full extent of the disaster. Had calling her a criminal made any difference to Viren's parents? Had the threat of the Lord's appearance disappeared? No, it hadn't. In the end she just died, and had to pass the orb to Rurin to prevent the despot from being born. Siren was getting more and more angry at this bluntness. She explained that it was an act of mercy. She hoped El would understand that. She reminded him that he had actually seen what happened in the war. And El interrupted her for the umpteenth time, saying that's why he says all those principles are wrong. You can't reject her for something that isn't even her fault. Granny Rurin stiffened in surprise. The old woman remembered her youth, the day a young man came up to her and was surprised by her name. He thought it was a great coincidence, Siren didn't understand what the big deal was at all. And the one with the completely stupid tone said his name was Sardellan. And it turns out that their names start with SA. The guy really thought that alone was enough to get them along. Siren reminded him that she was a black dragon and he was red. Except the guy replied that he didn't care about those little things. The matriarch admitted she hadn't heard that in a long time, then reached for her tiara with the red stone on its head near her braided hair. She took it off and Allison wondered. For a long time now he had been looking at that tiara, suspecting something, but the right moment to ask hadn't appeared. It seemed to the archmage that it bore a striking resemblance to the Dragon Lord's necklace, the woman examining the jewelry carefully before stating the stunning fact, and then stated that this was it. It was given to Siren by the Lord himself many years ago. Allison and Metadana were shocked. The other didn't seem to know this fact about her spouse. Sardellan would periodically seek out Siren and start interrupting her, the girl herself wondering if he was tired of following her around and making a fool of himself. But the man replied that it was nonsense. He was happiest when he saw the girl. He came to Siren the next day as well, asking if the girl had packed anything. So he came every day, and on one occasion said he found a place with great views. It was an exciting moment. They were sitting on the edge of the land and a beautiful view was drawn on the horizon. The sun was setting over the water with waves joining the fluffy clouds. The guy decided to seize the moment and say that he really liked the hair of the girl next to him, and Siren replied with a smile that she would just like hair like the guy's. Siren now sat with her tiara in her hands and thought back to those times. She had confessed that she loved Sardellan, but it didn't work out between them. One frightful and cloudy night, the girl asked her love not to come again, and the latter at first did not understand in what sense it meant. He wished he could fix it. He asked to just tell him if Sardellona had done something wrong. But that wasn't the point. Soon Siren would have to go through a maturation ceremony and there she would be given a partner. This situation was too similar to what had recently happened to Rurin. And the guy didn't understand how she could even think about another partner if she had him. But the problem was that dragons can mix blood. If a future dragon lord was born, it would be bad. Siren didn't turn to face her lover, further explaining that it was a mortal sin in the clan, so Sardellan should leave. It was as if the weather sensed the moods of both of the couple, washed over their grief, but it still wouldn't go away, wouldn't wash away. The guy understood and accepted this problem, because there was no way to solve it. Fate decided so at the moment of birth, because not finding a solution, decided to just find some symbol of their love. Even though they are from different backgrounds, a necklace appeared in his hands, and suddenly he broke it. The chain showed ordinary threads, such was his power. He said that despite the problems, his love for Siren was destined by fate. Half of it he threw at the girl's feet, asking if she would let her origins get in the way of love. He saw the girl's insecurity, so he tried to prove to her that she shouldn't be rejected for something that wasn't the guy's fault. The guy had already started to leave and said she better come up with some other reason. After everything Siren remembered, she had a stream of tears rolling down her face, looking at the remains from the necklace and the token of her first love. Those were the principles and the woman was to stick to them. Allison and Metadana lowered their heads, respecting the sad history that had passed. Siren stood up, put her tiara back on and added that Allison was wrong in some of her conclusions. After all, it was all risks and only later would it be no, if they were justified. And then the matriarch changed her stern expression to a smile, saying that she hoped the boy would choose the right path. She was about to leave, but Elle stopped her, telling her that the Lord had left the last words. If he could have, he would have run away with Siren that day, and in fact, he regretted for the rest of his life that he hadn't changed the woman's mind then and they hadn't run away together. Inside Siren's mind something turned over. It was her heart. It began to beat alarmingly. It appeared that something she had forgotten all her life had caught up with her, even though it had always been there. At the time Allison didn't understand what it meant. To him these were words without context and he didn't feel their preciousness, but now everything was falling into place and clear. Turns out it was a message for Siren. She was the one opening the portal, again hiding the feelings of the former under austerity, saying that it was indeed very much like him. Metadon became uncomfortable for a moment. He didn't know what to even say or how to properly respond to this situation. It was strange for an elder to hear about his mother's past love at such an age. She only gagged him, telling him he talked too much. And then Nellie was surprised that Lady Siren turns out to be Elder Metadon's mother. They just dropped that information and disappeared as if it was meant to be. It was already dark outside. The angry Rurin stomped loudly on the ground, wondering why they couldn't be left alone forever. Was she being kicked out again? It was worth installing anti-teleportation magic around the den, so she thought. And then with her side vision she noticed white petals. And then looking closely the girl noticed an incredibly beautiful white flower. It was alone. It was amazing how it had not been destroyed yet, but Rurin was more concerned with the rather logical question of how the flower even grew in winter, but the girl liked it a lot. And suddenly, as an answer to her question, she heard that it was a Gibran flower. The black dragon even quietly shuddered. She didn't expect to meet someone here in the middle of the late hour. A girl with short green stripes stood in front of her, all abrasion and bandages on her arms. She was eating some kind of plant and tried to introduce herself. The girl's name was Selly. She repeated once more that it was a Gibran flower. Rurin tensed up and looked at her questioningly, herself worried about how long Selly was standing there. And this black dragon was already used to different temperatures, but for the girl was worried if she was cold, and then asked what she was chewing, and the girl replied that it was just grass, adding that it was delicious. But suddenly she rushed to the side screaming that Gibran's flowers were delicious too. Rurin could barely keep her from taking the plants in her mouth. Rurin took the flower from the sphere, saying that the further she looked at them the more she liked them. She would like to decorate her room with the flower. When Selly saw what Rurin could do she thought she was a sorceress. So as called her little sister, and Rurin didn't like it, so she quickly decided to leave. Now she knew what the flowers were called, leaving the girl behind. But suddenly she stopped, hearing behind her back that Selly had nowhere else to go. Her legs even trembled, but not out of pity. It wasn't in Rurin's plans to babysit any child, especially one that was annoying. So she just said she was going where it was warm and plenty of food, so suggested that the girl could either go or stay here. And Selly of course started to run after her. When they arrived, the huge monster growled at the unfamiliar face, trying to drive it away from its mistress den. But after explaining to Rurin that they were just guests, he calmed down. The little girl clutched at the dragon's arm asking who it was. The brunette was annoyed by this, but through gritted teeth she explained that they were just guards. But as soon as she entered the room where Allison was, she became so cheerful and friendly, asking him if he had dealt with everything. The guy asking for insight from her on the return of his soulmate, that she had to depart so suddenly. And then he noticed the flower and wonder and asked what it was. Rory immediately asked if it was beautiful because she thought it was. Taking off his shield told him that the flower was called Gibran. She would be growing such flowers on the second floor of the restaurant. And then suddenly Elle noticed that Rurin had brought someone else and was already waiting for an explanation about the unexpected guests. And then he also asked aloud who it was, and the girl herself answered that her name was Selly, little sister, which was exactly what she thought she was. The boy looked at Rurin questioningly, and she began to tell him that this girl was not her sister. Her mother had only given birth to Rurin and no one else, and she was annoyed that a strange child was picking on her. And she made excuses for bringing Selly because she was out in the cold all alone. But Elle didn't need those excuses. He didn't say anything like that anyway. The boy was only too happy to see Rurin care for others, and the girl immediately blushed with embarrassment and the unexpected compliment. And suddenly she approached the archmage and decided to get her way with cunning, asking to be rewarded for such a good deed, just like in the Holy Lands. Selly stared at them, trying to figure out what it was they were doing and why they were so shocked. Because of the child, Allison couldn't afford such a thing, and Rurin wouldn't want to miss her chance, so she angrily started ordering the girl to come out, and the girl only wondered what the sacred lands were. But suddenly Allison made the decision that Selly could stay here and Rurin should look after her. The little girl was very happy, but the black dragon not so much. There was no more greenery near the restaurant. It was too cold for trees and grass to continue growing. It certainly didn't look as bright and beautiful because of that. Everyone was happy that Rurin was finally back. She was surprised that her return was so welcome, as if she had been gone for so long. Everyone loved that now Allison would finally beat herself. Serena asked caustically if Rurin had come of age, and then suggested that it would be funny she were tied to someone else, and Rurin just as wryly replied that the only advantage of being in the sacred lands was not being able to see the red dragon's face. While Helena asked the girls not to fight. The blonde was very happy to have Allison back, and Rurin replied that she had heard that the elf had been very helpful with the restaurant, though her interlocutor was modest, saying it was nothing. Rurin was asked what she said when she and Elle finally met. Immediately her cheeks flushed and remembered that she had told him about being his dragon from the very first moment. but I couldn't tell her about it, so I just turned around and chuckled and said it was a secret, which disappointed Elena's curiosity. She congratulated the guy sincerely, but she couldn't drown out her feelings, and as soon as Serena noticed it, she asked him to bring them food, hoping it would help. Suddenly Rurin heard a noise. She didn't realize what it was at first and was even scared, but then it got to her, and it made her irritated. And it wasn't hard to piss Rurin off, much less the one who was making the noise. The brunette burst into the room and asked angrily, yelling, "Didn't she say not to interrupt while she was working?" Who could doubt that this was Selly's doing? She was already sitting up and gutting the pillows, not responding to the remarks, only laughing as if punishment would also be part of the game. But Rurin still tried to air her grievances to the little girl, reminded her that she said she was lonely in the den, so Rurin let her into the restaurant, and now she was causing trouble here too. Selly responded to the same with a smile that she wouldn't do that again. And then she fell on the bed with a full jump, and the brunette yelled again, saying that the same promise the girl had made to her last time. And every next time, Rurin would come running at the nose, such as when Selly broke a plate, and listened to the lecture again. But sitting quietly didn't work, and then when the black dragon took her around, the girl carried everything, once taking a beer and almost drinking it, wondering what it was. But there would be no way to drink it. Selly had shaken the jar so much beforehand that it all came out a big pile of foam. Of course no amount of pleading worked. Rurin's rage was boiling over and she was ready to hit Selly, but she held back because she remembered all her antics, how much nerve she'd brought to Allison, generally realized she'd been acting just like this girl, so she simply fell to the floor, realizing that she was powerless to do anything about it, and would have to suffer until Selly, too, realized the propriety of her behavior. Meanwhile, Elle was in an incredibly happy mood. He was hyperactive, that even Lint was surprised, so he asked what was wrong with the boss, but the latter only muttered to himself under his nose that what you sow, you will reap. It may have been the same kind of outburst of too much emotion as that time about letting Rurin take it, but at least this time it didn't interfere with work, and meanwhile the sun was getting close to setting over the horizon. With each light sweep of the broom across the floor, the hustle and bustle of the day was also gone, as if the dust was being wiped off not only from the boards, but from his thoughts as well. Rurin wasn't in the mood. She was too sad, or more likely tired. It's not easy to do a job, and also see to it that it doesn't get disrupted by a child. But suddenly Allison came up to her. He would like to make now not just his friend, but his favorite girl a little surprise to lift her spirits. So I made pancakes, which I poured with either syrup or honey and put a small cube of butter on top. He felt sorry for Rurin, who had been working all day, so let her eat, and then offered to share a portion with Selly as well. And then Rurin said that she had only been hurting Allison the whole time, which made the boy laugh. He realized that Selly had gotten it good today. He didn't think that her behavior would make the dragon think twice. The knife cut through the dough very easily and you could finally taste the gooey from the sweet syrupy bit. That's what Rurin and Selly did, eating through both cheeks, savoring the flavor. Allison, as usual, managed to provide pleasurable motions through flavor. Immediately the girls began to admire the dough, and then the sweet syrup. The pancake just melted in their mouths, so delicious was it, once again convinced that Elle cooks the best. They were sitting across from an open window, where the very flower that had made them me was transplanted on the windowsill. Selly made a point of saying that Rurin was very poved. She was popular, so she also ate at the restaurant. But the dragon didn't quite agree with the first statement, and Selly thought so, because everything about Rurin talking, she thought it was because Sis was pretty. Of course the dragon was happy to hear that, but quite unexpectedly she said she didn't want popularity, which surprised Selly, who wanted to know why. And Rurin replied that when she needed it the most, the one person she was waiting for came for her. It made her a little embarrassed. The little girl looked at her as she chewed her food and began to reflect on her life. Nothing came out of her mouth at first. She opened her lips, doubted whether to give out those sounds, but ended up asking if someone would ever come for her as well. Rurin asked if Selly thought she was lost, but the girl didn't answer and began to recite some lines, something like a poem or a song. A lone green leaf fluttering in the spring wind, under the warm sun, on a tree planted many, many years ago, it closes my gaze. And ended the girl with the lines, I lie in his shadow and sink into dreams. She stood with her eyes closed and as if taking the cold rays of the moon under her skin. It wasn't until after the song that she replied that she couldn't remember much of anything. Not her home or her family, but that the song was stuck in her head. Rurin tried to understand the grief of a little girl who just wanted to find someone who knew the song. Selly speculated that it could be her parents, and Rurin agreed with that opinion, because it was more likely that they had hummed to her when the girl was a baby. Then the lost girl took another bite of pancake and countered with the fact that no one knows her, but if she becomes popular and starts singing for people, maybe then her loved ones will see her, and thus would come after her. Rurin became even more saddened. She began to remember thinking of something similar herself. The first time Allison had come for her, brought her food, and offered to continue the journey together. He, though not a blood relative, had become the closest of all, and so that the girl would not go through any of the emotions that Rurin had been from the betrayal of her loved ones, she placed her hand on the girl's head, telling her that her parents would surely come, just as they had once come for her. It was morning, a frosty, wintry morning, no snow yet, but the cold was burrowing under his skin, so it would be worth considering warmer clothes. The first thing they decided to do was to insulate the baby. Rurin gave her things she herself had worn and asked how Selly was, if she liked it. The same began tugging at her scarf, fussing that it was a bit tight and pressing on her neck. Rurin's tone immediately changed to a more angry one to pick up on how insatiable the girl was after all. Allison adjusted his clothes and turned to the girls, trying to prevent a scandal between the next women in the house. He was ready to find Selly's parents because she couldn't stay here forever. Rurin naturally wanted to help, however she was getting into the little girl's story, but she was the one causing her the most trouble these past few days. While Selly struggled with the scarf around her neck trying to take away her comfort, Allison asked what this girl remembered basically besides names, and Rurin said she knew some other song. Allison racked his brain and came to the conclusion that they would need the help of one individual again, much to Rurin's interest as to what other individual. They needed the help of someone who knows everyone in the town, and soon they were at the store and the butcher's house. Allison entered the shop. The girl immediately greeted him on automatic, like all the guests, and the guy decided not to start with business, but to ask about something more neutral, like whether everything in Darren had finally stabilized. And Creston's wife smilingly said that finally yes, there was finally a butcher shop of her own there, wouldn't have to fume so much with deliveries, and then notified that her husband was gone for a while, but Allison could stop by, the man would be back soon. But then it was explained to her that it's not about her man, it's about herself. She needs the help of someone who knows everything about everyone. And now they're looking for the parents of a lost child, except they're not even sure if they're from the town of Greek. And the child does not remember names well. It strained the woman, because such deficiencies greatly slow down and complicate the search process, but at least for some clue, it is necessary to find out what the name of the baby. Rurin held her hand. The girl's name was Selly and her age was just as imprecise, about 13, 14 years old. The Black Dragon, as in his repertoire, began to resent her, asking how to find out what her age was. Elle told the woman to let it be 14, and she quickly wrote down all the data on a piece of paper. She double-checked the accuracy one last time, named Selly, age 14, and promised she would pass on the information at once if she learned anything. She couldn't active in helping. First, the child. Second, her friends. And Elle asked the little girl if she thought it would be a good idea to say thank you, even for a little help. And she bent down very low and thanked everyone, which only made everyone but Rurin smile. She didn't move away from her stiff image. Rumors began to spread around the city very quickly. Many people asked each other if no one they knew had been looking for a child recently. Citizens shared it on the streets. In restaurants, stores, everyone was babbling about the girl Selly, a name some people had heard for the first time, to say nothing of the girl herself. But suddenly, there was a suggestion about Old Man Omen, that his daughter had once gone out and not come home. But this gossip was quickly dispelled because it was an entirely different situation, and meanwhile Selly was helping Rurin sew up the cushions she had mussed up. She wasn't very good at it. She was stitching two parts of the pillow together, just the wrong ones. She didn't even realize she was already being steamed about to help the baby. Rurin, on the other hand, tried to help the girl gain at least the skill of sewing, though she was more trouble than help, as with most things. And then the girl ran to see what Allison was doing, who right now was in the kitchen cooking something. He immediately noticed he was being watched from behind the door, but he didn't turn around and mess up the hiding place. It was hard not to feel that look, though. It was like it was eating you from the inside out, and I wanted to look her in the eye and tell her not to do it again. Elle was uneasy too. He didn't understand why Selly was watching so intently, Was it because of the loss of her parents? While he went on about his business, assumed that the girl was very much in distress, just as he had been when he learned of her mother's death, and realizing that if even Raina didn't know anything, they probably weren't from Grick, making it very difficult to find them, and the chance of them not being found at all was becoming much greater. He was making all the same pancakes as yesterday, already pouring the batter in rounds onto the hot stove, waiting for little bubbles to appear on the bat. Allison finally turned to Selly, so that she wouldn't get too caught up in her stealth, and with a nonchalant look, as if he hadn't just thought about the dreaded problem, said that they should get something to eat first. The girl was a little embarrassed to be noticed and also to be asked to call Rurin as if they were family, but she didn't object and followed her sister upstairs. Now the three of them were already sitting at the table and sharing the delicious puffy pancakes that Selly had enjoyed so much. She couldn't hold back a word about how delicious it was. The girl commanded that the second pancake would go to her little sister, and Allison wondered if anyone would think of him. Rurin explained that it was because the restaurant was closed, so the customers hadn't come, and maybe they would have liked to, but it was their legal day off. Al, electing a pancake and himself, was silent at first, and then said, not quite sure, that he actually wanted to ask about something. He suddenly turned to Selly to see if she wanted anything in particular, maybe at least to play outside. The girl was shy at the generosity to the recent strangers, but didn't answer right away. Allison leaned over to Rurin, and they realized without words that they hadn't heard from her parents in days. It was logical to start assuming that the girl was very sad, and that's why Al wanted to cheer her up. And then Rurin was involved. She asked the little girl to tell her where she wanted to go, and the girl would take Selly to the end of the world. And of course the girl gave in to the phrase about the end of the world, but gave out a completely different idea that she wanted to see the animal, and put a condition that this animal must lay the same eggs that Elle used in the preparation. This became a real quest for the couple. They knew perfectly well that it was a Palenza, except that they do not have it. Allison cocked his head, thinking about what could be done about it, and Rurin explained that of the animals on the ranch, there was a bear and Eric, but Selly thought they were big and scary, and she would like to touch the smaller animals. Finally Elle thought about it and came to the idea that usually they use the eggs of the bird Palenza, but there are difficulties with it. He remembered what efforts it cost just to catch them, and now it is necessary to touch and stroke them. Because he explained that they could be looked at but unlikely to be touched, a shield had been placed on part of the forest of the town. I grick Allison to prevent the bird from escaping far from them. A small bird, in our world a chicken, here a Palenzo, paced briskly, tilting its head. And that was enough for Selly. She blossomed as if it was what she had wanted all her life. The girl wasn't upset that she couldn't get closer. She had enough of a glance from a distance to squeal about how cute it was. The bird was pawing, acting like a strange creature, so Rurin didn't see what could be cute about it. But Selly decided to try her luck at permission again, so she asked again if she could try to touch it, and Rurin gave the green light to do so, only warning that even Allison couldn't manage it, which embarrassed the guide, though it was nothing to be ashamed of. The archmage started to give a lecture about how Selly, still so small, so doesn't know everything. Even experienced hunters have a hard time catching them. They are so cautious that they feel the vibration and flow of mana, so they don't give themselves to anyone. Only the girl didn't hear that. She rushed towards the animal, and just as he said that they weren't called legendary birds for nothing, he heard a cry that a Palenza had been caught after all, and the guy froze in place when he saw what the girl had managed to do. The bird was sitting quietly in the arms of a very happy girl, who asked Rurin and Ella to look at her new friend, saying he was very cute, and the animal looked as if it didn't understand anything. Allison was down. He asked how she was even able to do it, and Rurin next to him just finished him off by saying that Rurin has one wing and Selly has one wing and the guy has nothing. The archmage could not accept her defeat and fell to her knees in self-pity. But the black dragon paid no attention to this, only moving towards Selly to congratulate her on her achievement, for she had not just managed to catch the animal, but to take it in her arms calmly so that it succumbed on its own. Night had fallen. The lights were on in the Baron's manor. Still no one was awake, discussing all that had happened during another busy day. The Baroness and Baron were sitting at the table eating their dinner. It looked like they too had already heard the latest news from the city. They had already heard about Selly too, or rather the Baroness had. She was eating a sweet bun and told them that there was talk going around the town. Everyone was looking for the parents of this girl, and of course the woman felt very sorry for her. And then she added that Ella and Rurin from the restaurant seemed to be looking for them as well. And then the Baron's face changed. He hadn't expected them to be on the case as well, but one couldn't be surprised. They always responded with help. And only the blonde wanted to say that she wanted to help as well, as her husband changed in his face. Interrupted and said that it was indeed a big disappointment. The woman froze. The Baron got up from his chair. He was as if he was not himself. Something had snapped. His wife immediately shrank back and apologized that she had completely forgotten who she was, concluded that she was talking too much about personal things, but her husband asked why she had not told him before. In him immediately awoke fighting spirit, ready to help the one who saved his life. If anywhere there is talk of Allison and that he needs help, the Baron is ready for anything, and he will direct all forces to find the parents of the little girl. The man promised that he would raise the ears of everyone in the town of Greek. His wife blushed and looked at her lover as a real hero. That way they could contribute their family to help the poor child. They were in an overflow of emotion, ready to reward anyone who would find the parents of the lost child. The Baroness was also happy that she had told her husband about the problem. The guards under the doors did not understand what was the matter, but then they received orders to scour the whole city. With the weather so dark, Rurin, Allison and Selly were heading home. The day ended on a good note. The girl was happy and galloped ahead. She admitted it had been fun. Selly was especially amused by the very surprised look on his brother's face. Ella, who couldn't let go of the situation and was still trying to figure out how Selly had done it, and Rurin kept teasing him that the archmage was just too slow for that. Selly wanted praise, so she wondered if she had done well, but there was another purpose to the question, and since Allison had confirmed it and told her that not everyone could do that, people would definitely know about her now. She didn't realize that the wait wasn't that easy because she still thought it was the happiest day of her life. It was strange to hear this from a child who was almost becoming a teenager, but she didn't need much. She was wearing a warm scarf, but she couldn't accept it first. She also ate some delicious pancakes and looked at a cute burr. Such a small list of requirements, and she was over the moon. Suddenly she stopped her heels abruptly, turning to look at her new friends and speculate on what was going to happen next. If it was already so much fun, she was simply enchanting in the linen light that reflected off the frozen ground and branches on the trees. Selly couldn't know what they would do tomorrow, but she knew for sure it would be even more fun than today. She swept Rurin and Allison under her arms, much to their surprise, and began to hum the very song that Rurin had first demonstrated at the evening table. She began with the line "Lone Green Leaf." She continued, fluttering in the spring wind. Rurin's face changed. For the first time she seemed to have such an adult expression on her face. It radiated warmth and caring. It seemed she finally started to consider the girl as more than just a problem. Rurin picked up the lines, "Under the warm sun, on a tree planted many years ago." Selly, as soon as she heard it, and herself shone like the sun. She was happy to be accepted. And then Rurin tried to encourage Ella to sing with them too. He doubted if it was worth it, he thought to himself as the brunette learned to sing, but she only remarked that he was blushing in embarrassment. She wondered if the guy was shy to sing, and he lowered his eyes and tried to deny it, but his blush spoke instead. And then he suddenly said that he had the impression for a sec and that they were like a family. Rurin immediately turned red too. Her eyes whitened in surprise. She hadn't thought about it exactly until that moment. It was like Selly didn't know what she was talking about. She just kept singing lines from songs. She was still hoping to meet her own mom and dad, not thinking that these two had replaced them for one night. That's how confused they were as they walked back home, singing songs, holding hands and enjoying their time together. There was a guard in front of the gate to the city, and a wagon with a cage with someone sitting in it was approaching. Of course the guards wouldn't let them pass. They warned them that further on was the territory of the town of Greek, so they wouldn't just pass through. Then the rider slipped him a piece of paper saying it was a pass. The guard quickly ran his eyes over the paper. The guests were headed for the town of Giltament, and read from which earl the order had come. Then he looked up at the rider and asked what their purpose was, to which he received a counter-question. Did he not understand? You could see it. They were in the business of transporting criminals, and there were people in tattered clothes, with chains around their necks, sitting in a cage. One guard said the pass was valid, but the other told them that they would have let them through, except there was one last question. Suddenly he asked if the two who drove the wagon knew a child named Selly. They were looking for her parents, but judging by my reaction, they wouldn't find anything here. And while they were sorting out what it was, the Lord had ordered to ask everyone passing by. The two from the cage called out. They were crying and discussing whether they had hurt everything correctly, it meant that Selly was alive. It couldn't help but make them happy. In a large luxurious room next to a fireplace that wasn't lit, sat Allison, in total darkness, covered in shadows. Rurin came in the door and worried about Ella. After all, it was late, but he was still awake for some reason. It wasn't much like him. The guy asked where Selly was, to which the brunette replied that she'd gone to bed early, but she wasn't sure if she'd fallen asleep. And as soon as Rurin sat down at the chair, the mage put a bubble over them so no one could overhear the conversation by accident. He thought it was about time. He needed help from Rurin. It was hard for him to start. He didn't know the girl's reaction to this information, but it was worth telling. He gave notice that they might never find Sel's parents. Rurin had no sooner sat down than she jumped at the suddenness of such a statement.